Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat at one of the greatest plays ever produced. And now is America's most famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles.
Our story tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is an original for radio by that most original of radio writers, Miss Lucille Fletcher. Its title, The Search for Henri Lefebvre. Mercedes and Cambridge will be heard as Madame Lefebvre, and so that our story may move without interruption, there'll be no between-acts intermission on this broadcast, our sponsors having very kindly omitted their usual commercial message at that time. So right now, before we get started, let's give Jim Amici a chance to say his say about
Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Friends, as you relax in the comfort of the summer evening to enjoy Mr. Wells' exciting radio drama, I hope that right beside you, on chair, arm, or table, is a tall, frosted, foam-capped glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Believe me, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon are doing their best these thirsty days and nights to supply your dealer, and thus supply you with all this truly great beer you'd like. Occasionally, conditions make this pretty difficult, but of this you can be sure. Every bottle you do get will be, as always, the happy result of blending never less than 33 fine brews into one great beer. As always, 33 fine brews blend their individual taste tones to give you that splendid flavor. Not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through just the way you like it. So please keep right on asking for it. It's sure worth asking for. Blended, Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Orson Welles and his own Mercury production of The Search for Henri Lefebvre.
I had just set down the last note on paper. Do you know what it is to write a piece? The agony, the drudgery, the exultation. To wrest the thought out of the drab days of rain. To hear music in one's head, while outside the drizzle patters down, and the heads of the mountains are shrouded in mist. And then, one morning it comes. It is spring in the branches outside the window. The mountains glitter. The air is blue and bright. And the melody comes into your heart and nestles close, as though it had always been there. A fever consumes you. Hours melt away at the piano. Time, people mean nothing. The world revolves around this rocking song, this tender magic. There are no terrors, save to break the spell. So it was with this piece. I had just set down the last note on paper. I was happy and weary and full of peace. I lay down on the sofa to relax before Miss Warren brought in my supper. There is a radio near the couch. That night, I turned it on.
It does it.
Horror crawls upon me sometimes out of the shadows, like an animal thing. It grimaces at me from the corner of my room. But this time it was upon me. It was in my brain. For that music on the radio, playing now, was the music I had just set down on paper. Miss Warren! Miss Warren! Miss Warren,
Chesterton.
Come here, listen to this thing. You hear it, don't you? That is real music playing.
Yes, sir. The radio's playing real
It
music.
is not an illusion, an hallucination of some kind in my own brain.
Oh, of course it's real music. And very pretty, too.
Pretty?
Oh, you don't like it? We'll turn it off.
No, leave it alone. Listen to it. Sit there beside the radio. I'll get it for you.
What, sir?
My score. Here, look at it. note for note, even as they play.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn. I can't read music. I don't understand.
Perhaps someone in this building has heard me playing, but... No, the orchestration is the same. The orchestration is a secret, quiet thing that one does alone. Perhaps they've stolen the score or someone has copied it. But I only finished it this afternoon. It has been here in this drawer and on the piano. Unless someone else. There is someone else. Someone like me with my brain, my soul, my genius, a kind of double.
It's over now, sir. Do you want me to turn it off?
No. See what they announce. See what they dare to say.
You have been listening to the Elegy for Orchestra, Opus 42, by Henri Lefebvre. This concludes...
Henri Lefebvre. Henri Lefebvre. Henri Lefebvre. After she left, I sat there staring at the freshly written pages. My brain was reeling. It was my music. Every little note, every turn of phrase. The silent radio faced me like a mocking, sardonic sphinx.
Adolphus, my good fellow.
Oh, Picard. Excuse me, old friend. Miss Warren, did you call the broadcasting station?
Yes, sir.
And what did they say?
Calm yourself,
What
my dear
did they
fellow.
say,
They
Miss
said-
Warren?
Oh, Mr. Picard, I'm afraid.
They said, Adolphus, that it was composed by this Henri Lefebvre. An old piece. He wrote it nearly 15 years ago.
15 years ago, but I finished it today. If I'd remembered it, Picard, even in my own subconscious, it would have flowed out like a dream, but I had to struggle. Look at these erasures and these cuts, this coda.
And you say it was exactly this way on the radio?
Exactly, as though they had copied out the parts in the twinkling of an eye, and an orchestra was reading my score.
Very strange.
The man
but
either
still-
stole my piece somehow, or... Well, there's some terrible coincidence, some simultaneous crooked streak of identical inspiration that leaped across the world.
Things don't happen.
15 years ago, they said. 15 years ago, he set it down. And finally, like a wave traveling slowly across a boundless ocean, it came to me.
Adolphus,
Who is this Henri Lefebvre?
he was a rather famous composer.
But what's happened to him? Is he still alive?
I don't know, Adolphus. I'm not a musician.
But could you find out for me soon?
I suppose I could, but do you really think it wise? What good would it do you to see this man, this perfect stranger?
I must confront him, do you hear? There is some horrible linkage between this man and myself, some string vibrating in his brain, which has caused a like vibration in my own. I must find him. I must somehow break the spell.
And supposing this Henri Lefebvre is dead.
Dead or alive. I must find him. I must find him, Picard. I must find him.
Henri Lefebvre, born 1885, Rouen, France. Educated at the École Normale. Fellowship student in composition, the Paris Conservatoire. One Prix de Rome, 1908. Do you want me to go on, Mr. Flynn?
No, Miss Warren. These dictionaries tell you nothing. They make everything smell of dust. Dust and corruption.
Adolphus.
Oh, Picard.
I have a letter from his publishers. He's still alive.
Thank God.
But there's some mystery about him. They wouldn't give me his present address.
What do you mean?
They say they haven't heard from him in 10 years. His musical output has ceased. He submits nothing, doesn't answer their letters.
Then how do they know he's still alive?
Well, they hear occasionally from Madame Lefebvre.
Madame Lefebvre.
He has a wife who lives in Rouen.
Madame Lefebvre. Rouen. Word came at last from the Red Cross.
Home of Henri Lefebvre in Rouen, destroyed by bombs. Whereabouts of composer and Madame Lefebvre, unknown.
He's alive, I tell you, he's alive.
Oh, what Adolphus?
If he were dead, I would not feel it. I would be free. But I cannot take up my pen. I cannot write. I cannot even think one thought without wondering whether it may not already be his.
How can you think such things, Adolphus? This poor, hounded, homeless man is probably ill, old, dying.
Even dying, he's reached out a hand to clutch away my genius. Picard, was I ever lazy? My musical outfit has been enormous. Symphonies, operas, tone poems, songs. Now what do I do all day long? I stand at my window and stare out at the mountains. And at night, I am tortured by visions.
Visions?
Nightmares of crooked fallen streets and church steeples and bells run by clockwork, the bells are tolling the hours. I dream of rooms, dark, ugly little rooms, and a little girl. Yes, a little girl. With long, honey-colored hair, who cries and cries.
You have been reading too much, Adolphus. Your brain is tired.
No, don't you understand? These streets, these rooms, that little girl, it is his life of which I am dreaming. It is Rouen. You think me mad, don't you, Picard?
Mr. Picard,
Yes,
there's a lady downstairs to see Mr. Flynn.
lady?
She says she heard that Mr. Flynn was making some inquiries about her husband.
Madame Lefebvre.
Adolphus.
Madame Lefebvre, bring her up. Bring her up at once. I stood quite motionless in the center of the room. A woman dressed in black confronted me across the waste of polished floor. She was thin, middle-aged, a little stooped. Her pale eyes looked washed out with crying. Yet there was another look in them. A look of some drowned and monstrous terror.
I am Cécile Lefebvre. I have heard that you are searching for my husband.
Yes, madame.
Why do you wish to see him?
Why do I wish to see him? You have not heard of my strange predicament, madame. And what of your husband?
My husband remained in Switzerland.
Switzerland?
He has lived there for many years.
But why? I thought they said your home was in Rouen.
Rouen was my home. My husband and I have been estranged for the last 10 years.
Oh. You've not seen him for 10 years. Do you know his Opus 42, his elegy for orchestra?
I do.
When did he write it, please?
About 15 years ago.
15 years ago. Then you would know the music when you see it. Is this the piece, madame?
Yes.
I wrote this music, madame, a month ago, out of my own head.
Impossible, monsieur.
Impossible, but I tell you, it is so.
But how could this be? This is my husband. I remember the night he wrote it. A hot midsummer night. The windows were open. We could hear the bells of Rouen ringing the hours. He could not sleep. Our little daughter had been crying.
Your little daughter?
He rose from his bed saying that his head ached. A little while later, I heard the piano begin to play softly. I called down to him and warned him not to waken Louise.
Louise?
Our little daughter, who had been crying.
Yes.
Then I fell asleep. Next morning when I woke up, the bed was empty. He was downstairs at the piano writing out the final chords.
Go on.
He said it was her piece. It belonged to Louise. And that he had been thinking of her crying all the time he set it down. It was as though all the sadness that was in his love for her had gone into that melody.
Sadness, but I still don't understand. I wrote this music out of beauty, out of wind and birdsong and joy.
My husband used to say this piece held in its heart all the horror of life.
Horror?
He could never understand why it was so popular. He did not want to publish it. He hid it away, saying it was like a premonition, that it had come to him from some other world, like a hideous omen from another world. And he was right, monsieur.
How do you mean?
Our little daughter, Louise. She died a little while later.
Madame Lefebvre.
Yes, monsieur. I beg your pardon for crying.
I do not want to see your husband or hear this music ever again. My search is ended. Do you believe in ghosts, madame?
No. I have been through too much to believe in poor, sad ghosts.
Oh, but I do. I believe that neither your husband nor myself wrote that piece. There is some further horror. Some demon force at work in this music. It captured him. It has captured me.
I do not know. My husband was always a wretched, melancholy man.
Tell me, Madame Lefebvre, did your husband write any music after he wrote this piece?
Not much more.
You mean it wrecked his brain as it has wrecked mine, leaving him without inspiration?
No, it was not that. He continued to write. He still writes, but nothing he has written for 10 years has had any meaning.
What do you mean?
Mr. Flynn, have you not already guessed the truth? My husband has gone mad. He has been mad for the last 10 years, shut up in an asylum in Switzerland.
Oh.
I have told this to very few people. It is a form of horrible neurosis. Work neurosis, the doctors call it. He seems to have lost his heart. The events of his past life are meaningless to him. He has forgotten Rouen. He has forgotten me. He has forgotten our little dead Louise.
Oh, how terrible.
Now he sits in a bare room and writes music all day long. He has become a slave, a machine. They tell me that his shelf is packed with scores, but all of them are only an endless jumble of notes such as a child might scrawl across a paper.
And it was the music, the ghost music that did this.
Who knows? Terrible things happen. The mind snaps.
Terrible.
If I told you I should betray my husband, I should tell you something which has never passed my lips till now.
But you must tell me. Do you not see how vitally important it is to me? I am linked somehow with your husband. And perhaps I, too, am destined to go mad.
No, monsieur, you must not think such things.
There were the seeds of madness in this thing, even from the beginning. There was something uncanny. Why should that radio play that music just after I had finished the piece? Why should you, a perfect stranger, have come here and found me?
Mr. Flynn, believe me, people do not go mad so easily. To be destroyed as my husband was destroyed, one must have deep sadnesses and love. One must have human ties, a wife, a beautiful little child. You have no such ties, have you?
No, I have no ties. I have no ties.
My husband went mad because he loved too much. When our little Louise died, he thought that he had killed her. She died of simple pneumonia, but he could never understand that. He became insane with grief. He thought he was her murderer. Don't you see, Mr. Flynn, you who live here alone, whose life is so quiet.
Madame Lefebvre.
I beg your pardon?
I have seen you before, Madame Lefebvre. I have met you somewhere. I have heard your story. You have come here before.
No, I have never come here before.
Then why should your face seem so suddenly familiar and your words? There's something uncanny about this thing, Madame. For a moment, I thought I knew.
You knew what?
I thought I knew you and your husband and Louise. Louise. I thought I'd lived. Maybe it was only one of my nightmares, but somehow...
Yes, I try to remember.
Remember.
The little house in Rouen, the stone house, The tree in the garden, the coffee on Sunday afternoons, the Bechstein piano by the window, the bedroom with the calico curtains, the little
doll carriage underneath the stairs. Louise's doll carriage. Louise.
Marie!
What have they done to her? They've taken her away and I've killed her. Her little doll carriage waits at the bottom of the stairs. But she'll never come back. Never come back.
No. She has been dead for 10 years. You must not think of her anymore. No. You are getting better now. Dr. Picard says you are getting well.
Doctor Picard.
Your doctor, darling.
What are you talking about? I am no doctor.
Don't you see, my darling, your long search is over.
No.
You are Henri Lefebvre. And your own music has come back to you at last. And little by little, it will all come back. Your memories, your genius. You will be able to go out into the world again.
I am Henri Lefebvre.
Yes, darling.
It's the little old madman. No. I locked up in the walls of a lunatic asylum for 10 years, writing a jumble of notes like a little child. Then, who is Adolphus Flynn?
A name you made up, my darling, a poor mad name.
My symphonies are rubbish, you say. My adoring public are only shadows running across the walls. And these mountains beyond my window, these mountains. You are lying to me! I tell you my name is Adolphus Flynn!
Sorry, look. This room, these bare white walls, these bars across the window, this door one cannot open from the inside. For 10 years, aren't we? For 10 years I have waited for a glimmer to come, for some little memory like that music. For 10 years I have prayed for you every day.
For 10 years? That's what I said here. I do not believe it.
Henri, my dear fellow.
You call me Henri, too?
I cannot tell you how happy I am, Madame Lefebvre. The experiment has worked beyond our fondest hope.
Picard. Am I Henri Lefebvre?
Yes.
I have been mad for 10 years. You deceived me for 10 years.
Not deceived you, my dear fellow. We only humored your whims, hoping that you'd snap back someday. It was your whim to think that you were a composer named Adolphus Flynn. Your whim to sign your name to all these scores. Your whim to live utterly alone and work all day and half the night. You were quite happy until one day a little piece you'd composed for your daughter long ago came back into your mind. Memory began again. You began the search for your lost self. Naturally, after 10 years, one cannot be cured overnight. But you will see, in a few months, we may hope for something quite remarkable. Monsieur and Madame Lefebvre.
In a few months, I would be able to go back. I would take up the threads of my whole life as Henri Lefebvre. I'm still here in this room, with its bare white walls and its door that locks from the outside. I'm still here. Although I know now for sure that my name is Henri Lefebvre. The sadness is in my heart. An unutterable sadness and pain that I could never conquer. Rouen has come back. The stone house. The little doll carriage underneath the stairs. And my arms ache with the longing for a little dead child. With long, honey-colored hair. There is no music in me now. No music save that one tune, which sings in my head all day long. My song for Louise. If I could only get it out of my mind, I might be able to work again. I might be happy. As I once was happy. I might look out of my window and find a symphony and a sunset on the mountains. That is why I will not go back. I will not leave this room. I will not leave this home until I find him again. Until I find Adolphus Flynn.
You've just heard Orson Welles' Mercury production of The Search for Henri Lefebvre, a radio play by Lucille Fletcher. Mr. Wells will be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week's offering of the Mercury Summer Theater. But first, a few words from our sponsors on a very important subject. The makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon are holding their prices at the levels established by OPA last month. Also, ever since government price control ended, they have urgently counseled each household distributor of Pabst Blue Ribbon throughout the country to do likewise. Further, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon strongly urge beer retailers all over the country to do the same. For we believe it's up to all of us to do our utmost in the battle against inflation. And now, Mr. Wells.
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing you the first radio show we ever put on the air for CBS. We haven't done it since. We look back at it fondly. We hope our memories aren't mistaken. We hope you'll enjoy it. It's a great favorite of everybody's childhood, and I don't think anybody ever outgrows it. The Great Tale of Adventure by Robert Louis Stevenson, Treasure Island. So join us next week, please. Same time, same station. Until then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, and for the whole Mercury Theater, including as usual Maestro Bernard Herrmann, who was responsible as usual for the music on tonight's show, and speaking for Mercedes McCambridge, who was responsible for a very fine performance of Madame Lefebvre. For the whole gang, I remain as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Summer Theater. welcome to the Summer Theater, a dramatic hour of romance, love, and adventure. Tonight we present Daphne du Maurier's startling tale, The Birds, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Don Wilson. Tonight, we're presenting a brand new story by the famous author of Rebecca, Jamaica Inn, Frenchman's Creek, and many other favorites, Miss Daphne du Maurier. Now, this new story, however, is far different from any of these, and in many ways far more exciting. It's a tale I am sure will haunt you for a long time to come. The title is simply The Birds, and our star is Mr. Herbert Marshall. Our scene is London, and the office of a successful publisher of books. With him sits Jenkins, his editor. Before them on the broad, shining surface of the desk is a manuscript, tattered, worn, its bulk held together with a bit of string.
Strange way to submit a story. You say there was no address on it?
No, the author left no address. But I wish you'd read it, sir.
You like it, huh? Do you think it's publishable?
I don't know. It's terrifying. I can't seem to get it out of my mind.
All right, Jenkins, all right. I'll read it. Mind you, it better be good.
Just read it, sir.
Title, The Birds, by John Waite. John Waite. John Waite.
My name is John Waite. I'm writing this as a minute record of what has happened thus far because I cannot help feeling that in the recounting of these events I may, in some measure, come to an understanding of what has happened. And even perhaps why it has happened. The whole business is monstrous and overwhelming, and I'm not sure that human eyes will ever fall upon this, my journal. I am a writer of moderately successful fiction, and this small house on the Dover coast is my castle, which I share with my wife, my 16-year-old daughter, my mother-in-law, and one yellow canary. The canary. His name is Chippikins. No, I didn't name him. My mother-in-law did. Chippikins belongs to Mother Dobbs, and bringing him here was an open and shut case of coals to Newcastle. For Dover is alive with birds. And it has been my daily custom, work over, to sit at the cliff's edge and smoke my pipe and watch and listen. The birds, soaring and wheeling in great rushing flocks, flickering in a flat gray sheet just above the grassy slope of the hills, and then bursting all of a bunch, erupting into the sky, restless, ceaseless, ever moving, slashing as one in a perfect arc up, and then for a split moment, almost invisible, as in their turning, the profile, thin as glass, presents itself against the sky. And then as one, in cadence, back again, and with a shrill chorus, gone. Black and white, jackdaw and gull, mingling in strange, restless partnership, seeking some strange liberation, never satisfied, never still. Flocks of starlings rustling like silk, and the smaller birds, finches and larks, scattering from tree to hedge and back again. Compelled. By what? And below, the seabirds waiting for the tide. They have more patience. Oyster catchers, redshank, sanderling, and curlew watch by the water's edge, race the surf as it sucks away, revealing the prize. Farther out, the fishermen. Slim, soaring gannets. Ancient, patient pelicans. Black gulls, grey gulls, pale gulls. Soaring, sighting, and plummeting. Wings folded. Feet tight in, beaks out. Knife through the surface. Down in a flash of silver to the prey below. The autumn had been a long one, mellow and soft. The leaves had lingered on the trees, red and gold, somehow reluctant to fall. The days grew hazy and benevolent, shortening imperceptibly. And with their passing, the birds seemed more restless, more driven, more agitated. My neighbor, the farmer, drove his tractor. Long, even lines across the western hills, and his figure, silhouetted in the driver's seat, would be lost from time to time in the great cloud of wheeling, crying birds which followed his movements. And I remarked on this. Lots of birds around today.
Aye, there are more birds than usual, and daring, too. 1 or 2 gulls came so close to my head this afternoon, I thought they'd knock my cap off. As it was, I could scarcely see what I was doing when they were overhead, and I had the sun in my eyes. I have a notion the weather will change. It'll be a hard winter. That's why the birds are so restless.
My friend the farmer said the weather would change on Tuesday, and he may have been right. I am not certain. The fact is, the weather changed that night. And it was that night that it began. I've been asleep. What? What's that? Oh, something at the window.
And go back to sleep, dear.
I'm going to find out what it is. It was a bird. What kind, I could not tell. The wind must have driven it to shelter on the sill. I went back to bed and, feeling my knuckles wet, put my mouth to the scratch. The bird had drawn blood. I supposed it was frightened, panicked, seeking shelter. The wind was indeed very cold. The weather had turned.
John, are you awake?
Yes.
See to the window, will you, dear? It's rattling.
I've already seen to it, Megan. There's some bird out there trying to get in.
Shoo it away. I can't sleep with that noise.
All right, dear. What? No, get away. Out.
What was that? What happened?
They went for me.
Oh, John, you're still half asleep. Come back to bed.
No, I tell you they did.
Yes, dear, of course. Come to bed.
What was that?
Mother and Jill.
I'll light a candle.
No, hurry.
I opened the door to our bedroom and crossed the landing to the room Jill shared with Mother Dobbs. It was pitch black in the room, and the air was filled with small birds. I could feel them all about me, and I swung my arms. They poured through the open window. They struck the walls of the ceiling.
Oh, Father!
Quickly, Jill, come out. Mother Hobbs!
I'm under the cover!
Run for the door! I slammed the door after them. I didn't want the birds spreading through the house. Now in the darkness they sensed me and dove for me, tiny beaks and needled claws set to pierce and tear. I seized the quilt from the bed, wound it over my head, and then, swinging a pillow at random, I went to work. I couldn't see what I was doing, but I could feel the thudding of their bodies. I swung till my arm began to numb. How long I fought with them in the darkness, I do not know. At last, the beating of wings subsided and withdrew. And through the density of the quilt, I became aware of light. I waited, listened, but there was no sound. I dropped the quilt and stared about me in the cold gray light. Dawn and the open window had called the living birds. The dead lay on the floor. They were all small birds. Robins, finches, sparrows, blue tits, larks, bramblings. Birds that ordinarily kept to their own flocks. Now dead and still in a shambles of feathers and broken glass. Outside it was cold, bitter cold, and the earth had all the hard black look of frost. Not white frost to shine in the morning sun, but black frost that the east wind brings. And across the field, the sea, fiercer now with the burning tide. It broke and crashed in the bay. Of the birds there was not a sign, not so much as a sparrow. Nothing but the east wind and the sea.
Do you want the wireless left on?
Please, Mother.
Oh, easy, Meg. That stuff stings.
I'm supposed to. Don't want these scratches to infect.
No, I suppose not.
I'd say you ought to thank the Almighty they didn't get in your eyes. That's what I'd say.
Yes, Mother.
Nasty little creatures. One would hardly believe they belonged to the same species as little chippykins here. You're a proper little gentleman, aren't you, Master Chippykins? Not a bit like those horrid little savages, That's odd.
What?
He won't speak to me. Speak? Speak? Chip, chip, cheep.
Did Jill get off to school all right?
Yes.
I hope I brought the right clothing down. I didn't want her to see the room. Didn't want her frightened.
She thought it quite a joke. I imagine she's telling the class all about it right now.
I suppose.
Come, little Chippykins. Speak. Speak.
Good morning, Mr. Waite.
Good morning, Mr. Bell. An ounce of tobacco, please, my usual.
Your usual? Yes, sir. And what do you think of the weather? Wireless says it's going on all over. Something to do with the Arctic Circle.
Oh, really?
Black winter, that's what it is, out of the east. I had the wind come up in the night.
Did you hear any birds?
Birds? What birds?
We had them at our place last night. Scores of them came into the bedroom. Quite savage they were. Here, look at my hand.
Well. My goodness, I never heard of birds acting savage, not our birds.
I assure you, these scratches are real.
Oh, maybe they were some of those foreign birds from the Arctic Circle. Tell you what, put out some crumbs for them. That's what I'd do. Put out some crumbs.
Did you bring the paper, John?
Yes. No mention of birds.
I've been watching the field.
So have I.
I haven't seen a single one.
I know.
Strange.
Yes.
Did you tell anyone?
Yes.
What'd they say?
Put out crumbs. I'll get a sack and clean up the bedroom. Their bodies filled the sack. The ground had frozen during the night. It was too hard to dig. I went down the cliff path to the beach. The sky was leaden. The sea was flat, calm, oily. Not a sound of birds. I kicked a hole in the sand. And as I did this, I saw them. The gulls out there, riding the sea. What I had thought at first to be sea-scud, wind froth, were gulls. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. They rose and fell in the trough of the sea, silent, like a mighty fleet at anchor. To the eastward and to the west, the gulls were there. They stretched as far as the eye could reach in close formation, packed line on line. Somebody ought to know of this. Something should be said. But what? Could I call the police? Hello, Constable? I want to report some birds. Oh, no, they think me mad. They think me drunk. Take my report with great politeness and thank me. But they were out there, waiting. Waiting. For what?
John, cut quickly. It's on the wireless.
What?
About the birds.
The Home Office at 11 a.m. today. Reports from all over the country are coming in hourly about the vast quantity of birds flocking above towns, villages, and outlying districts, causing obstruction and damage and even attacking individuals. It is thought that the Arctic airstream at present covering the British Isles is causing birds to migrate south in immense numbers, and that intense hunger may drive these birds to attack human beings. Householders are warned to see to their windows, doors, and chimneys, and to take reasonable precautions for the safety of their children. A further statement will be issued later.
There, you see? Wait till Mr. Bell hears that. And just now, down on the beach, I saw 1,000,000 gulls riding on the sea, waiting.
Waiting? Waiting for what, John?
I don't know. Well, the bulletin said the birds are hungry. In the shed were all sorts of boards and sheathings left over from the blackout days of the war, and I spent the next few hours putting these up. There was no thought of my novel this day. Actually, the writer is a lazy creature and welcomes any diversion from his work. Somehow this seemed to be something a little bigger than diversion.
Do you think that's really necessary, John?
I don't like to take chances.
But they were such little birds.
I'm not thinking of those.
Oh?
The gulls.
I see. Are you going to do the downstairs, too?
I think I better.
It'll be dark with the windows all boarded up.
At each window, the process was the same. I nailed the boards to the sills from within the rooms. And by the time I reached the kitchen, Meg and Mrs. Dobbs were listening to the wireless again.
The sky was so dense at 1 o'clock this afternoon that it seemed as if the city was covered by a vast black cloud. The birds settled on rooftops, on window ledges, and on chimneys. The sight has been so unusual that traffic came to a standstill in many thoroughfares. Work was abandoned in shops and offices, and the streets were, and still are, crowded with people standing about to watch the birds. We take you now to our roving microphone in Piccadilly Circus.
I've been standing here for hours. We cannot begin to describe the enormous variety of birds which are circling overhead. I have never seen anything like it. Standing beside me is the gentleman... what is your name, sir?
Jenkins, Peter Jenkins.
What do you think of the birds, Mr. Jenkins?
Oh, never saw nothing like it. I swear I never did.
Well, just before we went on the air, you were telling these people and myself about your cat. I wonder if you would mind repeating that for our air audience.
Lord lummy, they wouldn't want to hear none of that.
Oh, I'm sure they would.
Well, I've got these 3 mouses, you see. Big bully and alley cats they are, hard as nails. And out where I live, the birds keep a wide berth around my cottage. Well, this morning I looked out of the window and saw what we all saw, and I says to my cats, I says, all right, men, Arthur, Freddie, and you, Leon, out and at 'em. You see, one of their jobs, my cat's jobs, that is, one of their jobs is to keep the birds scared out of the vegetable patch. So I opened the door and they started out. Then they saw all them birds, and they just turned around with their back hair all up and their tails looking like porcupines. They turned and run into the bedroom and under the bed and wouldn't come out for love or money or the dish of cold water I throwed at them.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Jenkins. Now we have a lady here at our microphone. What is your name, miss? Come on. There's nothing to be nervous about.
What are you doing?
Oh, I thought I'd see if the American stations have heard about it.
It seems that we're having a little trouble with our mobile unit. A number of birds have settled on the antenna. Well, can't you chase them off or something? We've got to complete this broadcast. Try throwing something at them. I don't know, stones, anything. Ladies and gentlemen, we regret this unfortunate circumstance. I'm sure we'll have the situation straightened out in a moment. You please bear with us on this most unusual of all days. And now we'll return you to our main studio for a brief program of recorded music.
There. That ought to hold it.
If you want my opinion, it's all nonsense. That's what it is.
Oh, Mother.
Boarding this place up so we have to light the lamp, and it's only 3 in the afternoon.
Tell me, how much singing has Chippikins done today?
Not a note. He's off his feed, that's what. Look at him. He's so nervous and agitated. What with all your banging. See?
I saw. The bird seemed possessed. He flew from one corner to the other, his shiny black eyes flicking from one of us to another, yellow wings quivering.
John, look out there.
Where?
The ocean.
Oh, you mean that cloud, that big black cloud?
It's not a cloud, John.
It was the gulls. A black mass of them that towered a mile high. They circled thousands upon thousands, lifting their wings against the wind. And they were silent. They made not a sound. They just went on soaring and circling, rising and falling, trying their strength against the cold east wind.
John, where are you going?
I'm going for Jill. I'll wait for her at the school bus stop. You keep the door closed.
I'm frightened.
Keep it closed until you hear me call.
What are you doing here?
Come, Jill, hurry.
Well, all right, but you look so funny. What is it?
Please, Jill, do hurry.
What's that strange cloud?
I tell you what. Let's race the rest of the way.
Oh, Father, you know I can beat you.
Oh, come on, then. Bet your shilling.
Wait a minute. Look at the cloud,
Hurry,
Father.
Jill, in the name of heaven.
Why, it's birds. Look, Father, birds. And it's coming this way.
Run!
But they won't hurt us, will they?
Faster!
I'm scared.
Meg! Meg! Open the door!
Hurry!
Yeah.
Quick, Jill. In you go. I'm holding the door for you, Father. Look out!
Oh, wait! I'm almost there.
The birds!
Wait!
John, there's a Danik above you. He's driving!
It's Linkletter times 2, Tuesdays on CBS Radio. That's right. Tuesdays in the daytime, you enjoy lively Art Linkletter on House Party at its regular time. Then Tuesday nights on most of these same stations, Art is back again on People Are Funny. House Party in the daytime, People Are Funny in the evening. It's Linkletter times 2, Tuesdays on CBS Radio. Tomorrow, your share of fun is waiting for you on both of these laugh-packed shows. And now, Act 2 of The Bird, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall as John Waite.
my wounds were, fortunately, not deep. Had the gannet struck, I would surely have been killed on my own doorstep. The other birds, black gulls, white gulls, and so forth, had pecked and torn, but they were as yet still inexperienced at attacking human beings, and so had done no very serious damage. My preparations had been most fortunate. Throughout the afternoon, the birds assailed the house without luck, and we sat in the kitchen and listened. We listened, and we watched Chippikins. The madness which had seized the other birds now was his, too. He glared at us with malevolent hatred in his tiny eyes, thrust his short, pointed beak at us through the golden bars of his cage, threw himself again and again at the little gate, hoping to break it down.
Oh, I'm afraid for him. He'll hurt himself.
Good.
Poor little man, he can't help himself. He must have caught something from all those awful birds outside.
Turn on the wireless. Let's have the wireless.
I'll do it.
Father,
What?
the school bus. Do you suppose the kids are all right?
Oh, yes, I wouldn't worry about it.
I hope so.
Chippikins, do leave off that, darling. You'll hurt your little self. Yes, baby. Mama's here. Oh,
Mother, what happened?
he bit me. Here, look at my finger.
Oh, dear. I'll get the iodine.
And you can leave off that, John Waite.
As you said, Mother Dobbs, he can't help himself. I'm going upstairs and check things. Upstairs, it seemed worse. What worried me most were the bedroom fireplaces. They were quite close to the roof, and I could hear many birds which had made their way down the chimneys. Now, with only a thin plywood thickness between them and the interior of the house, they screamed and scratched at the wood. I reinforced wherever I could, particularly on the windows. For wood, I tore the bottoms from the bureau drawers, knocked the panels out of several closet doors, tore down shelves wherever I could find them. And then, deciding it would be too dangerous to hazard a night upstairs in separate rooms, I started carrying down armfuls of bedding to the kitchen.
John, what on earth are you doing?
I thought, just for fun, we'd sleep down here.
Oh, you're carrying this game too far.
How's your finger?
Oh, be still.
Here, Jill, help your mother.
Righto, Father.
And Meg, what's for supper, huh?
I'm very glad for the cheese sandwiches. I had intended going to the market this afternoon.
Oh?
I'll go in the morning.
Yes, of course. When I finished moving things, I locked both bedroom doors. If they should break through the bedroom windows or fireplaces during the night, the doors would hold them for a while. And perhaps in their mad jamming of the rooms, they would smother. Perhaps they would die. At the landing, I piled as much furniture as I could. Made a solid wall of bureaus, tables, chests, mattresses, and so forth. Now, should they break through the doors, they would have this third barrier to assail. But by that time, it would be over. Surely. I regarded my handiwork with some pride and wondered. Outside, I could hear the birds beating against the house. Wings brushing the surface, sliding, scraping, seeking a way of entry. The sound of many bodies pressed together, shuffling on the sills. Now and again a thud, a crash, and some birds dived and fell. Many would kill themselves that way. But not enough. Never enough.
John,
Yes, Meg.
There's to be another report in a moment. The man said so.
Good.
Yeah, eat your cheese sandwich. It's good.
Oh, thank you.
This is London calling. A national emergency was proclaimed at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Measures are being taken to safeguard the lives and property of the population, but it must be understood that these are not easy to effect immediately, owing to the unforeseen and unparalleled nature of the present crisis.
Unparalleled. Get him.
Every householder must take precautions through his own building, and where several people live together, as in flats and apartments, they must unite to do the utmost they can to prevent entry. It is absolutely imperative that every individual stay indoors tonight, and that no one at all remain on the streets or roads or anywhere without doors. The birds, in vast numbers, are attacking anyone on sight, and have already begun an assault upon buildings. But these, with due care, should be impenetrable. The population is asked to remain calm and not to panic. Owing to the exceptional nature of the emergency, there will be no further transmission from any broadcasting station until 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Wish we had a gramophone. Father, could I have a gramophone for my birthday?
Yes, sweetheart, a gramophone. She'll have the best that money can buy.
Mother, did you hear that?
Yes, Angel, I heard. Now, suppose we all go to bed. It's been a long day.
Wait.
Shh. What is it?
It's planes. The RAF.
Good old RAF. I wonder what they intend doing.
What was that, I wonder?
Oh, probably a bomb of some sort. I wouldn't worry about it.
Well, I must say I feel better now.
Mother Dobbs, mind you say goodnight to Chippikins.
I'm not speaking to him, the ungrateful little wretch.
That booming, I knew the sound. The sound of an exploding plane. And I remember tales of flyers who had blundered into flocks of geese and ducks. Bodies that splintered propellers and smashed windshields. And what could pilots do against birds? Suicidal birds. But at least it showed that somewhere in the country they were trying. Somewhere in some small back room at this very moment they were thinking, working. And they would succeed. They had to. Had to.
John. John, wake up.
What? What is it?
John, they're gone. Listen.
What's the time?
10 o'clock.
10. That means the tide has turned. It's on the ebb. I wonder, Meg, do you suppose it would be that they only attacked with the flood tide?
I don't know, dear. What are you going to do?
Where's the flashlight?
On the mantel.
I'm going outside.
Huh? What's happening?
The birds, they're gone, Mother.
Gone, you say?
Yes, John's going to have a look about.
Oh, don't you do it.
And why not?
They're all out there waiting.
Mother.
Waiting all around the door, silently, for you to open it.
John, do you suppose that...
Well, there's one way to find out. It was a scene of such violent death as few men have witnessed. All about me, wherever I threw the torch, lay their bodies, drifted as snow drifts, as sand drifts. Their eyes bright in death, twinkling in unwinking points of fire. It was silent. So silent. Yet I had the feeling that out there, somewhere, there was life. There was a shovel near the door, and I put it to use. First, I cleared a path from the door to the side of the house, and there I flashed my torch up. Every pane of glass had been smashed. The jagged edges flashed back my light. Many had birds impaled on them. Beyond, I saw the boards. They looked roughened and strange. There were flecks and streaks of blood on the boards, and a fine crisscross of splinters where the thousands upon thousands of bills had driven again and again into the wood. I shoveled the birds up against the windows and jammed them with my hands into the broken panes. Piled them on the sills and the cracks. A futile gesture. With the flood tide, another wave of assaulters would come and drive through these. But it would take time, and we needed time.
John, what are we going to do now?
I ought to go over to the farmers. They've got food there and wood. I need more wood.
Well, you're not to go. I won't let you go. I'll not be left here alone, John.
All right, Meg. I'll wait until morning, until the next ebb tide.
Sorry.
I understand you.
John, what's that?
Where?
On the hill. See? Fire.
It was just next to the spot where I'd spoken to the farmer as he drove his tractor. How long ago? 2 days? 2 months? On the same little hillside. One of the planes, Meg. Come on, let's go back to bed. The second attack was much worse. There was something different about it, something I found difficult to analyze. And while I was thinking about it, I watched the canary. He, too, had been quiet during the lull, but now he stormed and raged again, beat at the bars of his cage. And I thought of the birds in cages all over the world. Parrots, lovebirds, peacocks, yes, and ostriches. What of the ostriches? And the great red flamingos and the big swans in the parks with their powerful wings and beaks.
Father, what's that noise?
Noise?
From the chimney.
I don't know. Let's see. Sounds like they're trying to get at us through this chimney. We've got the fire. Get too low.
John, do something.
Here, give me that can of paraffin oil. Now then, everybody stand back.
Careful.
Back. This will clear them out. Yeah, that's got it. Jill, you keep the fire up. Don't spare the wood.
All right, Father.
I'll start the primers. We'll have some cocoa.
Good idea.
Shall I check and see what's happening upstairs?
No, Jill. You watch the fire. Keep it blazing.
Poor Chippykins.
Now what?
He's hurt his wing against the bars.
Has he really?
Silly little man. Mama warned you.
At the head of the stairs, I pushed the barricade aside and listened at the bedroom doors. They'd broken in, and I could hear them screaming and scratching at the thin doors. And with the scratching, I became conscious of a new sound. It sounded like talons. Could the hawks have taken over what the gulls had failed to do? The hawks. The birds of prey. Buzzards. Kestrels, falcons. I'd forgotten the birds of prey. And as I listened, I could hear the soft patter of thousands of feet across the floors of the bedroom, and the sounds of talons, of splintering wood. I rebuilt the barricade, descended into the kitchen. The others had not yet noticed that soft patter just above our heads. I prayed that they would not. Outside, the birds continued to dash against the ground, against the walls. Those were the herring gulls, the suicide boys, kamikaze fighters. They had no brains. The blackbacks were something different. They knew what they were doing. So did the buzzards, the hawks. I thought of the things to do in the morning. There were so many things we needed to withstand siege. A car. If I could hire a car between the tides and use it to carry things. Food. Oil for the stove. Lumber and nails. Sheets of metal for the windows. Oh, so many things. I wondered. And worried. And dozed.
John, it's 7. Don't you want to hear what the wireless has to say?
Yes.
It's 20 after. I can't understand it.
Don't touch the knob. Leave it on the home station.
I thought if I just jiggled it a bit...
No, they've made a mistake. They meant they'd go on at 8, not 7.
Oh, well, that must be it. It's 10 after 8, John.
Maybe it's broken.
No, I've checked that. It's working all right.
Birds are letting up.
Shh. I thought I heard something. No, nothing yet.
Oh, 9 o'clock's past. There's nothing on the wireless. Nothing.
I know.
What does it mean, John?
Don't you see?
Not even the shortwave. Not even the code things.
No.
Birds are gone. Look at Chippykins sleeping.
Sure is someone, somewhere in the world. Some one of the countless transmitters.
Shall we open the door?
Yes, there's a lot to do before the next flood tide.
This is America's 10th Farm Safety Week, proclaimed by the President, supported by all agricultural organizations. The occasion is far more than academic interest to non-farms, too. Every farm accident that cuts production affects supply and prices. This week, on the farm and off, in all farm-connected industries, check your equipment and habits for safety first. $1 billion a year is lost from farm accidents. Eliminate falls, fires, and equipment failure accidents. Live to farm as you farm to live. We now pause for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now we return to the Summer Theater as the curtain rises on Act 3 of The Bird, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall as John Waite.
A single brief glimpse through the open door was enough. I slammed it and paused to consider this new dilemma. The birds were out there, silent and watchful, waiting. Not a single one flew. They stood across the yard and in the fields, perched on the fence and on bushes and in the trees, all silent, watchful, and waiting.
What are we going to do?
I don't know.
They didn't move. Just like Chippykins, every one of them.
Yes. Here, Chippykins. Here's my finger, see. Go on, take a bite.
He won't move.
Is he asleep?
No. No, he seems drugged. Or exhausted.
What are you doing?
Look at them. They're just sitting there. Here, give me that book. There.
It's like they're all hypnotized.
I'm going to the farm.
Then you'd better take me.
Me too, Father, please.
All right. I guess we better all go. There'll be things to carry. Bundle up warm now. It's better cold out there. We went by way of the field. I didn't want to risk the road. It was a strange gray day. Funereal. And the birds all about us, black and silent and waiting. These were the land birds. Out on the bay, I saw the endless gray carpet of seabirds riding the soft swells of the ebb tide and waiting.
Well, there it is.
Oh, they did have a time of it.
Yes. John, hadn't you better go in alone?
Yes. Yes, I think you three had better wait here.
I want to go with you.
No. I want you to stay and take care of your mother.
Look, John, the cows are unharmed, and the sheep.
I guess it wasn't them the birds were after.
Oh, poor thing, she wants milking.
Good idea. There's some buckets over there in the shed, Joe. You and Mother Dobbs milk some of the cows.
And I'll come with you, John.
Sure you want to?
Yes.
All right. Here in the yard, the birds sat motionless, watching. And on the roof of the house, and in the trees, and on the sills of the broken windows. Sprawled near the back door, I found the farmer's body. Inside, the place was a shambles. But the larder in the storeroom was intact, and we took sacks of flour and a tub of butter, and sugar and tinned meats. Supplies for a siege. Upstairs, sprawled by the telephone, was the farmer's wife.
I want to try the wireless.
Oh, it's no use. Here, carry these things out to the car. We have much time, you know.
We taking their car?
Yes?
Is it right?
Call it a neighborly loan, if you like.
We'll need more oil for the stove.
Yes, I'll get it. Come on, Meg, we have work to do. The farmer had been planning to build a new silo, and stacked in the barn were large sheets of galvanized iron. I found snips, too, and a keg of nails. I was racing against time. The second trip I made alone. This time I was in search of lumber, hardwood. I tore up the flooring in the hall of the farmhouse. There was a bale of barbed wire. I tied it to the back of the car. And as a final, futile gesture, I went upstairs to the telephone. Oh, brother. One last look round. It was growing late. And a final gesture. Man lives not by bread alone. I took their gramophone. As I came down the little lane to our door, I glanced out to sea, and my heart stood still. I couldn't believe my eyes. There were ships there. Great battleships, 3 of them. The Royal Navy. Throughout the proud history of this isle. In time of crisis. No, I was wrong. The Navy was not there. The gulls were rising from the sea. The tide was turning. Help me quickly. It's time.
All right. Come on, dear. Mother. the rest?
Yes, hurry, in the house.
The gramophone.
No, not now.
It'll only take a minute.
Help her!
Oh, here then. You take the records.
Come on, they're coming! Bonnie,
What?
that sound upstairs.
They're in.
Oh,
I'm going to build a barricade at the foot of the stairs.
can you do it in time?
I've got to.
And at the door. The sound is different there somehow.
Don't worry about it.
All right, dear.
Mr. Chippykins, you're an evil little man.
Father,
What?
these are all Harry Lauder.
Really?
Every single one.
Well, now, dear, it may seem a little old-fashioned to you, but your father and I used to find him quite entertaining when we were courting.
Did you really?
There was a soft scratching at the windows. This didn't bother me. Those were the small birds. But at the door were the hawks. There I would put up sheets of metal, but that meant nails, and the nails were in the car. Still, I had the snips. Oh, there were so many things to do. Fortifications to erect. A plan of defense to follow. I have done all I can until the next ebb tide. The barbed wire stands in the hall. I intend to nail it across the outside of the windows. I don't think they will be able to get through that. And the galvanized metal is cut to size. And when I get the nails, I will put it up. I am becoming distressed about the main door. The falcons, the hawks, the birds of prey continue to dig at it. But if we can but survive this phase of the attack, we may make out. We have food and fuel for a week. But with each new attack, they grow more intelligent. Their numbers are increasing steadily. When will it end? How will it end? And as I sit here staring at the pages that I have written, I cannot help wondering why. Why the Almighty has decreed that this is to be the end.
Is this the entire manuscript, Jenkins?
Yes, sir. That's all there is.
Well, you're our editor. What do you make of it?
I'm not quite sure, sir. I wish I could talk with the author about it, but as I told you, the story was submitted with no address. I haven't been able to find a trace of John Waite.
Undoubtedly, he's one of those curious, shabby fellows who live in squalor and great prophetic visions. You know the sort.
That's it, sir.
What?
Prophetic. That's what the story is. Almost a warning.
Oh? In what way, Jenkins?
Well, sir, I think it has to do with nature and her system of checks and balances. You see, what he's saying is that a man, with his ever-recurring wars, his new weapons of destruction, threatens to destroy not only himself, but all forms of life. And nature might find a way to prevent this.
By wiping out man, you mean? Getting rid of him?
Yes, sir. Nature, or the Almighty, call it what you will, just isn't going to allow all life to come to an end. And so, through the birds, it will quite simply take care of the situation.
Yes, Jenkins. Perhaps that's it. Perhaps. Who knows?
now, once again, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
You know, Don, it was a pleasure doing a story as odd as the bird, even though I do think you billed me incorrectly.
What do you mean, Bart?
Well, after all, I was scarcely the star of the piece when you consider the gulls and the gannets. Villains that they were, they ran the whole show.
Well, I suppose you're right, Bart, but after all, we couldn't bill a bird.
Bill a bird, indeed.
You made me say it, Bart, but seriously, you still like birds, don't you?
Oh, of course I do. But now I understand something I never did before.
What's that?
You remember during the war we had airplane spotters, men and women, too, who spent hours scanning the skies on watch for the enemy?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, tonight I think I've at last discovered what bird watchers are for.
Well, I give up. But anyway, thank you, Herbert Marshall, for being with us tonight.
It was a great pleasure. Good night, everybody.
Tonight, you've heard Daphne du Maurier's terrifying tale, The Birds, especially adapted for the Summer Theater by James Poe and starring Mr. Herbert Marshall. Featured in the cast were Betty Lou Gerson as Meg, Gloria Gordon as Dobbs, Betty Harford as Jill, Herb Butterfield as the publisher, William Johnstone as the editor, Tudor Owen as the shopkeeper, Ben Wright and Alistair Duncan as BBC announcers. Our producer-director is Fred Mackay. Herbert Marshall may shortly be seen in Riders to the Stars, a United Artists release. And now, this is your host, Don Wilson, reminding you to be with us again next week at this same time, when the Summer Theater will present One Foot in Heaven by Hartzell Spence, and our star will be Mr. Dana Andrews. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Blended, Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat at one of the greatest plays ever produced. So while Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great theater and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Welles.
Tonight, the Mercury brings you one of the most effective short novels of recent years, written by Ellis St. Joseph, A Passenger to Bali.
Most secret, most urgent. To the Commission for Inquiry. A confidential report concerning the disappearance of His Majesty's ship Roundabout, lost somewhere on the China Seas. Here follow excerpts from the log of Captain English, that's myself, master of the Roundabout. In Shanghai, central China, October of last year, a foggy night. Captain English! That was the first time I heard that man's voice calling my name. It has been ringing in my ears ever since. That was the first time I saw his enormous figure in its bell-shaped greatcoat. A figure that haunts me still.
Captain English?
Yes, who is it?
I am the Reverend Dr. Rob Walks, a Dutch missionary bound for Bali, there to distribute Bibles and spread the word of the Lord.
What can I do for
Your
you?
hand, sir. The Lord has brought us together tonight, Captain. What the Lord has put together, Let no man put asunder.
Isn't that your marriage sermon, Dr. Waltz?
A first meeting is a marriage.
Or a parting?
Captain, you're looking at this thing men call my face. Have you seen it before?
No.
So much the better. The meeting, sir, is a marriage.
Dr. Walks threw a palpable shadow over the whole ship. Something you couldn't put your finger on. A sort of restlessness. Unspoken dissension among the crew. Even the officers.
I guess me to lie down on the green pastures. It was there at the table for me in the presence of my enemies. Amen. Gentlemen, I have an excellent appetite today.
I congratulate you, Dr. Walks. You've made a conquest of our cook.
The quickest way to a ship's heart is through its belly, sir.
Why not go straight to the heart?
A practicing missionary, Captain English, cannot afford an impractical idealism, opportunism, strategy.
I'm amazed at you, sir. A man of the cloth talking that way. You believe even in violence, Mr. Walks, to attain your end?
Even without an end, Captain English. Force! Force! Grab what you can in your fists. Throw the scraps to the weak. That's the law of nature.
No right to talk like that. Gentlemen, it's unholy. Well, I won't sit at the same table with a...
With a what? A what, Mr. Stagg?
I don't know what. I've no name for the likes of you.
The Stagg has had his fill. Yeah. What about you, Mr. Wrangle?
That's the kind of thing you preach to the natives. I'm sorry for it. Excuse me, Captain.
Goodbye, Mr. Wrangle. We're alone now, Captain. Are you with me, sir?
No, Mr. Waltz. You're with me on my ship, which you seem to have forgotten. The next morning, we lay off the shallow water of Beulah Long. The valley.
Captain English, sir. Captain English, I beg a word with you.
Surely, Mr. Waltz, you're not so poor in words that you need to beg one.
Here are $200 in the currency of God's own country. I'm hiring one of your lifeboats for a brief period of half an hour to get ashore.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Must I swim for it?
I wouldn't if I were you. That's the government launch.
Government launch? Listen, man, this is your last chance. Yours as well as mine. Get me off this boat and take the consequences. I swear it. You ransack the four corners of the globe looking for this minute. Don't let it slip through your fingers. There's eternity in it.
I'm Van Matvis, Captain, Chief Inspector of the port.
How do you do?
So I look over your papers. Bills of lading. Manifest. What is this, a declaration? A passenger? You say you're a passenger? A missionary?
Well, certainly I see nothing peculiar about that.
But we are not permitting a missionary here in Bali for many years. They're causing too much trouble with the natives. All the world knows this.
How do you do?
Dr. Walks, Van Mattis.
I'm very, very glad to meet you, sir.
Oh, it is you. This morning I wake, the birds sing, the sun is shining. Why is no volcanic eruption warning me that you are coming?
My good sir, I am the eruption.
But how is it possible you are coming as a clergyman here to Bali?
I had no time for shopping, my dear sir. This is the only suit that would fit there.
They are not making clothes big enough to fit you, eh? No countries either.
No!
Captain, this gentleman is not a Dutchman.
No, of course
he is not a missionary. He is what you call an international figure.
Yes,
What's that? Everywhere he goes, he is making trouble.
First in the west and now in the east.
Oh, please be clear, sir. What does it do? What has it done?
Only God is knowing that. Last year, 5,000 coolies were following him from the cotton mills in Wuzhou, now 2 hours from Shanghai.
6,000 coolies, sir.
Oh, that's very interesting, but what am I to do with him?
Well, the Dutch East Indies are close to him. I do not know where is not close to such a man. I doubt you will lose him. He belongs to you.
Would you turn me into a Flying Dutchman, sir!
A Flying Dutchman!
Good.
That's right, Mr. Walk.
Flying Dutchman!
After Bali, the news of our Flying Dutchman flew like a screaming gull before our mast. In Makassar, Benyomasin, Rempang, Batavia, Koba, Pekan, Singapore, Bangkok, the answers were all the same.
No, Captain, you cannot land him here. We do not want him. We won't have him.
We want none of him. We know him. He's a pest that plagued this men. The port is closed to Mr. Walks. Moreover, so long as he is on your ship, the port is closed to your ship.
It's impossible to say when or how, but slowly, imperceptibly, our passenger came to take possession of the ship and all its crew. The natives fell more and more deeply under his spell. I was their captain in name, he in fact. We were his prisoners, not he ours. He all but emptied our stores with a huge appetite. Sacrificing all hope of profit, all hope of everything but emptying our ship of that loathsome passenger, we set our course west under ballast to Shanghai. There, port officials informed us that the British consul, Mr. Chisholm, was to favor us with a personal visit. But it was noon before he came aboard.
The Chinese port authorities informed me of your predicament, Captain, and asked me to handle it in my own manner.
So much the better for all of us.
According to their specific instructions.
Oh, I don't understand, Mr. Chisholm.
My dear fellow, don't try it. It's diplomacy. Only the stupid try to understand diplomacy, and they spoil the game for the rest of us. It's like playing blind man's buff with a really blind man, and that makes it too macabre. Now, I say, wouldn't you ask me to sit down?
Oh, please, please.
Yes, thank you. I see there's a cold draft on my back. Would you mind closing the door?
A draft? In this heat?
Diplomacy, my dear fellow, a diplomatic way of suggesting we may be overheard.
Oh. And now, Mr. Chisholm?
Oh, yes, sir. Where were we?
We hadn't begun.
But to be sure, you're Flying Dutchman. Of course, you can't land him here.
I can't? What did you say?
The man's a bounder, you know. Shanghai has its quota of bounders.
But I understood Shanghai wants him. The police are looking for him.
Mr. Walks would certainly be arrested if he set foot on land, but he will not be given the opportunity. This saves the Chinese government a complicated legal procedure and the trouble and expense of providing for him.
What of my trouble? What of my expense?
Really, my friend?
A man is on my boat and I can't get rid of him. No port will accept him. Worse than that, no port will receive us while he's on board. They've turned him into a Flying Dutchman and they've turned us into a phantom ship. My crew is not allowed to land, not even to desert. Am I expected to sail him round the world all the rest of my days?
Captain, the man you have on your ship carries no passport and is claimed by no country. Legally, he doesn't exist. And as such, no flag protects him. He has no rights, and if he were suddenly to disappear, no questions would be asked.
Yes.
You know, if I were in your shoes, Captain, I'd go for a walk around the deck with him on some dark night.
But that's murder.
I fail to see how you can murder a man who doesn't exist. I shall anticipate a bit and report that your passenger does not exist. I found no one on the boat that remotely resembles Mr. Walks.
Am I a ghost, gentlemen?
Oh, Mr. Walks, I didn't hear you coming.
Is this the English consul, the august representative of Great Britain?
As I was saying, Captain, I shall report that there is no such person as Mr. Walks. Your passenger doesn't exist. Nevertheless, I must take the proper precautions. I shall report that I found plague on board. Cholera, I think, or bubonic.
Would you turn me into a disease?
China can control bubonic.
Oh?
She has no antidote to Mr. Walks.
No, you don't, Mr. Chisholm. I'm big enough to fill this doorway. I wouldn't try to pass if I were you. I'm a catching disease, I warn you. The captain and the crew have caught me, and I'm fatal to them. Try to pass me, and you'll catch it yourself. You see, Mr. Chisholm, when I'm in your way, you've got to take notice of me. By heaven, I do exist. That's all, sir. You may leave. With my permission. Well, Captain English, we are as we were.
Now, Mr. Walks, I'm going to take Mr. Chisholm's advice.
No, has he suggested one more port, still another? It'll take me, is there? Such a place. Such a land on earth.
Have no doubt they will accept you there.
Will they? Should hardly have thought it possible. Even if I were to die, I doubt if you'd lose me. You'd probably carry me back and forth between heaven and hell.
You are listening tonight, ladies and gentlemen, to a story called A Passenger to Bali. Starred in our Mercury cast tonight is a Mercury actor you remember from several of our motion pictures and from broadcasts without number. He's playing Captain English, and he is the very gifted and versatile Mr. Everett Sloane. Rounding out an all-Mercury cast are Alfred Shirley, whom you've just heard as the British consul, and Stefan Schnabel and Guy Spall. These latter two, Fridays excepted, are to be seen in almost as many parts as there are countries in our current musical Around the World in 80 Days. But just now it's intermission time. Here's a young gentleman with some remarks on the subject of the summer theater. Careful what you say, Jim.
Well, Mr. Wells, I only want to say something which I know you'll agree with. And that's this. Good summer theater should be, well, not too heavy and not too light, but just fresh, clean, sparkling, like Pabst Blue Ribbon. You see, friends, there's a reason for that real beer taste of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yes, and there's a reason for that unchanging Pabst Blue Ribbon quality. For every single drop of this truly great beer is always full flavor blended of never less than 33 fine brews. So, these days, when your dealer is occasionally unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, please keep on asking. Remember, every bottle you get will live up to Pabst standards of quality and taste. Yes, every bottle will be, as always, blended splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Part the second. The barometer's falling out on the China Seas. Bad weather's on the way. Aboard His Majesty's ship, the Roundabout, the queer and evil Reverend Dr. Ralph Walks is still a passenger to Bali.
Mr. Wrangle! Yes, Captain? Call me if the wheel starts to kick up. We may need to lash her.
I say, Captain, I've been thinking a good deal these last 2 days about, this situation of ours, about war. What's to keep us from giving him a lifeboat and some food and setting him adrift?
He'd starve to death.
But we wouldn't be there to see it, would we?
No, that's impossible. It's inhuman.
I suppose you'd sooner see him drown, eh? Kinda.
Drown?
Why not, sir? It's going to be a dark night, isn't it? If a man fell overboard tonight...
Who told you to say that?
Why, nobody, sir. It stands to reason.
It's beyond reason.
Listen, sir, we can't carry him from now until the day of judgment.
Mr. Stagg, report to the engine room. Full speed ahead. Fire the boilers to top steam. Keep her headed into the wind.
Aye, sir.
Batten down the hatches. Call all men on deck that aren't in the engine room. Secure everything. I'll see to the wind.
Aye, aye, sir.
Dirty weather. Dirty weather, eh, Captain?
Walks.
Why, surprised you're thinking of me, or were you conspiring with the wind and the waves?
I must be on the bridge, Mr. Walks.
Tell me, sir, why do you hate me?
What?
This is no time for equivocation. If you must spare me that. Give me the reason, one good reason. Why do you hate me?
You tricked me into accepting you on this...
Your animosity began long before you knew me for what I am.
I hated you the night I picked you up off the wharf.
I found my reasons later. That night, Mr. Watts, I hated you without cause.
Thank you. You hated me before you knew anything about me. And you must have hated me for some reason within yourself, Captain.
I must go up to the bridge.
You were to blame, not I. You and the civilized world. Your world. That have bound me to you.
Let's go.
But civilization is rotting, Captain. Because its origin is fear. The vacuum that nature abhors. Like the center of this hurricane, upon which the four winds of the earth are converging.
Captain English!
Let me go. 2,000 years, the strong have been sacrificed to the weak. With what result? To imprison the strong, the weak have imprisoned themselves.
The wheel, Captain English, the wheel!
That is why you abominate me, Captain. Because I've destroyed your illusion of freedom and betrayed you. Yourself. I am the opposition. You know what the British consul, Mr. Stagg, told you to do? Well, I do. Here we are at the railing's end. Why don't you do it? If our positions were reversed, do you think I'd hesitate for a moment? I'd move quietly. I'd take a certain step forward.
I will. By heaven, I will.
Fool. You're not strong enough. This ship is mine. I'll never leave it. Get up. I'll give you back your life. You would have died with your conscience. You would never have survived me.
The wheel! Captain, the wheel! The wheel! Loose! Catch fire! Hold the wheel loose! It goes splatter!
The huge wooden wheel in blurred outline, spinning. It would chop our hands off if we touched it, and the ship was shrieking in a death agony. Her life was a matter of moments. With an uncontrollable rudder, she would drive herself down into the deep. A great wave struck the walls and broke in the door and descended upon us. As the ship raised her shoulders above the sea and the water washed out through the whirling wheel, we saw looming in the doorway an immense figure. With the salt water running down him, dripping from his face and fingers, Mr. Watts might have risen from the sea itself.
Out of the way!
Mr. Watts, you can't stop that wheel! It'll kill you!
I'll stop it if I have to smash it!
Watts! He's done it! He's got the wheel on his back!
I've got the ocean. The whole ocean on my back.
If you can hold it till the rope
I can hold it. I can. Gentlemen, I doubt if it will be necessary.
What's that? What's that you say?
I'm holding nothing. The ship's rudder has just snapped.
Next morning, the ship was a corpse, floating face upward, wrecked and mangled beyond all recognition. We were 200 miles off the coast of China. We had no wireless, and the roundabout pass controller repair might sink before she were sighted by another vessel.
Then your mind's made up, Captain?
Yes, Mr. Stagg. We're all men on deck.
Aye, sir.
And who has been ringing the ship's bell?
No one, sir.
A ghost. A ghost bell. A ghost ship.
Shut up, Walks. The rope's broken, Captain. The bell's ringing by herself. It's the swaying that does it.
This is the Flying Dutchman's demon vessel. We drift rudderless in a fog, in all directions, to no port.
He's out of his mind, sir.
Let him talk. Let the bell toll. We've no time for either of them. We're abandoning ship.
Women and children first. Roundabout is no more. This is manifold. The vast boat, it is a whole world. The mountains are her masts. The middle of her hull are a pivot for the moon. Her cables are the circumference of St. Peter's Dome and extend around the globe.
The ship is sinking, Mr.
Her
Watts.
lower masts are so high that a boy becomes a gray-headed man before he reaches the futtock shrouds. She takes 100 years to tack, and when one of her sailors dies, she buries civilization.
Into the lifeboat, men.
You've a long way to row, Captain, with me in tow. Who'll pick up a doomsday passenger? Row on, sir. Row on! Touch land. And away we go.
The boat, men. Easy does it.
See, they leave room for me. Leave room. I'm a man that likes to stretch his legs.
Are you so sure of yourself?
Oh, yes. As sure as I am of you, Captain. I rely upon your charity, pity, mercy, your holy virtues that are oil for the faulty machinery of justice. Where love leads justice, the blind lead the blind.
Then it would be just to leave you behind.
You don't dare. You don't dare to leave me behind.
How well you know me, Mr. Watts. I suppose you even rely upon my gratitude.
Gratitude for what?
You saved the ship last night.
Gratitude? I saved you last night as a soldier infested by lice. I crouched beneath cannon fire and thus rescue himself and them from a common death. Gave you enough thought.
I see. All right, Mr. Stagg, we're ready. Give the order to abandon ship.
Captain, this time I obey your order gladly.
It wasn't meant for you, Mr. Watts. You're not going.
What's that?
You always wanted my ship. I'm giving her to you. She's yours.
I'm not going!
Now you are the captain. I needn't remind you of a captain's duty to stay with his ship.
You leave me on the roundabout.
She may float for a week or an hour. You'll be safe for a while, and there'll be food enough even for you. I wish you a pleasant journey, wherever you're going.
I'll see you out first.
Ready, Mr. Stagg?
Aye, sir.
Into the lifeboats, men.
Wait.
Don't listen to him, sir.
Well?
Captain, I've no excuse. I'm the lowest of the low. My home is deeper than the grave, deeper than the sea. You're right to desert me.
And there's nothing more to say.
But have you no pity, Captain? Captain, have you no charity, no mercy?
Oil, you called it. Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Not so soon. Don't forget I'm your shadow, your doppelganger, your doomsday passenger.
Mr. Watts, I warn you.
Your voice isn't loud enough for me to hear.
Stay where you are. Now, if I shout through the muzzle of this gun, you may hear the whisper.
I hear you very well now.
It's a pity it had to end this way. I would move heaven and earth.
Heaven and earth will stay where they are. So will I.
There is a cast-off, sir. I'm coming, Mr. Stagg. My sextant, Mr. Watts. You'll need it.
Not I! I'll shoot the sun and stars with more than a sextant before I die. Get along, sir, and whistle for the wind. We'll be meeting again soon enough. Lower away!
We pushed off with no other sound than the movement of our oars. Walks followed us around the deck and finally lifted his hand and waved. We moved apart. As the loom of the great hull grew shadowy, only a little heavier and darker than the enveloping whiteness, his colossal figure seemed to dwarf the vessel. The roundabout rose gradually out of the black and silver water and heaved to in midair as though awaiting a message. Then the hull dilated in the fog and faded on the horizon like sea mist in the morning sun. We could see nothing but our own strained faces dimly in the milky light.
heard our Mercury production of A Passenger to Bali. And now just a few words from our sponsors on the very important subject of prices. The makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon are holding their prices at the levels established by OPA last month. Also, when government price control ended last Sunday night, they telegraphed each wholesale distributor of Pabst Blue Ribbon throughout the country, urgently counseling him to do likewise. Further, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon strongly urge beer retailers all over the country to do the same. For we believe it's up to all of us to do our utmost in the battle against inflation. Well, after next Friday, we're bringing to your radio, if we may, for the first time, a story that's just about due to come to your movie theater. Edward G. Robinson, Loretta Young, and your obedient servant are involved in the proceedings. The last name is also the director, and it's going to be fun, I think, translating The Stranger, for that's the name of the story, for the microphone. The Stranger is a love story, but it's got more than its quota of chills and shivers, being all about, to quote the current advertisement, the most deceitful man a woman ever loved. That would seem to be me. So join us next week, same time, same station, and decide for yourselves about that. Until then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, and for the whole Mercury Theater, including especially tonight Mr. Everett Sloan, and as usual, Maestro Bernard Herrmann, who is responsible for the music, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Makers of splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Patrick Barr as David Coleman in The Rabid Summer by James Follett, with Clifford Norgate, Pauline Lepps, Garrard Green, and John Ringham. The Rabid Summer.
Coleman?
Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Coleman. This is Inspector Swan.
Oh, hello, Tim. What's up?
Isn't Councillor Mrs. Collins a regular customer of yours?
Oh, no. Has another of her cats been run over?
A fox has had a go at one. Chased it into her kitchen through her cat door, would you believe?
I believe anything a fox is these days.
Anyway, the cat's badly maimed, and I was wondering if you'd come over to her place to do the necessary.
No, I'll be there in 15 minutes.
What's the matter, David?
The cat catastrophe. Go back to sleep. I won't be long.
So that's a shrew in trap 6.
Male, 16 grams.
And according to the mark, it was the same shrew we caught in trap 3 last week.
Which means his territory ranges well over 2 hectares. Something else for the local zoological society to ponder on. Which trap's next?
Number 7, Dad, over by that hollow tree.
Right. Yeah, it's good to have you back, Tess. Muriel and I still haven't adjusted to the idea of having you for the whole summer.
Oh, except for my month in Spain.
Yes, when is that?
In 6 weeks. Last 2 weeks in June and the first 2 in July.
I wish it wasn't for so long. We hardly ever see you, know.
You'll be sick of the sight of me come September. Anyway, my thin blood will be craving that Spanish sun. So would yours after 2 years in Iran.
Well, won't you come back here when your contract expires?
Well, I've heard a whisper it'll be renewed.
Oh?
In any case, I wouldn't want to live here. Oh, it's a lovely place to have been brought up in. All those beaches. But I can't see myself ending up marrying a farmer who's forever complaining about the weather and the government.
Now, those complaining farmers and sick cattle have paid for your education, my love.
Ah, but they're not paying so well now, are they?
I knew it was a mistake letting you tackle my paperwork.
Well, I have to keep my hand in. The point is, Dad, that Although you're the only vet serving the town, business isn't doing so well now, is it?
Well, things are a bit slack at the moment.
Oh, come off it, Dad. Look at the fields round those woods. Pasture land crammed with dairy herds when I was a kid. And now there are acres and acres of pick-your-own vegetables and strawberries for day trippers.
You can't blame the farmers if that's what makes money these days.
Mummy told me that Uncle Harold had asked you to take over his small animal practice.
I've no intention of spending the rest of my career in suburbia doing nothing else but nursing pampered pussies. At least there's variety in general practice. Horse in foal one day and ailing gerbills the next. Looks like a visitor, number 7. Give us the spring balancer.
Oh.
190 grams. The trap weighs 110. What was the bedding weight, Tess?
50 grams.
So our client weighs...
30 grams, Dad. You really are hopeless. What have you found?
Looks like there's been a fight over there. Blood and paw marks.
Oh, between a couple of dogs?
Well, hard to tell. They're too smudged. Probably foxes. This wood's overrun with them. They're getting cheeky with it. A month before you got back, one chased one of Councillor Collins' cats into her kitchen and half killed it.
Oh.
Never seen such a mess. And last week I saw a couple in the marketplace scavenging around the refuse bins.
At least they're better at adapting to change than some humans.
Let's see what we've got in the trap.
It's a vole. Come on out, little fellow. Come on. Let's have a look at you. Oh, his back's marked. An old customer, Dad.
You know, I'm going to have to find another survey area soon. The furry lads in this wood are learning to recognize my traps as somewhere to go for a meal and a night's lodging, like those weird boyfriends you used to bring home.
Hey, isn't he tame? Shall I sax him?
Well, definitely male to be so docile in your hands. I should wear gloves, Tess. They can pack a hell of a bite.
You won't bite me, will you, little fella? I'm just turning you over to have a look at you. Yes, male.
He's very tame, isn't he?
Oh, look. Poor little chap. You have been in the wars. Look at that bite, Dad.
Looks like a fox has taken a nip at him.
Oh, is that why he's so tame? Because he's in a state of shock?
Oh, shouldn't think so. That wound looks at least a week old.
Will he be all right?
Well, the wound's healing and he's eaten all the bait.
Oh, poor little thing. To a nasty old fox.
Tess, you really should wear gloves when you're...
Oh, he's got teeth like needles.
Let me see.
Little devil.
Oh, you better suck it as hard as you can. Does it hurt?
No, it stings more than anything.
Come on, we'll call today.
Right.
If we walk fast enough, we should get home in time to call Dr. Phillips before his surgery closes.
It's nothing, Dad. Just a little nip.
You know I never take chances with animal bites.
It's nothing. A drop of disinfectant won't take care of.
Come on, home. Smells good.
Oh, yes. For once you're early. Lunch isn't for another hour. How did you get on?
Got 8 shrews, 2 weasels, and a vole got me. Where's the medicine chest, Mum?
Blessed amateur zoologists. All you seem to learn about wild animals is that they bite. Show me. Oh, yes. Is it deep?
No.
Who are you calling, David?
Dr. Phillips. As if he hasn't enough to worry about. I do wish you will make a fuss, Dad.
I've got some antiseptic here somewhere.
Hello, Dr. Phillips' surgery. My name's David Coleman. My daughter's just been bitten by a vole, and I'd like her to have a shot.
Really not necessary.
Is it okay if I bring her round in, say, 10 minutes?
He doesn't change, does he?
Well, why not? Look, I'm not asking for major surgery, just an anti-tetanus shot. Well, I think it is urgent.
Come on now, what's the dressing?
Good grief, woman, what's the point in setting up an expensive health centre if you have to refer even simple treatment to the general hospital 12 miles away? In that case, perhaps you'd give Dr. Phillips a message. Tell him he can find another vet to call out in the middle of the night when one of his kids' ponies is sick.
There goes another client. You really must learn to control your temper.
I'm sorry, Muriel, but that sort of attitude infuriates me.
Anyway, it's done now. Look.
That's not the point. What's the use of having an expensive health... Hello, yes? Oh, good morning, Major. Yes. Oh, dear, sorry to hear it. Yes, sure. Yeah, give me 10 minutes, I'll be right over.
Oh, can't we even have a Saturday off?
Sorry, my love, but Major Latham's one customer we can't afford to lose.
Bye.
One of his cows has just got through the fence and fallen into the creek.
Well, try and be back within the hour.
And get him to pay you in cash. Did you know Major Latham owes Dad nearly £250?
Still a faint heartbeat. Okay, old girl. Easy, easy. It won't be long now. I gave her a fairly hefty dose.
Damn fencing contractors. I'm going to stop that check.
She's going.
Best jersey in the herd.
That's it.
Well, thanks for coming down so quickly, Dave.
I'm only sorry there was nothing for it but to destroy it.
You get used to it, don't you?
Well, I don't know about other vets, but I never have. Whether it's a kid's hamster or a fully grown cow.
Well, anyway, shove it on the account, won't you?
That reminds me, Major. Don't take offense if you get a reminder over last month's account. We've got Tess at home on leave for the summer, and she's decided to look after my paperwork. She tends to be efficient.
Well, I don't suppose that oil company would have her if she wasn't. Yet I'm sorry about that bill, Dave, but to be perfectly honest, things have been a bit tight lately. I might have to get shot of the yacht.
Is that why she's over there, not in the marina?
A mud berth's a tenth of the price those rogues charge for marina mooring.
She looks beautiful. Reckon you'd have trouble selling her?
We might not have to if I can hang on through the summer. I've got some parties of French and German businessmen coming over when the fox hunting season starts. You wouldn't believe what they're prepared to pay for a fortnight's sport. I suppose I'd better bring the pickup down. Damn nuisance, that jersey.
What's happened to Bess? Don't often see you without her at your side.
She's on heat. I have to keep her in.
So soon after our last letter? Have you found homes for them yet?
I drowned them, Dave. They were curs.
Well, didn't you leave Bess at least one? Look, I wish you'd let me deal with them.
Oh, I can't afford you for non-essential work.
I'd willingly have done it for nothing. Anyway, he's a sturdy cat, Mrs. Collins. Bring him along to Tuesday's surgery and I'll have a look at him. But I'm sure he'll be fine by Monday.
Well, I just can't be too careful after what happened to poor Shandy. Oh, dear, I've just remembered. There's a council meeting Tuesday evening. Will Monday morning be all right?
Oh, that'll be fine.
I dare say the school will manage without me for half an hour.
Now, if you'd excuse me...
Mr. Coleman, where's that charming daughter of yours?
Tess is in Spain on holiday.
Oh. You know, I must get you to give the children a talk on being a vet.
Next, please.
Down, boy. You've seen this before.
Oh, dear. Mind. Oh, Mr. Harding, I understand the Forestry Commission have approved the use of warfarin hoppers in their campaign against grey squirrels.
Tree rats, we call them, Mrs. Collins.
I don't approve of this indiscriminate poisoning of wildlife, and I'll be bringing the matter up at the next council meeting.
It's not indiscriminate. And if you had 2,000 acres of conifers to look after...
I think you'd better take Martini out, Mrs. Collins. He might find an Alsatian's more than he bargained for. I'll see him on Monday morning, all right?
Yes. And Martini doesn't approve of Alsatians.
He's a German shepherd dog. Silly old battle axe.
She's all right, really. Hello, Zulu. What's the matter with you, then?
Oh, this one's Simba.
Oh?
Zulu's slightly darker.
Well, up on the table, Simba. Good boy. Ah, what's the trouble? Oh, yes, this bite.
I took him with me into 7 Acre Copse. He was scratching around in a clearing near one of those striped poles you use to mark your tracks, when this fox stepped out of the undergrowth, bold as you please, and trotted up to him.
A fox?
I tried to show it off, but it didn't take the slightest bit of notice. It was rather funny, really. They were nose to nose like statues, with Simba's hackles standing on end. Then the fox lunged forward, bit Simba on the shoulder, and dashed off.
Extraordinary behavior for a fox. Look, this might hurt him a bit, so if you could hold him firmly...
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Good evening, Major Latham. Just the man I wanted.
Oh, evening, Dave. Give him his usual, Mary, and same again for me.
Thanks. You own the 7-acre copse, don't you, Major?
And it's yours for the market price value of agricultural land per acre with the standing timber thrown in. And that's worth a bit. Had an offer last month. Turned it down. Damn crook.
I don't want to buy it.
Oh, pity.
Have you been in it recently?
Not since the last shoot. Why?
Well, this may seem silly.
Oh, try me. Cheers.
Cheers. Well, it's just that the wildlife in that copse seems abnormally tame.
Hardly surprising. The amount of free meals you dish out in those traps of yours.
Clive Harding, the forestry warden, brought one of his Alsatians to my surgery today. It had been bitten by a fox which had walked up to it, bold as brass, taking a chunk out of its shoulder.
They'll be trotting up to the pack next in the middle of a chase and licking their faces.
Well, that's not all. A few weeks back, Tess and I caught a friendly vole. Well, friendly at first, that is. Then there was that business of, well, what must have been a 7-acre fox getting into Mrs. Collins's kitchen and killing one of her cats.
You know, she was voted in as chairman of the council at the last meeting.
I'd heard. What I was wondering...
It was my turn. Just because a fellow owes a few bob here and
I
there.
was wondering if you might have any ideas.
What about? Oh, the wildlife behavior.
Yes.
I remember my father opening the Botany Bay plantation when I was a boy. He took the fences down once the trees were established. The animals in there weren't used to people. Rabbits and squirrels used to eat out of your hand. Surely you've heard of such cases?
Yes, but...
Not that many people go to 7-acre copse these days. Too far from the main road.
Well, maybe you're right. But I still think there's something very odd about the wildlife in that copse.
David? David, I want to talk to you about Harold's offer.
Not now, Muriel.
All right, then. I'll put a time in your appointments book, shall I?
When we finish breakfast.
Now.
Look, we've been here 26 years now, ever since Tess was born. It suits us, a small town on the coast.
You mean a dying town? Look, you've always said that it's the small animal vets who are making money these days. Harold's practice must be doing well for him to contemplate retiring at 55. It's a marvellous offer which you're crazy not to jump at.
Well, this practice keeps me busy.
Filling in all those silly record cards which aren't even necessary. You'd be better occupied chasing a few outstanding debts. Tess told me that some of the farmers round here owe you a small fortune. Oh, post. I'll get it. Maybe Major Layton has finally paid his bill. Oh, another postcard from Tess and several bills.
Well, leave them in the office.
Okay. Nearly as hot as Iran. Spaniards better behaved than Italians. Return flight arrives 1750, your time on the 10th of July. Has Major Layton paid his bill yet?
Oh, she shouldn't put things like that on a postcard.
Can you meet me, please, love, Tess? Well, that's odd. She said she'd be returning on the 18th.
Oh, maybe the tour operators made a mistake. 10th, that's the day after tomorrow. We could be at the airport by 5:30 if I shut up shop at 4:30. There she is. Tess!
Dave, she looks terrible.
Hello, Tess. Here, let me take these.
Hello, darling. Tessie, are you feeling okay?
I'll be all right. I expect it was the flight.
You don't look at all well. Oh, leave the luggage, Dave. Bring the car round to the front entrance.
Is there anything I can get her?
Just get the car. Well, did you have to come this way?
The main road will be jammed with weekend coastal traffic at this time.
I'm sorry to be such a nuisance.
It's no trouble, Tessa. Now stop worrying.
Oh, it's good to be back. I couldn't get any sleep at the hotel. There seemed to be parties and noise going on all night.
Not like you to complain about noise.
Ignore him. How long have you been feeling like this?
About 10 days. The tour people fixed up for me to come home on an earlier flight. I just feel so tired and listless all the time.
Shall I drive straight round to Dr. Phillips before going home?
No, please, don't make a fuss. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep.
Cup of tea?
Oh, thanks, love.
Oh, I'm going to do a salad for this evening. It's too hot for cooking. What are you typing?
begging letters. Begging people to pay up. I haven't got Tessie's flair. How is she?
She's still asleep.
That's, what, over 20 hours now?
Yeah.
She must have been exhausted.
Well, can you fix up the fan in her room? It's over 90 in there.
When I finish this.
Oh, Dave, I'm worried about her. She seems to be delirious.
Are you sure?
Well, she's muttering in her sleep. That prescription's not doing much good. She's still got a temperature, and yet she hasn't touched any of our water. You should have got the doctor to see her.
His receptionist said there's nearly 20 kids off school with this summer flu. Remember how it used to knock out Tess every year?
Well, she hasn't worn any of the clothes I'd ironed for her. She was so looking forward to the holiday, too.
Coming, Tess! Dad, please!
Coming, darling!
What is it, Tess?
A nightmare.
All right, my love, it's all over now. There, darling.
I was in a steel cage. I was sworn scraps of food on the floor. Steel. Steel all around like a trap. A giant trap.
All right now, my darling. Now it's got you. Everything's going to be all right, darling. David, there's a box of tissues on my bed.
Right.
Quickly. All right, my love. All right, darling. I'm not leaving you. There.
Steel.
There, darling.
Dark and cold. Something's going to happen to me.
No, nothing's going to happen to
I know.
you.
I can feel it.
She
Terrible.
looks awful.
You're going to have to get that Dr. Cut to come out.
She's so hot.
All right, my darling.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there's nothing to be sorry for. Let's see if we can get some water into her. Come on, Tess. Come on, darling. Sit up. There.
Come on,
That's
Tess.
it.
Just a sip, Tess.
No.
Please, Tess, it's only water.
She's so strong, I can't hold her.
Dahlia, look at her eyes.
Get some water into her. Hold the glass to her lips.
What's the matter with her?
Get that doctor.
I'll
You
go
must
right
get
away.
that doctor.
That was the number. Come on.
This is the Mill Lane Health Centre answering service.
Oh, my
The
God.
surgery is closed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Urgent calls should be referred to the emergency doctor on 421.
Oh, the hell with it.
Oh, for God's sake, hurry up!
As quick as I can. Can I speak to Inspector Swan if he's on duty, please?
Speaking.
Tim, this is Dave Coleman. Dr. Phillips left a prescription out for my daughter this morning, and now she's very ill. We think he must have made a mistake. His private number isn't listed. Now, could you let me have it so I can call him direct, please? It's very urgent.
Hold on a moment. Did the doctor see your daughter this morning?
No, we called too late for him to make a house call. His receptionist thought the symptoms sounded like this flu bug and got the doctor to leave a prescription out. Please hurry, Tim.
Look, I can't give you his number, but I'll call him for you. It sounds as if you'll need an ambulance. Have you called one?
No, we didn't want to move her too far from Dr. Phillips, as he's the only one that knows what he put on that prescription.
Well, I'll call one and get the doctor round to your place right away.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks a million.
All right, kids. Come in, Daddy, right here. We'll be at the hospital in just a few minutes.
I'll kill that doctor, so help me.
But if he said the pills were only a mild antibiotic...
That's not the point. To refuse to come out and see her because we'd called an ambulance.
Not pills. I know what it is. Iran.
Oh, my darling. Don't try to talk.
No. I go.
There is nothing we can do now, nurse, but wait.
5 minutes 30 since the last seizure, Doctor. Have you seen what she's done to the straitjacket?
Sister Bickle was at home, Dr. Menon. He's coming over to open the lab immediately. I've seen it at home, but I never thought I'd ever see it in this country.
There's no doubt.
I could be wrong, but the symptoms are the same. Dilated pupils, excessive salivation, convulsions.
And the superhuman strength?
Yes, that too. There's an 8-year-old girl in my village. It needed 4 men to hold her down. Not for long. No, leave her.
Oh, but Doctor,
there is nothing you can do. Nothing any of us can do.
Mr. David Coleman?
Yes?
Good morning. I'm Martin Willis, the Medical Officer of Health, and this is Mr. Ian Margent.
Oh, yes, you rang an hour ago. Come in.
Thank you. We're extremely sorry to have to trouble you at such a time, but the point
Through
is...
here. I'm sorry everything's in such a mess. I've been going through my daughter's things.
Well, if we could leave it to another time, we would, Mr. Coleman, but there are some urgent questions that must be answered.
Mr. Margent is the Regional Veterinary Officer.
Yes, we've met before. The doctor at the hospital gave my wife a sedative last night, but if you'd like to see her... I expect
Oh,
she'll
no,
be
please don't disturb her, Mr. Coleman.
Have the hospital
Well,
confirmed?
I'm expecting a call from them. I gave them your number. I hope you didn't mind.
No. A fluorescent antibody test on brain tissue, the same test as for animals?
Yes, that's right.
I've been reading about it.
We understand that Tess had just come back from a trip to Spain. When did she arrive in this country?
The day before yesterday, July the 10th.
And she went when?
Well, you better have this. It's her itinerary from the tour operator.
Torremolinos.
Well, there was a case in 75. Nothing since. Anyway, it's too quick. The incubation period in humans...
Had Tess been out of the country on other trips during the past 18 months or so?
Well, yes. She was home on leave for the summer after spending 2 years in Iran with the Taranko Oil Company. I thought you knew.
No, we didn't. Where in Iran? Tehran?
I can never pronounce the name of the place. The address is on her letters. Here's one. That place.
Thanks.
When did she come home?
Beginning of April.
Yes, it's listed. 21 cases the year before last, 29 last year, and 33 confirmed so far this year.
No, excuse me. Coleman? Yes, he's here. The hospital for you, Mr. Willis.
Thank you. Willis? Yes? You're certain? I see. No, I can't talk now. We'll see you in the hospital in an hour. Fine. Thank you for calling. The interim test was positive, Mr. Coleman.
Ah.
It now seems certain that your daughter died of rabies.
And this is a photograph of her left ankle.
Mm-hmm.
You see that faint trace of scar tissue?
Oh, yes.
As far as I can see, that's the only possible infection site. Naturally, I can't be 100% certain.
It's healed well?
Yes, well. Once the rabies virus enters the nervous system, it leaves no trace at the infection site. Normal healing often does take place in the case of long incubation periods. I suppose this mark could have been caused by, say, the girl injuring herself in coral when swimming. But it's the only skin lesion on her body that accords with a dog bite.
And dogs are the main vectors of the disease in Iran. How old is the bite?
If that's what it is, and I think it is, I'd say between 6 months and a year.
Is it likely that this bite occurred after her return from Iran?
April? No, most unlikely. You can see how well it's healed.
Ah, yes.
If she'd spent 2 years in Iran up until last April, then that's where she got this bite. I'd stake my reputation on that.
And there's the beach. Not as popular as it was. Too much pollution. Another hotel closed last month. Have you seen all you want to see?
Yes, the daughter of a vet. That was worrying me.
A coincidence. Like that Royal Army Veterinary Corps officer living next door to the owners of that rabid dog in Camberley was a coincidence.
I've counted 10 stray dogs so far.
What's that got to do with it?
I was just thinking of the consequences.
Look, Margent. She died of rabies, all right? I agree it's a coincidence that her father's a vet, but he's not the supervisory vet at the quarantine kennels, and we've satisfied ourselves that a quarantined animal hasn't escaped or cross-infected an animal just released. So there's no way the girl could have come into contact with a rabid animal in this country. She'd just come back from 2 years in Iran where the disease is epizootic. Now, what more evidence do you want?
Oh.
Now, let's go back to my office and write our report saying that there's no danger. All right?
That amounts to all the money I've taken in deposits for next season's fox hunting guests. And you can tell your Mr. Snell that's all I've got. He can have the rest when the season starts.
I'll see if I can persuade Mr. Snell to accept this, but he's an impatient man, Major.
I wouldn't have joined that club had I known the sort of people that were running it.
Had we known the sort of person you were, we wouldn't have let you. When members win, as you have in the past, then they rightly expect to be paid immediately, just as Mr. Snell expects to be paid immediately when they lose.
He'll just have to wait, Kemp. I'm sorry.
This is a very pleasant farmhouse, and 3,000 acres? Quite a sizable estate. That's why Mr. Snell allowed you to run up such a debt.
It's worth a damn sight more than I owe that little crook, so you can think again.
You do the thinking, Major. Think about the two methods Mr. Snell can use to obtain his money. There's the legal method, which means you would be declared a bankrupt, and this estate would be sold over your head to pay what you owe. Or Mr. Snell's preferred method, which may seem a little unorthodox, but it's less harsh in the long term, although it might not seem so at the time.
I don't understand.
With a long, hot summer like this, it would be wise to make sure your fire insurance is adequate.
I see. My gun dogs disappeared. I suppose it was you who took her.
I only handle the accountancy side of the business. A beautiful view. Is that your yacht in the creek?
Would Snell accept that?
Mr. Snell already has a yacht, Major. What he doesn't have is the money you owe him. I suggest you get your German and French businessmen to pay for their hunting in advance.
But
the day the season opens, you'll have 2 visitors with instructions to collect.
The flowers were beautiful, Harold. Yes, without a hitch. No, don't worry. We know how busy you are. We're going away tomorrow for a few days. Muriel wants to get away from the place. I'll give you a decision by the end of August, only I can't think straight at the moment. Look, I must go now, Harold. Muriel's struggling with the packing. Bye.
Why didn't he come to the funeral?
Too busy with his poodles and pussies.
You didn't give him a decision.
No.
Despite my feelings. When I've told you I don't want to live here anymore. There are too many memories. Except they don't seem like memories yet.
Oh, listen.
Well, everywhere I look, I see her. The broken apple tree branch where she had a swing. The patch on the path where she spilt some paint. There's all her things that I haven't been able to touch. Don't you understand? All I want to do is to get away from this place and stay away.
And I want to stay because of the memories. She loved this place. She wouldn't want us to move on her account. You'll feel differently in time. The doctor said...
Well, what the hell does he care? He wouldn't even come out to see her. A prescription left on his receptionist's desk. That's his idea of looking after people. Nobody cares anymore.
Well, I've got to go into town to get the car
No,
filled.
please don't go for a minute, David. What are we going to do?
Just carry on.
Oh,
I know how you feel, love, but I wouldn't be happy running Harold's small animal practice.
he said it would be your business. Well, what have you got against small animals? People would bring their cats and dogs along during proper surgery hours and pay cash each visit. None of this performance with chasing up farmers' accounts all the time. Well, if it hadn't been for Tess chivying them with reminders, we wouldn't have had enough to pay for the funeral. And Major Latham still hasn't paid.
I've enough to do keeping my record cards up to date. I know I'm not much good at paperwork, but we manage.
Harold can afford an assistant. I'm sorry to keep on at you, Dave. I don't want to sound like a nagging wife. But I'm thinking of you. In 10 years, you'll want to retire, and you won't be able to if we stay in this dead-and-alive place.
We'll talk about it later.
Oh.
I'd better get the oil and water checked while I'm at it.
Well, go to the garage opposite the school. They're doing a cut price offer this week.
Perfectly still, please, children. Stop fidgeting, Angela. And you, John. Now wait for it. Nice straight lines, please, children. Thomas, when were you in town?
Oh, no, Miss Chesterton House.
Now get the dog in the playground. You ignore it and it will ignore you. Quiet at the back. Right. Lead on, class 1.
Get the children into the school.
Mr. Coleman, thank God.
Get the children into the school. Shut all the doors. Call an ambulance.
Yes.
I'll try and keep him in this corner.
Yes.
Is this netball thing fixed to the ground?
No, it'll lift us.
Oh, go on then, but keep them quiet.
Yes. Children, come on, follow me. Follow me into the school quietly.
Easy, Simba. Easy, boy. All right, boy. Not going to hurt you. Just going to slip this net over your head. Good boy, Simba. Keep still. There's a good dog. Steady, boy. Steady. Good dog. Good boy.
The doctor must have room to see all those children that have been bitten.
This is the last one, Doctor. Michael Thorne, aged 10. The dog knocked him down and bit him on the back of the neck.
Hello, Michael. Just turn your head a little. That's it. Ooh, that's a nasty bite, isn't it? I'm just going to give you a little jab in the tummy, then you can join your friends in the ambulance. Have you ever been in an ambulance? Hold his head, nurse. There we are. This might hurt a little, Michael, but I'm sure you're a brave boy.
There we are. There's a good boy.
We've finished here now, Mr. Swan. We're taking the 4 children who've been bitten back to the hospital for observation.
Good.
I've already given them the first injection in the rabies post-exposure vaccination program.
What are their chances?
Well, even if the vaccine doesn't work, they're very good.
Oh, why?
Human beings are not particularly susceptible to rabies. In my country, only 1 in 10 of those bitten by rabid animals actually contract the disease. That's the world average.
Oh, Dr. Menon, this is Mr. Margent, the regional veterinary officer. Mr. Willis is on his way.
Yes, we've met. Where's the Alsatian?
Mr. Coleman managed to shut it in the boys' toilets. He's now guarding the entrance. It's through that door.
You can just see him through the window if you climb on that pipe.
Right.
Respiratory movement stopped about 5 minutes ago after paralysis set in. See him?
Yes. Saliva all over the place. He's damaged his teeth on something.
He was gnawing frantically at a waste pipe under one of the hand basins before he went into a comatose state. 4 kids in that ambulance.
Yes, well, he certainly looks dead, but I'm not taking any chances. Oh, George! Perhaps you go and fetch my dog catcher for me. It's strapped to the roof rack on my car. A 10-foot long aluminium pole with a running noose on the end. Oh, and there's a large polythene sack in the boot. Okay. Got him.
No reaction. I'm certain he's dead.
Yes, well, you're probably right, but I'm damned if I'm going to bend over him with a stethoscope. There. Hold the sack open, would you? All right. Oh, what did you do to your hand?
Oh, I cut it on the netball stand. The dog didn't get near me.
Now, there's a lot of saliva about. You'll have to start a post-exposure vaccination program. Very unpleasant, I know, but better than...
Yes, I know.
Yes. I hadn't forgotten.
What do you want to do with him?
Well, send his head and neck to the Central Veterinary Laboratory for analysis as quickly as possible. They'll have an interim result in 24 hours, but for the time being, I'm going to work on the assumption that this animal died of rabies.
If you want to use my surgery...
Oh, have you got an incinerator?
Yep.
Okay, then, as this town doesn't seem to have proper facilities. Do you know who owns this Alsatian?
Simba, he belongs to Clive Harding, the local forestry warden.
Do you need any help, gentlemen?
Oh, Inspector Swan. Yes, I do. Can you get one of your men to guard these toilets until they've been disinfected?
Yes, sir. Is that the dog in that bag?
Yes.
What about the other one?
What other one?
Clive Harding owns 2 Alsatians. Zulu, the twin of this one.
Oh, hell.
I'm sorry, Mr. Margent. I should have told you earlier.
Yes, all right. No, we'll have to go and pick it up immediately. Then I've got a major detective task on my hands, finding how this animal became infected.
There's something else. I treated this dog for a fox bite about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, for crying out... Look, is there anything else I haven't been told about?
Where on earth have you been? I've been waiting
One of
here
Clive Harding's Alsatians attacked 4 children in the school playground.
Oh, no. Are they badly hurt?
You remember that Indian doctor at the hospital who treated Tess? She started the children on a post-exposure vaccine treatment against rabies. That's what Margent thinks the dog had. It died later in the school toilets.
Oh.
Margent will be bringing it round to the surgery in a few minutes. He wants to do a post-mortem on it.
Is there any connection with Tess's...
Well, Margent and Willis are now convinced that there must be. You remember that time that Tess was bitten by a vole in 7 Acre Copse?
Oh, and you wanted her to see the doctor and we stopped you.
Well, if the infection had taken hold, it wouldn't have made any difference with rabies. Let's just hope that those poor kids don't get it.
But surely vaccination is too late if the dog had already bitten them.
Well, the incubation period can be long enough for the body to build up antibodies before the disease develops. Nothing's ever certain with rabies.
Except if you get it. You die.
Yes.
Oh, good boy. Won't be long now.
Major Letton?
Yes?
Good afternoon. My name is Blanchard. Some men working in the field said I would find you here.
What do you want?
We are camping in this country and would like to spend a few days without tents by your river, just down there.
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
We will close all doors to the fields and not make litter. If you will say how much it will cost to stay 7 nights.
Well, one of my men will be along tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, Major. We will mean no problems for you. Those are fine dogs.
Hounds, actually.
Oh, hounds. They are for hunting?
Yes. Some of your fellow countrymen will be coming over when the season starts.
I see. Well, I must return to my family. It's very kind of you.
Well, as you'll be down there for a few days, perhaps you'd keep an eye open for a black and white dog I've lost, eh?
An eye open?
Yes, an eye open.
Oh, oh yes, we will keep an eye open. My daughters are very fond of dogs. We have to leave ours at home because of your quarantine laws.
And that's that. Good. Well, we'll get your incinerator going and burn this carcass. Oh, and the polythene sheeting. Then we'd better have a thorough scrub down and disinfect this surgery. Oh, as soon as the van has collected this crate, I'll be grateful if you take me to 7 Acre Copse to catch a fox.
We'll be upwind of the earth at the top of that rise. You should have a good view.
If the foxes are using that earth. God, it's hot.
I wouldn't have thought an air rifle was much use.
Well, this one is. It's got an extra powerful spring so that the kinetic energy of the pellet is above the legal maximum.
Ministry idea?
No, my idea. It's quiet. If rabies is enzoic in the wildlife in this wood, then the last thing I want to do is frighten it off.
There's the earth. Near that oak, about 50 yards away.
Ah. Well, might as well make ourselves comfortable. Damned hot.
What do you do if wildlife rabies is confirmed? Shoot everything as you did at Camberley?
Oh, no. No, we've learned a lot since 1969. Are you still keen on amateur zoology?
No, not now.
Oh, yes. Still, your knowledge of the local wildlife might come in useful. Now, if rabies is confirmed, my assistants and I will have to carry out a major fox extermination program. They're the main vectors of the disease. Now, we'll use everything except free bullets. Gassing of earths, preferably when the vixen is nursing cubs. Bait, treated with poison, and even gin traps as a last resort. Wildlife rabies dies out when the fox population drops to 1 per square kilometre.
It's a lot more than that here. My survey of 2 years ago indicated in the region of 20 to the square mile.
As many as that?
Scavenging in the town and housing estates is on the increase.
Everything is in its favour. Fox furs are no longer fashionable. Hunting has become too expensive, and what hunting there is wrecked by anti-blood sports amateurs. The old steel dustbin is a thing of the past, and local authorities are cutting back on the frequency of refuse collections to save money. The only thing we can be thankful for is that at least a rabid fox in the furious stage doesn't travel long distances. A rabid dog will.
But they become exceptionally tame.
Yeah, they can do. And that's one of the biggest dangers. Children are naturally attracted to usually timid animals when they show signs of friendship. 20 to the square mile.
And there's one not 4 yards to your left, watching you.
So the holiday's off?
It looks like it. Muriel, I'm sorry. I know how much you wanted to get away, but I promised Martin...
Matter.
Look, as soon as all this is over, we'll...
I thought you and Mr. Marchant had finished with the surgery.
He's removing the head of a fox we caught about half an hour ago.
Oh. Oh, Tim Swan rang while you were out. He's at Clive Harding's cottage in Blackdown Forest. He said he went there to collect Harding's other Alsatian and was having trouble.
What sort of trouble?
Well, he wouldn't say, but he sounded worried.
I might have guessed. Clive thinks the world of those dogs. What time did Tim call?
An hour ago.
Well, why didn't you tell me earlier?
I forgot.
Oh.
Just as you always forget to give your brother a decision about taking over his practice.
I'd better get over to Blackdown. You might tell Martin when he's finished where I'll be.
Oh, but you haven't had your dinner.
I'm not hungry. I see no point in staying in the house with you spoiling for a fight.
What time will you be back? Oh, damn.
Anyway, he must have guessed what the steel crate was for. We were within 50 yards of the cottage when he appeared at an upstairs window with a rifle and loosed off a couple of shots over our heads.
The stupid idiot.
Does he live alone?
Apart from his 2 Alsatians. Well, one, no?
Yes, I suppose I'd go off my chump living out here in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by all these spooky pines.
Does he know that Simba's dead?
Yes, I told him over the loud hailer. And I told him he was in danger from his other dog. Just listen to it.
Do you want me to speak to him?
Yes, look, see if you can get him to see sense, but don't make promises concerning his treatment. He's shot a police officer, so the matter's out of my hands. Once we get him out...
How do I work this?
But hold it to your lips, pull the trigger, and speak normally.
Right.
Clive, this is David Coleman. Can you hear me?
Go away.
Listen, Clive, it's important that you let me see Zulu. He's sick, Clive. Have you ever heard him howling like that before? Do you hear me, Clive?
Oh, it's no good trying to talk to him like this. Let me go and see him.
No, it's too dangerous.
He knows me, Tim.
Yes, but I can't allow you
Look, it'll be dark in an hour. What do you intend to do then?
We'll stay here all night, if necessary.
If I circle round in the trees on the same side as his garage, I could get within 20 yards of the cottage and talk to him without being overheard. Look, we've got to do something. Unless you want another of those long, drawn-out sieges, Clive buys his food wholesale every 3 months. He's probably got enough food in that cottage to last him several weeks.
Yes, look, all right, but pull back into the trees if he shows any sign of getting excitable, and see if you can find out where the dog is.
Clive?
Don't come any nearer.
It's me, David Coleman. I want to talk to you.
You've come for Zulu. Well, you can't have him. Nobody can have him.
Zulu's ill, Clive. Have you ever heard him howling like that before? You must let me see him. He's in the garage, isn't he?
You killed Simba.
Simba died of rabies, just as Zulu's bound to if Simba's infected him. The best thing you can do is let me put Zulu to sleep.
No.
Believe me, Clive, if you really love that dog, that's the best thing you can do for it. Simba died in great pain. He may have passed the infection onto the 4 children he bit. Nobody's going to blame you for that, but you will be blamed if Zulu gets loose and bites someone. Do you want a kid's death on your conscience? Clive! Clive, can you hear me? Oh, blast. Clive, I'm going to stand up. Throw the rifle out of the window. Is the garage locked, Clive?
Get away. Get away, I'll kill you.
The shots went about 20 feet over my head. I was never in any danger. Nor were you earlier, Tim.
The dog's in the garage.
I'm fairly certain it is.
Definitely in the garage, sir. I can hear it scratching. And its howling is blowing my eardrums out.
That's a rifle microphone Mathis is holding. He claims he can pick up a gnat's burp at 100 yards on his headphones.
You seem to have brought in a good deal of extra equipment while I was gone.
A night sight image intensifier so we can see in the dark. CR gas grenades and a launcher, plus 3 LA-39A1 rifles.
Why rifles?
You reckon that dog's rabid?
Yes?
That's what the rifles are for. Just in case he takes it into his head to let it loose. I suppose you think we're overreacting.
No, Tim, I don't.
Thanks for coming.
Can I stay? He's an old friend.
Going to be a long night.
I don't suppose I'll be able to sleep at home in this heat anyway.
Wake up, Mr. Coleman.
What's the time?
3 a.m.
Oh.
The dog stopped howling, but we can still pick up a faint noise it's making on the rifle mic. Look, if you'd have a listen on these headphones, maybe you can tell us what's the matter with it.
These?
Yeah.
Do you need a bit more volume?
No.
Well?
Seems to be having difficulty with its breathing. I wish Margent was here. He'd know what's happening. Now it's scratching at something. Whimpering.
At least he had the sense to shut it in the garage.
Light gone on downstairs, Mr. Swan.
Yeah, he's going down to see why it stopped howling. Mr. Coleman, could that dog still bite?
It's still moving about, so I suppose it could.
How far is it from the ground to the centre of an Alsatian's body? About 16 inches?
Well, I suppose so. Why?
Front door's opening. He's looking round. Yeah, he's coming out.
Jenkins, Stevens, Kay, aim at the garage at the 6th course of bricks from the bottom. Continuous firing when I give the word.
Right.
He hasn't got the rifle. He's hesitating.
You rig the right-hand side of the brickwork, Jenkins. Kay take the middle and Stevens the left. The 6th course. Understood?
Sir.
I want that dog dead before he opens the garage doors.
What's the point in shooting at brickwork?
Oh, those rifles have sent bullets clean through the modern concrete buildings in Belfast. 9 inches of brick won't stop
He's
them.
now walking towards the garage. He's stopped. He seems to be listening.
Steady, lads.
Can't make up his mind. He's moving towards the garage again.
Fire! He's firing! He's firing! What's he doing now?
Can't see. The flashes have blasted this thing up. Hang on. Oh, the picture's clearing. The old garage is leaning towards us.
What's he doing?
I can't see him. Hey, he's standing up. Must have thrown himself flat.
He hasn't stopped a ricochet.
No, he's okay. He's got a torch. Moving towards the garage.
Can you hear any movement on those headphones, Mr. Coleman?
Nothing.
If that dog comes out when he opens the door and any of you have a clear line, use it.
He's trying to open the garage doors. Yeah, he's having trouble because the frame's warped. He's got one open, shining the torch inside.
I can hear him. I can't hear the dog.
He's gone into the garage.
Can hear shuffling about. He's talking to the dog.
Is it alive? Well?
Don't think so. He's crying, saying the dog's name over and over. More shuffling noises.
He's coming out. Looking this way.
You rotten, filthy, stinking swine!
Yeah, now he's running to the cottage.
Light gone on upstairs. Coleman, aim the rifle mic at the cottage.
I have, but I can't hear anything.
I'd better get down there.
Ah! My ears!
Odd. There was no flash, and the shot sounded muffled. What was he shooting at?
Guess. Stupid idiot. All for a dog that was going to die anyway.
Man's best friend.
Yes, and we all know who his worst enemy is.
Summer madness.
I might laugh at that one day.
Excuse me, sir. There's a Mr. Margent outside who'd like to see you, sir. He says he's the regional veterinary officer.
Okay, Mathis, I'll see him outside.
I met him once over the sighting of some warfarin hoppers. He was having a major battle with tree rats.
You look how I feel.
Well, I've just got back from the Central Veterinary Lab. Been driving all night. They were very good. They did an on-the-spot fluorescent test and have confirmed the presence of the rabies virus.
In the dog?
In the dog and the fox. Oh. It looks like we've got a major outbreak on our hands.
Mr. Punch killed my dog.
Announcement. There has been an outbreak of rabies in this area. All dogs must be kept on a lead and muzzled. Please take your dogs to your cars and shut them in. Muzzles are available from Jacob's Pet Shop in the High Street. No animal can be moved in or out of this area. This is a police announcement.
What's the matter, officer?
Did you see the signs as you left the town?
Yes.
Then what's that dog doing in the back of the car?
Well, those signs don't apply to us, do they? I mean, we're only down here for the day.
They say all animals, sir, so if you'd kindly turn this car around and take the dog back to town, you'll find a temporary quarantine centre's being set up in the marketplace. Follow the signpost.
Oh, Lord, honestly.
My porter cabin shall be here in an hour, Mr. Willis. I'd like them set up on this side of the marketplace near the main entrance, please.
All right. I'll tell the post office engineers. They've said you can have 6 lines.
Look, I'm sorry about having to include the beaches in the infected area, but David Coleman's seen foxes scavenging down by the creek.
Oh, hell. Looks like more dogs arriving.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Veronica Fairchild. Oh, yes? Secretary of the Market Traders Association. Good evening, Mrs. Fairchild.
Hello, Willie. What's with the dog show?
How did you get in? This is now a restricted area.
Oh, rubbish. It's my marketplace. Now, who's your little friend, and what's all this nonsense I've been hearing on police loudspeakers about rabies?
It's not nonsense, Mrs. Fairchild.
Willie, my sweet, tell me how we'll be able to run the cattle market on Tuesday with all these wretched dog pens all over the place.
There won't be a cattle market on Tuesday until the temporary ban has been lifted. You can have one of these. It's an advanced copy of the rabies control order.
Oh, now you're talking rubbish. When you go back to the town hall, take a look at the copy of the Royal Charter in the glass case.
I'm afraid it's true, Mrs. Fairchild. There'll be no market on Tuesday.
Oh.
If you want to hear why in detail, I suggest you come along to this evening's public meeting at the Assembly Rooms.
Why did you bring me?
Because it concerns us.
I don't want to hear anything more about rabies. David, people are staring at us.
No, they're not. I had to come, and I wanted you to be with me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sarah Collins, headmistress of St. Peter's and chairman of the council. Before we start, I'd like to thank you for turning out in such numbers on this very hot evening, and to apologize to those members of the council present who've not had a chance to study the rabies control order, which now affects this town and its beaches, and much of the surrounding countryside. Copies are now available and will be distributed during this meeting. The people with me on the desk are, on my left, Mr. Ian Marchant, the regional veterinary officer. At least let Mr. Marchant finish what he has to say.
As I was saying, the infected place has been defined as this area of woodland on the map to the north of the town, known as 7 Acre Copse, and includes this area of forestry land here.
Where poor Clive Harding was killed last night.
My assistants have already started a program of gassing and trapping foxes in the infected area, and will continue to do so until the fox population has been wiped out.
Is the place closed to the public, then?
Yes, it is. The police are putting up warning notices, but the area's too large to fence off at short notice.
Why pick on the poor fox? Hasn't there been enough indiscriminate destruction of wildlife as it is without...
There'll be plenty of chances for you to ask questions at the end of the briefing.
The fox is the main vector of wildlife rabies. Destroy foxes and rabies dies out. Rabies has spread across Europe to the French coast at an average speed of a mile a fortnight. A speed which tallies with the known territorial movements of the common red fox. Also, by pursuing a policy of strict fox control, the Danes have eliminated rabies from Denmark. There is a huge weight of evidence pointing to the fox as the principal spreader of the disease.
And you said gassing and trapping. Now, what sort of traps? Gin traps?
If necessary.
You do that, Mr. Margent. And as chairman of the local Wildlife Protection League, I'd have a summons slapped on you so far.
The order empowers the minister to allow methods which would otherwise be unlawful, madam. The infected place is shaded in red. Now, this line on the map, starting at the Coast Guard station and sweeping in a horseshoe around the town to 4 miles west of the river mouth, defines the infected area. An area of about 40 square miles. In addition to the restrictions on the exercising of cats and dogs in the area, animals not under control will be seized and destroyed if not claimed within 3 days. There will be a ban on markets, and the movement of all animals in or out of the zone will be prohibited without a special license.
Oh, wait a minute. What about the holidaymakers on the caravan and campsite who brought their dogs with them? Surely they'll be allowed to take them home.
No, they will not. In fact, the first checkpoints were set up an hour ago by the police.
Oh, but this is stupid! What about our visitors when the schools break up next week for the summer holidays?
They're welcome to come, but they'll have to leave their pets at home. I've got men now manning checkpoints on all the roads into the area to make certain that no animals are brought in.
By checkpoint, you mean roadblock?
Call them what you like. They're only a temporary measure until all the signs are up and the matter has been given maximum publicity on radio and television. We think we can rely on public cooperation.
Well, listen, mate. We seafront traders have to rely on their money in order to live. I can't see the public even bothering to come down if there's signs and all sort of restrictions. It was bad enough, that publicity over that girl dying. But at least that was before the season had started properly.
The measures are for everyone's protection. But the last thing we want is to try...
Maybe, Inspector Swan. But who's going to protect us from the protectors, eh? And who's going to have to pay for all this protection? All the police and the council workers overtime, the ratepayers as usual.
The council will be applying to central government for a discretionary grant.
I see on this order there's now a ban on race meetings and hunting. Will the government pay our losses through the cancellation of the August point-to-point?
What ban on hunting?
It's on page 11, Major Latham.
Well, not fox hunting.
Yes.
Well, but the ban will be lifted before the hunting season starts, won't it?
The Waterhouse report recommended an 18-month program.
But fox hunting is part of our heritage. You can't...
What about the market? There's been one in the town every week for the past 700 years.
I can understand how you feel, Major Latham. But I cannot think of a worse way of spreading rabies than have a pack of hounds tearing a rabid fox to pieces. And as for hunting being part of our heritage, well, I think it's better to give it up for a couple of seasons than have to give it up for good, as they've had to do in parts of Germany and France. Now, with your cooperation, we can stamp this out perhaps in as little as 9 months.
It seems to me that we're being asked to cooperate in the financial ruin of this town.
Something was done about the dogs in this town. Or the way people allow them to wander about, chasing cats and making messes everywhere.
Ask me, I think the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries are overreacting. I've worked on farms in Canada where there's always been rabies in the wildlife. I've never heard of anyone dying. You just have to take a few precautions.
Listen, Mrs. Fairchild.
France, no no one has died of wildlife rabies there for over 20 years. All these petty restrictions in the hope it'll go away, well, they amount to the same sort of thinking we had in this country that insisted that motor cars should be preceded by someone carrying a red flag. But the only difference is the motor car kills more people in 1 month than rabies has in the whole of recorded history.
Quiet, please. Sit down, David.
Listen, all of you.
Sit down.
A few weeks ago, my daughter died of rabies. I was with her when she died. It was the most horrifyingly agonizing death it is possible to imagine. Yesterday, as Mrs. Collins will tell you, a rabid dog got into her school playground and bit 4 children. They're now having to undergo an extremely unpleasant 14-day course of injections in the hope that their bodies will build up a resistance to the disease. If the measures Mr. Margit and the police put into force save even one person such a death, no matter how slight the danger, then I say it will be well worth it. My wife and I have been sitting here in disgust.
Listen, Nate! Don't you go trying to vex them for their remarks. It was your daughter who brought rabies into this town in the first place.
Please, take me home, David. Oh, no, David, what are you doing?
He's going to apologize.
Mr. Coleman, please return to your seat.
You let go.
Right
off me.
All right, Mr. Coleman, that's enough.
I'll kill him, so help me.
I said that's enough. I'll go back to your seat.
He blamed Tess.
I could have you charged, I could.
All right. Now, let's forget it, shall we?
Come on, David, we're going home.
Not until this little runt's apologized.
Why the hell should I?
Are you all right, David?
Yes, I'm sorry to be such a nuisance. Oh, you better go back on the platform.
That gentleman's accusation is unfounded. There is no record of a human passing rabies to another human.
What about the bloke who died in Manchester last June? The hospital staff who treated him had to be vaccinated, didn't they?
These record cards are superb, David.
The blue ones are a cross-reference by breed to owners' names and addresses.
Scruff, Mickle, Bunty. Even the animals' names listed. Good.
Morning, gentlemen.
Oh, good morning.
Another half dozen stray dogs rounded up. And 4 cats. The dogs all look as if they've been wearing collars until quite recently.
That makes over 30 dogs now. It's the one thing we were dreading. As soon as there's a panic like this, people whip the collars off their dogs and push them out onto the street. Is that them?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have the Cocker Spaniel bitch in here.
Right.
I want to try a little experiment. Oh, make sure its muzzle secure.
Big in. Let's have that spaniel. Check its muzzle first.
I want all your cards on Cocker Spaniels, David.
Right. One spaniel, Mr. Martin.
Well, yeah. Hey, you're inside yourself, aren't you? No one has turfed you out, have they?
6 cards.
Thanks. Now then, old girl, what's your name, eh? Is it Kip? What about Sally? Sally it is. Mr. and Mrs. Blake, 42 Forest Drive. This dog can be returned to them with a summons.
Right.
Aren't you just going to warn them?
Until I'm told to do otherwise, no. I've no intention of using kid gloves on this operation.
I want to run the advert for a 4th week. Yes. Exactly the same as the previous ad, but for 1,000 less on the price. That's the one, yes. A luxury 6-berth motor sailor, 40-foot length overall. You'll bill it to me? Fine. Bye.
Good evening, Major.
Hemp. How the devil did you get in?
The back door was unlocked.
And who's that?
Surely you remember Tiny, our doorman at the club. I would have thought someone his size was unforgettable. Smile at the nice gentleman, Tiny.
What do you want?
Mr. Snell wants reassuring.
I've told you he'll get his money.
Mr. Snell is very disturbed about this ban on fox hunting. He fears that it might cause him to review his credit arrangements with you.
Well, tell him that he's got nothing to worry about.
Tiny.
Right. What's that big oaf doing?
I don't think Tiny's ever seen a grandfather clock before. A deprived background.
What did you...
And he doesn't know his own strength.
Now, look here. Just what the hell do you think you're playing at? That clock's a valuable antique. He's rocking it. Can't you stop him?
Probably trying to find out what made it tick. Let's be thankful he's not playing with matches. That's his speciality.
That clock belonged to my father.
Don't worry, Major. Mr. Snell's quite prepared to give you time in exchange. 1 week, to be exact. Next Sunday. The day before August bank holiday, so you'd better make sure you have the right amount for Mr. Snell, because he'll have an extra day to count it.
Oh. You finished early?
There wasn't much point in keeping the surgery open. No customers.
Oh, for the third day running.
It'll pick up.
Will it, David? How many unclaimed cats and dogs did Margent's men destroy yesterday? Well?
Oh, I don't know, 4 or 5 maybe.
And how many will it be tomorrow? And the day after that? Another month and your practice will be ruined. And Margent has made it clear that this whole business could drag on for a year.
We'll manage. We've got a bit on deposit.
We
as
won't
my life
manage, David. It's not as if it's a bad patch we can weather through. People don't trust you anymore.
Don't be silly.
No, it's true, Dave. I've overheard gossip. Those customers you've always complained about who seem to think more of their cats and dogs than their children, they're the ones who've kept us going in the past. And they see the help you're giving Margent as some sort of collaboration with the enemy.
Then they're more stupid than I thought.
And what that horrible man said about Tess at the public meeting...
We agreed not to talk about it.
You were the one who agreed. That's your answer for every problem. Don't let's talk about it. Tess dies and you say, don't let's talk about it. This practice is virtually finished and you won't talk about it. I want to get away from here and you won't talk about it. Someone says terrible lies about Tess and you won't talk about it. Please, David, don't you understand? I need to talk. And if I can't talk to you, then there's no one. You bottle everything up so that I feel I'm living with a stranger.
I'm sorry, Muriel. I should have realized. I've been so busy these past few days while you... Look, let's get the August bank holiday behind us and then we'll have a serious chat about what we're going to do.
Well, what about now?
I've got to go and see Margent.
Oh. Well, I suppose that's better than nothing. All right, then. Do whatever you think best.
£50 less than this time last year. And look at the beach, deserted.
Will you join?
You tell me how you reckon this action group you're thinking of can succeed. If you're my counsellor, how is it you can't manage to do something by yourself?
Well, I want to present a petition to the government, asking them to pay compensation to all those whose livelihood has been damaged by this rabies control order, or who've suffered financial hardship.
And what's in it for you, Major?
Well, as you're all constituents in my ward, I'm naturally anxious that you're not driven away. I mean, seafront traders such as yourself are the lifeblood of this town.
Oh, I don't believe a word of it. We never see you between one election and the next. How much do you stand to lose? Come on, mate, there's nothing to be ashamed of. What's upsetting you? And then let me guess. The ban on fox hunting. Ah, I thought so.
Will you and your fellow traders join me? No, I doubt it.
One of the lads in that government vets team was saying in the pub last night that the frogs have long summer holidays. Over a month. So they have more reason to smuggle their pets into the country, because it'd cost too much to have them looked after at home.
I don't think the length of time they've been in the country tallies with the incubation period.
How do you know how long they've been in the country? Some of my mates working the lobster bus don't have much love for the French. If it turned out that some frogs were responsible for bringing this rabies into the country, they'd be held to pay.
Good morning, David. Come along in.
How's it going?
Better than I expected. We've now gassed 41 foxes in 7-acre copse and 12 in the forestry land around Blackdown. I've just had the results from the Central Veterinary Lab on the head and necks from the first day's gassing. Only the 7-acre copse foxes were rabid.
So it looks as if you might be able to contain it.
Well, I think there are grounds for cautious optimism. That will be the keynote of this morning's press conference, cautious optimism.
53 foxes. That should have made a dent in the population.
Ooh, a hell of a dent. But with an infected place of that acreage, I won't be happy until we've gassed at least 300 of the blighters by the end of September. Yeah, so then our problems really start.
Why?
Well, autumn is when the young dog foxes seek out their own territory. It won't take them long to twig that there's hardly any competition in the infected place. And they'll start moving in droves. Yes, to defeat them, you have to understand them. Oh, excuse me. Margent. When was this? I see. Yes. Thank you for telling me. Oh, hell.
What's the matter?
Michael Thorne, the boy who was bitten on the neck by that Alsatian.
What about him?
He died an hour ago.
Am I late for the morning briefing?
You heard about Michael Thorne, Tim?
Yes. Yes, I picked it up in my car just now. We've got a problem.
Oh?
Yes, a young PC has just confessed that he saw his aunt carrying one of her cats out of 7 Acre Copse. She told him that it was the cat's favourite haunt and it had escaped when she was cleaning a window. She told him to keep his mouth shut.
When was this?
2 evenings ago. The constable will be disciplined, of course, but divided loyalty is
Divided loyalty? Nothing. It was criminally irresponsible of him to keep quiet for so long.
Yes, I agree, but you don't know the full story. The constable's aunt is Mrs. Sarah Collins, head mistress of St. Peter's and chairman of the town council.
Oh, no, of all the people in this town. How many cats has she got?
I'm just looking. I think it's 5.
Oh, it's at least that.
Got it. Yes, 5. It was 6, but one was maimed by a fox and had to be destroyed. Remember, Tim, you called me out in the middle of the night.
Yes.
A fox killed one of her cats. This is the first I've heard about it.
Well, it was some months ago. February the 5th.
Well, what wasn't I told?
To be perfectly honest, I've forgotten about it. I can't see what that's got to do with this outbreak.
But it's got everything to do with this outbreak. I've got to find out how it started. February makes sense. Now, come on. We've got to go and see her about that cat. Frank, I want a crate loaded into the transit.
I didn't think it mattered. He couldn't have been in the copse for more than 3 hours. I've been so careful to keep them in. I even nailed a piece of plywood over their cat door. They hated it, especially Whiskey. I examined him from head to tail when I got him back. There wasn't a mark on him, so I didn't think it mattered.
He could have eaten part of the corpse of a rabid fox. We've already found 2. There could be more.
Oh, Whiskey wouldn't do that. He's so fussy with his food.
I'm afraid we've got to take him, Mrs.
Collins. No, he's all right, I tell you.
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Collins, but we can't take chances. Where is he?
In the back room. You come and see him. Come see him. You'll see he's fine. His coat's glossy, his eyes are bright.
Don't touch him, Mrs. Collins. Don't touch him, whatever you do.
Here he is. He hates being shut in during this hot weather, don't you, darling? You see how well he looks.
Mrs. Collins.
He's beautiful. Aren't you, my puppet?
Mrs. Collins.
These silly gentlemen thought they'd have to take you away.
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Collins, but we've no choice. If there was another way...
No, but
he
look
won't
at him.
feel a thing, I promise
Oh, no, he's
Please,
not the
Mrs.
boy,
Collins,
will
it's
you?
the best way, really.
Inspector, come out here a minute.
No, please, you don't understand.
What's the matter?
We've got to take all her cats.
What? For God's sake, why?
Because they've been together in this house.
But you said cats are not so susceptible as dogs.
All animals are susceptible.
But we can't take all of them, man. Be reasonable. It would kill her.
Look, when I write my report saying that this outbreak has been beaten, I'll want to be absolutely certain in my own mind that it has been in here. And we owe it to the memory of Tess Coleman and Michael Thorne.
I'll go and get the crate.
Okay, you call the doctor.
Right.
Mrs. Collins, you have 5 cats. Where's the other one? Now, please, Mrs. Collins, you must tell me.
Before.
Martini, whiskey, sherry, champagne, and Cinzano. Where's Cinzano?
No,
Mrs. Collins, where is Cinzano?
All right, Margent, I've found this.
No. How do you know their names? That's one of David Coleman's record cards, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, I don't think I could ever bring myself to speak to him again.
This is the trap where Tess was bitten. It's empty.
Well, it doesn't matter. I've got enough rodents now for the lab. Oh, it is hot. It's good of you to help like this, David.
I said I would.
No, I mean to come back into this copse. Can't be very
It's probably a good job the council have got it fenced. A cigarette end could set the whole thing off.
Yes. Hello, something seems to be interesting those rocks. Let's take a look. Might be a fox corpse my lads have missed.
How many have you gassed now?
Oh, virtually everyone in this wood, we think. Forest is the real headache. Ah, whatever it is down in that ditch. Hold my sack a minute. I'm going down to take a look.
Well, be careful. They can be boggy.
Everything's bone dry. Oh.
What is it?
Oh. Here's the half-decomposed remains of a dog. Looks like it's been here several months.
Hang on, I'll come down. I might recognize it.
No, not a chance. Stay there. Ah. There's an engraved identity disc on its collar. Bit dirty. Yeah, that's better. Does the name Bess mean anything to you?
Major Lathan's gun dog.
Ah. Yeah, figures. His name and telephone number's on the back. This might be the break I was looking for.
He can answer a few questions now, Inspector. You'll find he speaks good English.
Oh, devil, what a lousy start to the bank holiday.
It's mostly bruising. He'll be okay tomorrow, but not his wife. They broke her jaw.
Okay, thanks, Doctor.
That's all right.
Monsieur Blanchard? I'm a policeman, and I'd like to ask you some questions about the men who attacked you and your family tonight.
I did not see them. It was dark. You understand?
Yes. Did they have a car?
I do not know. I was asleep with my wife in our tent. My daughters were in a small tent. Perhaps they saw something. How is my wife, please?
Well,
Sorry to disturb you, Inspector. A somewhat cryptic telephone message from your headquarters. Would I tell you that the results of the forensic test was positive?
Thank you, Doctor. He'll still be here in the morning.
I can arrange it.
Good. His case can wait. Come on, Mathis.
I'm going as fast as I can, sir.
So there's no doubt?
No, none at all. The hairs on the dog you found match the hairs on the bedding in the chain locker on his boat.
I see.
He bunkered with 200 gallons of diesel from the marina on the 13th of December and notified the Coast Guard that he was sailing for Havre on that day, and he returned 2 weeks later.
And?
What clinched it was his hired hand at the time, being told to look after his hounds, but not his gun dog. The hand also said that Latham was cock-a-hoop upon his return over some fox hunting he'd fixed up with a party of French and German businessmen.
I thought you checked every boat in that marina.
Well, seems he moved out in the spring, couldn't afford their mooring fees.
He's got a hell of a lot to answer for. We've always been worried about the irresponsible weekend yachtsman smuggling pets, and it turned out to be one all along.
Well, he could never bear to be without that dog at his side.
Well, he's without it now. 3 people dead and countless animals destroyed.
Headlights approaching. Be out on this lane at this time of night.
Shifting too. You better pull in.
Can't. Lane's too narrow.
He's not going to stop. Flash the lights at him. You okay, Martin?
Yeah, I think so.
Flaming idiot. Feels like we're in a ditch.
Sorry, sir. But I thought it more prudent to take to the country.
Yeah, did you get a look at him?
I was blinded by his lights. Didn't see a thing.
Nor did I.
Oh, that's all we wanted. The RT handset's busted.
Well, we're going to need a tractor to haul it out. A 3-mile walk to Latham's farmhouse.
At least it's downhill.
Look! That glow! Latham's farmhouse is on fire! Major Latham! Major Latham!
Major Latham! I think there's a phone extension in the stable tech room, but I couldn't reach it. Heat too intense. Fire spreading to the Dutch barns. No sign of the Major?
No, nothing. His car's on fire. Get down!
There's someone by those outbuildings.
Come on! Mathis, over here!
Coming, sir!
It's him. Major Latham, come away!
Got to release the hounds! They're locked in!
You're going to have to get him. Give me your jacket, quickly.
He's coming out.
Well, grab him!
I can't hold him, sir.
Okay, I've got him.
Oh, my fault!
There's nothing you can do about the hounds, Major.
Oh, my fault!
Is there a telephone in any of these outhouses?
Must release the hounds!
Stop him! Oh, hell. Snell. Come back, Major. It's too late to save them.
Sorry, sir. But he put a knee in. He's gone right in. That roof won't hold much longer.
Stupid idiot.
All for a few dogs.
Well, that's it.
No, it isn't. We've got to stop the fire reaching those pines. If it does, the whole forest will go up. How the hell are we going to get down?
Won't the forestry warden raise the alarm?
What forestry warden?
I'd forgotten.
Someone's bound to see it. Good God, man, look at it.
There go the Dutch bombs.
What will it mean to your fox extermination program if the forest does go up?
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. We'll have to stop all the foxes from escaping somehow.
Surround the whole area and shoot everyone that shows its snout out of the trees.
Yeah, I suppose so. It's the last thing we wanted to do.
Starting to get light.
Sounds like a job for the army. Charlie 2. How's everything looking from the helicopter? Over?
The fire pumps are holding the blaze to the west. Everyone's confident that it won't reach the housing estate, but it'll be best if the evacuation's carried out. B Company's commanding officer reckons they've shot at least 100 foxes and half as many badgers and deer. The soldiers are playing safe. Any animal that comes out of the trees is shot at. 7-acre copse is blazing from end to end. Quite a sight from up here. Over.
Thank you, Charlie 2. Report in 15 minutes. Well, it looks as if the fire's being got under control.
It's a shambles, the whole damn thing.
Yes, I thought the fire was a blessing in disguise. After all, the Great Fire of London ended the plague.
It only needs one rabid fox to escape. One.
Nothing's getting past those soldiers. Look at them. They're actually enjoying it. In August Bank Holiday Monday, they'll remember for the rest of their lives.
So let's hope so. I was confident that I would eventually stamp out this outbreak by controlled measures. It would have taken time, but I was certain that I could do it. Every contingency was foreseen except one.
Oh, what was that?
People's criminal stupidity and selfishness.
Oh, try being a copper. You get philosophical about people's criminal stupidity.
I can never become philosophical about rabies. It killed my wife 15 years ago in Aden when I was in the veterinary corps.
Muriel, you're home.
Oh, damn.
Muriel. Oh, there you are. Sorry I've been so long. Brought my record cards back. Margent and his assistants are leaving tomorrow. With any luck, everything should be back to normal in a couple of weeks.
No, David. Things never will be back to normal, will they?
If you're thinking of Tess, of course not.
I wasn't thinking of Tess, though. God knows it's hard enough not to. It's just that the people of this town will never forgive you for cooperating as you did.
Muriel, you've been crying.
Oh, it's finally noticed.
What's the matter? How on earth did that window get broken?
A letter for you.
A letter?
It was wrapped round a stone.
If you and that wife of yours don't... But this is obscene. You call the police?
No.
Right.
Oh, what good will that do? Won't change anything. Won't bring Tess back. It won't stop people refusing to speak to me when I go shopping. And it won't stop me hating this town and everything it stands for, and you for keeping me here.
Hello, Harold. It's David. Listen, Harold, is the offer to take over your practice still standing? It is? Good.
David!
Hey, steady on. No, not you, Harold. It's Muriel.
I love you, I love you, I love you.
As soon as possible. Oh, we're putting our house on the market.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your landlord in this mansion of terror. And often there's no terror quite like those nameless terrors, those undercurrents we can't put our finger on. We know something's not quite right, but we don't know why. It nags at those dark corners of our mind. And such is the story we have for you now. All seems to be sweetness and light. But watch out for those dark corners, those things left unsaid. Jane and Mike Slater are young city dwellers spending their vacation in a quiet village called Granville. They thought it was the perfect spot to get away from it all. That's what they thought, until they got there and tried to get away from it.
Mike, we should have turned left back there.
No. We're on the main road out of the village.
No, we're not. Look up there. There's another dead end.
Well, this doesn't add up, Jane. But we've been driving for a half hour trying to get out of this town. Every road is either a dead end or it takes us right back into the middle of the village.
But we came in on the main road. Where is it? Why can't we find it?
I think they don't want us to find it, Jane. We're trapped. Trapped in this town, and I don't know why. Our mystery drama, The Summer People, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One. 2 weeks in another town, a summer place. They all add up to a change of scene, something everyone enjoys. And for Jane and Mike Slater, a summer in the country was not only desired, but almost necessary. Jane is a serious painter, and Mike's a young reporter with a novel burning in his brain. A couple ripe for spending their vacation away from it all and working on their respective art. So it was no wonder that when Mike picked up the paper one evening, he enthused. Hey, Jane, listen to this.
What?
I think it's just what we've been looking for. For our vacation, I mean. Private rooms with bath in lovely private home. Quiet village on beautiful river. Complete peace and quiet. All meals, $50 a week per person.
$50 a week? What's the date on that paper, 1910?
It says 50, unless it's a misprint. Restricted to persons 23 years or younger.
Well, at least we qualify there.
Interested parties may phone for interview. 814 on the number.
Interview? Oh, sounds too snobbish.
It sounds intriguing to me.
Doesn't the ad say where it is?
No, nothing more. It's a perfect place to spend the summer and start the draft on my book.
It's okay with me if you want it. But phoning for an interview, isn't that strange?
Well, whoever put the ad in had his reasons. We won't know unless we call. Coming.
Mr. Slater?
Yes. You're Mrs. Williams.
That's right.
Oh, we've been expecting you.
But our chat on the phone, you sounded like the right kind of people.
Come in.
Thank you. Oh, what a cozy place.
Jane, it's Mrs. Williams.
That Dutch clock must be an heirloom.
It's my great-grandmother's.
Mrs. Williams, hello. Mrs. Slater?
Sit down, please.
Thank you. You may think this a bit unusual that we request an interview.
Yeah, frankly, yes.
Well, you see, Mr. Slater, we in Granville are... Well, we do invite the summer people into our homes. There are no hotels, and we want to be careful. I mean, we want to be sure our summer people will fit in.
Your ad said only people under 23 years old. I think that's curious.
Well, and so you should. But we're a young town, Mrs. Slater. Oh, Granville's been a village for 230 years, but the people are young. We stay young. And we want our summer visitors to be the same way. How old would you say I was, Mr. Slater?
Oh, no. Don't put me on the spot.
Oh, well, you want to guess, Mrs. Slater?
Well, since you asked, 40, 42.
Oh, I'm 79.
79? Oh, you can't be.
Well, that's the way it is in Granville. We found the secret for keeping young. And we want our summer people to enjoy us just as much as we'll enjoy them.
It all sounds great to me.
We're quite self-supporting, but we do depend on the summer people. That's why we're willing to take the trouble to meet our prospective visitors personally. You're both in good health?
Oh, yes.
No recent illnesses or operations?
Would you like a blood sample?
Oh, come on, Jane.
This is ridiculous, Mike. Slater, I understand your reaction. Many people feel the same way, but if you're willing to cooperate with us, just these few questions, you won't regret it.
Just where is Granville, Mrs. Williams?
Oh, I'll give you the directions when we decide on your visit. What do you do, Mr. Slater?
Well, I'm a writer. I'm a news writer for the Post. Jane goes to art school. She's working on her master's.
Oh, you're both artists.
Oh, well, thanks for the compliment. The reason I was interested in your ad is I want to spend the summer blocking a book, and Jane wants to paint. It sounded like just the place.
Oh, I'm sure it will be. I can tell from meeting you both. So attractive, healthy, young. You fit in with Granville just perfectly.
If we choose to come.
Oh, why wouldn't you?
You haven't told us enough about the town or your home. You've been concerned in making sure we'd fit in. Maybe we couldn't, from our point of view.
Oh, well, you do have a point, Mrs. Slater. But I'm afraid there's not much more to tell. Granville is a pleasant little village on the banks of the Saconee River upstate. I can offer you my second-floor suite and the friendship and attention of all the residents of Granville.
We'll think it over.
I'll call you in a day or two, but I'm pretty certain we'll be there.
Very well, Mr. Slater, Mrs. Slater. It's been a pleasure meeting you, and I do hope you'll decide to come to Granville. You're just the kind of people we want.
Thank you.
Forgive my reservations, Mrs. Williams. We'll let you know.
I'll be waiting. Good night.
Good night. What's the big deal, Jane? It sounds perfect.
I don't know, Mike. There's something strange. The things she didn't or wouldn't say.
Yeah, well, that's all the more interesting. I'm dying to see the place. And we're okay on her list.
Yes. She seemed eager to have us. I'm not against it, Mike. Let's sleep on it. I'll probably feel different in the morning.
You in there, Martha?
Come on in there. How's Elizabeth?
Oh, she's okay. Dr. Teal said it was indigestion. The way she was carrying on, I thought it was a heart attack. How'd you make out with the summer people in the city? The Slaters?
They're perfect. Two of the best I'll ever have. I hope they decide to come.
Oh, they're not firmed up yet?
The wife was a little leery of my questions. They didn't call me.
Well, what about the basketball player?
Oh, he's upset. He didn't seem to mind at all the questions and restrictions. Said he couldn't wait to soak the basketball season out of his bones in peace and quiet.
I sure hope the Slaters come. I hate to start looking again.
I think they will. I impressed them with the age thing.
What'd they say?
Oh, like everyone else, they guessed around 40 and were amazed when I said 79.
Imagine what the summer people would say if they knew how old we really are.
I wouldn't believe it, so, why tell them?
It can't be much further. We passed the lily pond 2 miles ago.
Oh, she said 2 miles past the lily pond, look for wooden sign on right and take road to the left.
Well, it's been 2 miles, unless my odometer's wrong.
There it is up ahead.
Oh, yeah. The arrow sign. Granville, 4 miles. But where's the road?
Well, it's supposed to be on the left.
Well, the sign points left, all right. Granville, 4 miles, but there's no road. Unless they mean those 2 ruts through the field over there.
This is crazy. But I guess we'll have to see where they go.
Okay. But talk about being off the beaten track. We're getting just what we bargained for.
Well, it looks as though it gets better up ahead.
Yeah, there's at least some paving up there. You know, if it weren't for that sign back on the highway, you could go right past this place and never even know it was here.
Well, this looks more like it. There is a town back in here.
Welcome to Granville, population 210.
How can they be so accurate?
After meeting Mrs. Williams, I can believe anything. Why, Mike, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's clean, all right. Nice-looking houses, too.
It's almost unreal. It's so perfect.
Where do we head next?
Continue along Thimble Street. That's what we're on. To the greenhouse on Maple Avenue.
Well, it can't be too far. Hey, look at that, Jane. A little church. There's something to paint.
My first subject. I wonder where the river is.
Well, we got plenty of time to find it.
Oh, Mike, this really is paradise. We made the right decision coming here.
I think so, too.
I can't wait to... What's the matter?
But where do we go from here? I mean, we're at the end of Thimble Street, and so far there's been no Maple Avenue and no greenhouse.
We must have passed it. We were talking too much.
I've been watching every street. We didn't come to Maple Avenue.
We'll have to ask. I'll go in that little store.
Ask the fellow coming out.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, hello there.
Could you tell me how to get to Mrs. Williams?
Oh, sure. You're the Summer people. She's expecting you. Yeah, the directions said straight on Thimble to Maple Avenue. Oh, you passed Maple 1 block back. Go back, left on Maple, by the greenhouse. Then about a quarter of a mile, you'll find Mrs. Williams on the right. Big yellow house with a green porch.
Oh, thanks so much.
I can't see how we missed Maple Avenue, though. My name's Ned Broker. Glad to have you with us. I'm Mike Slater. It's my wife, Jane. See you later. Thanks for the direction.
What a pleasant man.
It proves Mrs. Williams' point, I guess. Granville stays young.
Well, it's nice to know we're not staying with a bunch of old fogies.
Hey, they seem to be anything but that. Mrs. Williams and that guy back there, at least.
Oh, there's the greenhouse. Maple Avenue.
I don't see how we passed it before.
Well, go left like the man said. A quarter of a mile, and we'll be at Mrs. Williams.
Hello. I've been waiting for you.
Here we are.
Well, I wasn't sure when you'd arrive.
No, we only made one bad turn. Not bad for newcomers.
Mr. Broker in the village told us how to get here.
Oh, well, come on in and get settled. Your rooms are all ready, and I've got a pot of hot coffee and homemade apple pie all waiting.
Like I said, this is paradise.
Your rooms are on the second floor. I'm expecting another guest toward the end of the week. He'll have the third.
Your place is just charming, Mrs. Williams.
Yeah, it's exactly what we wanted.
Well, I'm sure you'll enjoy it here.
The whole town seems so fresh and clean. The people look so well.
We're very careful about how we live here. We grow all our own vegetables. Meat's imported. Oh, you love our food. Well, here you are. 2 rooms with connecting baths.
It's lovely.
Yeah, this is great.
Well, you get settled in and then come down to the kitchen. I want to introduce you to some real Granville cooking.
You in there, Martha?
Come on in, Ned.
Yeah, your folks settled in?
Just about.
Yeah, you were right about them. They seem like the right type to me.
I know how to pick them.
When's the next one arriving?
At the end of the week.
I told the Slaters I'd drop around and see them settle.
Oh, stay for pie and coffee, Ned. They'll be down in a couple of minutes.
I'll show them around town tomorrow. The girl's a painter?
That's what they said.
Yeah, she'll be looking for subjects. I'll know what to show her.
Yes. And what to keep her away from?
Charming people in Granville. Hospitable, friendly, attentive. But I can't help feeling... Oh, no, it's just my overly active imagination. There's nothing wrong. Nothing sinister. How could there be with such lovely, youthful, healthy people? And yet... we'll return to Granville when I return with Act 2. I did say we'd return to Granville, where Jane and Mike Slater have decided to spend some time in late summer. He to start a book, and she to pursue her painting. But, frankly, that town gives me the willies. If you don't mind, I'll just stay here and meet you later. You go on ahead and join Jane and Mike in the kitchen of that friendly Mrs. Williams, you might even get a piece of that apple pie.
Another slice, Mr. Slater.
Oh, no, thanks, Mrs. Williams. It's delicious, but 2 is my limit.
Oh, now, come on. A young fellow like you ought to be able to put away a whole pie.
Oh, he's being polite.
I'll take another one, Martha.
Help yourselves.
I understand you paint, Mrs. Slater. There's plenty of subject matter here in Granville.
Well, that's what I was hoping. I'm dying to look around the village.
I'd be glad to show you around.
Well, I'll be glued to my typewriter most of the time. I'm glad Jane has a painting to keep her busy.
Well, you want to rest up today. Why don't we start out tomorrow?
Fine with me. From what I've seen already, I know we couldn't have found a lovelier place. I've never seen such immaculate farmland.
We grow everything we eat. Let's walk on down to the riverfront. The view there is something.
What's that low brown building over there? A factory?
No factories in Granville. That's our freezer. We freeze the harvest for the winter months. One of our few concessions to modern gadgets.
Oh, you have such an idyllic place here. I'm surprised you want outsiders at all.
Oh, living too closed up isn't good either. We like the right kind of summer people visiting us. Gives us perspective.
Mrs. Williams is so warm and friendly.
You'll find everyone in Granville's that way.
So, how was the grand tour?
Beautiful. It's a beautiful spot. Almost too perfect. Everything's laid out just so.
What's wrong with that?
Well, nothing really. It's just curious. I don't remember seeing any children. Not a single child.
Well, maybe they're all grown up. Everyone seems to be proud of how old they are here and how well they look.
But a whole village without any children?
Yeah, that's unusual, yeah. What's the difference?
Well, none, I guess. To us, anyway. I'm going to start on Mr. Broker's barn. It's so unique.
Mrs. Slater, lunch is ready.
Thank you. We'll be right down.
Oh, I don't really feel like any lunch. Hey, that breakfast she poured into us would last me a week.
Oh, the food's fantastic, but we can't hurt her feelings.
I know you're going to like it here, Mr. Egan.
Oh, I can see that already. Peace and quiet's all I want.
Well, you're on the 3rd floor. A nice young couple has the 2nd.
Oh,
Mr. Slater, hello.
Hello.
This is Mr. Egan, Mr. Slater, our new resident.
Hi. Hi.
Mr. Egan's a professional basketball player.
Right, recovering from the season.
And Mr. Slater's a writer. His wife's a painter.
We're sort of on a work vacation.
Well, you won't see much of me. I'm just going to sleep and eat.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. I'm afraid the Slaters aren't used to my big meals.
Yeah, the food's great. There's just so much of it.
Well, it's my duty to keep our summer people well fed.
You won't have any trouble with me, Miss Williams.
Well, now, come along. We'll get you settled.
See you later, Mr. Slater. Oh, hey, I didn't mean that the way it sounds.
Call me Mike.
Okay, I'm Tim.
See you later.
The basketball player all settled in?
Yes.
Guess I'd better get out to the main road and take the sign down. We won't be expecting any more for a while.
Not for a while.
Oh, how's the painting coming along, Jane?
Oh, I don't know, Tim. I started out with a bang, but lately I haven't been able to concentrate.
Can I look?
Sure. Well, that's 2 weeks of work.
Mm-hmm. Looks good to me.
Oh, it's all there, the barn and the sky and the field, but it's just there. There's no spark. I don't know, I've been so lazy lately. I can't get up steam.
I'm the same way, and enjoying every minute.
It must be Mrs. Williams' cooking and this country air.
Oh, hi there. I didn't know you were back. You finished for the day?
Yeah, I can't work up any enthusiasm.
Yeah, you know, that's my problem. Talk about writer's block. I've been staring at that typewriter for a week.
I'm beginning to wonder if we came to the right place after all. We wanted peace and quiet to work, but between the food and the climate, we're growing fat and lazy.
Well, it suits me fine, but I'm going to have to take off 10 pounds before the new season starts.
How did you happen to find this place, Tim?
Just an ad in the paper.
Yeah, same as we did.
Did Mrs. Williams give you a personal interview?
Sort of. She came to my apartment, took one look at me, and gave me directions to Granville.
Didn't you think it was funny they made such a fuss about meeting us?
Well, yeah, I did, but she was so nice, and this Granville sounded so great, I didn't care. I just wanted to get away. You know, I didn't even tell my fiancé where I was going.
Have you looked around the town, Tim?
No, I've done what I said I'd do. Just sit, eat, and sleep.
Hey, Jane, there's no need to bring that up.
What's that?
Well, Jane thinks that there's something unusual here.
Tim, there's not a single pet in town. Everyone in Granville is a youthful senior citizen.
Oh, well, there's nothing odd about that. I was in Florida one time, and there were these old people.
This isn't an old people's retirement community. It's a plastic village. Everyone's very charming and gracious, like mannequins.
Well, I still don't see anything wrong in that.
It just bothers me. Why are they so anxious to have us come for the summer? They say they need their summer folk. For what?
Well, the money. I mean, they don't have any industry here. They just need cash for something.
The money? $50 a week for the two of us? What are you paying, Tim?
$25.
It's not the money. It's this lethargy. We all have it. I think they're draining our strength in some way.
Oh, come on. Don't make such a big deal out of...
In some way.
Oh, come on. Don't make such a big deal out of nothing.
I'll see you two at supper, okay?
How about some homemade ice cream? It's already in the kitchen.
Thanks, no.
No thanks, Mrs. Williams.
Yeah, I was just going to take a snooze. Maybe later, Miss Williams.
Well, whatever you wish. It's there when you want it.
She was listening. She heard what we said.
Oh, I doubt it, Jane. Look, if she thought we suspected her of something, she would have said so.
Not necessarily. Not if there was a good reason for us not to know.
What's up, Martha?
I don't think the Slaters will be staying the whole summer. Mrs. Slater's particularly nervous.
What you going to do?
I've advertised their rooms, Mr. Egan's too. He was due to leave the end of the month anyway.
Well, okay, if you're sure you can get replacements. 3 summer people aren't enough.
I know, but I won't have trouble filling the room.
Hello there.
Hi, Mr. Egan. Out for a stroll?
Well, I just like to watch other people work. Getting ready for the barbecue tomorrow?
Yeah. Real great time, our July barbecue. It's a lot of work, but we think it's worth it.
Well, I'm glad I'm going to be around for it.
Say, Mr. Egan, I wonder if you could help me later on.
Sure.
A couple of chores that could use your muscle power.
Oh, anytime. Tell me where and when.
Well, I'll come by for you at Mrs. Williams this evening.
Well, don't make it too late, though. I've been hitting the sack earlier and earlier. I never slept so good in my life.
Oh, we'll all be bedding down early tonight. With the barbecue and dance, nobody will be going to bed tomorrow night. More corn, Mrs. Slater?
Oh, yes, maybe just one more.
Another round of steaks are on the grill, too.
What a shame Tim had to miss it.
Yes, too bad.
I'm so surprised he didn't say anything to us before he left.
Well, when Mr. Egan got the phone call last night, he said it was an emergency at home. He just grabbed his things and ran. He seemed very upset.
I'm so curious because I thought...
One second.
Martha, want to give me a hand with these?
Oh, be right there. Help yourself to salad, Mr. Slater.
What were you going to say?
I'm wondering who could have called him. I remember him saying he didn't even tell his fiancée where he was going.
May I have the honor of a dance, Mrs. Slater?
Oh, thank you. No, please, I couldn't.
Go on, Jane.
I'm too full. Maybe later.
Well, Martha, It looks like us old folks have to show the youngsters how to have fun, huh? My arm, Mrs. Williams.
Delighted, Mr. Broker. Excuse us.
Just one dance, and I'll be back for you, Mrs. Slater.
Hey, Jane, we might as well pack up and go back to town tomorrow if you're going to act like this.
I'm sorry, Mike.
There's no reason for these suspicions. But do you want to leave?
No. You have your work to do.
Well, I'm not getting anything done. I mean, maybe we'd better pack it in.
No. I won't say anything more about it, Mike. I'll get back to my painting tomorrow and try to enjoy the rest of the summer. You ought to be back writing instead of watching me paint.
I don't see why you're unhappy with this painting, Jane. No, it's Mr. Broker's barn to a T.
I have a new idea for it. This morning I hit on what's wrong.
What?
Well, all you see is the outside. You don't feel a whole barn in the picture. It's because I've never bothered to look inside.
What do you mean?
Come on. Mr. Broker won't mind. Even though I'm not going to show the interior, if I know in my mind what it looks like, I'll give the whole painting more character.
That makes sense. It's the first barn I've ever seen with no dust on the windows. Door's not locked?
Not surprising. Mrs. Williams never locks her house. I don't think any of them do.
Yeah, well, let's go get that mood you're after. It's clean as a you-know-what.
Yes.
What's the matter?
It's too clean. Whoever saw a barn without any hay or harnesses or just plain junk?
Oh, there's a loft. Maybe there's some junk up here.
Oh, hey, be careful climbing that ladder.
It's steady.
You see anything?
Sorry. No plain junk, but... Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
I'll be darned.
For heaven's sake.
Look at this. It's the sign. It's the sign we saw out on the main road.
Oh, maybe it's one like it, an old one.
No. It's the same sign. It's the one that pointed to the two ruts through the field.
Why would Mr. Broker have it in here?
Without this sign out there, you could go right past that field. Go right past Granville and never know it was here.
Is that what they want?
Maybe your suspicions weren't so wrong, Jane.
Oh, Mike. What does it mean?
I want to ask some questions. But don't let on we found this, huh? Come on, let's get out of here fast before Broker gets back.
Let's leave this town right away.
Yeah, I only hope we can.
Tim Egan did.
Oh, did he? You were suspicious about that sudden departure. Now I'm beginning to wonder. He departed, but I'd like to know where.
How are things in Granville? You'll forgive me for not going along with you, but maybe now you know why. I much prefer to stay here and let you tell me what's going on there. I'm dying to know what happens next to our friends Mike and Jane Slater. You'll be able to fill me in after you return to Granville shortly in Act 3. Still feel you want to return to the odd little village? Well, if you insist. And don't say I didn't warn you. Mike and Jane Slater have finally awakened to the fact that Granville isn't all it's cracked up to be. Jane felt it first. And now Mike, having found that Granville can shut itself off from the world with them in it, decides Jane wasn't so wrong after all. The thing that makes me curious, and perhaps you too, is why? Why do these sweet townsfolk of Granville appear to be increasingly sinister? I hope you'll be able to tell me when you get back. That is, if you get back.
What kind of danger are we in?
I don't know. It's so damn maddening, I don't know.
You think it's even safe to go back into the house?
Oh, we've got to get our things from the car. We'll tell Mrs. Williams that we've got to leave sooner than we thought.
Won't she be suspicious after Tim Egan's disappearance?
Hey, I'd like to find out if that guy really went home.
Oh, forget about him.
Let's get ourselves home.
There's Ned Broker, just leaving Mrs. Williams.
He probably knows we've been to his barn.
Don't let on about anything.
Well, good morning, you two. Rested up from last night?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, still stuffed, though.
Been putting the finishing touches on that painting, Mrs. Slater?
Yes, it's finished, as a matter of fact, and it's a present for you.
Oh, now, Mrs. Slater.
Oh, please, take it.
Well, thank you. That's real special. Put it over my mantle. Sorry to run off. Got the chores at home.
That's okay. See you around.
Bye now.
I don't know why I did that.
You didn't like it anyway.
Listen, the phone. Maybe we can sneak up the stairs while she's on the phone. Hello? Who? Oh, Slater. Oh, yes. It's for us.
No, they never arrived. I was expecting them the 1st of July. That's right. They were taking the 2nd floor for the summer. I called their apartment in the city twice and didn't get an answer. I assumed they changed their plans.
Mike.
I wish they'd let me know. I could have gotten other tenants. And you haven't heard from them since they left the city? Oh, dear. Well, I wish there was something I could tell you. Yes, perhaps you'd better. All right, goodbye.
Mike.
She's gone into the kitchen.
Mike, this is unbelievable.
We are in danger. I don't know what or why. We have to get out of here. Don't let on we heard that conversation. Don't do anything to make them think we're suspicious. We've got to give ourselves time to make an escape.
Why would she say we weren't here? That we'd never arrived?
So they can do whatever they intend to do with us. That call had to be from Stu Hendry. He's the only one I told where we'd be.
He must be frantic.
Well, I've got to call him.
How can you?
There's got to be a public phone in the village.
Mr. Slater, lunch is ready.
I couldn't eat a thing.
Try when I slip into town and call Stu. Mrs. Williams, could I use your phone?
Well, of course.
I couldn't find a public phone in town.
Oh, so that's where you were when I had lunch ready. You didn't have to go all that way. All you had to do was ask. My phone's right here in the parlor.
I only want to call my publisher about my book. I'll reverse the charges.
All right, just help yourself. I'm going to a friend's for the afternoon. It's our backgammon day. And help yourself to the refrigerator. Mrs. Slater hardly touched a thing for lunch.
Henry here.
Stu, it's Mike.
Mike, where the hell are you?
In Granville. Listen.
What? Why, I just phoned there, and some dame told me you never arrived.
I know. Listen, Stu, we're in danger here.
Danger? What?
I don't know what it is, but Stu, listen. This is important. Jane and I are leaving here in a couple of minutes. We'll call you as soon as we're out. If you don't hear from us in 1 hour, I want you to get all the police you can and get up here to Granville.
Well, how do I find the place?
Take Route 47 north to Minorville, then Route 11 west 2 miles, and look... Oh, no. The sign won't be there. Look. You look for 2 ruts across a... Stu, do you hear me? Stu. Damn, they know. Jane!
What is it?
Is everything packed?
Yes, I just finished.
We're leaving now. Mrs. Williams went to a friend's. Hurry.
What did Stu say?
We were cut off, and it wasn't any accident. Grab those cases. I'll take the trunk and the typewriter.
Oh, I'm so glad to get out of here. I'll kiss those hot city sidewalks.
This is our only chance. Someone was listening in on my talk with Stu. I just hope we can make it in time.
I'll get the door.
Wait. Anybody out there?
Not a soul.
Okay. Let's go.
Do you think they're watching us?
I don't know. Just keep walking and we'll load the car. There's nothing they can do to stop us here. They don't seem to have any guns.
None that you know of.
Help me with the trunk. That's it. Now the case. Okay. Get in.
Still not a soul on the street.
So much the better.
Where are you going? You should have turned right.
No, we gotta get back to Thimble Street. We came in through Thimble to Maple. It's left on Thimble.
Oh, I guess that's right.
The green house, remember?
Yes, there it is.
Only, what's that sign say?
Well, that was Broad Street.
Well, there wasn't any Broad Street when we came in.
Well, it's probably the next one. Keep going.
Can't. We're coming to a dead end.
Well, we'll have to go back. Try turning right on Broad Street.
Oh, gee, this is getting crazy.
We turned left coming in. Turn right here.
Okay.
Oh, this looks right. This takes us right out onto the main road. Oh, thank God. Mike, we should have turned left back there.
No. We're still on the main road out of the village.
No, we're not. Look up there. It's another dead end.
It can't be.
We've got to go back and take the road to the left.
Oh, this doesn't add up, Jane. Look, we've been driving for a half hour trying to get out of this town. Every road's either a dead end or it takes us right back into the middle of the village.
But we came in on the main road. Where is it? Why can't we find it?
You don't want us to find it, Jane. We're trapped. We're trapped in this town, and I don't know why. But they don't want us to get out.
We're back at Mrs. Williams.
Oh, all roads lead to Mrs. Williams. I don't know what to do anymore. Driving around is useless. I'm going to confront that woman. I'm going to find out what's going on.
Then we'll never get out of here.
Again, I have to say, I don't know. Come on. We're going to wait for Mrs. Williams to get back from her backgammon.
Why, Mr. Slater, Mrs. Slater, something wrong?
Very, Mrs. Williams, very wrong.
I don't understand. I saw all your things in your car as I came in.
We're leaving, Mrs. Williams. That is, we're trying to leave.
But why?
Well, you ought to know. You listened in on my phone conversation. You know now that we're on to you, all you lovely people in Granville.
On to us?
Oh, come on, Mrs. Williams. We're prisoners here. We know it. You know it. Why? That's what I want to know. Why?
Mr. Slater, if you want to leave, I think you'd better. I've never had guests act as strangely as you.
All right. What happened to Tim Egan? Why was the road marker hidden in Broker's barn? And why? Why can't we find our way out? Every street's changed since we came in. For a half an hour, we drove in circles trying to find the road we came in on.
Mr. Slater, if you want to leave Granville, I'll have Ned show you the right way. It's no secret. Ned will be over in 2 minutes. Have your coffee. You've nothing to worry about, Mr. Slater.
Mrs. Williams, I guess we've seemed awfully strange. But things have happened here that we don't understand.
Oh, I know. Mr. Slater enumerated them. I'll have some more coffee.
All right. I guess I'm feeling better.
Mrs. Williams, we enjoyed your hospitality. Maybe we're making a big deal out of nothing.
Of course you are. I can't see a thing we've done to make you think we want to harm you.
I was trying to get out of town. And the road marker, like you were trying to hide us.
Well, maybe our imaginations got the best of us.
Well, maybe we ought to stay the rest of the summer, Jane. We've chased away the boogeyman.
No, I'm afraid it's time for you to leave. I'm sorry, too. I don't think you've got enough of my good home cooking.
Martha, you in there?
Come on in, Ned. I think they're about ready. They each had 2 cups.
I do hope you got some replacements coming.
A new couple tomorrow, 2 more on the weekend.
Good. Mr. Slater? Mrs. Slater?
When do we go home?
I'd better get them over to the freezer.
Oh, dear, I wish I'd had more time to fatten them up a bit.
Oh, you did fine, Martha. Same as always.
Oh, I hope so. It's my job.
Well, I'll get them packed down, and then I'd better get that sign out again. Don't want to miss the folks tomorrow.
Be right there. Oh, hello.
Hello, Mrs. Williams. We're the Reynolds.
Oh, of course. I've been expecting you all morning. You didn't have any trouble finding the place?
Oh, no.
Oh, well, come on in. Rooms are all ready. You're on the second floor. Lovely couple just moved out.
I know now why you're so particular about your guests. This home is so beautiful.
Well, yes, we have to be.
Oh, my, the whole town is just a picture.
I just know we're going to enjoy it here.
And we're going to enjoy you.
We stopped at that little store in town to ask directions, and everyone seems so happy and healthy. It's so youthful.
Like you. We just can't believe you're 79.
Well, we keep young in Granville. The secret's in our diet. We're very particular about what we eat. It's all in the diet.
Oh, your health food fetish.
Well, we do raise everything we eat. I hope you brought good appetites with you. It's my job to fatten up my summer people.
Well, I warned you not to go back there, but you went anyway. You can spare me the details. I know what went on there in Granville. Suffice it to say, a trip to Granville is a one-way trip. But I'm glad you got back safely. Relax and order anything on the menu. I'll be back shortly. I do hope you won't make the mistake of ever returning to Granville again. You're lucky to have gotten out with your skin. I can tell you one thing. You wouldn't catch me dead in the place. But you will find me in this same place tomorrow with another menu of suspense, mystery, and horror. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Jennifer Harmon, Grace Matthews, Leon Janney, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
And it's a simple enough request.
I think it's high time I heard it.
Yeah, high time. As you can hear, I have my own doctor whom I trust implicitly. He finally has told me that my life can be measured in hours. I want you to promise to be by my bedside. I want you to do for me what has never been done before. I want you to mesmerize me in articulo mortis, in the act of death. But just before it, so that the old man with the scythe will be stopped in his tracks.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Well, sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, Mel Blanc, and our guest, Francis Langford. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie.
And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Expertly blended and radiant roasted for rich, mellow, extra flavor. Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Well, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, George and Gracie do their final broadcast of the current season. So for 13 weeks, you won't be hearing from radio's most charming comedian and most talented actor. But Gracie and I will be back in September. So will Gracie's husband. Meanwhile, let's look in at the Burns home, where George and Gracie are figuring out where to spend their vacation. An idea that appeals to George is the big automobile race in Indianapolis.
You know where I'd like to be tomorrow, Gracie? Indianapolis.
Indianapolis?
Indiana.
Well, now, where do you want to be? Indianapolis or Indiana?
Indianapolis is in Indiana.
Oh. Well, that makes it handy. You can visit both of them in one trip.
Yes. Well, anyway, that's where I'd like to go tomorrow to see the big race.
Oh, well, it's just as well you won't be there, George. You'd lose. You'd bet on the wrong horse.
They race automobiles.
Oh, well, then you'd be sure to lose. Horses can't run as fast as automobiles.
They don't use horses. Men run the automobiles around a track.
Well, now, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. Men can't even run as fast as horses.
Look, at Indianapolis, the automobiles do not run against people.
Certainly different from Hollywood, isn't it?
I'm going to try once more. They have a big track where these automobiles, driven by men, whiz around about 150 miles an hour. Now, if I were there, I'd get a ticket.
Well, if that isn't unfair.
Now what?
They drive 150 miles an hour and you get a ticket.
Let's forget about Indianapolis. What would you like to do on our vacation?
Well, I'd like to get a nice suntan.
Well, that's easy.
But it's such a long way to Florida.
You don't have to go to Florida. You can stay right here in Los Angeles and get a very dark color.
I know, dear, but the smog washes right off.
I've got an idea. I'll run down to the Travel Bureau and get some folders on different resorts. Where are the car keys?
In the filing cabinet.
The filing cabinet?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to put the house in order, so I organized an alphabetical filing system. Just look in the cabinet and you'll find the keys.
Okay. Now, let's see. Keys would be under K. Hey, there's nothing under K but handkerchiefs. You've made a mistake.
No, I haven't, no. When do you use handkerchiefs? When you sneeze. K for kachoo.
That's some system. Well, where are the car keys?
Judge, the filing system won't do you any good if you don't learn to use it. Now, think.
Car keys. Oh, sure, they'll be under C. Well, for Pete's sake, what's a picture of your brother Willie doing filed under C?
George, can't you figure anything out? Willie's in the Navy.
Yeah?
He's on a submarine.
Yeah?
A submarine is an undersea boat, so
you filed him under C, I see. Look, I'm a little slow in catching on to things. Suppose you tell me where the car keys are.
Well, just where any intelligent person would look for them, under P.
P?
Well, certainly. Think about our car.
Oh, I get it. P for Plymouth. That's not bad, Gracie. I apologize.
No, not P for Plymouth. Don't you remember, we had our car painted green recently?
Yeah?
Well, was it bright green or pale green?
Pale green.
P for pale.
It couldn't be P for Plymouth.
Well, of course not. Suppose we traded it in for a Pontiac.
Well, I won't try to figure it out. I've got the car keys. I'll settle for that. Come in.
Good morning, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Hello.
Has your discussion concerning the destination of your vacation reached a satisfactory culmination?
can get somebody to write a melody, you got something. If that means have we decided where we're going, no.
Well, then may I suggest a most delightful spot? An earthly paradise which lies in the vicinity of my hometown in Iowa.
What's the name of it, Meredith?
Lake Winnie Oscabago Wandakichi Poo-Poo in the Willows. However, some folks would like to shorten the name.
Some folks are right.
Uh-huh. They want to call it Lake Winnie Oscabago Wandakichi Poo-Poo in the Pines.
Yes, that's much shorter.
Now, the name was derived from an old Indian saying, which translated into English means, woman love man, man love woman. What else?
We now have the Mad Russian with us.
Meredith, that's very interesting.
Interesting. Well, there's a most fascinating legend told about the lake. Would you care to hear it?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, once upon a time, there dwelt on the shores of the lake a beautiful Indian princess. Her father was Tall Buffalo, and her mother was Little Squirrel.
I wonder what they saw in each other.
The princess had many suitors, but she said the man she married must dive to the bottom of the lake and bring her an alligator.
Oh, big eater, wasn't she?
Yes. No man dared to try, because the alligators were very fierce, you know. However, along came a handsome Indian warrior. His father was Screaming Eagle, and his mother was Purple Pansy.
Well, those Indians come from the darndest combinations.
When he heard the desire of the princess, he didn't hesitate a moment, but he dove right to the bottom of the lake.
Oh, and he brought her the alligator.
No, never came up. Beautiful legend, isn't it?
Meredith, you're leaving now.
I am?
You are.
Well, you know best. Good day, all.
Good day. What a schmo. But at least he gave me an idea. It would be nice to spend our vacation at some lake and fish.
Well, I've never tried to catch a fish there.
Oh, you'd enjoy it after I taught you what to do. First, I'd show you how to make your tackle.
But fish are so slippery. I couldn't hold them after I tackled them.
Never mind, I'll explain it later. Let's go down to the Travel Bureau and get some information about lakes.
All right, dear. My, it'll be nice to relax for 13 weeks while Francis Langford takes over the show.
Oh, will Francis be on the show for us or something?
Yeah, the sponsor sent us a letter about it this morning.
Oh, that's wonderful news. I'd like to see the letter.
I knew you would, dear, so I put it in the file for you.
Not that Chinese puzzle again.
Now, George, you're just being stubborn. You can find it easily. Who's the letter about?
Francis Langford.
Mm-hmm. And what's the first thing you think of when you see Francis Langford?
Well...
better make it the second thing.
I give up.
You think of her husband. Now, who's she married to?
John Hall.
Mm-hmm. And who is he?
He's a big, handsome, well-built movie star.
So look under S.
Oh, S. S for star.
No, S for should happen to me.
Well, okay.
The sweetheart of Sigma Chi. Say, she's a mighty popular girl this time of year, Meredith.
She and every other co-ed, Bill. Yes, these are big days on the campus, all right, with final exams just about over and that long-awaited graduation week in sight.
Yes, there'll be a senior prom, of course, and a varsity show. And most of all, there'll be graduation itself, with Mom and Dad looking on proudly and the class of 1947 marching in the sheepskin parade. Moments that'll live in memory, these, belonging so truly and inescapably to the American scene. Reminds me how down through the years, Maxwell House coffee has become so real a part of the American scene. Coffee? Well, we Americans love it. It's our national drink. And it's a fact worth noting that today, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. How explain this overwhelming preference? Flavor's the answer, of course. That good to the last drop Maxwell House flavor that comes from the skillful blending of these selected Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. Adding up to great coffee at the peak of perfection. Friends, why not enjoy coffee at its absolute best? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Just say, Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
At least one thing is settled. We'll spend our vacation at some lake.
Mm-hmm. Oh, before we make it definite, George, I have a letter here inviting us to spend it with the O'Briens. That's my sister Pearl and her husband.
Oh, so the O'Briens want us to visit them this summer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they live in a nudist camp.
A nudist camp?
Yeah, that's what this letter says. See, it says, come and stay with us. We have nothing on for the summer.
That means they have nothing on their minds.
Or anyplace else either.
Gracie.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm certainly not going to any nudist camp. They say the food is awful.
Look, Gracie, the O'Briens do not want us to visit them at a nudist camp.
They do, too. My sister Pearl says right here, she says, please come. This will give us a chance to see more of each other.
Forget it. We won't visit the O'Briens. I'd rather go to the Ozarks.
Oh, you have some Irish relatives, too.
Yeah, my hillbilly cousin, Max Ozark.
Oh, I didn't know.
Sammy's nephew, you know. Well, come on. We're going to the Travel Bureau and get some folders on lake resorts.
Well, this looks like a nice travel agency, George.
Yeah, I'll speak to the fellow at the desk. Excuse me, sir. Could you recommend some nice lake resorts?
How do you do? So you're planning a vacation. First, let us consider the mountains. Ah, they are breathtaking. There, one finds scenic splendor.
Mister, look. All we want to know is about some lakes.
Well, I get to them later. How do you do? So you're planning a vacation.
Look, I don't want you to I don't want you to get to them later. Tell me about the lakes now.
Oh, sorry, mister, I can't. This is the way I got the spiel memorized, and if I don't say it straight through, I get all mixed up. How do you do? So you're going to...
Aren't you the same man who sold us office furniture and real estate?
Yeah, I got fired off of them jobs. How do you do? So you're planning a vacation. First, let us consider the mountains.
Well, I can't understand why you got fired.
Weak union. How do you do? So you're planning a vacation.
Gracie, stop interrupting the man. Mister, couldn't you possibly leave out the other stuff and get to the lakes?
Well, I'll try. If you prefer lakes, we can recommend, if you prefer, how do you do?
At least speed it up.
How do you do? So you're planning a vacation. First, let's consider the mountains. Ah, they are breathtaking. There, one can see fine. Then the description. Oh, if you prefer lakes, we can recommend the land of the 10,000 lakes.
10,000 lakes, yes.
Which are as follows. Lake Adirondack, Lake Abercrombie, Lake Allegheny.
Wait a minute. Look, Abercrombie, are you going to name the 10,000 lakes?
Yeah, that's part of the spiel, mister. How do you do?
Well, thank goodness we finally got reservations at Lake Louise. Now, Gracie, our train leaves tonight, so we've got to pack in a hurry. You know how long it takes us to get our clothes together.
Not this time, George. This time we can pack quickly. No stopping to look for things.
Gracie,
All our clothes are filed alphabetically.
Oh, no.
George, I don't believe you appreciate my filing system.
That's an understatement. The idea of filing my clothes in this thing. Where'd you ever find these wide drawers?
Oh, that's your regular underwear, dear.
Yeah, that's what I meant. By the way, where is my underwear? It should be under you.
Now, what would your underwear be doing under me?
Not under you. Under you.
George, you're nervous.
Yeah, I fainted twice today. Gracie, where have you filed my underwear?
Under X.
Underwear?
Yeah, underwear.
Where have you filed it?
Under X.
Why?
Not Y, X.
Look, Costello. Why did you file my underwear under X?
Well, because every time I see you in your underwear, it reminds me that you need exercise.
X for exercise. Well, here, pack it.
Yes, dear. Now be sure to take your green and purple necktie. You'll find it under J.
Why?
Not Y. J.
Don't start that. Why is the necktie under J?
Well, who gave it to you?
Your mother.
Mm-hmm. And what does my mother call you? A great big...
Under J, under J. Here it is.
Oh. This looks like the same loud tie she gave my daddy once. My mother used to present my daddy with the strangest things.
I know, I married one of them. Now, let's get back. Come in.
Hello, George and Gracie.
Oh, Francis Lane. Come in, Francis. Oh, we're so glad to see you. Please excuse the clothes lying around. George is such a messy packer.
I know, Gracie. So is John.
Really?
Yes, I guess husbands are the same whether you're married to George Burns or John Hall.
You're cute.
Francis, we're delighted that you're taking over the Maxwell House coffee time for the summer. But are you nervous about it? You seem scared.
Oh, well, that's because on the way over here, one of those Hollywood wolves tried to pick me up.
Oh, how awful.
He drove along beside me and yelled things like, "Hey, beautiful," and "Where'd you get those pretty legs?" and "Wow, what a build," and things like that. I had to walk around your block 3 times.
Well, why didn't you come in?
He hadn't finished.
I see.
But his car finally ran out of gas right up the street.
Well, good. That'll teach him not to...
Come in.
Hey, George, could I borrow some gas?
Oh, so it was you.
Francis, here's your wolf on the roof. Poof. Bill Goodwin. Bill, meet Francis Langford.
Well, gee, Franny, baby, why'd you run from me? I'm harmless, like the radio serial. I'm just plain Bill.
Well, I'm not like the radio serial. I'm John's only wife.
Oh, married.
Yeah.
Well, George, who's doing the summer show?
Well, you've got a surprise coming, Bill. This summer, Maxwell House coffee will be sold by the sweetest voice and the best figure in radio.
Now, wait a minute, George. You promised me a vacation.
Bill.
Besides, you shouldn't say I've got the best figure in radio.
I'm leaving out pictures, I
yes,
know.
you're leaving out pictures.
You know, the shy one. Yes. I was talking about Frances Langford. She's doing the summer show.
She is? Oh, I see. Well, then, Franny, I better tell you about Maxwell House coffee. Now, you see, Maxwell House
It's so wonderfully satisfying, so rich, delicious, and mellow.
Yes, yes. That famous flavor
It's
is
a result
of...
of careful selection and blending of distinctive Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection.
Mm-hmm, yes. And it's economical, Francis. You see, Maxwell House...
Is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy.
You're really telling her, Bill.
Well, Francis, here's something you don't know. With more than 1,000 brands to choose from...
More people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Yeah. And Maxwell House is always... Well... Maxwell House is always
good to the last drop.
That does it. I'm getting out of here.
Where you going, Bill?
I have to take singing lessons. I'll get even with her. So long, kids. I'll see you in September.
Bye, Bill.
Well, Francis, Bill may think he has the best figure in radio, but we know who has the sweetest voice. How about a song?
Thanks, Gracie, but my singing starts next week.
Oh, please, Francis, sing something.
No, really, I couldn't.
Well, all right. Then George will sing.
Okay.
Oh, maybe misbehaving all by myself.
What would you like to hear, Gracie?
Oh, you see, you changed your mind, huh? Well, anything you want to sing, Francis.
I'll sing You Belong to My Heart.
All right.
You and you'll always belong to my heart.
Thank you, Gracie.
And your command of that foreign language was amazing. I never heard such perfect Russian.
You must hear my Spanish sometime.
Oh, I'd love to. You're quite a songbird, Francis. Almost as good as George.
Oh, Gracie, don't say she's almost as good as me. She is as good.
Of course, Francis. In some ways, you and George are different.
My husband will be pleased to hear that.
George has more power, more depth. But you're good. Would you like to hear him sing again?
No, Gracie, really.
Of course you would. Pour it on a sugar throat. Just open the birdcage of your mouth and make this room sound like Capistrano at swallow time.
Okay.
Birds are sweetly singing and perfume flowers are bringing in the winners when I just passing by. Just passing by.
You're unbelievable. Did you hear that, Francis?
Just passing by.
Did you notice how easily those golden notes came sliding out?
Well, they should come out easily. He flattens them first.
He knows all the tricks. Well, I know you'll do your very best this summer without him.
It's a promise. Well, goodbye, George and Gracie. See you in September.
Lots of luck, Francis. Goodbye. Let's finish the packing. Oh, by the way, where are my cigars?
I put them in the filing cabinet.
Again, the file. Give me the cigars, please.
No, George, you've got to learn to be self-reliant. You can find them.
Well, don't tell me. Let me figure this one out myself.
All right.
Let's see. Cigars are made from tobacco. Tobacco grows in the South. The South was the home of Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee was a general. A general is the head of an army. So you put him under A for Army, right?
No, that's ridiculous.
Well, then where did you put them?
Under C for cigars.
Again.
It's almost time to catch our train. Has everything been taken care of?
Yeah, the baggage company picked up our trunk an hour ago. I'm all dressed and ready.
Oh, good. Let's get started. Did you put our train tickets and our reservation in the filing cabinet?
I should say I didn't.
Put George in there. They'd be safe.
You and that filing system. I put them in a really safe place. Right here in my... the pocket of the...
Well, what's the matter?
I put them in my coat pocket.
Oh, well, then get them out.
It was the coat of my other suit.
Oh, well, get them out of that.
The other suit is in the trunk.
And the trunk?
It's on its way to Lake Louise.
George!
Don't say it. Just file me under D for drip, that's all.
Join us again next Thursday at the same time for our summer Maxwell House Coffee Show, starring Francis Langford, with Toby Reed, Carmen Dragon, and his orchestra and chorus.
That's right, and we know you'll enjoy them if you listen every Thursday night. And by the way, I'd like to tell you that a new George Burns and Gracie Allen record album will be ready shortly.
Oh, yes, and maybe you'll enjoy listening to it, too. Goodbye, everybody.
See you in September. Good night.
The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Breakfast bother get you down? Why the frown? Get instant Maxwell House. It's instant, it's new, it's good to the last drop, too. Yes, trust Maxwell House to make a better instant coffee. True coffee flavor, true coffee aroma, because it's all coffee made from America's favorite, the famous Maxwell House blend. And thrifty. A jar of instant Maxwell House makes fully as much as a pound of regular coffee. Get instant Maxwell House. Enjoy coffee that's instantly good to the last drop.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer.
Last week, ladies and gentlemen, right after signing off, we met a man from Canada who ran off a record for us, the transcription of a broadcast presented by Stage 46, that exciting radio series produced by Andrew Allen up in Toronto. We loved it, all of us in the Mercury who listened, and we figured you listeners stateside shouldn't have to miss the fun from up above the border. So, the previously announced Treasure Island goes back on the shelf to make room for a light-hearted little libel entitled Life with Adam. A sort of satire, this is, on somebody of a similarity almost photographic and certainly surgical to your obedient servant. In other words, the hero of tonight's story is me. But I refuse to admit it to the extent of playing the part myself. No, I'm just going to sit back in the control room and make myself comfortable as possible under the circumstances. When lampooning a contemporary, the neatest evasion of the libel laws, is a simple switch of the victim's name. By translating Alexander Wolcott to Sheridan Whiteside, the authors of The Man Who Came to Dinner were spared a lawsuit, although the model of the comedy could not be restrained from enacting himself in the road company. Turning the name Orson Welles into the even unlikelier Adam Bonnycastle, playwright Hugh Kemp of Canada not only scored a thundering success on the radios of our good neighbors to the north, but wins a half hour of his model's hard-won airtime without having to endure a performance of the model by the model himself. No, I definitely am not going to act myself. And no cracks, please, about how I never have. Canada's celebrated and very, very talented Fletcher Markle, who's the man who brought us the record and who created the role and who is also the show's director tonight, will be heard in what might be described as my place. Since there is no valid contribution I can make to Life with Adam beyond having posed for the original of this advertisement. I therefore yield the studio to an impersonation which, believe me, is something less than a compliment and something more than a comment.
Hello, Chester. Hi, Chubb. What are you doing?
Melting. I'm melting away.
Hello, George. Same old thing.
Yes, Miss Holiday.
Now, Evie, what is all this?
Yes, what are you doing in New York when you could be at Sneeden?
It's a long story, Chubb, but it goes in one sentence. I'm sick of the people I know. Does that sound awful?
No worse than it did the last time.
How's New York?
Dull.
Who's around?
The kids that are working.
What about you, Chubb?
Oh, nothing I haven't written about. Oh, hey, I've got something to show you. Right.
Oh, that.
A Day with Eve Holiday. Have you seen it?
They sent me a copy.
I think it's swell.
Let me see.
The pictures are nice. Just a sec. Turn back a couple of pages.
Oh, this? Life with Adam. Adam Bonnycastle writes, produces, acts, lectures, composes, paints.
I saw him act once.
Cute. He needs a shave.
I think he's here in town.
Oh, I see you've read this.
I had nothing to do on the train.
The 27-year-old wizard, who can do everything but add, is absolutely tireless. Fresh from a successful run in his own musical Big Nemo, Bonnycastle is now in rehearsal with a traditional version of Richard III. He lectures twice weekly at 2 universities. Will guest appear as Sidney Carton on the August 12th broadcast of All Star Theater.
He's super Cyrus.
All Star Theater? Hey, that's Daddy's show. He's a sponsor. You want to go, huh?
Might be something to do.
Heavens, not me.
I'll get tickets. You want to ask anybody?
Let's go alone.
Oh, I forgot you're sick of people.
How about this? Adam Bonnycastle rejected the agency's adaptation of A Tale of Two Cities. Did a new stylized version himself.
I see him, foremost of just judges and honored men, bringing a boy of my name, with a forehead that I know and golden hair.
Hey, he's all right. What do you think,
He needs a haircut.
Oh, I wouldn't mind an evening with that boy.
Not my
I
type.
hear him tell the child my story with a tender and a faltering voice. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest I go to than I have ever known. Two Cities, starring Adam Bonnycastle as Sidney Carton. Our sponsor wishes to thank Mr. Bonnycastle for taking time out from his production of Shakespeare's Richard III to appear on tonight's All-Star Theater.
Let's get out of here. There are too many people.
Oh, stop being so blasé. I think it's exciting. That's what I think.
It's cool in here. Half of my clothes are still at Sneeden.
You look beautiful. Gosh, that tan alone is enough.
Come on, I can plow through the crowd. Excuse me.
I'd like to, but I couldn't possibly make it.
Mr. Bonnycastle, there are people on all the phones.
Take messages, please, will you? Jenkins? Where's Jenkins?
Here I am.
Take a note, will you? Page 18, Richard. Subjective approach. I don't know what that means. Remind me.
Yes, Mr. Bonnycastle.
Mr. Bonnycastle, your elevator, please.
I'll be right there.
Here's the producer, Mr. Bonnycastle.
Well, Mr. Bonnycastle, beautifully played, beautifully played. It was a real pleasure to produce, a real pleasure.
I don't know why.
Mr. Bonnycastle, you're due at rehearsal at
I'm coming right away. I have an idea for Buckingham's costume. Tell Forrest to see me at breakfast.
Breakfast is booked.
Breakfast is
you
booked.
can drive over to the university with you.
Mr. Bonnycastle, I'm Chubb Horton, my father.
Mr. Bonnycastle, long distance wants you to Hollywood.
It's that ridiculous woman. I can't talk to her.
Mr. Bonnycastle, my
I
father.
forgot to tell you, the car won't be ready till tomorrow.
Get an ambulance, will you? I can't stand taxis.
Mr. Bonnycastle, my
Yes, little
father.
girl, what is it about your father? Does he want to act?
I'm Chubb Horton. My father sponsors this program.
Why?
Oh,
don't know.
I don't know either. It's perfectly dreadful.
May I present Eve Holliday, Mr. Bonnycastle?
How do you do?
Hello. Jenkins, I like the fellow who read the Sentry. Get his name, will you?
Come on, Chubb. You've met the boy wonder.
Mr. Bonnycastle, I have a car right out front. I'd be glad to drive
Thank you. That's very kind. Very kind.
Chubb, I'll meet you somewhere afterwards.
Oh, you don't be a prima donna. Come for a nice drive. Come on, Jenkins. Goodbye, kiddies. I love you all.
Comfortable back there?
Quite, thank you. Very pleasant.
How about you, Eve?
I will be soon. How far's the theater?
Oh, bear up, Miss Holliday.
Jenkins, this child doesn't admire me. What's the matter, miss? Do you want to be an actress?
I do not.
Thank heavens. What were you doing there tonight? You're much too fashionable to be interested in radio.
I was trapped into it.
So was I.
May I ask a question, Mr. Bonnycastle?
Of course.
Are you really as unbearable as you seem?
I don't know. Jenkins, am I as unbearable as I seem?
Sometimes, Bonnie boy, sometimes you're a prize. And at other times you're a dear.
Tonight I'm a prize. What about you? Are you really the empty shell you seem?
Eve is a darling. You leave her alone.
You like her, huh? What do you like about her?
Everything. She's wonderful. She has looks, style, social position.
She spends too much time dressing.
Why don't you get your hair cut?
Eve's trouble is that she's bored.
Ah, bored. That's wonderful. What are you bored about?
You at the moment, also the summer. I'd forgotten how dull New York is in the summer.
New York is exciting. You are dull.
Let's not discuss me.
What do you mean by dull?
Everybody's away. No good parties.
No good parties. What a mind you must have, my butterfly. No wonder you wear dark glasses.
I'll bet you have full-length mirrors on your walls.
You're stealing my line.
The theater's just around the corner. We'll get out here.
All right, I'll stop on the other side.
Excuse me.
I enjoyed the play, Mr. Bonnycastle. See you again, I hope.
Thanks very much, Chubbin. You, too. What did you say your name was?
I didn't.
She's Eve Holliday.
Eve Holliday. Nice. Miss Holliday, you have good legs. Jenkins, I like the pretty girl.
Who?
Adam Bonnycastle. Who else?
Isn't he dreadful? Where's that magazine?
You're sitting on it. Don't you think he's good looking?
I suppose, if you like the type. Writes, produces, acts, lectures, composes, paints.
That Miss Jenkins seemed like a nice person.
How old did you say she was?
35.
You think she's given up hope?
Ah, no.
Born in Dayton, Ohio, Bonnycastle was doing finished paintings at the age of 5, composing at 7. He needs the mustache, though. Hello?
Adam Bonnycastle.
Adam Bonnycastle, what?
This is Adam speaking.
Yes?
You drove me to the theater a couple of nights ago.
Yes, I remember. You were very busy.
You were very bored. Are you still bored?
At the moment, yes.
After my rehearsal tonight, I have 3 hours off. Will you meet me?
I have 3 dates.
Don't be irrelevant. I have a whole cast waiting.
Of course I won't meet you. How'd you get my private phone?
I didn't. Jenkins did. She can get anything.
Did you get your hair cut?
I have a picture magazine here, Life. It says A Day with Eve Holliday.
I've seen it.
Eve Holliday believes in glamour around the clock. She breakfasts on grapefruit and coffee, wearing a beautifully designed mandarin coat of chartreuse. What a horrible waste of a life.
What are you being so useful about?
Life is a race against death.
And you hope to win?
I'll be through at midnight. Will you meet me?
Definitely not.
At the theater.
No.
Kiddies, that was a very bad dress, kiddies, but I love you all. You little lambs. Lambkins. Do it like that in Boston, and we'll all have to work in radio again. Jenkins! Jenkins, get Smith for breakfast and tell him to bring his sketchbook.
Okay, Mr. Bonnycastle. Smith for breakfast.
Adam, we're going out for smoked meat. You want to come?
Can't send one over for me, will you? I'll be here. And coffee, a quart of coffee.
Adam! Bonnie!
What is it, Jenkins?
Someone down here to see you.
Huh? Oh, look who it is. Didn't expect you. You see the dress?
I just came in.
If you'll excuse me, I haven't slept this week.
Thanks, Miss Jenkins.
Okay, Jenkins. Quits for tonight. In the morning.
Night, Bonnie.
So, you didn't expect me.
I never expect a woman.
Where are we going?
I have to get this stuff off my face.
You do your own makeup?
Yes, always. I'm an expert. You wear too much.
Ha!
That's a horrible mouth. I'll fix it.
You leave it alone.
It droops. What a dismal droop.
Why did you ask me out tonight?
Why'd you accept?
What's that stuff?
Benzedrine?
You look terrible. Are you sick?
Oh, a little tired.
Why don't you go to bed?
It's habit forming.
What's the point behind all this routine?
You resent it, don't you?
Why should I resent it?
It's a challenge to your way of life.
Why do you do it?
When I was 20, it seemed a good way to be very important.
Now you're 27. Why do you keep it up?
Nothing else seems very important.
Poor man. How'd you get time off tonight?
I canceled things.
Where are we going?
Any ideas?
You want your picture taken, is that it? Autograph?
No, that isn't it.
What is it, then?
You're beautiful. You fascinate me. I have a farm about half an hour out west, Chester. Do you want to go sit on a swing?
I do not. How about a club?
I thought you were tired of that life.
I'm no farm girl.
Well, here you are sitting on a swing. You like it?
What are you doing with the farm?
I bought it for Jenkins. There are times when I haven't any money. Jenkins keeps me.
Who is Jenkins?
She used to be an actress, but it made her sick at the stomach. Now she manages me.
What are you doing next month?
Boston, Richard, and I starting a new radio series. I have lectures. We're planning a new Hamlet.
When do you rest?
I take a deep breath every now and then. What are you doing in New York in August?
I got sick of the country life. I want to be useful.
You're out of character.
You dislike me, don't you?
I like you very much.
Why did you ask me out?
Why did you come?
Put you in your place?
You're not trying very hard.
No. You're not playing fair. You're being defenseless.
You disappointed?
No.
Surprised?
Yes.
Why?
That public performance of yours is a lily. You're not like that.
What am I like?
You'll hate this.
Go ahead, offend me.
You're more like Huckleberry Finn. Mad?
No. Please.
Why?
I didn't think you'd read Huckleberry Finn.
You'd be surprised what I've read.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Why?
Surprise is mainly an act. People aren't surprised nearly as often as they think they are.
We're being honest tonight.
I'm being honest. You're being sulky.
I'll be honest, too, Adam.
What?
I want to be kissed.
Surprise, surprise. You're not going to be.
You're very cute. I thought we were being honest.
I told you about your mouth back in the dressing room.
Let's go home. I've had enough of the country. Hot.
This is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. You are not listening to me. You're listening to Canada's radio star Fletcher Markle in his own production of Hugh Kemp's Canard called Life with Adam. And now, while Mr. Markle and I rest from his exertions, here is Jim Amici to tell you about smooth and sparkling...
Yes, smooth and sparkling Pabst Blue Ribbon. As one of the Mercury players was saying just before the start of tonight's show, Jim, you're right when you tell folks to keep on asking for Pabst Blue Ribbon. For shortage or no shortage, that Pabst Blue Ribbon taste is as perfect as ever. Yes, of course it is. After all, Pabst Blue Ribbon, as always, is happily blended of those never less than 33 fine brews. Naturally, the flavor is just bound to be not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer flavor coming through just the way you like it. So, when occasionally your dealer's unable to supply you with all of this truly great beer you like, please keep right on asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Comes now Act 2 of Life with Adam. And remember, please, any similarity to living persons is purely intentional.
Well, don't keep me waiting, Eve. What about him? What about Adam Bonnycastle? Is this really it?
Oh, Chub, what would I do? Sit at rehearsals all the time? Besides, I'd get very tired of his shouting at Jenkins.
Jenkins!
Coming, Bonnie. What is it?
You take that other phone. I'm busy on these two.
Okay.
All right, Harry, I'll catch up with you in Boston.
Speaking.
Yes, I'd like
Can
to
I
do it
help
very
you?
much. Depends on how long Richard
Well,
runs.
Mr. Bonnycastle isn't casting just
About
at
a
the
month,
moment.
I'd say.
Well, what have you done?
Goodbye, Harry.
Oh,
Hello,
I see.
Frank.
I
About
know
those
he'd
pictures, do
like
you take
to
them
see you,
again?
But, he has so
No,
many
Frank,
things,
just
and as he's
pictures.
not
If I want
casting them
portraits,
now.
I'll get paintings
Yes.
made.
Yes.
Anytime you say
I'm
between
sorry.
4 and 4:15.
Try us again.
Okay, goodbye. Jenkins, don't give me that reproachful look.
Bonnie, you're 40 minutes late.
What have you got there?
The remains of the mail.
I have to read it.
There are a couple you should look at. One very personal.
What does it say?
It's an invitation to a something on Saturday afternoon, Eve holiday.
Oh,
You want to go?
we drove out to the farm the other night.
Did you have a time?
She excites me.
She's not your type.
What is my type?
Me, about 10 years ago.
She gives me a lift. That's important.
Well, go to her party. You can do your card trick.
I did a social season once. I can't stand repetition.
Maybe you'll like her little chums. The dialogue will be very bright, I'm sure.
She's not like the rest of them. She's trying to break away.
Oh, pardon my guffaw.
Jenkins, you're very sweet. I love you, you know.
I know.
You won't leave me, will you?
No, Bonnie. I'll be around.
Jenkins,
Yes?
cancel everything between now and Monday. Rehearsals, meetings, lectures.
What's the matter, Bonnie?
Let's not be analytical. I've got to do my lines. Memory slipping.
All right. I'll be in my office if you want me.
Fine. Flourish. A flourish, trumpets. Strike alarum, drums. Let not the heavens hear these telltale women rail on the Lord's anointed. Strike, I say! Either be patient and entreat me fair, or with the clamorous report of war, thus will I drown your exclamation.
Yes?
Hello.
Hello. Oh, it's you. Well, say something.
I can't think of anything.
Why did you call?
Jenkins told me to.
I'm busy, Adam.
What are you doing?
Chester's here. He's playing the piano.
The amateur hour. How I hate amateurs.
You're getting insulting.
I want to see you.
When did that come over you?
Just now.
I can't possibly see you.
I'll pick you up. We'll do some bars.
No.
In about half an hour.
No, I mean it.
I want you.
No. Did you get my invitation?
Yes?
Well, are you coming to the party?
I'm terribly busy. My weekend is filled.
Chester's pounding. I have to get back.
I want you.
No. Goodbye, Adam.
Jenkins!
What is it?
I feel fine, thank you. Very bright. Slave, I have set my life upon a cast, and I will stand the hazard of the die. I think there be 6 Richmonds in the field. 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse, my kingdom for a horse. Hey, you, how do I get out to the garden?
Right through there. But yell bingo before you do.
Thank you. Look, what is done cannot be now amended. Men shall deal unadvisedly sometimes, which after hours give leisure to repent. If I did take the kingdom from your sons, to make amends, I'll give it to your daughter.
Hi, Adam.
Huh?
Over here.
Oh, Chubb.
Who's that?
King Richard. What are you doing out here by yourself?
Getting my breath. This is some party for August.
Who are these people? Eve's friends?
Some are. Some just came along.
How do you tell them apart?
You don't like us very much, do you?
I don't lump you all together.
We're not really like this. A lot of it's just an act. Trouble with us is that we're bored.
Nuts.
All right. But you have to understand that if you want to understand Eve.
Chubb, you seem like a good fellow. Why don't you stop this nonsense?
What do you want me to do? Sit at home? Tried it once, didn't like it.
Eve doesn't seem too ecstatic at the moment.
Eve gets moved. Besides, you're not supposed to be out in the garden when she's inside. Oh, there's Jill. I better go in.
You mean there's another one?
Really, it's a darling winter place. It's stone, has 4 huge bedrooms, 1 smaller one, an enormous living room, wood-paneled, and the cutest furniture.
Is it as nice as our place last year?
Yes, I think so. And Peggy has promised to find us a maid. A job done.
It's about time. Sounds wonderful, Jill.
June, this is Adam Bonnycastle, June Delaplante.
Eve, darling, he's cute. How did you get him?
Madam, take your arms from around my neck.
He's shy. Oh, isn't that darling?
June has found us a house for the winter.
What's the matter with this house?
A winter place in the Laurentian.
Oh, that's
wonderful. I hate the thought of being stuck in town all winter.
What do you do up there?
We ski, silly boy. We ski.
I don't think I'd be much of a skier.
What's that got to do with it? The man's human. He's actually human. He doesn't ski.
Did you see anybody else?
Yes, Craig told me that Dottie's taking that little blue plate. You know, the one that looks like French pastry.
Chester!
Adam, don't shout.
Chester, if you must play that, for heaven's sakes, give it a reasonable expression.
Don't push.
Now, Chester, watch. Listen. See, like this. Like this. This. You get it? You get anything?
No.
It does sound better, Chester.
I'm going home.
Chester.
I feel like singing. Who feels like singing? Adam, do you know Row, Row, Row Your Boat?
I do not.
Do you know it's the talk of the town?
Will you stop clinging to me?
Don't you disagreeable? Don't you know any popular music? I mean, it's Saturday. How about onesie twosie?
Chester, wait for me.
Adam, isn't that awful? Adam! Adam, if you leave now, we're all through.
All through. We were all through before we ever met. Onesie, twosie, it's the talk of the town.
No, I'm very sick now. I'm upset.
So, you fell off your good behavior. Bonnie, you do learn the hard way.
Job, the little girl, the fat one, turned out to be a campfire singer.
I could have told you
There was
that.
a girl there, not a girl, a creature. If you wrote her into a script, people would say it was corny. She kept talking about a house.
Well, what about the weekend? I canceled everything. Do you want me to uncancel?
Might as well try to save some more of this evening's gone. I'll work by myself.
All right, I'll check with you first thing in the morning. Take it easy, Greasy. It's a long,
Thanks
long
for
flight.
coming over. Do you want a cab? Charlie! Oh, I forgot he went out for the night.
I'd rather walk. Night.
Night. As I intend to prosper and repent, so thrive I in my dangerous attempt of hostile arms. Myself confound. Heaven and fortune bar me happy hours, day. Yield me not thy light, nor night thy rest. Oh, as I intend to prosper and repent, so thrive I in my dangerous attempt. You change your mouth.
You haven't changed your manners.
No, come in.
What are you doing?
Rehearsing?
It's Saturday night, didn't you know?
So I heard. Where's your party?
You behaved dreadfully this afternoon.
Why do you bother with those people? They're unbelievably unimportant.
They're my friends.
What's the matter? Can't you interest any real people?
Oh, stop acting. Who decorated this place?
Nobody. I hate decorators. It just grew. Parts of it are still empty. Who was that June character?
June's a darling when you know her.
I'll never find out.
Who painted this portrait?
I did.
Who is it?
Shirley. My wife.
You were married?
When I was 20. For a year.
What happened?
I needed more people. So did Shirley.
Where is she now?
In San Francisco, I think, enjoying a very successful second marriage.
Are you in love with her?
What are you doing here?
Oh, Adam. That's what I came for. I should go.
Why do you want to?
No. There's no sense in this.
Since when have you tried to make sense?
When we're alone. Good. More. When you leave.
In a week, I'll be away a year.
Why so long?
Richard closes in New York. I'm going to the West Coast. Want to come?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be something?
Wouldn't it?
I never knew what incompatibility meant until I ran into you.
I suppose Miss Jenkins is going with you.
I couldn't live without her.
Will you think of me?
Not for long. Another winter with your little chums in the north, and you'll be undistinguishable.
I want the winter. We could have fun if you stay.
Yes, couldn't we? We could all get suntan.
You don't laugh enough. We'll do you good to have some fun.
My dear child, I have more fun in a minute than you have in a week.
Don't call me a child.
When you were 17, somebody convinced you that you were very important. You've carefully preserved the illusion and the age.
Adam, I want to be kissed. Adam.
Oh, this is impossible, ridiculous.
We have nothing in common, have we?
Absolutely nothing.
I know it couldn't work. I know that.
Nobody's fault, just a difference of background, of temperament.
We'd be miserable.
Completely. Perhaps if we met in another lifetime.
Under totally different
We'd have a
circumstances.
magnificent week, and then we'd run into that party crowd of yours.
Oh, a week of rehearsals.
Not hating each other.
Thrilling hate. Oh, it would be impossible. Quite impossible.
Oh, but let's try it, shall we?
Shall we? Darling.
Alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Life with Adam. And for this unabashed assault upon us, the Mercury leased out its studio tonight to an all-star cast of talented Canadians. Grace Matthews was Eve, John Graney was Chester, Hedley Rennie was, among other things, the waiter and producer. Trisha Judre was Chubb, and there was Mr. Fletcher Markle, whose excruciating portrait of your producer is not likely to live down. A few Mercury refugees did just manage to nudge up to the microphone. There was the old maestro Bernard Herrmann, for instance, who conducted the original music, which was written by Lucio Agostini for the original Canadian broadcast. That was Mercedes to Cambridge for a minute there, June, and sharing the top billing with Mr. Markle, a Mercury veteran who's added stardom on Broadway to her position as one of radio's most highly regarded artists. Our own Miss Betty Gard. She was Jenkins. And now, before telling you about next week, a word from Jim Amici.
Let me remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he's unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best. You can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now here's a very important message from Secretary Anderson of the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Anderson says, quote, "The immediate problem that faces a war-torn world is food. For after this week of spade work and education comes the constant performance through autumn that should result in making this year the greatest season of home food preservation in history." Unquote. And now, Mr. Wells.
Next week, a real thriller diller, Moat Farm, by Norman Corwin. Until then, speaking for my sponsors and for all of us in the Mercury, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat at one of the greatest plays ever produced. So while Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great theater and this truly great beer.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we bring you a tale of dark secrets and of a dark and secret love, an English classic, a standard work, too, in our Mercury repertory, with a special score composed and conducted by that pillar of the Mercury, Mr. Bernard Herrmann, with your obedient servant as the strange master of Thornfield Hall, and Miss Alice Frost in the title role of Jane Eyre.
My name is Jane Eyre. I have no father or mother, brothers or sisters. When I was 10 years old, my aunt sent me off to Lowood School. It was not so much a school as an institution for the children of the poor. Soon after I was 18, I placed an advertisement in the Yorkshire Herald, applying for the position of governess. The following week, a reply came from a Mrs. Fairfax of Thornfield Hall in Yorkshire.
If J.E., who advertised last Thursday, is qualified to teach the usual branches of a good English education, a situation can be offered her where there is but one pupil, a little girl 9 years of age.
Three days later, I left Lowood School, and that evening, I was at Thornfield Hall.
How do you do, my dear? Oh, I'm afraid you've had a tedious ride.
No, indeed, ma'am. Shall I have the pleasure of seeing Miss Fairfax tonight?
I am Mrs. Fairfax. Oh, you mean your pupil, Adele. she is not my daughter. The child is Mr. Rochester's ward.
And who is he?
The owner of Thornfield Hall. I'm merely the housekeeper. Your pupil is his ward. He wrote me to find a governess for her.
He's not here himself?
Almost never. Much of the time he's abroad.
It does seem strange for a gentleman to own this great house, yet never stop here to enjoy it.
You will find, Miss Eyre, that Mr. Rochester is in many ways a strange gentleman.
I slept smooth and soundly that night in my new home. Once I woke and heard a clock strike. I heard another sound. It seemed to me that somewhere in the house I heard a low, mirthless laugh. Then for many weeks, nothing happened to break the smooth course of our lives at Thornfield Hall. One day in January, I put on my coat and went out for a walk. The afternoon was already dimming. On the hilltop above me sat the rising moon, pale as a cloud. Suddenly, in the distance, I heard the sound of hooves. A horseman came over the hill, down toward the little bridge.
Easy there! Oh, the devil.
Are you injured, sir?
Stand on one side.
Oh.
Down, pilot. Down. Oh, my leg. You, where do you come from? You young girl, you're not a servant in the hall.
I'm the governess to Mr. Rochester's ward.
Oh, you're the governess. Just take it if I hadn't forgotten the governess. Well, necessity compels me to make you useful. Come closer, me lean on your shoulder. Now, hold the bridle. Here we are. Now just hand me my whip, which lies there under the hedge.
Here, sir.
Thank you. Goodbye, child.
As I walked back to Thornfield, I kept seeing his tall figure, enveloped in a riding cloak, fur-collared and steel-clasped, remembering his stern face, his angry, thwarted eyes. It was late when I got back to the hall.
Mrs. Fairfax, what dog is that?
He came with the master.
With whom?
With the master, Mr. Rochester. He had an accident. His horse fell coming down Hay Lane. He said you were to go to him the minute you came in. You'd better hurry.
Come in. Well, sit down, Miss Eyre. You've been resident in my house 3 months.
Yes, sir.
You come from...
From Lowood School, sir.
Charitable concern. How long were you there?
8 years.
8 years? You must be tenacious of life. No wonder you have rather the look of another world. I marveled where you got that sort of faith. I'd half a mind just now in Hay Lane to demand whether you'd bewitched my horse. Indeed, I'm not sure yet. Who are your parents?
I have none.
Or ever had, I suppose. Now, don't draw that chair further off, Miss Eyre. Sit down exactly where I placed it, if you please. Otherwise, I cannot see without disturbing my comfortable position, which I have no mind to do. You examine me, Miss Eyre. You think me handsome?
No, sir.
And what faults do you find with me, pray? Does my forehead not please you? Does it look as if I were a fool? Why don't you answer me? You look very much puzzled, Miss Eyre. You are not pretty any more than I am handsome. A puzzled air becomes you, so
Puzzle on. I leave the choice of subjects entirely to you. You're dumb, Miss Eyre. Or stubborn. Yes, stubborn. A little annoyed. Confess it, you're afraid of me.
I'm bewildered.
You're afraid.
I have no wish to talk nonsense.
If you did talk nonsense, it would be in such a grave, quiet manner, I should mistake it for sin. You never laugh, Miss Eyre. Don't trouble to answer.
It's past 9, sir. I must say good night.
Good night. Good night, Miss Eyre.
I could not sleep for thinking of Mr. Rochester. I lay there listening. Then it seemed my door was touched, as if fingers were groping their way along the panels in the dark gallery outside.
Who's there? Who is it?
There was a strong smell of burning. Mr. Rochester's door was ajar, and smoke rushed from his room. The curtains were on fire.
Wait! Wait, Mr. Rochester, wait!
Yeah? Huh?
He lay stupefied in his sleep. I rushed to the basin and pitcher.
Oh, what is it? Is there a flood?
No, sir, but there's been a fire.
In the name of all the elves in Christendom, is that Jane Eyre? What have you done with me, witch? Sorceress? The smoke. Who's in this room besides you? Look at me, Jane. Did you happen to hear during the night an odd laugh?
Yes, sir. I thought perhaps one of the servants...
Just so, one of the servants. You guessed it. Jane, you're no talking fool. Say nothing about it. What? Are you quitting me already? And in that way?
You said I might go, sir.
But not without taking leave, not in that brief, dry fashion. He saved my life, at least. Shake hands. He saved my life, Jane. I knew you'd do me some good in some way. Sometime.
Then Mr. Rochester left Thornfield Hall. And when he returned, it was with a large company of very elegant guests. There was one lady in particular to whom my master seemed especially attentive.
The Honorable Blanche Ingram. Lord Ingram's sister she is. She's held the most beautiful girl in the county.
And this beautiful and accomplished young lady is not yet married?
It appears not. What is the matter with you, child? You've eaten nothing. What is it, Jane? What's happened to you?
That evening, word came that Mr. Rochester wished to introduce my pupil, Adele, to the ladies in the drawing room after dinner. I rose and curtsied to them. One or two bent their heads in return. The others only stared at me. As soon as I could, I left quietly through the side door.
How do you do?
I'm very well, sir.
Why did you not come over and speak to me in the drawing room, Jane?
I did not wish to disturb you.
What have you been doing while I was away?
Teaching Adele, as usual.
Getting a good deal paler than you were. Now, who in the devil is that at this time of night?
Shall I go and see
Yes,
her?
Jane, I must return to my guests. I fear Miss Ingram will have marked my absence.
Mr. Rochester?
Yes?
There's a man to see you, sir. He went into the drawing room.
Devil he did. Have you his name?
Mason, sir, and he's come from the West Indies.
Mason?
From Jamaica, I think.
I'll see him presently.
Yes, Mr. Rochester.
Mason? West Indies? Is that what she said?
Do you feel ill, sir?
Oh, Jane. Jane. I've got a blow. Oh, Jane. If all the people in that drawing room came in a body and spat at me, what would you do, Jane?
I'd turn them out of the room, sir, if I could.
But if I were to go into them and they dropped off and left me one by one, what then? Would you go with them?
I rather think not, sir. I should have more pleasure in staying with you.
To comfort me?
Yes, sir. To comfort you as well as I could. Much later that night, I wakened suddenly.
Jane! Get up! Get up, I need you. Have you a sponge in your room?
Yes, sir.
You won't turn sick, Jane, at the sight of blood. Here, give me your hand. Let me see. Warm and steady. You'll do, Jane. Come along.
I followed Mr. Rochester to the floor above. We entered a large room. And beyond that, there was an open door. And from inside came a low sound. Almost like a dog growling. In a chair was a form of a man, huddled and still. I saw that it was a stranger, Mason, the gentleman who had called earlier. His sleeve and his shirt on one side was soaked with blood.
She's done for me.
Quiet, miss.
Done for me.
Nonsense. You've lost a little blood, that's all. Now then, Jane. Hold this basin.
Oh, she went at me with her teeth.
Will you be silent?
She sucked the blood. She said she'd drain my heart.
I warned you, Mason.
I thought I could have done her some good.
You thought, Mason. Get up. You must be out of the house before morning.
Let her be taken care of. Let her be treated as tenderly as may be.
I do my best, Mason. And have done my best. And will do it, never fear. Yet, would to God there was an end to all this. You are listening, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mercury Theater's radio production of the great English classic, Jane Eyre. And now, before we go on with part the second, here is Ken Roberts, alert and ready to speak a few lines about
another masterpiece, another classic, Blended, Splendid, Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yes, friends, the work of art Mr. Wells is bringing you tonight is a blend of many talents, just as Pabst Blue Ribbon is the blend of never less than 33 fine brews, each merging its individual goodness with the other to give you that splendid flavor, not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. No doubt your dealer is occasionally unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like these days. But please keep on asking, for every single bottle you do get will live up to the same high standards of quality and taste. Yes, every bottle will be, as always, Blended, Splendid, Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now Orson Welles continues with Jane Eyre.
Mr. Rochester stayed on at Thornfield Hall. The talk continued about his coming marriage to Miss Ingram. Yet never had he called me more frequently to his presence. Never had he been kinder to me. And alas, never had I loved him so well. It was a midsummer eve. I went down into the orchard. I heard a nightingale singing in the woods far away.
Jane? Good evening, Jane. Thornfield is a pleasant place in summer, is it not?
Yes, sir.
You'd be sorry to leave.
Oh, yes.
Pity, it's always the way in this life. No sooner have you got settled in a pleasant resting place than a voice calls to you to rise and move on.
Must I move on, sir? Must I leave Thornfield?
I believe you must, Jane. I'm sorry, Jane, but I believe indeed you must.
You're going to be married, sir?
Look at me, Jane. You're not turning your head to look after more nightingales, are you? Aunt Dale must go to school, and you, Miss Eyre, will get a new station.
Yes, sir. I will advertise immediately.
I've heard of a place that I think would suit, a place in Connaughts, Ireland.
It's a long way off, sir.
A long way off from what, Jane?
Oh, from England, from Thornfield, and
Well?
from you, sir.
Oh, it is to be sure, it is. Long way off. We've been good friends, Jane, have we not? Come, we'll sit here in peace tonight. We should never more sit here together. You know, sometimes I have a queer feeling with regard to you, Jane. Especially when you're near to me, as now. It's as if I had a string somewhere under my left ribs, tightly and inextricably knotted to a similar string situated on the corresponding corner of your little frame. And if that boisterous channel come broad between us, I'm afraid that cord of communion will be snapped. And then I've a nervous notion I should take to bleeding inwardly. As for you, you'd forget me. Now, Jane, I think you'd better stay.
Do you think I can stay to become nothing to you? Do you think because I'm poor, obscure, plain, and little, that I'm soulless and heartless? I have as much soul as you, and full as much heart.
Jane, be still. I offer you my hand, my heart, and a share of all my possessions.
Do not.
I ask you to pass through life at my side to be my wife. It's you only I intend to marry. Come, Jane. Come here.
Your bride stands between us.
My bride is here. You strange. You almost unearthly thing. I love you as my own flesh. Come to me, Jane. Come to me entirely now. God pardon me. And men, meddle not with me. I have her and will hold her.
Otherwise than God's word doth allow, are not joined together by God, neither is their matrimony lawful. Edward Rochester, wilt thou have this woman for thy wedded wife?
This marriage cannot go on. I declare the existence of an impediment.
Proceed with the service.
Mr. Rochester has a wedded wife, now living at Thornfield Hall. I saw her there last April. I am her brother.
What this man here says is true. Bigamy is an ugly word, yet that is what I meant to be. A bigamist. I dare say you've heard gossip about the mysterious lunatic kept under watch and ward. I now inform you that she is my wife, Bertha Mason, whom I married 15 years ago in Spanish Town, Jamaica. Bertha Mason is insane. You may see for yourself, if you wish, what sort of being I was cheated into marrying. And judge whether or not I had a right to break the compact and seek happiness with this girl I love. Well, I failed. Take the coach back to Thornfield. Not be wanted today. To the right about every one of you. Away with your congratulations. Who wants them? They're 15 years too late.
Next morning at dawn, I made my possessions into a parcel and stole from my room. For the last time, I passed Mr. Rochester's door, started down the dark stairs.
Jane? Jane? You mean to go one way in the world and let me go another?
I do.
You will not stay, Jane? You will not be my comforter, my rescuer? My deep love, my tragic grief? They're nothing to you?
God dear master, God keep you from harm and wrong.
Jane. Jane. Jane!
A year and a half went by. I wrote to Mrs. Fairfax and begged for news. 3 months wore away. Day after day the post arrived and brought nothing for me. I packed my things and took the stagecoach for the north. 36 hours later, I was at Milford.
Come a long way today, Mum. We don't get many travelers here these days.
I thought perhaps you could tell me. Is Mr. Rochester living at Thornfield Hall now?
I say, Mum, don't you know? Thornfield Hall was burned down. Not a stone standing. The fire broke out in the dead of night.
The dead of night? Was it known how it started?
They guessed, Mum, they guessed. There was a woman. Would you believe it? A lunatic.
But Mr. Rochester, was he at home when the fire broke out?
Yes, indeed he were. He went up to the tower to get his mad wife out of her cell. She was on the roof. We heard him call her name. We saw him approach her. And then, Mum, she yelled and gave a spring, and the next minute she lay smashed on the pavement.
Dead?
Yes, dead as the stones on which her brain and blood were scattered.
Oh. But is he alive?
Yes, Mr. Rochester is alive, but many think he'd better be dead.
Why? Where is he? Is he in England?
Aye, he's in England. He can't get out of England. I fancy he's a fixture now. He's stone blind. Yes, he's stone blind, is Mr. Rochester.
I found him in a small manor house nearby. A neglected handful of fire burned low in the grate. And leaning over it with his head supported against the high, old-fashioned mantelpiece stood Mr. Rochester.
Is that you, Mrs. Fairfax? Down, pilot. What's the matter? Down, sir. Here's you, Mrs. Fairfax, is it not?
Mrs. Fairfax is in the kitchen.
Who is this? Answer me. Speak again.
Your dog knows me. John and Mrs. Fairfax.
Her very fingers. Her small, slight fingers. If so, there must be more of her. Is it Jane? This is her shape. This is her size.
And this is her voice. And her heart, too.
Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre.
I've now been married 10 years. I know what it is to live entirely for and with what I love best on earth. Edward Rochester continued blind the first 2 years of our marriage. Then one morning, as I was writing a letter for him to his dictation, he came and bent over me.
Jane. Jane, have you a glittering ornament around your neck?
Yes.
Jane, are you wearing a pale blue dress?
Yes. Later, when our firstborn was put into his arms, he could see that the boy had inherited his own eyes as they once were, laughing, brilliant, and black.
Orson Welles will be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week's production of the Mercury Summer Theater. But first, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon wish to remind you that though you may not be able to get Pabst Blue Ribbon every time you want it in these days of grain restrictions, it is well worth your while to keep asking. For every bottle you do get will continue to live up to its name. And speaking of grain restrictions, not a single grain of wheat is being used in the brewing of beer and ale. And the grains that are being used by breweries are not the grains wanted for famine relief. Now let me repeat. when you do get Pabst Blue Ribbon, you can be sure this truly great beer will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. As always, blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Now, Mr. Wells.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you one of the most fascinating stories that it's ever been the privilege of the Mercury Theater to broadcast. One of the very tallest of all the tall stories ever told. It's a yarn of high adventure on the high seas. It's called The Passenger to Bali. Till next week then, at the same time, same station, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, and for everybody in the Mercury Theater, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is PBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is One Man's Family. One Man's Family is dedicated to the mothers and fathers of the younger generation and to their bewildering offspring. Today transcribed, we present Chapter 13, Book 71, entitled End of a Summer Saga. In just a little while, all the Barbers are going to arrive back in San Francisco. Vacation at the Sky Ranch finished for another year. Just now, at the top of the family home at Seacliff, Joan is packing her bags and saying goodbye to Paul.
Paul, will you help me close this suitcase?
My goodness, somebody's going to have to sit on it. What happened?
I don't know. When I moved over here, everything went in.
What's this sticking out the side there, Joan?
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Now, when I press down on the lid, you snap it shut, huh?
If you can press it down.
Here we go. Close the snap, honey. Ah, good.
Now, press on this other side a little more, and... There. Well, I guess that's all of me, Uncle Paul. All put away and ready to be sent home.
Not all of you, honey.
All that counts.
I disagree. I have a theory that when a person's been happy and well-loved, they leave something of themselves behind. An aura, a vagrant perfume. Something like a memory, only more substantial.
You mean the ghost of Joan will still be here to haunt you?
Maybe she will. Shall I close your other case?
Oh, not yet. I'm sure to find something else I've overlooked.
Well, there's no hurry. Sit down and take a blow. You've been buzzing ever since you got up this morning.
Yeah. I suppose they'll all be arriving from the Sky Ranch pretty soon.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Golly, it was fun having a job and going down to work with you.
I enjoyed it, too.
I just dread the thought of going back to school.
Look ahead. Another year you'll be in college. You'll like that.
I guess so. Uncle Paul.
Yes?
This is the most wonderful summer I ever had. Oh, I love being up here at the top of the house in Teddy's room, right next to your studio.
Well, think what you've done for me.
It wasn't boring for you having me around?
What?
Feeling you had to be here every night with me forever on your hands?
You don't want me to go over that again, do you? You know I had the time of my life, that I enjoyed having you, and I'd have been very lonesome without you. There, that's the last time I'm going to say it.
All right. Oh, I've got something for you. I almost forgot. Just a minute, Uncle Paul.
Oh, here now, Joe.
Oh, it isn't anything, really. Just a gag, kind of. I should have had it wrapped up and made it look more like a present.
Well, I can't see it behind your back.
Here. It's a picture. I had it framed.
Why, Joe. Picture of you and me.
Oh, it's just a snapshot. I had enlarged.
Why, it's perfect. Thank you. When was it taken?
Oh, remember when Ken took that snap of us out of the airport about 2 weeks ago at lunchtime?
Oh, you've written on it. To my Uncle Paul, who helped me find myself. Much love, Joe. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. It was such a thoughtful thing to do.
You know, ever since I've been in Teddy's room, I felt a little jealous of all those pictures of you and her. It won't be so bad now that I have a picture, too. Do you think I'm awful to have a feeling like that about Teddy?
Why, of course not. You know what I was thinking now?
What?
The tremendous strides you've made. It's wonderful. I can't get over it. At the beginning of summer, you couldn't have said the things you've just told me, you know it?
About Teddy, you mean?
Oh, that and a lot more besides. Remember when you moved in up here several weeks ago, how you asked me questions about those pictures of Teddy?
Yes, and I felt jealous then, but I didn't want to let you know it.
Exactly. Now you're not afraid to talk about it. How much healthier that is than to push the thought down and feel that it was wrong to have such a feeling. Yes, you come along, honey. Uh-oh.
Hey in there.
Oh, golly, they're home.
Come on in. Well, hi, Cliff.
Hi, kids. We just got in from the Sky Ranch. Vacation's over.
Are Claudia and Nicky downstairs?
They were behind us driving down. They might not have arrived yet. I don't know why they were going to stop by here or not.
I imagine they went right on to your place, Joe.
I was hoping they'd stop here.
Well, I got to help Dad with bags and stuff. I just run in to tell you we'd arrive.
We'll be with you right away and lend a hand.
Okay.
How's Mom?
Oh, she's fine. She went right over to Jack and Betty's to help with the triplets and the rest of the kids. I'll see you downstairs.
Yeah, leave the door open, Cliff.
All right.
Well, Joan, I guess there isn't anything more for us to do up here.
Should we take my bags down now?
Oh, I'll run up and get them later. Why don't we go down and help out? I'll run you over to your house if Claude and Nicky don't come by.
All right.
Huh? What's the matter, honey?
I wish I didn't have to go back home. I've been so happy up here next to you.
I know, but you remember all our talks about looking at things realistically? Making an effort to distinguish between our childish, immature dream world and the world we have to live in? Remember?
Yes, Paul.
Well, this is a test. Up here with me represents your dream world. Going home represents reality. You belong with your mother, Nicky, and they need you. And after a little, you're going to find that you need them, too.
Oh, it isn't that I don't love them. I do. I love them more than I ever have. I think it's just that, not being here in the evening to talk to you anymore, to put your pajamas out for you, to have breakfast together and rush off to work. I'm going to miss it like anything.
That's just temporary. You're going to find a lot of new things to replace all that. You're going to have a whole new outlook with your mother and Nicky. You're going to find that they can be fun to do things with, too.
Oh, I'm going to try, and I do want to make them happy.
You want to make them happy? You see? Already you're thinking of them and not yourself. Wonderful. Don't worry. You're going to be okay. Believe me, you are. Come on. We're going downstairs, huh?
Yes, Uncle Paul. It's funny how sure I am of everything when I listen to you.
Two cars and a station wagon sped down Skyline Boulevard from the Sky Ranch earlier this morning, and the Barber's summer holiday is over. Now, back at the family home, Father Barber is furiously dialing the phone in the library, while Cliff, Paul, Andy, and Joan carry up the luggage, which had been deposited in the front hallway.
Fanny! Oh, Fanny!
Cliff said she went across the hedge to Jack's house, Dan.
What? What's that, Paul?
Mom's helping Betty and Nicolette get the children settled.
Oh, fine. Oh, splendid. And my things scattered from here to breakfast. Hello, Pinky. Oh, Hank? Well, whichever one it is, let me speak to your mother.
Hey, Dad, Andy's to have the room next to mine. Jack's old room, isn't he?
I presume so, Clifford. If your mother would stay around home for 2.5 minutes instead of rushing off every time the triplets utter a whimper, we'd know where... Oh, hello. Hazel?
Well, we'll get things stowed away.
Hazel, in order to locate my possessions, I've got to be a Pinkerton detective. What? I want to ask you, were you not in the kitchen at the Sky Ranch when I came out there this morning? I asked for a few yards of brown wrapping paper and wrapped up my hammock. Do you remember? Huh? Well, somebody was in the kitchen. I thought it was you. I wrapped it up, put a card on it that said Father Barber's hammock, and carried it out to the front porch and put it with all that big pile of stuff. And now apparently it wasn't put in my car. Huh? I know everybody's busy, Hazel, but I'm not going to have the same trouble again next year. I'm going to put the hammock away right now so we'll know where to find it. All right. I'll phone around and see whose car they put in. Who slammed that door?
Sorry, Dad. Andy just went out.
Oh, yes. Oh, we have a boy in the house now, Hazel. Hey. Oh, she hung up. A good father trains his son not to slam doors, Clifford.
I'll get right on it, Dad. You find the hammer?
No, I did not find the hammer.
What? Who are you calling now?
That's a very reasonable question, Clifford. I have not been home 5 minutes, and now I'm phoning my wife, who has a way of vanishing into thin air.
She's over at Jack and Betty's helping Nicolette.
I know. Anytime she's missing, she's over at Jack and Betty's. Oh, hello. Who is it? Oh, Nicolette. Let me speak to my wife if you don't mind.
Upstairs, Clifford.
Oh, thanks, Joan. Get this little bag. That's all, I guess. No, that linen is Hazel. Somebody left it here by mistake.
Gee, I've enjoyed being in Teddy's old room this summer.
Were you leaving here today?
I guess so. There's a general feeling in the air that a girl ought to live with her own father and mother.
Instead of uncles and grandparents, all of whom are softies, huh?
Mm-hmm. Oh, is this your room now, Uncle Cliff?
Yeah, it's pretty nice, isn't it? You know, when I got back from the hospital and saw the wallpaper changed and that new rug, I couldn't figure out what had happened. It was as if the room had been redecorated overnight. But they said it had been changed 4 years ago when I moved over with you folks at Nicky and Claudia's.
You still haven't any memory of all those lost 11 years?
Not one wisp of memory. Oh, this is going to be Andy's room, Jack's old room.
Oh, keen.
Oh, it's a nice room for a boy, right next to his dad.
Oh, we'll sure miss Andy over at our house. But he'll like this.
Hey, Joan, where are you?
Oh, in here, Paul, in Andy's room.
Turmoil downstairs.
With Dad in the middle, I bet.
Claudia's line is busy and Dad's pacing the carpet. What the diggins happened to his package, anyhow?
I didn't see it.
Oh, look, Uncle Paul. This is going to be Andy's room.
Yeah, I'm going to build in some bookcases over there for him, Paul, and I swear to you I'm going to read aloud to him every night. Books like Hans Brinker and Tom Sawyer and the Three Musketeers and... Oh, hey, what happened to the copy of Treasure Island? It was with my stuff, wasn't it?
Oh, Cliff, I'm sorry.
What?
I thought that was Pinky's book. I put it in Hazel's car.
Oh, that's all right, Joan. All of us are at 6s and 7s today. I'll run over to Hazel's and get it after a while.
Now, whose book is this? Oh, Pinky, Margaret, whose copy of Treasure Island...
They've disappeared, Hazel.
Honestly, Dan, now where have they gone? Don't they realize all these things have to be put away?
You know, Hazel, I was just standing here wondering about that, and I think I'm going to be charitable.
Now, what's that mean?
Well, I was trying to put myself in their place when I was a youngster. I remember we'd come home from a summer trip, unload on the back porch, and all of a sudden I'd get an unbearable yearning to see Stinky Peters. Oh, Stinky Peters. He was my boyhood pal. His father was a tanner.
Oh, I see.
Well, they've gone, but there's nothing to worry about. You know when we'll see them again?
As soon as they're hungry.
Right as rain. You've answered the question, lady. You win the jackpot.
And here it is. 4 suitcases, 2 sleeping bags, a saddle, boots, Pinky's box of pine cones. What in the world do you suppose he brought those home for?
Who knows?
Blankets, towels, soil, laundry. Well, Dan, let's get at it.
Say, here's an idea. We could put the kids' stuff right smack in the middle of the living room floor and see how long they'll walk around it.
Well, we'll have to move it for the Christmas tree in December anyway, so we might as well take it upstairs right now.
Oh, hello. Here comes Claudia up on the porch.
Door's unlocked. Come on in, Claudia.
Did you say to come in?
In here, Claudia. You'll find us under the luggage.
Isn't it a mess, though? How did everything get so mixed up this year?
The small helping hands of many children.
How true. And where are they now?
Ah, yes. Not a chick, no child on the horizon.
Isn't it always that way?
Always.
Oh, Hazel, here's your compact. It got in my bag somehow.
Oh, thanks.
And Dan's hat. And isn't this Margaret's underwear?
I'm afraid it is.
And whose T-shirt?
Hank's. Oh, dear.
I suppose you've heard the latest catastrophe in the family, Claudia?
Oh, no. What now?
Father's lost his precious hammock again.
Oh, no, not again.
It rounds out the summer beautifully, doesn't it?
Well, I was in the kitchen up there when he came out and got some wrapping paper. And you should have seen the card he printed. Father Barber's Sky Ranch hammock, do not touch. Do not touch. With exclamation marks all over it. So I presume nobody touched it.
I don't know what we'd ever do without him. Isn't he wonderful?
Oh, poor Dad. Has he forgiven Margaret yet?
No. And you know, I really think something's happened this time.
Well, if I heard a little girl say she had me right in her pocket, I think it might cool down my ardor just a little.
I hope Margaret learns a real lesson from this. I did feel sorry for her, though, when we left this morning. Did you see what happened, Claudia?
No, when?
Well, Father was trying to make up his mind which car might travel at the more sensible speed.
I know he finally decided on Nicky's station wagon. I didn't know why he selected him.
On basis of common sense driving.
Well, anyway, Dan and I watched Margaret. She followed him around like a shadow.
Unrequited love.
I'll say it was.
And then when Mother and Father got into the station wagon, she stood almost in front of it, idly looking off toward the mountains, scuffing one shoe, swishing her skirt a little, waiting for him to call to her.
Poor darling. Hazel, he just doesn't realize how severely he's punishing her.
That's our Father. He never does anything in half measures. If he loves wholeheartedly. If he indulges, he overindulges. And when he becomes the disciplinarian, he's the strictest martinet of them all.
Did Margaret cry?
No, she didn't, Claudia. She carried it off like a little trooper. We had a dry-eyed, silent trip down.
I suppose in a way it's good for her. She's had this coming for a long, long time. She's been so high-handed and superior about her grandfather. But it catches your throat to have to watch it.
You see, Claudia, she'd got to the place where she was actually flipped with Hazel and me. We couldn't do anything with her. She'd, take this Friday evening movie stuff. We'd say no, she couldn't go to a movie. And she'd slip out of the house unnoticed, and the next thing we knew, there'd be a phone call from Father Barber.
Yes, he'd say, Margaret and I are going downtown to see a Disney. Home early, and hang up.
Uh-oh. You don't suppose she's wormed her way back in?
I'll get it.
Yeah, he's a remarkable old gent in every way. I love him. But there are times when I...
When you what, Dad?
Oh, when I think it might be a good idea to get off by ourselves for a summer. You know, just our own household.
Mm-hmm. We tried it once.
No good?
Well, you spend half your time wondering what's happening back home, and you pull up stakes early so you can find out.
For you, Claudia. Nicky.
Oh, did you say what he wanted?
No, but he sounds very cheerful.
Well, good. Then nobody's broken a leg. He probably is wondering why I haven't got back home.
Well, he didn't sound like a husband feeling sorry for himself.
Yes, Nicky? Oh, he did? Yes, I guess he's been raising the roof with everybody. Well, there's no point in my calling him. I don't know where the hammock... You what? Oh, Nicky, if that's true, it's wonderful. Well, did you tell Dad I was over here? Maybe he'll call me here then. I'll suggest that he phone the ranch. All right, darling, thanks. I'll be home in a little. Bye.
Well, something certainly struck you funny.
Dad's still on a phoning binge, determined to find his hammock or know the reason why.
He called Nicky?
He talked to Nicky, but he actually wanted me. Have you ever noticed when he's out of temper, he makes an attempt first to get a hold of his own children, not his in-laws?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that, but you're right. He calls here sometimes, asks for Hazel. If she doesn't happen to be in, bang, up goes the receiver. Sometimes I've had to wait 2 days to find out what was eating.
If he was 5 years old, you'd call it petulance. And look under P in your handbook, How to Handle a Problem Child.
Well, he finally broke down and told Nicky he's looking for the hammock.
Sharing his pitiful secret.
And Nicky called here because after Dad hung up, he remembered something. Just before he locked up, he was giving Ben some last-minute instructions in the kitchen. And he says Ben was leaning both elbows on a big brown paper parcel. Sure.
Don't tell me history's repeating itself.
How ridiculous can things get? When we left for the Sky Ranch in June, Father raised Ned with everybody because he was sure he'd left the hammock in the storage room. And all the time he'd given it to Margaret to keep for him. Now this fall he leaves the hammock at the Sky Ranch, and once again he's holding his family at fault.
Hey, Claudia, got your car outside?
Oh, no, I'm not driving back to the Sky Ranch tonight.
Daniel, not serious.
Did I mention the Sky Ranch? However, how about all of us going over to the family home for a little commiseration with Father Barber in his present misery?
Oh, you mean and incidentally reveal that his hammock is right where he left it on the kitchen draining board?
Oh, that's dirty.
Oh, not at all. Father Barber's full of perplexity and mental disturbance. We'll simply put him out of his misery.
Yeah, it is. And when you get through with that telephone, Clifford, if you ever do, I should like to use it.
Now, what'd you say, Roberta?
Claudia's over at Hazel's. I want to talk to her.
Just a second, Dan. What's that, Roberta?
If people wouldn't all try to help the fact.
Roberta, just a second, please. Dad's talking to me. Hey, Dad, I'll be through here in just a minute. I can't hear what she says. Yes, Roberta? What? You have another date? Oh, with Professor who? Parker? Oh, I see. Oh, anthropology, huh? Oh, shucks, no, I don't know anything about anthropology. Huh? Well, I'm not going along with... Well, I hadn't planned to bring Andy anyhow. He's going to have a regular bedtime school, you know.
A good deal of this you could tell her when you see her.
But, okay, if you've got another date, Roberta, Hey, what's this Parker's first name? Wilbur, huh? Wilbur Parker, I see. Well, suppose I call you tomorrow. Oh, we're all fine. We're just getting unpacked now. Oh, hey, Dad.
Let me speak to her. Hello, Roberta. We can't find anything. The children helped load the cars. Yes.
Oh, Dad. Let me take that. Well, Dad wants to use the phone. All right, darling. Have fun. Bye now.
About time. I liked it best in the days when you could just pick up the telephone and say, operator. now I've made a mistake.
Well, if you're trying to locate Claudia, never mind. She just drove up in front.
Huh? Oh, good.
Dad, did you ever hear of a Professor Wilbur Parker at the university?
Hazel and Daniel and Windsor.
Oh, Dad, I asked if you
No, we'll get somewhere.
Hello, anybody home?
In the library, Claudia. Come along, all of you, in the library.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Clifford. Hi, Father Barber.
Yes. Claudia, when we packed up at the Sky Ranch, I had a big brown bundle with a card on it that said, Father Barber's hammock. Do not touch. And somebody loaded it before I could get around to do it myself.
Aren't you even going to ask us to sit down? Where's Mother?
Oh, keep track of your mother. Yes, sit down. Well, when I put the bundle on the porch, I specifically told everyone not to touch it because I hadn't decided which car I'd drive.
I didn't see it, Dad.
Somebody must have seen it.
Sorry, Dad. I didn't see it, really. What's wrong, Cliff? Why so somber?
Oh, hi, Claude. How's my twin?
Now, listen to me, Claudia. Don't just toss it away like that. I didn't see it, Dad. I don't want to go through this trouble every year trying to find my hammock.
Well, why don't you call the Sky Ranch and ask Ben if you forgot it?
I didn't forget it, Hazel. I put it on the front porch. Then, in the last minute of turmoil and confusion, just as we were driving out, I glanced back at the porch and everything had been taken off. So I presumed that it had been put in Nicholas's station wagon.
Oh, that reminds me. I should have told Ben to have that sun porch rug cleaned. May I use the phone?
Huh? Yes, go ahead. Hazel, I don't know why your mother has to spend so much time at Jack and Betty's. I wish you'd speak to her.
I thought you said you didn't know where she was.
Huh? When did I say that? I don't know what's so humorous. If she would tend to my affairs once in a while, I might know where things are so I could put my hands on them.
Operator, Omar 16011.
Huh? Daniel, what are you grinning at?
Well, I guess I'm just glad to get home, Father Barber. Everything seems so normal.
Do you have to grin like a Cheshire cat just because things are normal?
Father, where's Paul?
Oh, he and Joan are getting the last of her things together.
Ben? Hello, Ben. Mrs. Lacey. I want to talk to you about the rug in the new porch. Yes, the children tracked in on it. Oh, good, Ben. I did? Well, I'd forgotten I spoke to you. Ben, by the way, Father Barber had a big brown parcel.
Oh, that's nonsense, Claudia. What would he know about it?
He's positive he put it on the front porch. It was his hammock. It's where? In the kitchen, right where he left it?
Huh?
I see. Dad, would you speak to Ben? He has something to tell you.
Oh, very well, very well. Well, Ben. Yes, I see. All I know is that I had it on the porch. Then somebody moved it into the kitchen.
Oh, Father.
Hey, Dad.
All right, Ben, you bring it down when you come. Yes. Goodbye. I'm going over and get your mother and see if we can't get this place straightened around.
But, Father, what about the hammock?
I can't possibly settle down and be quiet until your mother's right here where she belongs. Everything goes wrong the minute she leaves the house.
But you've located the hammock all right, Dad.
I don't want to hear any more about that hammock ever.
Oh, poor Father. I wonder what had happened if he ever admitted to anybody that he'd been wrong.
Well, that would be the brave new world you hear so much about.
I'd better phone Nicky. He'll wonder what's happened to me. Oh, Cliff, would you find Joan and see if she's ready to go home with me?
Okay.
Tell her I'd like to leave right away before we... hello, Nicky? Did you think I was lost? Well, I came over here to Dad's with Hazel, and that's what's taken me so long.
Quite all right, old girl. You're going to bring Joan, then? Good. No, I've been very busy looking for a baby blanket for Jack. Yes, he's here, and he needs it most desperately. Righto. Claudia may be able to locate that blanket when she gets here, Jack.
When's she coming?
Well, she's leaving right away with Joan. It'll only take them a minute or two unless she gets sidetracked again.
Gosh sakes, I no sooner get in the house and off I go running some darn fool errand. I don't know whether my career is the law or runner for infant females.
Barely cheerful about it.
Might as well. I'm in it. And wait until you see this fool blanket. It's practically in shreds, but Mary Lou is in tears all the way down because she didn't have it.
Yes, I've seen her with it. She drags it around with her every place she goes.
We hardly can get it away from her long enough to wash it.
Probably mixed in with some of Claudia and Penelope's gear.
If I don't find it here, I'll have to track it down someplace or not show my face at home.
You don't suppose it's still up at the Sky Ranch, do you?
All I know is Betty promised her Daddy would find it just as soon as we got home.
And so far, Daddy hasn't come through.
Yes, and Daddy's getting pretty sick of the whole business. I tried to tell Betty this would be a good time to break the habit of Mary Lou having it, but no soap.
Well, isn't it just as liable to be over at Hazel's as here?
Oh, sure, it could be at any one of a dozen places, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I've got my money on Claudia. Hey, I heard the door.
That you, Claudia?
Yes, Joan and I are home, finally.
Oh, here, Claudia, let me get those bags.
I think Joan's got the heaviest one.
Well, here, let me have it, Joan.
Oh, it isn't too heavy.
You haven't got a baby blanket in these, do you?
No, this is Joan's luggage. She's moving back home from Paul's.
Well, Jack's trying to locate his second daughter, Mary Lou's blanket.
Oh, well, they found it, I think, Jack.
What?
Yes, Mom called out just as we were leaving and said if we saw you to tell you that they'd found Mary Lou's blanket.
How do you like that? Where was it?
I don't know.
Well, Jack, you'll be safe in going home now, anyway.
Yeah, and I'd better be getting back. I'm sure there's a dozen jobs waiting. Thanks, Nicky.
Quite welcome.
You glad to be home, Joan?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, I'll be seeing you.
Bye-bye, Jack.
Bye, Jack.
Had a wonderful time at the Sky Ranch. Thanks a lot for everything.
Don't mention it.
Well, here we are. Back at home again. Doesn't it seem nice?
It does indeed.
Where's Penny?
Out in the kitchen with our Mrs. McCullough, I believe.
Ah, yes. Positively everything is back to normal. Except Skippy.
Quite. Penelope's going to miss him.
We're all going to miss him. What are we going to do with his little boy's room?
That I refuse to consider at the moment. Well, Joan, how's it strike you being back? Seem like home, too?
Oh, this house always seems like home to me, Nicky. Let's take Joan's bags up to her bedroom. All right. Here, I'll take one of these bags.
Here, let the master carry the luggage. Here we go.
I think he wants to show us how strong he is.
Why not? Now, if you two lovely ladies will lead the way up the stairs, if you please.
Come along, Joan.
Joe, you look like a couple of sisters walking along there.
Well, that's a pretty thought, Nicky. Joan, dear, I think you've grown a little taller this summer.
Oh, I thought I just about stopped growing.
Or maybe you're just thinning out a little. Getting into the dips and curves department. What would you say, Nicky?
My dear, at this moment I'm concentrating on these stairs. I don't fancy a tumble with his luggage.
Oh, here, Nicky.
Keep going, Joe, dear. Keep going. Ah, there.
The house needs airing out and a thorough cleaning.
Oh, I'll get the door. Go ahead, Nicky.
Good girl.
Oh, let's get some of the blinds up. It's so depressing with the shades all gone. There, that's better.
Oh, I'll get this one, Claudia.
Any special place you want these bags, Joan?
Oh, that's swell right there. Thank you, Nicky.
You're quite welcome. And now, if you two charming creatures will excuse me, I'll go take care of a few masculine chores.
All right, Nicky, darling. I'll go in and get our things straightened around just as soon as Joan's settled.
No hurry as far as I'm concerned. It's jolly nice having you back with us, Joan, my dear. We've missed you.
Gee, thanks, Nicky. I missed you, too.
Well, now, go on down. Be tinkering around below stairs if you want me.
All right, Nicky, darling. Well, Joan, you had quite an experience this summer.
Come on, Claudia, and sit down for a minute. Oh, here, sit here on the bed. Do you mind?
Of course not. I'd love it. Did you really like working?
Oh, I didn't work very hard. It was an easy job.
And you enjoyed it?
Oh, I adored it, Claudia. I hated to leave.
Well, maybe you can do it again next summer, darling, if you feel the urge.
Could I? And could I stay with Uncle Paul again?
Oh, we'd have to talk to Paul about that. And next summer is a long way off.
Yeah, I know.
Darling, tell me something.
I'll try, Claudia.
Are you sad about coming back to Nicky and me?
Why do you say that, Claudia? Am I acting funny or something? I don't mean to.
No, you're not acting anyway. You seem a little quiet and pensive, that's all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not getting after you or anything like that. That isn't it. I just wondered if you were happy. Are you?
Yes.
You seem to be in such wonderful spirits all summer, and I sensed that you seemed a little depressed today.
Well,
You did want to come back home, didn't you?
Yes.
What is it, Joan, darling? Don't you want to tell me? You know how much we love you, don't you?
Yes, Claudia.
It was hard to leave Paul. Is that it?
Yes. Oh, he was wonderful to me.
I know. He's a wonderful person to be close to. You aren't the first girl to break her heart over him. But, darling, we love you, too, here at this house. We hope we can make it so you wouldn't rather be someplace else.
Oh, I wouldn't really, because Oh, Claudia.
There, darling. It's all right. Go ahead and cry. Here, put your head down. Let me hold you. I've wished so many times you could do this. That's what a mother's for, John. Maybe you're just finding that out. Paul said I was learning how to love, and... Oh, I do love you, Claudia. I do love you.
You've just heard Chapter 13, Book 71 of One Man's Family. Written, produced, and transcribed under the direction of Carlton E. Morse.
The opening chapter of Book 72, entitled Father Barber and His Three Sons, will come to you next week on a new day and time. This has been the final One Man's Family episode in this time period. The Railroad Hour, starring Gordon McRae, will begin on this station at this time next Monday night. The next One Man's Family broadcast will be heard Sunday afternoon, October 2nd. You're tuned for the stars on NBC.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts, presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Welles.
Tonight, the Mercury brings you one of the loveliest of all love stories. It's by John Galsworthy, and it's called The Apple Tree. Stella's and my silver wedding anniversary. We'd motored to Torquay, where we first met, to celebrate. Well, Stella had suggested that we take a lunch and drive out on the moor.
It would be so lovely there, Frank. It's quite warm in the sun. I can do some sketching while you read.
We drove several miles and stopped on a high hill with a view into the deep valley beyond. Stella wandered off somewhere to sketch, and I stretched out in the sun and watched the sky and longed for I knew not what. There was no reason I should be unhappy or even mildly disturbed. My life had been pleasant, my marriage quite successful, but as I lay there, it seemed to me that there was something missing. Something that had nothing to do with pleasant lives or successful marriages. The familiar words of Hippolytus echoed in my mind. The apple tree. The apple tree, the singing, and the gold. The apple tree. And then quite suddenly, I remembered. I'd been here before. Years before. I'd stood on this self-same hill. I knew the valley into which I looked. That ribbon of road and the old well behind. Life has moments of sheer beauty, of unbidden flying rapture, but they last no longer than the span of a cloud's flight over the sun. I'd stumbled on just such a moment in my own life. I'd stumbled on a buried memory, a wild, sweet time. It was after my first year in college. A friend of mine, Robert Carton, and I were making a walking tour of the country around Torquay. But my knee, which had been injured in a football game the year before, was giving me trouble. I knew I'd have to give up the tour. We were looking for a farmhouse somewhere where we could put up until I got better.
I don't think you ought to walk much farther, Frank. Why don't I go ahead and reconnoiter? Oh, I won't need to. There's someone coming.
There's a girl. The wind blew her crude little skirt against her legs and lifted her battered tam o' shanter. It was clear she was a country girl. Her shoes were split, her hands were rough and brown, and her hair waved untidily across her forehead. But her lashes were long and dark, and her gray eyes were a wonder, dewy as if opened for the first time that day.
Hello?
Could you tell us if there's a farm near here where we could spend the night? My friend's getting pretty lame.
There's our farm, sir.
Oh, could you put us up?
I'm sure my aunt would be glad to. If you like, I'll show you the way.
We'd appreciate it very much.
It's not very far, just down the valley. Right through the apple orchard, and we're there.
Just through a narrow wood, we came on the farm. A long, low, stone-built house with casement windows and a farmyard where pigs and fowls and an old mare were straying about, and in front, an orchard of apple trees just breaking into flower. A woman stood by the door watching as we approached.
This is Mrs. Narracombe, my aunt.
And we met your niece on the road. She said she thought you might put us up.
Well, I can if you don't mind one room. Megan, get the spare room ready and a bowl of cream. The gentleman will be wanting tea, I expect.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Narracombe. By the way, we haven't been introduced.
No, sir.
Oh, this is Robert Carton. I'm Frank Ashurst.
How do you do, sir?
Hello.
What's your name?
Megan David.
Are you a Devonshire girl?
Oh, no, sir. I'm from Wales.
You're very young, aren't you?
I'm 17, sir.
Well, how many of you live here?
Well, there's my aunt and her 2 nephews. The boys you saw as you came. Nick and Rick, they're called. Then there's old Jim, a hired man.
Quite a family.
Yes, sir. If there's anything else you want, you call.
All right. Thank you.
Pretty thing, isn't she?
Huh? Pretty. She's like a flower. Like a wildflower. You come on unexpectedly in the woods.
A bit poetic for me. But I see your point. I say, Frank, your knee is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Why don't you say I leave you here for a couple of days?
Well, it does hurt like the devil. What about you?
Well, I have to get back to London, but I can get the train from Torquay. That is, if you don't mind being left alone.
As a matter of fact, I should like it. Nothing to do but dream and watch spring on a farm. I've always wanted to do that.
Well, good luck to you, then. Look me up when you get to London. And be careful of the wildflowers.
It was good to be left alone. I think they were glad to have me. Megan and her aunt worried about my lameness as if I'd been one of the family. From the very first, I'd felt that Megan liked me. She performed little kindnesses for me that weren't part of her duties. As the days went by, I began to expect them. When I woke in the morning, the thought of her made me anxious to be up and downstairs. Even if I didn't talk with her, I liked to be near where I could hear her singing at her work. One day I was down by the big apple tree. And the 2 little boys, Nick and Rick, were playing there by the pool.
Watch out, Rick. The gypsy bogle will get you.
Gypsy bogle? What do you mean by the gypsy bogle, Rick?
The gypsy bogle sits on the stone there by the apple tree sometimes.
Oh, what does he look like?
Dunno. Never seen him. Megan says he sits there. Megan's afeard of him.
Oh?
But she's not afeard of you. She says a prayer for you.
Well, how do you know that, you little rascal?
When I was asleep, she said, God bless us all and Mr. Rashes. I heard her whispering.
You're a little ruffian to tell what you hear when you're not meant to hear it.
You see, Rick, I told you not to tell him.
Nick, come here, both.
Here they are, Megan.
And I've been looking all over for the rascals. Go into the house at once. Auntie wants you. Now go on with you.
Nick told her about the gypsy bogle.
Go on now. No more nonsense out of you. Children are silly sometimes.
Oh, I don't think so. They're often more sensible than grown-ups. Tell me, Megan. What's this gypsy bogle they're talking about?
He brings bad things. They're bogles in the rocks. They're men who lived long ago. There's one that comes here and sits on that rock.
Oh, I should come down one night and sit on the rock there and have a talk with him.
Oh, please don't. Something will happen to him.
Well, does it matter if anything happened to me, Megan? Would it disturb you a lot? Oh, well. I dare say I shan't see him because I suppose I shall have to be off pretty soon.
Oh, no.
Would you like me to stay?
Very much.
Well, then I will stay. And tonight, Megan, I'm going to say a prayer for you.
You're laughing at me. You're laughing at us, all of us.
That's not true, Megan. Believe me, that's not true.
Why?
Wait, Megan.
Your hair. Your hair. It's caught in the apple blossoms. Don't move, Megan. Don't move. Oh, you're beautiful with those clusters of pink blossoms in your dark hair. Megan.
Oh.
You're so very, very sweet, Megan.
You too.
Megan, come here tonight to the big apple tree after they've gone to bed. Megan, promise.
I promise.
For a long time after Megan had fled away through the orchard, I stood there under the apple tree. This was the beginning of what? She was so lovely, so unutterably lovely and untouched. I felt somehow as if I'd beheld a miracle, and it had transformed me. I walked on toward the wild meadow. Jim, the hired man, was out there.
Good evening to you, Mr.
Good evening, Jim.
It is brave weather for the grass.
Jim, they tell me you've seen the gypsy bogle. Have you seen it, too? Is that right?
Well, 'twere in my mind as 'twas there this evening a little afore. Ask Megan. If she was there, she's seen him.
Yeah. Yeah, she's sensitive. She feels everything.
She's very loving-hearted.
Loving-hearted.
Eh?
Yes. That was it. What was I to do about this girl who loved me so? And whom I loved? I walked for a long time. In the orchard, I broke off a spray from a crabapple tree. The buds were like Megan. Shell pink. Rose pink. Wild and fresh. And the opening flowers white and wild and touching. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to our Mercury production of John Galsworthy's great love story, The Apple Tree. Now, before we bring you the final act of The Apple Tree, here's Jimmy Wallington, who has the glint of an old grad in his eye as he thinks of the coming football season.
Why, yes, Orson. Tomorrow and next Saturday, the old pigskin season swings into action. Those first really post-war 11s gallop out on the field. And that reminds me, of course, of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. For what is that truly great beer but a team? A blend of never less than 33 fine brews, each in itself an all-American for flavor and quality. Yes, and what is finer than to have the team right with you in a tall, foam-capped glass as you sit by your radio and listen to the referee's whistle start the Saturday gridiron battles? Yes, friends, you'll find me tomorrow right by my radio, listening to a football game. And right beside me, where I can enjoy that perfect flavor, not too heavy, not too light, but clean, fresh, sparkling, will be a good supply of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And say, incidentally, friends, if you occasionally can't get all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you wish, please keep on asking your dealer for it. We're doing our best to get you your share of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now part 2 of Orson Welles' Mercury production of the famous love story by John Galsworthy, The Apple Tree.
She kept her promise. Megan met me under the apple tree that night. She came straight toward me and into my arms. And our lips sought each other. And we stood there together for a long time in the moonlight. why did you come?
Sir, you asked me to.
Megan, darling, don't call me sir.
What should I be calling you?
Frank.
Oh, I couldn't.
But you love me, don't you?
I couldn't help loving you, and I want to be with you. That's all.
That's all.
I shall die if I can't be with you.
You shall be with me forever, Megan. Forever. We'll go to London. I'll show you the world.
I don't care where we go. If I can be with you, that's all.
Tomorrow, dear, I'll go to Torquay and get some money and get you some clothes that won't be noticed when we get to London. If you love me well enough, we'll be married.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I only want to be with you.
Oh, Megan, I'm not nearly good enough for you. Tell me, when did you begin to love me?
When I saw you in the road and you looked at me. But I never thought you'd want me.
Oh, my darling. My darling.
Oh, look. Look, the gypsy bogle.
The gypsy bogle? Where? I don't see anything.
They're sitting on the stone under the tree.
Megan, there's nothing there, only the moonlight on the rock.
I saw him, and I'm afraid. Bad
A
sign.
bad
I must
sign.
go in.
Darling Megan, there's nothing there. There's no gypsy bogle. It's only your imagination.
You don't see the bogles, but I see them. And I know. Good night.
Megan! Megan! I heard the gate click. Knew she'd gone. Instead of her, only this old apple tree. And the scent of the woods. A little part of her. And above me and around, the blossoms. More living, more moonlit than ever. Seem to glow and breathe. The next morning, I left early and went to Torquay. I wanted to get some money, and I had to cash a check, but I found that without credentials, I'd have to wait till they wired the London bank for verification. While I waited for the answer, I shopped for a dress for Megan.
Here's something, sir. It's very smart.
The more I looked at those modish gowns, the less they seemed suited to Megan. It was incredible that Megan, my Megan, could ever be dressed in anything except the rough tweed skirt and battered tam o' shanter I'd always seen her wear. Couldn't make up my mind, and yet she couldn't wear her old clothes in London. They wouldn't suit her either. Couldn't make up my mind. I walked the streets of Torquay, confused and undecided.
Well, Frank Ashurst. Haven't seen you since rugby.
Oh, Halliday, Phil Halliday, this is a surprise.
Hey, if you're not lunching anywhere, come with me. I'm here with my sister Stella.
Oh, that's good. I'd love to see Stella, and I haven't any good reason for refusing, Phil. Oh, great Scott. I'd completely forgotten the time. It's after 3 and the bank's closed.
Splendid. That means you'll have to stay over in
No,
Torquay.
I can't do that.
Oh, we should love to have you. I know Phil's getting bored to death with me, and we've had such fun.
Yes, it has been fun, Stella. I've been rustic for so long, I'd almost forgotten how pleasant London talk can be. Very well. I'll stay. I sent a wire to Mrs. Narracombe. I hoped that Megan would understand. Just this one day away from her wouldn't matter. It was the life that I'd always known. Gay, cheerful, normal people. Just a few more hours of their life before I left it altogether didn't seem wrong. Stella was a pretty thing. Curious the calm way she looked at me. As if she understood everything and would never question too deeply. But that night I couldn't sleep. I thought of Megan. I was with her again. Under the living, breathing whiteness of the blossoms. The moonlight on her upturned face. Face of innocence and humble passion. Megan. Poor little trusting Megan. How much did I really love her? How much was madness? And the spring and the wild beauty of her. I thought of Stella. Stella, cool, poised, and friendly. Stella belonged to the world I knew and understood, a world that understood me. Megan didn't understand, and she never could belong. She loved me, but was that enough for either of us? I didn't know what to do. Phil and Stella had asked me to go with them to Totnes for a picnic. I hadn't given them a definite answer, nor had I sent any further wire to Mrs. Narracombe. Today I had to decide. I knew that. I went out for a walk along the cliff wall. There was a high sea running. There weren't many people out. I'd walked a mile or so, I guess, before I saw her. There she was. Megan in her old skirt and jacket and tam o' shanter. She was looking for me. I knew that at once. She'd look up into the faces of the passers-by, wavering, lost-looking, and somehow pitiful. I'd followed her a long way. Once she stopped and leaned against the sea wall. I wanted her again. I wanted her kisses. Her abandonment, all her quick, warm, pagan emotion. And the wonderful feeling of that night under the moonlit apple tree. Yet I couldn't move toward her. I couldn't let her know I was there. For suddenly I realized that to go back to the farm and love Megan out in the woods, among the rocks, with everything around wild and fitting, that was what I wanted. And that was impossible. But to transplant her to the town, to keep her in some little flat, and when the wild ecstasy wore off, to find her commonplace, unable to fit into my world, and no longer able to go back to her own. That was worse. Far worse. I took another long, last look at that pathetic, wistful figure staring out over the sea. Goodbye, Megan. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye. 3 days later, I went back to London, traveling with the Hallidays. On the last day of April in the following year, Stella and I were married. All this I remembered as I sat there on the hill in the warm sun. And as I remembered an ache for a lost youth, a hankering and a sense of wasted love and sweetness gripped me. And the sun no longer warm, I got up and walked a ways down the road. There was a man standing by what I saw was a grave, an old man he was. And the grave was by the crossroads. There was a moor stone to the west. And on it, someone had thrown a blackthorn spray. And a handful of bluebells.
Good afternoon to you, sir. Nice day for a walk.
Can you tell me whose grave this is?
Well, now, it's quite a story. 'Twas a poor soul that killed herself. 'Twas a long time ago. She was a pretty girl, but too loving-hearted.
Too loving-hearted?
In them days, I was working for Mrs. Narracombe, and she was, too. There was a college gentleman staying with us. She took a fancy to him. He was a nice fella, too. Then, one day, he went away sudden-like and never come back. After that, she was crying a lot, and then one day I found her. She was lying in a pool by the old apple tree, by the stone where the gypsy bogle sat. It was June then, but She'd found a little bit of apple blossom and stuck it in her hair.
I walked away. I'd heard enough. On the top of the hill, I lay down and buried my face in my hands. Megan's face brushed close. Megan, with a sprig of apple blossoms and her dark, wet hair.
If I could be with you, that's all. If I could be with you.
Oh, there you are, Frank. Look at my sketch. It's pretty, don't you think?
Oh, yes, it's very pretty.
Still, there's something wanting, isn't there?
Yes. Yes. There was something wanting. The apple tree was singing. And the gold.
You have just heard the Orson Welles Mercury production of The Apple Tree by John Galsworthy. Mr. Wells will return in just a moment. But first, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he is unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Ladies and gentlemen, because we have a couple of minutes before it's time to say goodnight, I'd like to read you a poem. Like our story tonight, deals with love and lost love. It's by Ernest Dawson. It's a great favorite. It's called Cinera. Last night, yesternight, betwixt her lips and mine, there fell thy shadow, Cinera. Thy breath was shed upon my soul between the kisses and the wine. And I was desolate and sick of an old passion. Yea, I was desolate and bowed my head. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. All night upon mine heart I felt her warm heart beat. Night long within mine arms in love and sleep she lay. Surely the kisses of her bought red mouth were sweet. But I was desolate and sick of an old passion when I awoke and found the dawn was gray. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. I have forgot much, Cinera. Gone with the wind, flung roses riotously with the throng, dancing to put thy pale, lost lilies out of mind. But I was desolate and sick of an old passion. Yea, all the time, because the dance was long. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. I cried for madder music and for stronger wine. And when the feast is finished and the lamps expire, then falls thy shadow, Cinera. The night is thine. And I am desolate and sick of an old passion, yea, hungry for the lips of my desire. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. And now it's time to say goodnight. Next week's show is Shakespeare's King Lear. Till then, we remain as always, obediently yours.
program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, Suspense with Ida Lupino.
Phew, what a night.
Yeah, it's a scorcher, Dad.
You're lucky we thought of coming to the firehouse. If we had to sit around at that hen party your mother's giving. Hello, Mike. Hello, Ab. Say, you fellas want to put out a fire tonight. All you've got to do is turn the hoses on and squirt them anywhere.
Yep, it's hotter than Hades. We're all sitting here listening to the radio.
Dad, I wonder if they're listening to the Autolite show.
What are you hearing, Mike?
We're just switching to Autolite. Besides, we like their batteries, spark plugs, and ignition systems around here.
Everyone does. And everyone likes their show, Suspense.
Oh, here's the show.
Suspense.
Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Miss Ida Lupino in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Today, everybody's switching to Autolite. And tonight, Autolite takes pleasure in presenting
Anton Leader's production of Ray Bradbury's remarkable story, Summer Night, starring Miss Ida Lupino.
Is the line still busy? I just don't see how it's still busy.
Oh, it isn't the line, Miss McCauley. It's the circuit. I've been simply swamped all afternoon. I haven't been able to get a call through to the police station for over an hour, and the mayor's office has been busy.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry to trouble you, but it's terribly important.
Well, if you want to hang on, Miss McCauley, I'll try again in a minute.
Oh, all right.
It's been this way ever since the news got out about finding poor Lavinia. You heard about it, I suppose.
Yes.
Oh, just a minute, Miss McCauley. I got another call. Yes, this is the operator. No, I'm sorry. That line is still busy. Yes, I'll call you just as soon as I can give you a connection. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss McCauley, but you see what I mean? Oh, dear.
Oh, Miss Welsh, by the way...
It was bad enough last week when they found that other poor girl, but this time the whole town is on its ear, and I can't say that I blame them, what with a maniac loose and nobody knowing who it
Yes, I
might
meant
be.
to ask you, Miss Welsh. Are they sure that Lavinia... I mean, that it was the same thing as the Webb girl last week?
Why, yes. Why, I thought you knew.
I just knew she'd been found.
Oh, goodness, yes. There was never any doubt about it. Whoever it was, he used a knife just like on the other girl. And then there was that same crazy cross on her forehead, you know, made with orange lipstick. That's why they're calling him, you know, the lipstick killer.
Oh, yes. I thought it must be that. But I wasn't sure. I didn't know.
Oh, yes, they're looking all over the state for him by now. But, of course, they don't have much to go on. And the chances are that he's right here in this town anyway. Oh, I'll try to get your call for you now, Miss McCauley.
Thank you.
Oh. I'm sorry, Miss McCauley. That circuit is still busy.
But it can't.
Well, why don't I call you back when I get through? It shouldn't be very long.
All right. But please try to hurry it. It's really important. Terribly important. While I was waiting for the call, I went to the front door to start locking up. It was coming on evening. A warm summer evening. And ordinarily, up and down the street, the windows would be open. All but mine. And you'd hear the sound of a piano or a radio drifting out onto the still summer air. And people would be sitting in swings and hammocks on their front porches, enjoying the coolness at the end of the day. But not on this day. Not this evening. I locked my door, too. I went around the big, gloomy old house, checking all the windows, just like the others. Not that I needed to, really. They'd been locked ever since Father died. And he went away. All in that one terrible week nearly 4 years ago. Yes, they'd been locked, and I hadn't left the house more than half a dozen times, and nobody had come here. Why should they? I didn't want to see them, nor they me. I was the town's queer one. But all that was going to be different now. From now on, everything was going to be very, very different. Yes?
I've got
Hello?
your party now, Miss Macaulay. Go ahead, please.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh, Helen, is that you?
Yes, who's this?
It's Anna. Anna Macaulay.
Why, Anna. Why, what a surprise.
How have you been, Helen?
Oh, just fine. You know, there's nothing ever the matter with me. But how are you, Anna?
Oh, I'm well. You know, I've been living rather quietly these last few years.
Yes, I know. I mean, I'd heard.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Helen?
Why, yes. I haven't heard your voice for, well, how long has it been?
Nearly 4 years.
Has it?
3 years and 11 months this week, to be exact.
Oh, that long has it? Well, it doesn't seem possible, and we were such good friends before.
Helen, I hope you don't think. I mean, those last few times you called and I didn't answer.
Oh, darling, of course not. I knew how you must be suffering, your father passing on so suddenly that way, and you'd always been so close. I wouldn't have even bothered you at such a time, only that we'd been such good friends, and I thought maybe I could help. And then, of course, I heard later anyway that, well, that is,
Yes. Yes, I suppose you must have heard some rather strange things about me, Helen.
Oh, not strange, dear, no. But we all knew you wanted to be alone in your grief, and we respected that feeling naturally.
I know. But sometimes I've been afraid people didn't quite understand, though.
Of course they did. Well, darling, now that you're back in the world again, so to speak, you must come over and see me. I'm staying with my mother now, but you know that anyway.
Yes. Helen.
Yes, dear.
Helen, it wasn't just an accident, my calling you this way.
Well, I should hope not.
I want to ask you a favor. A tremendous favor.
Why, of course, darling, anything.
I want you to come over here to the house.
I should say I would. I'll try to make it Friday or early next week at the latest, just as...
No, I don't mean just sometime, Helen. I mean now. Right now. Right this minute.
Now?
Yes.
But, darling, I don't see how I can. I mean, I don't know what Mother's plans are.
Helen, you know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't serious.
Serious? What do you...
Please say you'll come.
Well, I'll try.
No, don't just try, Helen. Come. You've got to come.
Oh, darling, what is this? What can be so serious?
Maybe I'm being silly, but I think it's more than serious, Helen. I think it may be a matter of life and death.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Ida Lupino in Summer Night. Autolite's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
You know, Dad, boy, Mom would sure get a kick out of this.
Out of what, Billy?
We leave home because she's got the house full of women, and so far there aren't anything but women in tonight's Autolite show.
Well, if she's listening, we'll certainly hear about it when we get home from the firehouse. Oh, say, Mike, what's over on that workbench?
But over there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, them's old batteries. We're replacing them with new Autolite stay-fulls.
When your spark plug stutters, when your battery putters.
Switching to Autolite, eh, Mike?
No, we've been using Autolite for over 10 years now. You know, when you got to get out of here in 7 seconds after the alarm sounds, you got to have the surest, safest batteries there are. When we got to go, we go.
Yes, the new Autolite Stay Full battery is a great battery. Needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. This greater liquid reserve practically eliminates one of the major causes of battery failure. Car owners tell us it's the greatest battery ever built. The greatest battery ever built. Money cannot buy a better battery for your car.
Yep, that's real battery know-how. Once water goes into an Autolite stay-full, it's like going into a camel. The drinks are few and far between.
Yeah, and even on nights as hot as this, you don't find the Autolite stay-full at an old oaken bucket.
So, friends, see your friendly neighborhood Autolite battery dealer and order the new Autolite Stay Full battery for your car. It needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Remember, folks, Autolite means battery, stay full battery. Autolite means spark plugs, ignition engineered spark plugs. Autolite means ignition system, the lifeline of your car.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Ida Lupino as Anna in Summer Night. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
A matter of life and death, I told her. I knew Helen would come to see me after that. It would be strange seeing her again. Not that we'd ever quarreled. She never even suspected, of course. But after that day when he went away with her, I'd simply put her out of my life and never thought of her again. Or to be strictly truthful, I thought of her a great deal. But in a rather different way than I had before when she'd been my best friend. And now she was coming to my house again. After all these years. It should be interesting. Quite like a surprise party for both of us.
Anna, darling.
Helen, come in.
Oh, it's so nice to see you.
It's good to see you again, Helen.
Why, you haven't changed a bit. You don't look a day older. Now, tell me all about it. I can't stay but a few minutes. Ted Barton drove me over. You remember Ted.
Oh, yes.
And he's got to be back before 7, but never mind that now. Darling, what is the matter?
Helen, I'm frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
I'm afraid I'm going to be killed.
Going to be killed?
Yes, tonight.
But, darling...
You see, I used to know poor Lavinia. I used to know her quite well. And the other girl, well, I didn't know her, but it happened to her right near here, in the little woods just beyond the track.
Anna, please, dear, what on earth makes you think anything like that could happen to you? You're perfectly safe if you don't go out. Lock the door.
No, I'm not. I'm all alone here, Helen. And there's been someone prowling at night.
A man?
Last night he tried to get in.
Are you sure?
I heard him trying the doors, the windows.
Well, did you call the police?
No, I was afraid to. Oh, Helen, I didn't know who to turn to but you. Everyone thinks I'm crazy anyway.
Oh, Anna, dear, that's ridiculous. Well, we'll call them right now.
No, it'll be all right after tonight. I know it will. Please, I just want you to stay with me tonight.
Stay with you?
Please, Helen, just this one night. I can't ask anyone else. I don't have any friends anymore.
But, darling, I don't even have any nightclothes.
Oh, I've already thought of that, Helen. I have everything you need for tonight.
Well, I don't have anything for the morning. No face cream, not even a...
Why worry about that now? Maybe neither of us will even be here by morning.
Oh.
So she said she'd stay. Went out and told Ted Barton. Ted Barton. It was typical of Helen. Only 2 weeks back from Cleveland, and already she had the county's most eligible bachelor squiring her around in his car. But that was going to be different, too. I fixed a little supper for both of us, and then we tried all the doors and windows. And then there was nothing to do but sit and talk to her until it was time to go to bed.
No more, thank you.
Afraid it will keep you awake, Helen?
I'm afraid I won't need coffee to keep me awake. Anna, is it true? I mean what they say about these murders.
Is what true?
Well, I mean...
You've been out in the world, Helen, more than I have lately. You should know more than I.
Oh, well, all I meant was... Well, you seem so frightened. I thought you might have heard something special.
No.
Is it true about the lipstick?
Why not?
Oh, it sounds so crazy. I thought it might be just something the newspapers made up.
With a cross on their forehead. In lipstick. Orange lipstick.
Anna, you do know something.
Don't be ridiculous, Helen. How could I?
But lipstick, Anna. Do you suppose perhaps it isn't a man at all? It's a woman. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Did I do that?
No. Well, come along, Helen. It's time to go to bed.
Oh, yes. I suppose we might as well.
You don't mind sleeping in the same room with me, do you?
Why, of course not, dear. Oh, shouldn't you leave on a light downstairs?
No. Didn't do any good last night.
Oh. Well, I must say I don't blame you for being a little frightened, staying here all alone. Rather a gloomy old place, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think so. It's always been like this. It's the way Father liked it.
What about your mother?
I hated my mother.
Oh, Anna.
Well, it's true. Why not say it?
That's your own mother.
What does that matter? Everyone has to have someone to hate, Helen. Enough to kill them sometimes.
Oh, Anna, I don't think that's true. How can you say that everyone...
Well, this is our room.
Why, it's...
What?
It's charming. It's so... it's so different from the rest of the house.
Yes. This was to be my bridal room, if I'd ever married.
Darling, I didn't know... Well, I didn't know you'd ever thought...
It was a long time ago. What's the news of Charles?
Charles? Well, there just isn't any. You knew we were separated, didn't you?
Yes. What was the trouble, Helen?
Oh, I don't know. After the first year, he simply became impossible, that's all. You remember, even as a child, he was sometimes wild.
Strange. Oh, yes. Yes, he and I were always the queer ones.
Why, whatever do you mean?
Oh, strange, different, a little apart from all of you somehow. Not quite right, I think they say about me now.
Oh, Anna, you're imagining that. No one ever said such a thing.
No?
Of course not.
What about Charles?
Nothing. He just left, that's all. Haven't even heard from him in 6 months.
Are you sure it was all his fault, Helen? Perhaps if he married someone else.
Oh, you know there was never anyone else for Charles. That's the funny part of it. Of course, he liked other girls. He liked you.
Yes.
Well, you're certainly lucky he didn't marry you. I don't know what happened towards the end. It just went from bad to worse. It got so I hated the very sight of him.
I told you. Everyone had to have someone to hate.
Well, I didn't really mean
Are you
that.
sure, Helen? Haven't you ever hated anyone?
Oh, perhaps as a little girl I thought I did.
You hated me, didn't you?
Why, darling, I never...
There were some times when I hated you, too.
Oh, I don't believe it. Children can't really...
Can't they? When an ugly little girl like me sees a pretty little girl like you getting everything she wants all through her life.
Well, not exactly everything.
You could always twist the teachers around your finger. Later it was the same with the boys. And finally, Charles. Just because you were pretty.
Oh, maybe I was a little prettier than you, dear, but you were always a clever one.
Yes. Yes, I was the clever one.
Well, I suppose we really should go to bed. Why, Anna, look at this. I didn't know you used lipstick.
I don't. It's just one young cousin of mine left here several months ago.
Oh, well, that's funny. Do you know what color it is, Anna?
What color is it, Helen?
It's orange.
No. Helen wasn't very clever. It amused me to watch her trying to think. Putting two and two together. And not being able to because she was afraid of her own conclusions. Because she was essentially a hypocrite, like everyone else. If she hadn't been, it might have saved her life. It was sometime in the middle of the night. I don't know exactly what time, because it didn't matter. But Helen was sleeping as soundly as a silly child when I went over to the side of her bed and began shaking. Helen, wake up.
Oh, what is it?
Shh, don't make a sound.
Anna, what's the matter?
He's in the house downstairs.
Who?
I don't know. Whoever it was last night, he's gotten in somehow.
Are you sure?
I heard him. I've been listening for the last 10 minutes.
Oh, Anna, what are we going to do?
We've got to get out of the house before he starts upstairs.
But how can we? He'll hear us. We'll be caught.
We'll go down the back stairs and out through the kitchen. We can go through the back lot, over the tracks to Judge Brown's house. It's not far, but we've got to hurry.
Oh, Anna, I'm frightened. What if he hears us?
He won't if we're careful, and if we hurry. The door between the kitchen and the front of the house is locked.
Are you sure he isn't in the
kitchen?
kitchen?
In the front, I tell you, I heard him. Now get up, Helen. We've got to go right now.
All right.
Hold my hand.
Yes.
While I unlock the door, the back stairs are just to the right after we get out in the hall.
Oh, Anna.
Come along. Hold on to my hand and try not to make any noise.
I won't.
Here are the stairs. Just follow me.
Yes, all right.
Watch out. That's the last step.
Yes, I got it.
We're in the kitchen now. Can you see anything?
No, it's too dark.
Stand right there. Right where you are and don't move.
Where are you going?
There's something I want to get before we leave.
Anna, please. What are you doing?
I've got it now. A knife. Here, take my hand again.
All right. A knife?
This way.
Oh, I don't think I can for a minute. Come along, Helen. In a little while, it'll all be over. As we hurried down the path, I kept thinking of her there behind me. So frightened now. I had to keep myself from laughing out loud. It was really funny. She'd always been so confident before. At school and later at the parties we used to go to. She'd been the confident one, and I'd been frightened. While she slowly poisoned my life. While she quietly and deliberately stole everything I'd ever wanted. Even Charles. But it was different now. That must be the 2 o'clock local. On the other side of town. Yes. Which way now? Straight ahead. To the grove of trees. Anna, isn't here somewhere that they found that girl? Yes. Why? Oh, Anna. I can't go through there. Helen, come along. Don't be silly. Do we have to? Of course we do. Anna, what was that? What? Didn't you hear it? No. I was positive I heard something. Now who's imagining things, Helen? Oh, let's hurry. No. We're going to stop here. Stop. But why? Can't you guess? Even now, Helen. Oh, Anna. No. She didn't make a sound. I think she'd fainted even before I struck. She died without ever realizing why I did it. I made the cross on the forehead with the orange lipstick. It seemed such a silly thing as I was doing it. But of course I had to. And then I dragged the body off the path and started home. At the railroad tracks, I turned south a few yards to where they crossed the river and tossed the knife and the lipstick over the bridge. And watched them disappear into the muddy stream below. Not that it was really necessary. No one would ever think of questioning me. They would all, of course, assume that the lipstick killer had struck again. And then suddenly my heart was in my mouth. From the path ahead of me, cutting sharply across the moonlight was a shadow. The shadow of a man.
Can I help you?
I
didn't mean to frighten you. I just thought you must be in some kind of trouble to be out of... Oh, Anna. It's Anna Macaulay.
Charles. Oh, Charles. You did frighten me.
Hell, if you insist on running around town at 2 a.m. in your night clothes.
Oh, Charles. Charles, is this really too much of a coincidence? Why, I didn't know you were anywhere near Boone Center.
Theoretically, I'm not. Just passing through. Business trip. Missed the 2 a.m. local. So I thought I'd kill the time waiting for the milk train by looking the old burg over again. What's your alibi?
My what? Oh, well, that's what I meant about a coincidence. I was looking for Helen.
For Helen?
I don't wonder you're surprised, Charles. But it's really very simple. First, there were these, well, what the newspapers have been calling the lipstick murders. I suppose you've heard about it.
I've read something about it. Yes.
Well, I suppose I was silly, but I got terribly nervous, living alone in that big house. I asked Helen to stay with me. And then in the middle of the night, she got frightened and said she couldn't stay another minute and rushed out to Judge Brown's house.
How typical of Helen.
Yeah, well, then after I thought about it, I got worried about her and went to look for her. But I guess she must have gotten there all right. I didn't find her anywhere.
You're not alone in that big house now, are you, Anna?
Why, yes, I thought you knew, Charles. My father died.
Oh, I'd forgotten.
Well, silly to be standing here, isn't it? You've got to wait for a train. Why don't you come back to the house with me? And I'll fix you some coffee or something. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yes, that would be nice. That would be very nice.
I could hardly believe my good luck. Charles, of all people. It was as though he'd come back to me. Almost as though he'd known and come back to me just at the right moment. So there we were, making coffee in the kitchen, talking over old times. Oh, dear, where is that opener for the evaporated milk? I never can find it.
Oh, here. I'll open it with my knife. Just make a couple of holes in it.
Ah, isn't that a rather dangerous weapon to carry around just to make holes in tin cans?
Oh, it has other uses.
There we are.
That tastes good.
Charles, I was terribly sorry to hear about you and Helen.
Me and Helen?
That you'd separated, I mean.
Is that what you called it?
Well, she said that you'd left her.
Helen always had a quaint way of putting things.
Didn't you? You don't still love her, do you?
Love her? Didn't she tell you where I'd been?
I know. Not exactly.
I've been in a home, Anna. A rest home, as they call it. It was Helen who put me there.
Put you there?
I'm afraid committed is the word. You see, Helen thought I was crazy.
Oh, Charles.
I only got out a couple of weeks ago. I imagine they're still looking for me.
You escaped?
I had to.
Oh, Charles, how dreadful for you.
As a matter of fact, I've been looking for Helen. There was something I wanted to give her.
But couldn't you find her?
No. I thought I had a couple of times. But it wasn't Helen after all.
What was it you wanted to give her, Charles?
This.
Lipstick.
Yes. A frightful color, isn't it? Orange. Are you sure you're not Helen?
I heard the doctors talking a little while ago. They say I won't live through the night. But I don't care. Oh, it's been such a glorious day. The happiest since I can remember. People have been calling on me whom I haven't seen for years. They say I saved the town. I must have screamed out. I don't remember. So they caught poor Charles. And for the first time in my life, I'm a really important person. I wonder when they'll find Helen.
Thank you, Ida Lupino, for a splendid performance on Suspense.
In just a moment, we will again hear from Miss Ida Lupino.
Gee, what a show. I was sweating and it wasn't from the heat either.
What a show. Hey, that's what...
Gee, Dad, a fire.
Out of the way, son. Where's the fire, Mike? No, it's 28 to May. They were out of here in 7 seconds. Almost before they stepped on the starter.
Mike sure wasn't fooling about those Autolite Stay Full batteries, was he, Dad?
No, sir.
Talk about pistol pack in action. Switch to Autolite Stay Fulls, and boy, you got it.
When your spark plug starts to stutter, now don't you try to putter. Switch to Autolite. When your starter's just a grinder, why, it's a battery reminder. Switch to Autolite. Keep your auto right. Just switch to Autolite. Autolite. Switch to Autolite. For spark plug life and action. For a battery whose attraction is ignition satisfaction. Switch to Autolite. And now, here again is Miss Ida Lupino.
It's always a great pleasure to appear on Suspense. And as a listener, I'm looking forward to some outstanding programs on this new Suspense series with stars like Charles Lawton, Agnes Moorehead, Van Johnson, Madeline Carroll, and Ann Southern. And next week, I'll be tuned in to hear Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in a gripping suspense story entitled Deep into Darkness. I know you'll want to hear it, too, on...
Suspense.
Ida Lupino may soon be seen in Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production Roadhouse. Tonight's suspense play was written by Robert L. Richards from an original story by Ray Bradbury. The music was composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in Deep into Darkness. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Alka-Seltzer for headache. Alka-Seltzer for acid indigestion. Alka-Seltzer for colds.
Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer.
The whole family. Well, here we are, folks, same as every Saturday night, with the Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance Hour sent to you from the old WLS Hayloft in Chicago by the Miles Laboratories of Elkhart, Indiana, makers of Alka-Seltzer. Say, I wish you could all see the happy, smiling people crowding into this old red barn tonight. Oh, I tell you, this beautiful September weather we've been having here in these parts lately has made everyone feel extra gay and happy. Hang your hats and coats on those harness pegs over yonder, folks, and hurry, because the party is ready to commence. Did I say ready? Yes, you can't keep this gang down. They've started already with a bright September serenade. Some serenading, girls and boys. Oh, by the way, folks, do you know what day this is? Well, sir, according to my Dr. Miles weather calendar hanging on the kitchen wall back home, it's the last day of summer. My tempest certainly does fugit, as the saying goes. And tomorrow, we'll find autumn right on our doorstep. So tonight, we're sort of saying goodbye to good old summer, and as the leaves begin to turn to golden autumn colors, we'll turn to the songs that the season suggests. Yes, sir, our hayloft girls and boys have splashed around in their old musical paint buckets and mixed up a batch of their brightest fall colors and songs. First of all, though, let's take that little zip of autumn out of the night air by warming up this old hayloft with a rip-roaring old-time square dance. Get your partners, everybody, and swing a high, wide, and happy to the tune of Golden Slippers. Harky, you color off. Here we go. Hey, right, candle, let's join your hands and turn to the left, swing the liney, farm line, lady, gently behind. On the right, behind, play around the left, seat, and on the left. Promenade, you come around with a big foot up and a little foot down. And either one of you come on the chest to the right, swing that gal. Very good. Now the one you call your own back, pull down, swing your toe, and on the left, swing that gal, marking saw, bull for Maggie's mother-in-law. Back, pull down, swing your toe, and across hall, swing grandma, you ain't swingers and way left full. Back, pull down, swing your toe, so see your partners all. To your left. You can't beat a good old square dance when there's a tang of autumn in the air and frost on the moon.
Hey, Joe, there's a young lady here who wants to see you.
Young lady? Yeah. Well, we mustn't keep a lady waiting. Sure, right in. Oh, by the way, who is she?
I don't know, Joe. All she said was that she wanted to see Mr. Alka-Seltzer about getting on the radio.
Oh, she wants to get on the radio. Well, tell her that I'm too busy to talk to her. Now, ask her to see me in a couple of weeks. You don't stall her off. Huh?
Okay, I'll do my best.
Yeah, fine. All right, thanks, Archie. Well, I better get something started around here. Come on, hot shots, help me out, folks. It's full steam ahead with those four merry musical madcaps. The Hoosier Hot Shots taking the helm. Count on it, boys. Count on it.
Well, wind that thing up heavy and off we go.
Folks, you can put your bumper shoots down again now. That little sprinkle turned out to be nothing but a sun shower. Here. Say, what's going on back there?
Heavy, Joe, pushing everybody around.
Yeah, that boy's acting sort of wild. Says he's looking for somebody.
Well, we'll see about that.
Hey, where to go? Hey, hold my coat. Hey, which way to go? Hey, lead me to him, boy, and I'll mow him down.
Wait a minute here. Whoa, now, Heavy, calm yourself. You're pumping like a peanut roaster. There now. Where's who, and just who is it that you're going to mow down? Come on now, speak right up. Don't hold out on me.
Well, there's a certain young fella around here, and I ain't mentioning no names, Joe, but, boy, I'm telling you one thing. When I see him, out of my way, boy, out of my way.
Well, if that isn't something, a fine way to interrupt our party. Oh, well, there's never a dull moment in the old hayloft. And right now, folks, it's time to bring on that wizard of the strings, that prince of personality and king of the banjo, Eddie Peabody.
that was Little Eddie and his banjo playing After You're Gone to Mr. Summertime. Toodaloo, old top. We'll see you next season, I hope. And now we can look forward to a beautiful harvest moon. So shine on, harvest moon. And Bob, you might as well do a little shining too, because here we go. Okay.
And say that old harvest moon never seemed brighter. And now, friends, for the magic touch of memory, we have learned to expect each Saturday night here in the old hayloft. From out of the past, beautiful song steals out of the dust to you. And here's the Dean of Ballad Singers to bring us closer, our own Henry Burr. beauty and peace of a September evening.
Excuse me, Joe, but that young lady's here again, and she still wants to get on the radio.
Well, we can't put her on the air, Archie. We don't even know what she can do.
She claims she can do everything, Joe, and she wants you to give her an audition.
She wants an audition?
Yeah, you know how ladies are, Joe. When they make up their minds to something, why, you can't stop them.
You said something there, Archie. Is that the girl over there by the hay chute?
Yeah, that's her.
Nice-looking girl. Well, now, Archie, we ought to give her a chance after all. Tell her to come over here, will you?
It ain't necessary. Here she comes right now.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Are you Mr. Alka-Seltzer?
No, my name is Joe Kelly.
Oh, Mr. Kelly, well, then you're the man I want to see. I want to get a job on the air. Maybe you can give it to me.
Well, what can you do?
Well, I can do most everything. That's the funny part about it. I can't understand why I can't get a job on the air. But I've just gone around and around giving auditions until I've simply gone mad.
Well, you don't look mad.
Oh, but I am.
Oh, are you?
I'm stark raving mad. You know, the funny thing about it is that when I go in to give an audition, the man that sits in the control room, back of the controls, before I've even started to do a character, he stops me. I never get anywhere. That's what makes me so mad. Let me show you what happens to me. Can I show you how it goes?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Well, of course, I'm always very nice to him, and I start out by saying, how's the voice level? All right? Thank you. This first character I'm going to do for you is one of those talking women who runs around on 12 cylinders 12 hours of a day. Something like this. Oh, hello, my dear. No, I haven't a moment to say. I had to come in here all about the party last night. Isn't it precious? I mean, say, you and Reggie planning to be married when this time last year everybody thought it was Reggie and I. I'll never forget the day I turned Reggie down. I beg your pardon? Too fast. Well, you understand, it's just to give you an idea of the character. You don't think the radio audience will understand everything she says? Well, do you think it matters? Oh, yes, I have something else. Now, just a moment. Maybe you'd like my French girl struggling with American slang. Mais oui, je ne comprends pas, s'il vous plaît, papa. Explain to your baby what you mean when you say this most funny way. What? You don't like any kind of dialect on the air? Well, what do you do when you have a dialect part? You make them all straight parts so the American audience can understand without thinking. I see. I know you'd like my child. I've played so many children on the air. Roses on my shoulders, slippers on my feet. I'm my mama's darling. Don't you think I'm sweet? You never what? Never use grown-ups for children. Oh, but I can understand that. Very few grown-ups can play children, but I can. I have. Well, I thought you might want me to double sometime, play mother and child. You remember Real Folks of Thompson's Corners? I used to play 5 different characters on that.
Oh, you remember Sneed, the boy that spoke pieces and giggled? Oh, I was him. Sure.
And you remember Bessie Stevens, don't you? Mercy sakes alive, if you ever heard her, you couldn't forget her. Well, I played her. And divil a bit would you be know that, but I played Delia too. And if they ever begin to talk about any... You remember the baby, Community, the baby that cried? You don't like it. I didn't understand. Something I'm doing currently on the air. Yes. I play in 1,000 a month. Here's a character I did just the other night on Death Valley Day. Death Valley Jane, I call her.
Why ain't I as good as any man? Tell me that, Dave Sturgis.
Oh, I know what's eating you.
You men... don't like it. Because I come up here and stake the claim and won out again a lot of you.
I didn't understand. You don't like to hear a woman talk like that. Well, they got nothing on me, brother. I don't either. But I'm just trying to find something you might be able to use sometime in a dramatic program that you... What? You're not casting any dramatic program. You're what? Head of the music department.
funny. I mean, you sitting there bluffing me and me standing here kidding you. Sure, I'm kidding you because I'm not an actress. I'm an animal imitator. What do I mean? Well, I mean I'm the original cat. And my barking dog really bites. So beware. Did you ever hear of the little red hen? And I'm the first of the three little pigs, Mr. Ripley. And as a parrot, I almost forgot. As a parrot, I simply take the colors.
As most of you probably guessed, this young lady who just auditioned for us is none other than our special guest of the evening, Elsie Mae Gordon, well-known comedian of stage and radio. We all enjoyed your audition, Miss Gordon, and we're looking forward to hearing from you again later on in the evening. Oh, say, Archie, now you see to it that our guest meets everybody here and has a good time.
It'll be a pleasure, Joe. Just leave it to me.
Our party tonight wouldn't be complete without her. Herbert Ingram's beautiful song of fading summer, Goodbye Rose, brought to us now by radio's most popular basso, Joe Parsons.
Once a bird who loved a rose chirped despondently. Oh, my love, from above your fading blush I see. But I cannot linger here, winter's blasts are near. Lovely flower from your bower, I must fly, I fear. Goodbye, rose, the autumn leaves are falling, oh, winter blows her trumpet from the sky. When the snows shall melt at springtime calling, we will meet again someday. So
Nice work, Joe Parsons. Your song reached a new high, and I might say that last note reached a new low. Friends, our next offering for your entertainment is the presentation of a one-act play by our own Hayloft Drama Guild. The scene is in a home just up your street a few houses. The time is night. Fred, our hero, is just getting home from work. He is met at the door by his wife. Listen.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Terrible.
Bad day?
Yeah.
Me too.
Too bad.
Want any supper?
Maybe.
It's ready.
What you got?
Soup.
That all?
Uh-huh.
Don't bother. I'm too tired to eat.
Too bad.
I guess I'll go to bed.
How about a movie?
No. Got a headache.
Too bad.
Too bad what?
Too bad there's no Alka-Seltzer in the house.
Alka-Seltzer. Now, why didn't I think of that? That's what we need around here. I'll go out and get some right away.
Of course, our little play was a bit exaggerated, but it did contain an important message which we wanted every one of you to hear and remember.
Yes, friends, when a busy day at work leaves you feeling all fagged out, be wise. Freshen up with Alka-Seltzer. When you come home feeling weary and headachy, drink a sparkling glass of Alka-Seltzer and see how much better it makes you feel. Alka-Seltzer is mighty effective in cases of physical fatigue because it offers you the relief you want for tired, aching muscles and the alkalizer you need for quick relief from the fatigue itself. Be sure to take Alka-Seltzer the next time physical fatigue causes you distress. You'll feel better fast.
And now, as our goodbye summer party swings along, paving the paths with falling leaves to lighten the footsteps of the golden glory of autumn.
Hey, Joe.
Huh?
Hey, they tell me he's been here and gone.
Nezzy, what's the idea? I was just getting poetic and going great guns, and you had to butt in and spoil it.
Well, I'm sorry, Joe, but listen. Huh? I'll catch up with that fellow yet, and when I do, look out.
Good riddance. Well, folks, summer may be fading, but not the spirit of the old Hayloft gang. No, sir. The girls and boys are getting together now for another dance. Yes, sir, and this time it's a good old polka, Joe. There they go, dancing as pretty as you please. And while they're dancing, the music will fade, but just for a short while your station rings those chimes, and then we'll polka right back to you. Everybody, you see, we kept our word and polked right back to you. Yes, it's the second half of the Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance Hour coming right at you from the old hayloft in Chicago. Our good friend Old Man Summer, who is making his last appearance in these parts tonight, is the head man on our party, and all the mirth and melody is in his honor. Our special guest of the evening is Elsie Mae Gordon, and we'll hear from her again as soon and as well as from Henry Burr, Aunt Pat and Judy, Eddie Peabody, Avis Leon, and our hayloft chorus. But right now, folks, let us lend an ear to a sprightly little ditty dished up for us by the good old Hoosier Hot Shots. Fetch up all that stuff, Hezzy. Let's do a little rock shot.
Over 40, and yet they call them babies. What they do is simply beat the band. They're talking baby talk, it's all a rage. They're acting childish,
shots, winter, spring, summer, or fall. Now, folks, we have a surprise for you. You all know by this time that our guest of the evening, Miss Elsie Mae Gordon, is a very versatile artist, willing to tackle most anything. But what you probably do not know is that Miss Gordon has spent a great deal of time in the heart of Georgia and gleaned there firsthand many incidents and accidents of the colored folks of the South. And right now, Miss Gordon is going to give us one of these interesting incidents. Miss Elsie Mae Gordon.
This incident happens to be an accident, and is probably one of the most typical scenes from the Deep South. This is a special request number, I'd have you know. It's the old Negro with his mule. He's almost afraid to touch the telephone, but he goes into a corner drugstore and he calls up very gingerly, and the telephone conversation is something like this. Hello? Hello? That you, Miss Telephone? This here's Bob. I say, this is Bob. Would you please to get me Mark Henry Watson? What's that? Your number? No, miss, he ain't got no number. No, he ain't never been to the penitentiary. Yeah, he live in that White House that's back of the new schoolhouse. That's the one? Yeah, can you get him? Thank you, man. Hello? Hey. Yeah, am I waiting? What she thinks I was doing, traveling? Hello, that you, Mark Henry? Yeah, this here's Bob. I say, this here's Bob. Hey, Mark Henry, I called up to tell you that Ma got our mule. She done bought. About 2 blocks out in the stable. Yeah, sir, we done that. Yes, we tied a horsehair around a year. Didn't do no good. Yes, we done that, too. I say we blowed in a year. No, sir, didn't do no good. I don't know, Mars Henry. He didn't say his name before he blowed. Yeah, we done that, too. Yeah, I say we twist her tail. No, sir, didn't do no good. She never mind that a bit. Yeah, no, sir, I never twist it. Catch me fooling around that. I say I never twist it. Oh, a little fat traveling man from New York, he twisted. Yeah, well, the police is pouring water on his head now. Yes, we done that, too. The left foot. Yeah. No, it didn't do no good. No, sir, Martin, I didn't do it. It's me. I say, I never done it. I don't know, Martin Henry. Yeah, see, he was a nice man that just carried him to the hospital. Yeah. Well, that's what he allowed. I say, that's what he allowed. He allowed the mule couldn't do it with 1 foot tied up. Well, she done it. The stomach. I say the stomach. Yeah, see, it was. Oh, Lord, Martin, that ain't the worst. No, sir, I just coming to the worst. Hey, Martin, we just done everything we knowed how with that mule, and then we built a fire under. Yeah. Well, she didn't like that a bit. You know, she never run. I never see that mule run, but, well, Martin, when we built a fire, it was under the mule. But she just kind of eased over till the fire was under the cart. Yeah, so it did. Well, right smart. Well, Martin, I don't think I can use that cart no more. Yeah, that's what I called up to ask you. You go and send a new cart down for that old mule. Yeah, sir, Martin. Thank you, sir. You helped me out mightily this morning. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. Oh, the lordy. I just wish I had about $3. I'd buy that mule, and I'd take her out and I'd bust her fool head wide open. That's what I do.
What did I tell you, folks? Thank you, Elsa May Gordon, for that very amusing story. By the way, folks, Miss Gordon has promised to drop in on us here at the old hayloft for another visit next Saturday night.
Hey, look out here, Joe. Take it easy.
Well, take the life, Archie. What's this I see coming toward me? Somebody's wood pile?
No, sir, it's the xylophone, Joe.
Well, so it is. And a vibra harp comes also. That means we're going to be serenaded, folks, by that master of the xylophone and vibra harp, Bobby Christian. What? Fine music out of those musical bed splats. Incidentally, folks, Bobby Christian is a regular member of our hayloft orchestra. Whoa, wait a minute. What was that just flew by me?
That was Hezzy, Joe. He's still looking for somebody.
Well, I sure hope he finds his Mr. Somebody. I don't want him to interrupt our party. No, sir, especially not at this time. For now, folks, once again, we're going to hear from the Dean of Ballad Singers, the old hayloft's own Henry Bird.
You brought happiness my way, making this a haven here below. Like the sunshine from above, you have filled my heart with love. But there's one thing, dear, I'd like to know. Grow
another swell farewell to summer song. Say, Archie.
Yes, sir?
Are all the girls and boys ready for our last summertime square dance?
Bet your boots, Joe. All ready and raring to go.
All right, here we go. They're off in a cloud of dust, folks. Archie, go off. Straighten up your faces. Get in your places just like the youth in their traces. And you chase me around all level up there on the gate.
I wonder, have you noticed how quickly your appetite begins to increase when there's a cool, crisp tang in the air? Haven't you found that you're eating bigger breakfasts these early fall mornings, and when you come home for dinner, don't you feel like tying into a big meal and eating your weight in meat and potatoes? Yes, most of us are eating much more these days. Eating too much, in fact, at times. Well, that's the very reason why you should always have a package of Alka-Seltzer tablets handy. You know, it's really a mighty simple matter to get quick relief from that discomfort after eating, that upset stomach, and acid indigestion. Take a sparkling glass of Alka-Seltzer, and here's what it does for you. When you dissolve an Alka-Seltzer tablet or two in a glass of water, it bubbles up and makes a pleasant-tasting alkalizing solution. It offers quick relief by neutralizing the excess acid in your stomach, usually the immediate cause of your distress. What's more, this acid-neutralizing action continues for some time after you take it, usually long enough for the stomach itself to take over and get the situation well under control. Now, that's what I call real relief. It's the kind of relief you want and need when distress after eating threatens to take all the enjoyment out of the meal you've just had. So be wise. Never be without a package of Alka-Seltzer tablets in your home. When you suffer with acid indigestion, distress after meals, upset stomach, alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Be sure to check up on your supply and get a package of Alka-Seltzer tablets from your druggist this weekend.
That was a heat wave if I ever felt one. Girls and boys, you danced summer away in a blaze of glory. Listen, everybody. The orchestra is playing a soft and sweet melody. Yes, sure enough, old Mother Nature is getting ready to sing summer to sleep. It's the lullaby of the leaves.
Cradle me with southern skies and watch me with a million eyes. So sing me to sleep, lullaby of the leaves.
Cover me with heaven's blue, let me dream a dream or two. Oh, sing me to sleep, lullaby of the leaves.
I'm breezing along in the breeze, I'm singing a song in the breeze. Ooh.
That's why melody caressing the shore.
Pleasure to me, I've heard it before. Ooh. Life of my soul, I need it in my soul. And all I know, I breathe my bones. Oh, sing me to sleep, lullaby of the leaves. I'm hearing a song in the breeze. Ooh.
That's why melody caressing the shore.
Pleasure to me, I've heard it before. Life of my soul, I feel it in my soul. And all I know, I breathe my soul. Oh, sing me to sleep, lullaby of the
That was just as nice as could be, girls and boys, and if it didn't allow old summer to sleep, I don't know what will. Well, now let's see what... Gee Willikins and gee whiz, what happens now? Hey, wait a minute, what is this?
I got him, Joel. Here he is, right here.
Don't believe him, Joe. I've got him.
Well, hold on here. now what's this all about anyway?
We're feuding, Joe. We're feuding. You bet we are, Joe.
Ridiculous. Eddie Peabody and Hezzy feuding? Why, whatever is the matter?
Well, now, I'll tell you what's the matter, Joe. All summer long, this Hezzy guy has been claiming his washboard gives off hotter rhythm than that old banjo of mine.
Well, it does.
It does not?
I know better. It does.
Now, here, now, wait a minute. Now, listen to this for some hot rhythm. So, now, you just
all right,
tell me.
go right ahead, Eddie.
Yes, sir.
Let everybody listen now.
Right now.
Eddie, my boy, I'll say there was plenty.
Yeah, well, get along this hot washboard, boy. Listen to this. How do y'all like that?
Plenty hot too, Hezekiah, but say, why don't you two feuders play something together and let the folks decide who's the hottest?
Oh, it's okie dokie, yeah, and that goes for me, too. Here, just let him try to follow me on this one now. Here we go.
I'll catch up with you, boy.
I'm a running wild.
If that wasn't a battle of rhythm for your whiskers. Right here now, I'm going to step in and thank both Hezzy and Eddie Peabody and declare the contest even, Stephen. In other words, a tie. Well, folks, the good old summertime is on the wane, and even as we regret its passing, we welcome the beautiful fall season and look forward to the many happy days that are to come. And now, Avis Leon adds a high note to climax our goodbye to summer party with Thomas Moore's eternal favorite, The Last Rose of Summer.
No
message of great importance to the person in your family who is in charge of balancing the family budget. Always remember that when you buy a package of Alka-Seltzer tablets from your druggist, you get a lot more for your money because it is good for so many different common ailments. Get a package from your druggist next time you're in his store. And it's time now. We were hearing about the treats in store for us next Saturday night at the Happy Hayloft Party, and here's just the man to tell us. Joe?
Friends, we're planning an extra special party for next Saturday night. And the occasion, well, we're very proud and happy to say that 1 week from tonight, the Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance will celebrate its 7th anniversary. Elsie Mae Gordon, Pat Buttram, Lucille Long, Joe Parsons will join our regular Hayloft gang in celebrating this festive occasion. So make a special note, folks, to be with us on our 7th anniversary and our 365th Barn Dance Party next Saturday. Same time, same station. Remember, too, that the makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 radio programs each week, all on NBC networks. The Quiz Kids on Wednesday, Alex Templeton Time on Friday, and the National Barn Dance on Saturday night. So until next week, good night and good health to you all.
The Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance with Joe Kelly as your master of ceremonies has come to you from Chicago. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Welles.
Tonight, the Mercury brings you 2 great American short stories. The first, as per last week's promise, is by Sherwood Anderson. His loving study of puppy love at the turn of the century is called I'm a Fool.
Well, it began at 3 o'clock one October afternoon in 1912 as I sat in the grandstand at the fall trotting and pacing meet at Sandusky, Ohio. It was a good hard jolt for me, and it all came about through my own foolishness, too. Summer before, I'd left my hometown with a fellow called Bert French with 2 horses as campaigners through the race meets that year. Gee, it was fun. We got to county seat town maybe on a Saturday or Sunday, and the fair began next Tuesday, and you took your horses to the track and fed them. You got your good clothes out of a box and put them on. The town is full of farmers, gaping because they see you as horse race people, and all the dudes come around asking questions, and all you did was to lie and all you could, you know, about horses you had and lie and say you owned one. Gee, oh, this is what I want to tell my story about. We got home late November, and I promised Mother I'd quit the races for good. And there's a lot of things you got to promise a mother because she don't know no better. And then as I started to tell you, the fall races came to Sandusky, and I got the day off and went. And I had on my good clothes and my new brown derby hat and a stand-up collar. I had $40 in my pocket and 3 25-cent cigars. That was bought me at the West House by a fellow with a cane and a Windsor tie. Gee, it was fun being on a track again.
What are you giving for ptarmigan?
Gee, it was fun being on a track again. There was my old friend Bert French standing around with his horses. Hello, Bert.
Well, hello, Joe. Hello, stranger.
How've you been, Bert?
Oh, never better. Say, you got any money, Joe?
Sure.
I'd like to watch it go.
Like it fine, Bert.
All right, come over here, then. I'll tell you something. Now, listen, Joe. In the second race, the 218 pace, there's a horse I'm handling. Abu Benadam. There he is, number 7. That gelding's fast as a streak, Joe. Belongs to a fellow called Mathers in Marietta, Ohio. We got him marked at 221, but he can step in 08.
08, gee.
In the first heat, don't you touch him. He'll go around like an ox, hit through a plow. After that, you get a right down and lay on your pile.
Thanks, Bert, a lot. Have a cigar?
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Well, sir, I went and bought myself the best seat I could get.
What a popcorn, crisps, strawberry
Right
bars.
in front of myself, I could see that there was a fellow with a couple of girls, and they was about my age, and the young fellow was a nice guy, all right. He had his sister with him and another girl, and the sister looked around over his shoulder. accidentally at first, not intending to start anything. She wasn't that kind, and her eyes and mine happened to meet. You know how it is. Gee, she was a peach. She had a soft dress, kind of blue stuff, and she blushed when she looked right at me, and so did I. She was the nicest girl I ever seen in my life. Well, pretty soon the horses came in for the 2:18 pace, and there was Bert's horse in among the rest.
How we go down this time?
Well, you know as much about it as I do.
What about the brown one there with the long tail? He's kind of cute.
Heck, ma'am, that mare couldn't beat a streetcar. They looked up kind of surprised, but they didn't seem mad, and anyway, I'd done it now. Might as well go on. Maybe I can help you folks. There's a horse in this race, number 7. That horse is as fast as a streak. Boo Ben Adam, his name is.
What's his name?
Boo Ben Adam. But look, don't go betting on this first heat, because he'll pace it like a lame cow. But when the first heat is over, go right down and lay your pile on a Boo Ben Adam. He'll come right out and skin him alive. That's what I told her. Gee, and what did that young fellow do but have the nerve to turn and ask the man next to him to get up and change places with me so I could sit with his crowd?
I want you to meet Miss Eleanor Woodbury.
Pleased to meet you.
And this is my sister, Lucy Wesson. Oh, my name's Wilbur. We're from Tiffin, Ohio.
Popcorn, kids, and strawberry bars.
I suppose it was their having such swell names got me off the trolley, and then that girl, you know how a fella is. There's something in that kind of nice clothes and kind of nice eyes she had, and the way she looked at me a while before over her brother's shoulder and me looking back at her and both of us blushing. I couldn't show her up for a boob, could I? I made a fool of myself, that's what I did. Glad to know you all. My name's Walter Mathers.
How do you do, Mr. Mathers?
I'm from Marietta, Ohio.
And you really think this horse is going to win, Mr. Mathers?
Then I told him all the smashingest lie you ever heard. I said my father owned this horse, you know, Boo Ben Adam, and it was supposed to be a secret because I told him our family was proud and never had gone in for racing that way. Here's what I think of that horse. Wilbur, will you do me the favor when you go down to place these 30 bills on a Boo Ben Adam at whatever odds you can get? I'd go myself, but I just soon our trainer and the swipes didn't see me. I'm supposed to be here keeping an eye on him, incognito. And sure enough, a Boo Ben Adam went off his stride up the backstretch and looked like a wooden horse or a sick one and came in to be last. See, folks? What'd I tell you? Like a lame cow.
You certainly were right, Mr. Mathers.
Then this Wilbur Wesson went down to the betting place out of the grandstand, Miss Woodbury with him, and Lucy Wesson and I was left alone together like on a desert island. Gee, Miss Lucy, I'd like to show you our place down at Marietta. It's on a hill. A great old red brick house with the stables behind it, way up on a hill, up above the Ohio River.
Oh, I like rivers.
Her eyes were shining. Then she kind of, with her shoulder, you know, kind of touched me. You know how a woman can do. They get close, but not getting gay either. You know what they do. Gee. I began to wish I was on the square with her and to see what a fool I'd been. There wasn't any way of getting myself on the square now. There ain't any Walter Mathers. Like I said to her, there ain't ever been one. But if there was, I bet I'd go to Marietta, Ohio, and shoot him tomorrow. And then Wilbur Weston come back with Miss Woodbury, and he'd gone and bet $50 on this horse, and the girls had gone put in $10 each of their own money, too. Gee, I was sick then, but came out okay.
There he goes!
Boo Ben Adam stepped the next 3 heats like a bushel of spoiled eggs going to market before they could be found out. Yeah.
He's coming up!
He's coming up!
He's coming up!
Boo Ben Adam!
Listen now, Mr. Mathers, he's going to win! He's going to win!
Well, we all got 9 to 2 for our money after the race. We had a hack downtown. Wilbur stood us a swell supper at the West House and a bottle of champagne besides. And there I was with that girl, big boob that I am. And she wasn't saying much. I wasn't saying much either. One thing I know, she wasn't stuck on me because of that lie about my father being rich and that lie about all that. There's a way you know, you know. Perhaps it might. There's a kind of girl you see just once in your life. You don't get busy and make hay, then you're gone for good and all. You might just well go jump off a bridge because what it means is you want that girl to be your wife and you want nice things around her like nice flowers and swell clothes and you want her to have the kids you're going to have and good music played and, not ragtime, gee. Well, there's a place over near Sandusky across a kind of bay. It's called Cedar Point, and after we had supper, we went over to it in the lodge, just the four of us by ourselves.
What time's that train, Wilbur?
10:40.
And is that the last train?
Yeah, that's the last train.
Oh, Shaw.
Over at Cedar Point, there was a beach. You could walk along, get where it was dark, and we went there. She didn't talk hardly at all. Neither did I. I was thinking how glad I was my mother was all right and always made us kids learn to eat with a fork at the table, and not spill soup and not be noisy and rough like a gang you see around a racetrack that way.
Hey, Lucy! Lucy! We're going up the beach a ways. Are you coming?
Oh, go on ahead. We'll wait for you here. I feel kind of tired. Don't you?
Oh, yeah. I guess so, Miss Lucy.
Well, why don't we sit down a while? It's nice here.
Lucy and I sat out in a dark place where there were some roots of old trees the water had washed out.
Feel that wood. How smooth it is. Like silk.
And there was a watery smell, and the night was like as if you could put your hand out and feel it. So warm and soft and dark and sweet, like an orange. After that, the time till we had to go back in the launch and they had to catch their train was nothing at all. Went like winking your eyes.
Lucy! Lucy, it's nearly there.
Lucy!
I've got to go. We've got to go to the train now. Will you kiss me goodbye?
She was most crying then, but she never knew nothing I knew. She could be all busted up as I was. Gee whiz. Sometimes I wish I'd never been born. Guess you know what I mean. We went in the launch across the bay to the train like that, and it was dark, too.
What are you thinking about? You know what I was thinking?
What?
Well, I was thinking that you and I could get out of this boat right this minute and walk on the water.
Sounded foolish, all right, but I knew what she meant. And quick, we were right at the depot, and there was a big gang of yaps crowded and milling around like cattle, and how could I tell her?
Oh, it won't be long, because you're right, and I'll answer you.
I got a chance like a hay barn, a fire, a swell chance. I gotta answer her. Maybe she'd write me down at Marietta that way, and the letter'd come back and stamped on the front of it by the USA. There ain't any such guy, or something like that. Whatever they stamp on a letter that way. Well, goodbye, Walter. Goodbye. And thanks for the tip-off. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Mather. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
And that train went. I busted out and cried like a kid. Gee, I could have run after that train, made Man of War look like a freight train after a wreck, but... Socks almighty, what was the use? Did you ever see such a fool? Me trying to pass myself off for a big bug and a swell to her? Did you ever see such a fool? I'll bet you what, if I had an arm broke right now or a train had run over my foot, I wouldn't go to no doctor at all. I'd go sit down and let it hurt and hurt. That's what I'd do, big fool that I am. Why was I such a boob to go and tell such a lie that couldn't never be made straight to a lady like her? If I'm not a fool, you just go and find me one. I'll quit working and be a bum and give 'em my job. I don't care for working and earning and saving for no such boob as myself.
You've just heard part one of our Mercury broadcast for tonight, I'm a Fool. We offer you another famous American short story for part two, maybe the most famous of all. Like our first selection, this is a study of a terrible mistake, but there all similarity ends. Clearly, Sherwood Anderson's hero lived down his mistake and lived happily ever after. The same, however, cannot be said of the murderer in Edgar Allan Poe's monologue, The Telltale Heart. That's next on the bill, but first here's Jimmy Wallington with some sound conclusion on the subject of picnics.
Out here in California, it's always picnic time, unless, of course, we happen to have an extra heavy dew. So, as a Californian and an old hand at picnics, I want to tell you there's nothing which puts over one of these outdoor banquets better than plenty of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yes, that potato salad, those hard-boiled eggs. I like the devil kind myself. Those cold cuts. Everything just naturally tastes better when blended with those never less than 33 fine brews. And you know why? Well, it's because Pabst Blue Ribbon has just the right flavor for a picnic. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clear, sparkling with a real that there's no finer beer. Picnic time or any time. So if your dealer is unable to supply all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, why, just keep on asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now Orson Welles brings you his Mercury production of The Telltale Heart.
True. Nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been, an M. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It's impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture. A pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. I was never kinder to him than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it. Oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed,
so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. You would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. Took me a whole hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon that vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights. Every night just at midnight, but I found the eye was always closed. And so it was impossible for me to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. Every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone and inquiring how he'd passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. On the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. To think that there I was opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. He fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on his bed suddenly as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. I did not draw back. I kept pushing the door. Steadily. Steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening and the old man sprang up in the bed. I kept quite still and I said nothing. For a whole hour, I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime, I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently, I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been saying to himself, it's nothing but the wind in the chimney. It's only a mouse crossing the floor. Or it's merely a cricket which has made a single chirp. But it was all in vain. Because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern, so I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until, at length, a single dim ray like the thread of a spider shot from out of the crevice and full upon the vulture eye. It was open. The eye was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed on it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. Now there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound.
such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder, every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say louder every moment. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. And then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length, it ceased. The old man was dead. Stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. The night waned. I worked hastily. I took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited his corpse between the scantling. I then replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. When I'd made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, but still dark. Dark as midnight. A knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, but what had I now to fear? There entered now 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale, and I wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied that ringing in my ears again, but still they sat and still they chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued until at length I found that the noise was not within my own ears. It was a low, dull, quick sound. Much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I talked more quickly, more vehemently. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Oh, God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair from which I'd been sitting and grated it upon the boards. But the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder. Still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible? They heard not? Almighty God, no! They heard, they suspected, they knew! anything was more tolerable than this derision, I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must breathe or die. Louder. Hark. Louder. Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more, I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart.
You have just heard Orson Welles in his Mercury production of The Telltale Heart. Mr. Wells will return in just a moment. But first, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when occasionally these days he is unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Next week, Moby Dick. Until then, the Mercury remains as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight, Mr. Burgess Meredith stars in Sometime Every Summertime from Studio One at CBS.
She was one of the most beautiful women I've ever known. She wasn't a woman, really, a girl. I only knew her a little more than 2 weeks, but sometime every summer since then, I've thought of her.
We invite you to Studio One, radio's celebrated playhouse of dramatic entertainment. For this week only, Studio One will be a half-hour program, the second part of our usual hour being relinquished for a special broadcast. Tonight we submit an original radio play by our producer-director, Fletcher Markle. And now to introduce tonight's story and star, here is Mr. Markle.
Sometime Every Summertime is the story of a vacation romance and the separate ways in which 3 people remembered it. It's a quiet story, a summertime memory, and we hope you can relax and enjoy it. Starring tonight as Clem Waldron in Sometime Every Summertime, we have with us in Studio One a most renowned favorite of Hollywood and Broadway, Mr. Burgess Meredith. And with Mr. Meredith, you'll be hearing a young actress whose performances at the microphone are all too infrequent, but who makes up for this by being one of radio's busiest and most skillful writers, Miss Patricia Jowdry. Miss Jowdry plays Mary tonight with Robert Dryden as McFedries, who tells the first part of the story. Please to begin.
It was one of those unimportant affairs that you associate with a certain time of your life, a certain season, and a certain place. Unimportant, but the kind of thing that sticks in your memory. Whenever something turns up to remind you of that time, and that season, and that place, you remember it. There were 3 of us that summer, Charlie Hayes, myself, and Clem Waldron. It was a warm August before the war, and all we wanted was 2 weeks of a good time. Going up to the island on the boat, standing at the rail, Charlie said,
I want to die. I want to sit in the sun and sweat and die. For 2 weeks, brothers, all I want to do is die.
That'll last about 1 day. Hey, look at the sloop.
Trim.
Very.
Why don't we hurry up and get there? I hate boats.
Not long now, Clem. That's the island over there, the other side of us. To port.
Starboard.
All right, starboard. The bay is just around the corner.
Is it? Good.
Oh, corner.
All right. In a minute, she'll blow. She did. All right, let's collect our stuff. Your turn to carry the beer, Waldron.
If we're here, I'll carry anything.
In half an hour, I'll be sitting in the sun on the porch of our little cottage, prepared to die.
It was that kind of summer, and we were feeling that kind of crazy. The island was one of those little islands about 2 hours' run from Vancouver, a resort, a vacation community, alive less than 6 months of the year. There were a lot of ordinary summer houses sloping up from a pocket harbor at the southern end of the island, and a lot of unbelievably wonderful summer girls wearing very little more than their suntans. The three of us worked in an advertising agency. We got 3 weeks vacation every year, 2 in July or August, 1 at Christmas. Charlie and I had always gone off someplace for those weeks and pretended we hated the advertising racket and acted like the foolish bachelors that we surely were. That summer was Waldron's first vacation since joining the agency. We asked him along because we'd lunched and partied together a few times in town. He was a nice guy and didn't know many people in Vancouver. After we'd cleaned out the cottage and had some supper, we sat on the porch and smoked. It was about 10 o'clock and fully dark, and Charlie said,
I like the cottage we had last year better.
Why? This place all right?
Last year's had screens on the screen doors.
Oh, we can fix that. One at the back's the only bad one.
Where are we from the place you had last year?
Well, not far. We're on the other side of the bluffs. Cottages here are all the same, operated by a syndicate. Rent's the same. Dirt's the same.
Ah, female merriman. That sounds interesting.
Next door, is it?
No, it's in the cabin ahead to the left of us, on the edge of the bluff. There's 3 of them, and they're alone.
Well, how neat. And when did you get this encyclopedic information, Walden?
Before supper, when I went out for cigarettes.
And you didn't think it'd make worthwhile conversation at table?
I forgot about it.
Oh, are they that bad?
I've only seen one of them. She was hanging out washing. We talked for a minute.
Oh, a domestic tableau. What'd she look like?
How old was she?
Wolves. Well, she's quite plain, as a matter of fact, not unattractive. 25, 26.
What do you talk about?
The island, weather, vacations, neighbors.
Oh, that's more like it. How long have they been here?
Came yesterday.
Shall we take our chances?
We will. Where's the flashlight?
On the ledge.
I got it.
Go ahead.
What's the matter with you? Sitting there mumping on that pipe? One of the others might be more attractive.
I came up here to relax, Charlie.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Waldron.
Go ahead. Don't let me stop you.
You'll cooperate, though, won't you, Clem?
Sure, Mac. I'll talk to one of them.
Oh, that's better. It may not even turn out, you know.
Go ahead.
Do your stuff, Charlie. If they don't look intelligent, don't feel badly about coming back along.
Oh, you know me, Mac. I'm a trustworthy guy. Get out your prayer rug.
Charlie disappeared in the darkness, and we watched his flashlight swing along the path to the cottage on the bluffs. We heard him knock on their door, and the door opened with a splash of light. Charlie talked and laughed with them for a few minutes, and then we saw them all coming out the front door, and the door closed. It was dark again. There was only Charlie's flashlight coming along the path, leading the way.
Hey, let's have some light on the porch.
Better light the lamp, Mac.
Lamp? Oh, sure. You got a match?
They're on the table, then.
Okay, I got it. I hope Charlie wasn't too hasty.
3 lonely men and 3 lonely women not knowing each other. Now, that sort of thing must be intended to you. Glow of welcome. Now, let me see if I can get all the names straight. Fran, this is Clem Waldron, and Mac McFedris. Fran Howard.
How'd you do?
Hi. And Helen. What's your last name again?
Rowley.
Rowley, that's it. Clem Waldron. Helen?
We met at supper time. Hello.
Hello. Your washing all finished?
All right, Waldron. Let me get the formalities over with. And Mac McFedris, Helen Rowley.
Hello.
Call me Mac.
And, where's,
Mary. Oh, don't hide. Oh, come on, Mary.
Oh, there you are. Mary Thomas. It is Thomas, isn't it?
Mary's kind of shy. She likes to just nod her head.
Mary, Mac McFedris.
Hello, Mary.
And Clem Waldron.
Hello, Mary.
Yes. Well, let's sit down, shall we? Max, any refreshment?
Yeah, good idea.
Ready.
Oh, I'd love one.
Mary was an Italian girl, 2 generations removed from the old land. And the Thomas was for Thomasino, her grandfather's gesture to citizenship in his adopted home. She was slim and dark and quiet, very beautiful, very real. Waldron reacted to her like a hit on the head the moment she stepped out of the shadows into the lamplight on the porch that night. I won't say it was love at first sight, though Waldron always insisted it was exactly that. I think it was just a sharp awareness of a bachelor's loneliness and the sudden shock of finding unexpected beauty as a neighbor in a summer place like the island. Not much more. Mary and Helen were elevator operators in a Vancouver department store, and Fran, the third girl, was a waitress. Helen was only plain, according to Clem, but we got along fine. Fran and Charlie hit it off, too. Both Charlie and I leaned pretty heavily on that easy intimacy that goes with romps on the beach, the shared preparation of meals, and warm summer nights with nothing on your mind but the weight of the stars. At first, it looked like a good holiday. Beginning the next morning, after a long night sitting out on the porch, getting to know each other, we talked back and forth as if we're all living in the same cottage, ignoring the 100 yards that separated us. It's Fran.
I'm ready whenever you are. Now?
About 2 minutes.
Right.
You going down now?
Sure, Ellen. Better get into your trunks. I'll be just a shake getting changed. We'll pick you up.
Okay.
Where's Waldron?
What do you think? He and Mary went down an hour ago.
I wondered where... Oh, it's going to be like that, huh?
Looks like it. Will you keep me company, Mac, old friend?
I'll keep you company. Waldron and Mary kept their own hours, had their own meals, at the hotel or a box lunch at the beach or out in a rented boat, and the 4 of us were left to ourselves. We kidded Waldron about it every night, and Waldron said,
I'm in love.
He said it often, but he said it as if he were trying to convince himself.
I'm in love. I love that girl.
It was embarrassing, even for Charlie and me, who knew him pretty well. And Helen and Fran told us that Mary didn't say anything much about it at night when the girls went to bed. Just told them that Waldron had told her he was in love with her and gave them no indication whatsoever of her own feelings. All 6 of us seldom got together. Whenever we saw Waldron and Mary at the beach or sitting out in the bluffs at night, it was like seeing a couple of strangers. Charlie and I always thought of Waldron's painful words.
I'm in love. I love that girl.
Mary stayed over an extra day, and the 4 of us went back together. I think Waldron took her out a few times in town, but we didn't hear much about it from him. He was transferred to another office of the agency about a month later, and we weren't really close enough friends to correspond. The whole business was pretty trivial, I guess, but I often remember it whenever I see a girl that looks like Mary. You know, that olive skin, that exotic thing about pretty girls of the Latin type. Or when I go to a place like the island for a holiday, or just happen to think about people you meet in the summertime. It was one of those things.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary, he said when we were first introduced. Only in a funny way, like he knew me before, or was scared of me or something. It was at a summer camp I went to one year with Helen Raleigh and Franny Howard. We took a cottage at the camp, the 3 of us, putting all our vacation money together to pay the rent and have enough for food for the 2 weeks and everything. It was a lovely cottage, overlooking a lovely bay at the camp. And the 3 boys were in another cottage just back of us. Clem, I mean, and his friends. Clem talked to Helen one night while she was hanging washing. And then one of Clem's friends, I forget his name, come over later and talked to all of us and asked us to come and be sociable with our neighbors. And we all went. That was when I met Clem, when we all went over to their place. And he spoke to me in that funny way. Clem was very nice to me and talked to me a lot more, and he talked to Helen or Franny, and we had a lovely time. The next day, Clem took me to the beach and out to lunch at the hotel and then out in a boat he rented for the afternoon and then to the hotel again for supper. That night we got cushions and a rug and went and sat in the bluff a little ways down below the front of our cottage. and looked down at the bay and the boats that were always there. It was a lovely evening, and Clem was very nice. Clem was always very nice to me. I can remember almost everything he said.
How old are you, Mary?
Guess.
I could, but I think I'd be wrong.
Try.
No, I'm sure I'd be wrong.
Oh, go on. Guess.
22? 22, am I right?
Yes.
Oh, I spoiled it. I had to go and guess it correctly. Did you want me to think you were older?
No.
Younger?
No.
Well, what then?
I guess I just didn't want you to guess right, that's all. It's no fun when somebody guesses right.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was going to say 23. I almost said 23.
Did you?
You're very, very beautiful, Mary.
Oh, you.
So brown. Where'd you get all that sun?
Well, that isn't just sun.
Oh, of course not. I forgot. What's the Thomas for?
Thomasino.
That's your real name?
Thomas is my real name now. Thomasino was my grandfather's name at home.
Were you born here?
Oh, yes.
In Vancouver?
Yes.
Why didn't I ever meet you before?
There's a lot of people in Vancouver. A lot of girls. I bet you know a lot of girls in Vancouver, Clem.
No, not many. None at all like you.
Oh, you.
Is that you down there now?
Yes?
Are you all right?
Yes?
Okay.
Helen and Franny. Always worrying.
How many are in your family?
A lot.
Well, how many?
7.
Well, that's not really many.
You hear them.
Brothers and sisters?
5 brothers, 1 sister. So noisy.
Your sister?
All of them.
Do they tease you much?
George. George does. And Tina.
Is your sister older or younger than you are?
Oh, younger. I'm the oldest of them all.
You are? I'd have thought you were the youngest.
Me? You kidding?
No, I would have thought that.
It's lovely out here. Moon. When I come out on the porch this morning early, moon was still out.
Was it?
How old are you, Clem? How... Oh, please. Please.
Mary.
You shouldn't do that.
Why not?
I don't know you. I don't know you hardly at all. You shouldn't do that.
Know me? I'm 29 years old. I was born in Grand Forks, British Columbia. Went to school, Vancouver University. I got brother and 2 sisters. I work in advertising. I'm unmarried, unattached, unhappy, and I think you'll kiss me again.
Clem, no.
Mary.
Yes. You're bad. Clem wasn't really bad. Even though after a few days he started to look at me more and more in that funny way he looked at me when we were first introduced. I've seen other boys look at me that way, and I never liked it. But when Clem looked at me like that, it seemed all right, because Clem was such a fine person. He took me everywhere on the island, and at the end of a week there wasn't a place left we didn't go to. We just lay on the beach after that and went to the hotel for lunch and sat out in the bluffs at night after dancing. Clem told me he loved me one night and asked me if I loved him. And I couldn't tell him if I did or not because I didn't know. And when I told Helen and Franny that Clem said he loved me, they asked me how I felt, and I couldn't tell them either, one way or the other. I just didn't know. Summertime fools a girl about love, you know. Second to last night at the camp, we went down to the wharf and sat at the end and dropped matches in the water below us until very late.
That must be a radio on one of the boats out there.
It's lovely.
Why don't we dance?
Dance? Here on the wharf?
Why not? Come on. Up you get.
Oh, Clem, the matches and your cigarettes. The whole package went over. Have you got any more?
No, it doesn't matter. Come on.
But it's rough on the planks.
Pick up your feet.
Oh, Clem, I can't.
Of course you can.
Oh.
Oh. Sorry, darling. Don't you know that step?
No, I...
Look down. Now watch my feet.
I don't know that one. It's hard to hear the music now, isn't it?
It's the wind.
Please, Clem, let's stop. Let's just sit.
All right.
Give me your hand while I get down.
Watch yourself.
There. What are you doing?
Your wonderful hair feels like so soft.
Oh, you. Just old hair.
Oh, no. No, it isn't.
Careful.
It's all right. Give me your hand. It's a beautiful hand.
Dirty. These planks.
A ring would look wonderful on that finger.
Clem, you shouldn't say that.
Say what?
You shouldn't say that about rings. You shouldn't ever say things like that unless you mean it.
I mean it.
No.
Yes. I do.
Clem, please.
Would you marry me if I asked you to?
Oh, no, Clem, you mustn't say that.
Why? I'm...
No. It don't seem right when that's not what you want. That's not what you want, Clem.
I want you.
Yes. It's not the same.
Mary.
No, Clem.
All right. Wish I had a cigarette.
I stayed over at the camp an extra day. I had an extra day owing from a day I worked at Christmas and went back to the city with Clem and his friends. It was a lovely trip, and Clem made me promise to let him take me out the next night. He had a car, but it was being fixed while he was on his holiday. He wanted to take me home in a taxi from the boat, but I didn't want him to. I didn't want him to come out before I could tell about him to Mama and Papa. Mama was happy when I told him, but Papa was angry because he always said he had to look at a boy before I went out with him. And I was glad that I didn't say nothing, like that Clem said he loved me or that he wanted to marry me. Next night, Clem come around for me about 8. I wasn't ready, so he talked to Papa and George. I don't think they got along, because when we went out, he acted as if he was mad about something. I had on my white suit, just cleaned, and we went dancing. But Clem said it was too crowded and he was tired, so we left and went to a show. When he took me home, he said something about calling me, and we'd go dancing or something like that where it wasn't so crowded. But I didn't hear from him again. I guess he was too busy. That was 4 or 5 years ago. But every year since, when I've gone to a camp and met other boys, I think of Clem. Even last year, after I was married, when Rico and me had the same cottage as Helen and Franny and me had that summer, I thought of him. I really think of him quite a lot. That funny way he looked at me when we were first introduced. Rico never looks at me that way.
Hello, Mary. She was one of the most beautiful women I've ever known. She wasn't a woman, really. Girl. Beautiful animal. Wonderful gesture of nature. She was Italian, Canadian-born, and we met at a summer place, West Coast Island Resort I went to one year with McFedries and Hayes when I was in the Vancouver office. I only knew her a little more than 2 weeks. But sometime every summer since then, I've thought of her. In all honesty, I don't know how I felt about her. I think at first I was in love with her. At one point, I even considered marrying her. But whatever it was, I wanted her, and it was like a fever. It wasn't normal. It was very foolish and untidy, and I went about it like a schoolboy. And I remember overhearing McFedries and Hayes talking about it one night. They were out on the porch and hadn't heard me come in the back door.
He says he's in love with her.
That could mean any one of a dozen things.
Sure, but not the way he says it.
I don't know why he says it at all. He keeps saying it. That's the thing that confuses me. Keeps insisting on it.
That's not like Waldron.
Well, she is beautiful, Mac.
I'll give you that, sure, but hardly Waldron's type.
What do you mean by that?
An elevator operator, maybe only a year of high school, maybe not even that.
If you say poor but honest, I'll leave this conversation.
Okay. Do you know what I mean? At least you know Waldron.
Well, superficially. Well, I suppose you're right.
I don't know. What is it they say about summer romances?
I couldn't tell you.
Oh, you could make it up, I guess, for all that matters. Pretty obvious example with Waldron, I think.
I was too annoyed to walk in on that conversation. I suppose I didn't particularly want them to know I'd been listening. Nobody likes that kind of thing. And that was the night that I asked her to marry me. She refused, of course, and was very embarrassed with my asking. I must have sounded pretty hollow now that I think back on it. I felt something big and important inside me, and I made a mistake about it. I think it was simply a case of not being aware of that nice difference between love and desire. But she knew. Nevertheless, we had an exciting 2 weeks. Exciting for me, anyway. She was a thrilling kind of a girl. When she wasn't in her bathing suit, she wore bright blouses and slacks. And she was one of the few women I've ever known who looked well in slacks. A lot of women must have hated her for her loveliness. I think I hated her a little myself. She wasn't mine. When we went back to town, we took the late evening boat, and the moonlight at sea helped to stretch out the last few hours of the holiday. It was another world to me, and I was afraid to leave it. She wanted to go home alone, refusing to let me take her out in a taxi, so I got her address and made arrangements to call for her the following night. It was an address in the far east side of the city, and when I drove out in my car the next night, I had trouble finding it. It was a narrow 2-story house between a confectionery and a metalwork shop. It was still daylight, no lights on, and you wouldn't have thought anybody could live there. I went loudly up the steps of the low porch to the door, trying to trample down with my feet the thoughts that were running in my head.
Hiya.
Oh, good evening. Is,
You Mr. Walden?
Yes, is this...
I'm George. We saw your car pull up. She just shouted down that you'd only be a minute. Come on in.
I thank you.
And he'll be okay.
Good evening. George, beat it.
Are you Mr...
Sit down, Mr. Waldron. Excuse us the supper dishes. Mama took the children to the movie theater early.
I seen the picture. It's lousy.
Shut up. Nice to see you, Mr. Waldron. I don't think she'll be so long. Girls, you know.
That's perfectly all right. Lots of time.
What business you in, Mr. Waldron?
A business? I'm a advertising agency here, Everett Fuller.
I'm in the grocery business myself. You happen to notice my store down the next block?
It's next door here?
No, that's old Wyszynski. I'm down the next block.
No, I didn't notice it. No.
Oh, what do you do in the advertising agency business, Mr. Walden? Billboards and all like that?
Yep, all like that.
Uh-huh. Business good?
Yeah, pretty good.
We're doing good, too. Oh, yes.
Here she is. All got up. All got up to go place. Gee, don't she smell good?
Now, this time she was wearing a white cotton suit that had been laundered too often and was too small for her. And her hair was done up in a sort of a braid wound around her head, and she wasn't the same girl at all. We went dancing. It wasn't any good. We didn't dance the same way. Then we went to a late movie, and then coffee to drive in, and out to her house. None of it was the same. None of it was any good. I told her I'd phone her and drove back to my apartment the long way. And I got word that I was to be transferred a couple of days later, and I didn't call her. I couldn't. It's very difficult for a man to get over realizing that he's a snob. Funny, it was so important, and yet I can't even remember her name.
Studio One, you have just heard Mr. Burgess Meredith, starring in Fletcher Markle's production of his own original radio play, Sometime Every Summertime. For this week only, Studio One has been heard as a half-hour program, the second part of our usual hour being relinquished for a special broadcast. Tonight's script was selected from the current volume of Radio's Best Plays, edited by Joseph Liss, and the original musical score was composed by Lana Domian and conducted by Alexander Semler. Now again, Mr. Markle.
May a producer identify the principals in tonight's cast? In the foreground,
Clem Waldron.
Was played, of course, by Mr. Meredith.
Mary Thomas.
Was played by Patricia Jowdry.
McFedries.
Was Robert Dryden.
Charlie Hayes.
Was Hedley Rennie.
George.
Was Larry Robinson.
Papa Thomas.
Was played by Martin Wolfson. Actively assisting in the supporting cast were Miriam Wolfe, Tony Darnay, and Louis Quinn. Burgess Meredith will soon be seen starring in the London film production, Mine Own Executioner. Next week from Studio One, a special play to welcome the first day of spring. It's the story of a boy and girl who discover that the world still holds enchantment for the pure in heart. Our play is One More Spring by Robert Nathan, and our visiting star is one of Hollywood's most entrancing young actresses, Miss Susan Peters. We hope you'll be with us. Meantime, we'd like very much to hear from you about the kind of stories you'd like us to present in future programs on Studio One. We've chosen our stories in the past months with every intention of pleasing, and we'd like to know from you if we've succeeded, what particular plays and performers you'd like to hear in weeks to come. If you have a moment on a postcard, please let us know. And now until next week, until One More Spring with Susan Peters, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night and thank you from all of us in Studio One.
This is Lee Vines, and this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer.
And we bring you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, two love stories. The first, a family portrait. And if you've ever watched the kind of old couple that holds hands during a band concert, if you've ever listened to the affectionate arguments held on the wide verandas of a certain sort of resort hotel where the old folks squeak in their rocking chairs and watch the sun go down over the world, you'll recognize, I think, and welcome this hero and this heroine. The author had the sharpest pair of ears in his century, which is ours. His name is Ring Lardner. And his loving record of a holiday in Florida, part one of our broadcast, is called Golden Honeymoon. Mother says that when I start talking, I never know when to stop, but I tell her, what did God give us tongues for if he didn't want us, we should use them?
He didn't give them to us to say the same things over and over.
Well, Mother, when people is like you and I, and been married 50 years, you expect everything I say will be something you ain't heard me say before? Well, it may be new to others, as there ain't nobody else lived with me as long as you have.
You can bet they ain't, as there couldn't nobody else stand you that long.
Well, you look pretty healthy.
Maybe I do. I looked even healthier before I married you.
You can't get ahead of Mother. We was married 50 years ago last January. Come mighty near getting a divorce in February. My daughter and son-in-law was over from Trenton to help celebrate the golden wedding, and Edie, that's my daughter, says she didn't know why we stayed up here in the cold. Why didn't go to Florida for the winter? Well, make a long story short, we decided to do it. We left on the 12th of January at 3:23 p.m. Mother sat facing the front of the train as it makes her giddy to ride backwards. I sat facing her, which does not affect me. We reached Philadelphia at 4:03 p.m., Baltimore at 6:30, and Washington, D.C. at 7:25. We laid over there a couple hours. I went for a stroll. Come back, found Mother scared stiff. She thought I'd got left behind. Well, I said, I would have followed you on the next train.
Yes, you would. With me having all the money?
Well, we're in Washington, and I could have borrowed from the U.S. Treasury. After another day and night, we got into St. Petersburg, Florida at 8:20 a.m. You'd think there was a riot.
That's it. Bus right to the best hotel.
Step right in, every room with a bath.
None better than the Pearl City Hotel. None better. There you are. Just like a key. Room with a view.
Step right in, none better.
Well, it's a good thing we've got a place picked out to go to.
Why?
Well, it'll be hard to choose amongst them if every one of them is the best.
Bus right to the best hotel. None better than the Pearl City Hotel.
We went to the address that my son-in-law gave us and introduced ourselves to the lady that owned the house. She was a young widow of about 48 years of age.
This would be your room.
It's nice and airy.
And you have your own washstand.
How much is the bad news?
$12 a week.
I guess I will survive the shock.
Don't pay no attention to Pa. He's always getting spry around a pretty woman. Makes him feel like a young man of 60 again.
He can't get ahead of Mother. Well, $12 a week ain't much, and we was only 3 blocks away from Williams Park. That's some place, that park. There's a big bandstand and chairs for folks to sit and listen to the concerts, and all around there's places for games, chess, checkers, badminton, horseshoes, whole shebang. Mother and me bought a membership in the club. Cost $1 for the season. Mother listens to the band, as she is a sucker for music. And, me, I played checkers. About eating. We found a nice cafeteria and ate most of our meals there. Averaged about $2 a day for the two of us, but the food was good and everything was nice and clean. A man don't mind paying the price if things is clean and well cooked. On the 3rd of February, we spread ourselves and eat supper at the Poinsettia Hotel. It was Mother's birthday. We had sirloin steak.
It don't look very...
For 5 cents.
Looks hardly big enough for one.
Well, I guess a good thing every day ain't your birthday, or we'd be in the poorhouse.
Oh, because if every day was my birthday, I don't know enough by this.
You can't get ahead of my mother. And things went along quiet like this till one day at the park, I was playing checkers and Mother was listening to the band concert. And the woman next to her opened up a conversation.
Nice music, isn't it? Yes, I enjoy it. Where are you from?
Jersey City.
And you? I'm Mrs. Frank M. Hudson of Hillsdale, Michigan. Of course, I'm originally from Alabama.
Well, you could have knocked Mother over with a pigeon feather. Frank M. Hartzell was the man who was engaged to Mother till I stepped in and cut him out 52 years ago. Well, 4 of us had dinner, and then we went up to our house, sat in the parlor. Mother was very apologetic.
Miss Hartzell, I'm scared you find it tiresome listening to we three talking over old times. Oh, no, not at all. I've heard Frank talk quite a bit about his old friends, and so it seems as though I know most of them, although not quite so well as I know my own friends, of course.
Well, as it turned out, Mother didn't have no need to apologize. I have heard a lot of women that could go it, but Hartzell's wife takes the cake of all the women I have ever seen. She told us the family history of everybody in the state of Alabama and Michigan, and she would have been going yet if the clock hadn't broke.
The clock sounds like it's busted.
Either that or it's horrible late.
Well, we'll run along. We'll see you again, won't we?
How about some cards tomorrow night? You play whist?
Oh, yes. Come to our place.
That's what we did. We played cards with him with Mother and Hartzell partners against his wife and I. Me and my partner certainly got the worst of it. All in all, we played about 10 times. There was only one night when Mrs. Hartzell and me come out ahead. That night wasn't no fault of hers. Hartzell got feeling pretty good about himself. But I took it out of him one morning in the park. He foolishly offered to play me checkers. Didn't have a chance. A crowd of folks who usually watched me play began to pass off remarks.
Whoever told you he was a checker player?
You might maybe be good for tiddlywinks, but not checkers.
I almost felt like letting him beat me a couple of games. But the crowd would have noted it was a put-up job. Of course, the women folks joined us after the massacre, and I wasn't going to mention it, but...
Well, Charlie and I had a little game of checkers, but I'm no match for him. Not me.
Well, checkers ain't much of a game anyway. It's more of a children's game, ain't it?
Yes, ma'am. It's a children's game the way your husband plays it.
Maybe there's other games where Frank can beat you. Yes, I bet he could beat you pitching horseshoes.
Well, I'd give him a chance to. I ain't pitched a shoe in over 16 years.
Well, I ain't played checkers in 20 years.
You ain't never played it.
Now, Pa, just for that, you pitch horseshoes with Frank.
And you know, Hartzell was the luckiest pitcher I ever seen. He had some pitches where the shoe lit 5 and 6 feet short, and then schoonered up and was a ringer. There were some hard points in my horseshoes. Just when I was getting my distance, my thumb got to bleeding, so I had to quit. Hartzell said the score was 19-6, but I don't know what it was. They wanted us to play cards again that night, but I was sick and tired of them, and I tried to get out of it.
What's the matter, Charlie? Afraid you'll get beat again?
I ought to tell him why we got beat.
I couldn't never lose a game of cards if I always had Lucy for a partner.
Well, you had a chance 50 years ago to always have her for a partner, and you wasn't man enough to keep her.
Well, you must have had something stronger than tea to make you talk that silly.
She was just trying to smooth things over. I was sorry the minute I said it. Hartzell, he didn't know what to say. And for once, his wife couldn't say nothing. We didn't see him again. As soon as we got to our room, Mother began to scold me.
You'd ought to be ashamed of yourself, talking that way to Frank.
I guess he's such a wonderful pitcher and card player that you wish you'd married him.
Well, at least he ain't a baby to give up pitching because his thumb has a few scratches.
Well, if he's so great, why didn't you marry him?
I almost wish I had.
I wish so, too.
I'll remember that.
That's the last word she said to me. For 2 days. Then we was in the park sitting on a bench. We made up while the band started up a nice walk.
Listen, Charlie. This is our golden honeymoon. We don't want the whole thing spoiled with a silly old quarrel.
Well, do you mean that about wishing you'd married Hartzell?
Of course not. That is, if you didn't mean that you wished I had, too.
Well, I was just tired and wrought up. I thank God you chose me instead of him, as there's no other woman in the world who I could have lived with all these years.
Yes, you have needed a woman with a great deal of intelligence and understanding and patience.
Like I said, you can't get ahead of Mother. That was Golden Honeymoon, a love story by Ring Lardner. Part the first of the Mercury Summer Theater's offering for this Friday. Part 2 is another love story. And Mercedes McCambridge is the heroine of both. But just for a minute now, here's Jim Amici advancing front and center to say a few brief words on the subject of tempers and temperatures.
Frankly, friends, it's mighty hard to keep in good temper these days of high temperatures, especially when your dealer can't come through with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. But please, we beg you, be kind to that kindly man behind the counter. He's doing his best, and so are we, in spite of the shortage, to get you your share of this truly great thirst quencher. And we can assure you that every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every drop will have that perfect Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling. So please keep asking your dealer for it. It's worthwhile asking for. Blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Well, if there's such a thing as a happy ending to a love story, Golden Honeymoon was it. We can't promise you as much for part 2 of this broadcast. Boy gets girl in every melodrama, and in the melodramas, boy and girl live happily ever after. But when love itself is the central theme, happy endings are rare indeed. And of all love stories, the most famous makes no break with this tradition. We bring you now with all possible pathos a few of its final and best-regarded scenes. We pick up this pair of star-crossed lovers. At the last moment, they are destined to enjoy together. He's been ordered into exile for the killing of her kinsman in a street brawl. And for a parting moment before banishment, he is stolen by night into a bedchamber. But now it is already dawn.
Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day. It was the nightingale, and not the lark, that pierced the fearful hollow of thine ear. Believe me, love, it was the nightingale.
It was the lark, the herald of the morn, no nightingale. Look, love, what envious streaks do lace the severing clouds in yonder east. Night's candles are burnt out, and jocund day stands tiptoe on the misty mountain tops. I must be gone and live, or stay and die.
Oh, God, I have an ill-divining soul. Methinks I see thee as one dead, in the bottom of a tomb. Either my eyesight fails, or thou look'st pale.
And trust me, love, in my eye, so do you. Dry sorrow drinks our blood. Adieu. Adieu.
You have recognized the words, but to ensure your memory of the plot, the lover now goes off to exile, and his lady, forced by her family into marriage with the young Count Paris, drinks a sleeping potion, that she may be taken for dead and laid away in a burial vault, where her true love may come and rescue her. He comes, as she had planned, but never learns that she is only sleeping. Having purchased poison, he takes it and breathes his last by her tomb. For never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo.
If I may trust the flattering truth of sleep, my dreams presage some joyful news at hand. My bosom's lord sits lightly in his throne, and all this day an unaccustomed spirit lifts me above the ground with cheerful thoughts. I dreamt my lady came and found me dead. Strange dream that gives a dead man leave to think, and breathed such life with kisses in my lips that I revived and was an emperor. Oh me, how sweet is love itself possessed, when but love's shadows are so rich in joy.
News from Verona. How now, Balthazar? How doth my lady? Is my father well? How fares my Juliet? That I ask again, for nothing can be ill if she be well.
Then she is well, and nothing can be ill. Her body sleeps in Capel's monument.
Is it e'en so? Then I defy you, stars. Thou know'st my lodging. Get me ink and paper, and hire post horses. I will hence tonight. Get thee gone, and hire those horses. I'll be with thee straight. Well,
Juliet, I will lie with thee tonight. Let's see for means. I do remember an apothecary, and hereabouts it dwells. Meager were his looks. Sharp misery had worn him to the bones. Noting his penury to myself, I said, and if a man did need a poison now, here lives a caitiff wretch would sell it him, as I remember this should be the house. What ho! Apothecary!
Who called?
Come hither, man. I see that thou art poor. Hold. There is 40 ducats. Let me have a dram of poison.
Put this in any liquid thing you will and drink it off. And if you had the strength of 20 men, it would dispatch you straight.
Come cordial, and not poison. Go with me to Juliet's tomb, for there must I use thee. Count Paris, who was to have married Juliet, comes by night into the churchyard, bearing flowers for Juliet, but hearing the approach of Romeo and his servant. He hides himself to watch.
What cursed foot wanders this way tonight to cross my obsequies and my true love's right? What with a torch? Muffle me night a while.
Give me that mattock and the wrenching iron.
Yes, sir.
Whatever thou hearst or seest, stand all aloof, and do not interrupt me in my course. But if thou jealous dost return to pry on what I farther shall intend to do, by heaven I will tear thee joint by joint, and strew this hungry churchyard with thy limbs.
I will be gone, sir, and not stopping.
Thou detestable maw, thou womb of death, gorged with the dearest morsel of the earth. Thus I enforce thy rotten jaws to open, and in despite I'll cram thee with more food.
Stop thy unhallowed toil, vile Montague. Obey and go with me, for thou must die.
I must indeed, and therefore came I hither. Good gentle youth, tempt not a desperate man. Put not another sin upon my head by urging me to fury. Oh, begone! By heaven, I love thee better than myself, for I came hither armed against myself. Stay not, begone! Live and hereafter say a madman's mercy bid thee run away.
I do defy thy conjurations and apprehend thee for a felon here.
If thou provoke me, then have at thee, boy.
Sir! Oh, I am slain. If thou be merciful, open the tomb. Lay me with Juliet.
In faith I will. Let me peruse this face. Mercutio's kinsman, noble County Paris. What said my man when my betossed soul did not attend him as we rode? I think he told me Paris should have married Juliet. Said he not so? Or did I dream it so? Or am I mad, hearing him talk of Juliet, to think it was so? Oh, give me thy hand. One writ with me in sour misfortune's book. I'll bury thee in a triumphant grave. A grave? Oh, no. A lantern-slaughtered youth. For here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting presence, full of light. Death, lie thou there, by a dead man interred. Oh, my love, my wife. Death, that hath sucked the honey of thy breath, hath had no power yet upon thy beauty. Thou art not conquered. Beauty's ensign yet is crimson in thy lips and in thy cheeks, and death's pale flag is not advanced there. Oh, dear Juliet, why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous? And that the lean, abhorred monster keeps thee here in dark to be his paramour? For fear of that, I still will stay with thee, and never from this palace of dim night depart again. Here will I remain, with worms that are thy chambermaids. Oh, here will I set up my everlasting rest, and shake the yoke of inauspicious stars from this world-weary flesh. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips, oh, you the doors of breath, seal with a righteous kiss a dateless bargain to engrossing death. Come, fitter conduct. Come, unsavory guide. Thou desperate pilot, now at once, run on the dashing rocks thy seasick, weary bark. Here's to my love. O true apothecary, thy drugs. Ah, quick. With a kiss, I die.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just performed for you 3 scenes from William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. I'd like to tell you about next Friday's broadcast. But first, a word from Jim Amici.
First, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he's unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
We'd like you to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen. There's several more of these broadcasts on this special series. We hope you enjoy them. If you are enjoying them, we'd appreciate it much if you'd write us about it and tell us what kind of story you'd like us to do for you. We have enough time left to represent most of your choices, at least for the sort of thing you like to hear us do. So please just write us a postcard or something. You don't have to suggest a title, just a tone. Thanks again for listening. Please join us next week. Until then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Now let's see. Suspect, suspectant, suspend. Ah, here we are. Suspense. The condition of mental uncertainty, usually accompanied by apprehension or anxiety. Fear of something which is about to occur, as, do not keep me any longer in suspense.
For our story of suspense tonight, we invite you to enjoy The Devil in the Summer House by John Dixon Carr.
Somewhere along the Hudson, perhaps not far from Tarrytown, there is a modest house in its own grounds. Behind it, in a spacious garden, stands a summer house of evil memory. More than 25 years ago, a man shot himself, or at least died, in that summer house. They found Major Kenyon with a scorched bullet hole in his head and the weapon beside him. But we are in the present now. The latticed summer house has grown heavy with vines, and only the other evening 2 men came into that garden at twilight, over the shaggy grass, as a storm was brewing along the Hudson. 2 men, the lawyer from New York.
Who's there?
And Captain Burke of the homicide squad.
Easy, my friend, easy. I was just going to ask you the same thing.
My name is Parker. I'm an attorney. You're not Captain Burke.
Yeah, the very same and no other. I thought I recognized you, Mr. Parker. Must be something important to bring you so far from New York at this time of night.
I was in Tarrytown anyway. I thought there'd be a housekeeper here, but I don't see any lights.
You've got business here?
Yes, in a way. Have you?
I don't know. I'll tell you better after you tell me what brought you to a place that no one has lived in for 10 years.
Tell me, Captain. Did you ever get an anonymous letter from a dead man? Did you?
No, I can't say I did. The letter's anonymous. How do you know the man's dead?
Because they're all dead. Every last one of them. Dead and under the ground, where they can't be hurt any longer. Look. There's the summer house where Jerry Kenyon used to work. There are the windows of the library and the dining room. Looking toward it. Confound this lightning.
Makes the windows blaze, don't it?
Jerry Kenyon hadn't a care in the world. Yet he shot himself. I'll show you the letter.
Now, look, Mr. Parker, I couldn't read anything in this light. But if we can get inside the house
Certainly we can get into the house. I was the family attorney. I've got the keys. Why should a dead person send me a letter?
eh? But you got a flashlight, I see. Came here prepared for anything, eh?
This is the library. There were always candles on the mantel. Yes, there they are. Have you a match, Captain?
Yes, I'll light them.
That's better. Same old heavy furniture. Same old thick carpet. Same old globe map.
Now, Mr. Parker, this letter that you were talking about.
Yeah. Read it.
Hey, wait a minute. This thing is dated November 2nd, 1918.
That's right, and be careful of that paper. You see how old it is? But it was mailed yesterday.
From where?
I don't remember. I didn't keep the envelope. Read it.
Dear Joe.
In case you didn't know it, I'm Joe.
Dear Joe, if you want to know how Major Kenyon really died...
But we know how he died. It was suicide.
Are you sure it was? Whoever wrote this letter doesn't seem to think so. If you want to know how Major Kenyon really died, look in the third drawer of the desk in the library. Press hard at the back of the drawer. Yours very truly. It's not signed.
That's right.
Now, you're sure you don't know who wrote that letter?
This is the first time I've been back in this room, Captain. It was almost a home to me once. There's the chair where Isabel sat on the afternoon it happened. Isabel was Jerry Kenyon's wife. Beautiful woman. There's the door that the maid let me in by that afternoon. You know, Captain, seems to me they're all here tonight.
Who?
We stand beneath the sounding rafter, and the walls around us are bare as they echo our peals of laughter. It seems that the dead are there.
Yet we stand to our glasses steady.
You know it?
I was in my school reader. How does the rest of it go?
Yet we stand to our glasses steady and drink to our comrades' eyes. Here's a glass to the dead already. Hurrah for the next that dies. Excuse me, Captain. I don't know what's come over me talking that way. I was very fond of these people.
Are you going to look in the desk drawer?
This is a lot of nonsense.
Then why are you here, Mr. Parker?
Jerry Kenyon was always a happy man. At least that's what I always thought. Big, boisterous fellow.
Yeah?
He had a good position with Vitaturn. You know, the phonograph company.
Yeah, sure, I know.
But he'd just been made a major in the Army. 1917. There was a war on then, too, if you remember.
I remember. To make the world safe for democracy.
Old days. Old heartaches. Old memories. I remember that blazing hot day in August when all the windows were up. I remember this room. And Isabel, that was Jerry's wife, sitting in that chair, knitting. I remember...
Oh, yes, Kitty. What is it?
There's a man to see you, Miss Kenyon. He says his name's Parker.
Yes, I'm expecting him. Show him in, please.
All right, ma'am. Shall I take your knitting in your knitting bag?
Why should you take my knitting?
I don't know, Miss Kenyon. I just wondered. You can come in now.
Thank you.
Hello, Joe.
Hello, Isabel. You sent for me?
Joe, I must apologize for Kitty. Servants are getting to be a problem nowadays.
She looks pretty enough to get along.
Oh, Kitty's got large ideas. She wants to go on the stage, if you please, and do imitations, like Miss Draper. She only knew how hard it was acting all your life.
Isabel, you've been crying.
I have not. At least...
Is that why you sent for me?
I've missed you. You haven't been here in over a week, Joe.
I had an idea Jerry was getting a little tired of having me around this house.
Oh, no, Joe. Why, Jerry...
Yes, what about Jerry?
I wish I knew, Joe. That's why I wanted you here.
Where is he, by the way? I want to say goodbye to him before he leaves.
He's probably out in the summer house where he works with all those papers.
He's got a lot of work to catch up with. He's going overseas tomorrow.
Yes, I know.
He's out there. He's been out there all day. His last day here, and I've been alone.
That sounded like a shot.
Yes, it was a shot, Joe,
In the house.
dear.
Doesn't seem to worry you.
It's only Paul, Jerry's brother, Paul.
Oh, thought you'd gotten him off your hands for good.
Jerry asked him out. He got here 2 nights ago.
That doesn't make it any easier for you, does it?
No, I don't mind. Jerry's fixed him up with a pistol range in the cellar. Paul's a terribly bad shot. Not like the rest of us. You don't seem to like it, Joe. Shall I have Kitty go down and tell him to stop?
No, it's bearable. As long as he keeps away.
Poor Joe.
But, about Jerry, who is it this time?
Joe, Jerry's been home 5 days on leave from camp. Well, never mind what camp. But he spent 4 evenings of those 5 with that Fisk woman.
Diane Fisk? The redhead with all the money?
Oh, she got money?
Well,
She must have some attraction then. Please understand me, Joe. It's not that I'm jealous any longer. It's just
no,
that
of course not.
Jerry goes his way and I go mine. I may not be without admirers myself, if it comes to that.
You've no idea how true that is, Isabel.
No, I was thinking about Jerry. He may not always be lucky. He may meet some girl who's not as broad-minded as I am. And then when he gives her the go-by... Paul must be getting really furious down in that cellar. He's not hitting anything.
He must be using a lot of ammunition.
Now, your trouble, Joe, is that you're too much of a gentleman. And if you really want to see Jerry, there he is now.
Where?
Just standing in the door of the summer house. Look out the window.
Infernally bright out there.
Doesn't he look noble in his new uniform? Sam Brown belt and revolver and everything. Look how he turns around and waves his cap at us. Like a real soldier.
Real soldiers don't exactly wave their caps, do they?
He does. Jerry? Jerry!
Hello there.
Jerry, Joe Parker's here.
Who?
Joe Parker. He wants to see you.
Well, give him a drink or something. I'll be up in a minute.
Into the summer house again. Not a care in the world, has
Now,
he?
listen, Isabel, you've got to slow down. You'll be crying again in a minute. Come on over here and sit down.
Light hurts my eyes, that's all.
Well, then we'll just pull these blinds. We'll still be able to see it. There, how's that?
It's better, thanks.
Now, can I get you anything?
Oh, no, you heard the Great White Chief's orders. I'm to get you something. What'll you have, Joe? A highball?
Don't bother with that.
Oh, it's no bother. Everything's out in the dining room here. The iceman didn't deliver today of all days, so I'm afraid I can't give you any ice. I read in the paper yesterday that we're likely to have automatic ice boxes any day now. Things that freeze ice by electricity or something. Do you believe that, Joe?
I doubt it. Listen, Isabel.
Here you are. It's not cold at all. It's the best I could do.
Thanks very much. What I wanted to say was, couldn't you get that brother of yours to give up practicing now? Hasn't he done his good deed for the day?
Yes, maybe he has. I'll ring for Kitty.
You don't have to call me, Miss Kenyon. I'm here.
Oh, yes, Kitty. What is it?
It's only to tell you there's another visitor. This time it's a woman.
Lady Kitty. Call her a lady, please.
Well, maybe. She says her name's Diane Fisk.
Diane Fisk, that's Jerry.
Kitty, tell the lady I'm not in.
Lady. She's a fine lady. I don't want to intrude, my dear. I don't want to intrude. Anyway, it's too late, Miss Kenyon. She's coming down the hall now.
My dear Mrs. Kenyon.
How do you do, Diane? This is a friend of ours, Miss Fisk, Mr. Parker.
Oh, now, I don't want to intrude, really, I don't. I wouldn't have intruded for worlds, especially on a day like this. Isn't it awful? But your husband simply insisted, my dear Mrs. Kenyon. He simply wouldn't take no for an answer.
I'm sure he wouldn't.
Do you know what he's brought from his office as a surprise?
No.
A phonograph recording machine. He's going to let us use it.
So that we can all hear ourselves talk twice. How nice. Heaven's name, can't somebody stop that firing?
Don't fly off the handle. Take it easy now.
Kitty.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please go down the cellar and tell Mr. Kenyon's brother he's driving us all crazy. Tell him to stop.
Yes, ma'am.
My dear Mrs. Kenyon, I do hope I haven't offended you in any way.
I know I'm a silly little chatterbox. They say people who have red hair often are. Because at your age, you must find the heat very trying.
Don't you think we'd all better sit down?
I
was very much interested in what Miss Fisk said about our phonograph recording machine. Mrs. Kenyon was just talking about a machine to make ice.
Yes. Isn't science wonderful? But I do think it was mean of Major Kenyon to invite me out here and then go and fall asleep in the summer house.
Did you say fall asleep?
Yes, of course.
How did you know?
Well, I came up the back way and I saw him in the summer house with his head forward on the table, taking a nice little snooze.
That's very queer.
Of course, you couldn't see much except in the bright light of the door, but I think I saw him there. I didn't disturb him, naturally.
But I think I'd better disturb him.
Oh, now, please don't trouble on my account.
The fact is, my dear, I don't altogether trust myself in this room. A woman of my age has to conserve her strength, you know. So if you'll just excuse me.
Well, of course, if you... Oh, dear, I just can't think what I'm always saying because I have the best intentions in the world, Mr. Barker. But,
Parker.
Oh, yes, Parker, but I do somehow manage to offend people being so dependent and everything. Except the men, of course. I couldn't offend you, Mr. Parker. Could I?
Madam, I'm not sure.
Well, of course, the person I really came to see was Paul, Mr. Kenyon's brother. He's a little young, of course, but he's joining up next month, and I think we should all do our bit, don't you? He has such a pleasant personality. I think he likes me. Why, if he walked in at that door this minute...
Now, how am I ever going to get any place? Someone's always interrupting my revolver practice just when I'm getting to the point where I can... Oh.
Why, Paul.
Good Lord, are you here again?
You're a very untidy object, Paul.
Well, that's pretty untidy in this cellar. And dirty. I've got cockroaches on me, so keep away.
Did you have a good day shooting?
Swell. One of the best.
Hit the target?
On the only shot that mattered, I hit the target dead center. That sounded like Isabel.
I think it was Isabel.
Why have you got those blinds down? Get them up. What is it? What's wrong with you? What are you looking at through that window?
That was 25 years ago, Captain Burke. We found Jerry Kenyon lying across the table in the summer house. He'd shot himself through the head with his own revolver from the holster. It was lying on the floor beside him.
Shadows, all right. I see.
When Isabel found him, he'd been dead about half an hour.
The doctors proved that, did they?
Yes, that shot had been fired against his head. The front of his uniform cap was powder burned where the bullet entered.
There's no doubt about that.
None at all. We never noticed the real shot
Because that young lad was shooting off guns like a maniac in the cellar.
Precisely. Now they're all dead. By accident, illness, they're all gone. Isabel Kenyon died less than a year afterwards. I think she died just because she was so fond of Jerry. I suppose you've guessed my little secret.
Oh, I think I can sort of read between the lines. You were in love with Isabel Kenyon, weren't you?
Yes.
Well, these things happen.
I never let her see it, you understand?
Women know, pretty generally.
So, they're gone. The youngest of them. And I'm left alone with old tunes, old ghosts, wondering why the fellow ever killed himself. Why? Why? And this morning, out of a clear sky, I get a letter saying, if you want to know how Major Kenyon really died, look in the third drawer of the desk in the library. But I tell you, we know how he died.
Well, aren't you going to do it?
Naturally. I've got a key somewhere here that fits the drawer.
Now, listen, Mr. Parker. In my father's country, in Ireland, they got a saying that when a man's going to commit suicide...
I thought of doing that, too.
Then the devil comes in and takes him by the hand and talks to him. They say you can see the devil as plain as I see you just before you pull the trigger.
The devil must have been in the summer house that afternoon, then.
Oh, no, he wasn't.
What do you mean?
Major Kenyon didn't kill himself. He was murdered.
My dear Captain Burke, the police covered all that at the time. Everybody had an alibi.
They did they?
Well, think of what I've told you. Isabel and I were together all the time. Paul, her brother, was shooting off guns in the cellar.
Yeah?
Diane Fisk.
Yeah, what about her?
Her chauffeur who drove her there swore he saw her walk straight up to the place. She passed the summer house, but didn't stop there.
Well, that checks.
Even Kitty, the maid, could prove she'd never stirred out of the house until just a minute or so before Isabel went herself.
Oh, and why did the maid have to leave the house at all?
She was taking Jerry the black coffee he drank every afternoon. He'd already been dead half an hour then. And that, my dear Captain, disposes of everybody.
Well, now listen, Mr. Parker. You're a good guy, and I'm not going to hold out on you any longer. You see, I say Major Kenyon was murdered because I know he was murdered.
By an outsider?
By one of the people in the house.
That's impossible.
Is it? Well, why don't you open that desk drawer and see? What time is it?
It's 7:45.
7:45? And I haven't got much time.
For what?
Holy St. Patrick, will you open that drawer?
If it's waited 25 years, my friend, it can wait a minute more. I've got the key somewhere in this bunch of keys. Everything the same. Paul never altered what he inherited. Same old desk, same old phonograph. Same old... I think this is the key. Yeah, it opens. There's nothing here except one or two old newspapers. Everything very dirty.
The letter says to press hard at the back. Now, have you tried that?
Doesn't seem to. Yes, by George, it does work.
Well?
There seems to be a movable back on a hinge.
Well, what's inside?
Some sort of flat brown paper parcel sealed with wax. And about as dirty as it can get.
Open it, man. Open it.
I'm going to. It's a phonograph record. There's a plain white label. Something on it written in pencil. I don't see too well nowadays without my glasses.
Oh, here, give it to me. I'll read it to you.
Go on.
A record of how I killed Jerry Kenyon. Say, don't you get it, Mr. Parker? This is the real goods. The murderer's going to tell us his own story 25 years later.
Be careful. Whatever you do, don't drop it.
You seem to be interested enough now.
I don't say I'm not interested. I say I can't believe it.
You know, when you were talking about the dead coming back and that kind of thing, you sure started giving me goose pimples. But that's just what it is, a dead person. Now, there's the phonograph. Put that record on. Let's hear what the ghost says.
Any of them could have made the record, of course. The apparatus was all here.
Don't just stand there by the phonograph. Won't it work?
Yes, it works.
Is it wound up?
Yes, it's wound up. Here goes.
Now, look, Mr. Parker. Whose voice do you think it's going to be?
I don't know.
Now, I want to warn you. The voice you're going to hear from there...
Please, be quiet. Listen. I've started it up. Well, speak up. Who killed Jerry Kenyon?
I killed him, Joe, dear.
Isabel.
I'm sorry about it, Joe, but I had to have you for an alibi. And you were so terribly easy to fool.
It's only a phonograph record, man. Don't look at it as if it was alive.
You said you and I were always together, Joe, but that wasn't quite true. I left you to go into the dining room and mix a highball, remember?
Yes.
And I was carrying my big knitting bag. Remember that, too? And there was something else in it besides knitting. I'm an awfully good revolver shot, Joe. I told you we were all good except Paul. And the back windows of the dining room faced the same way as the back windows of the library.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you.
Jerry was in the summer house. I made a sign to him from the window, and he came to the door there. In bright sunlight, 50 feet away.
True again, Isabel. True
Joe,
again.
Don't you know what August heat is in a wooden summer house? Didn't anybody see that no man would be wearing a cap inside on a day like that? Jerry had taken his cap off before he went into the summer house. We saw him do it. He was bareheaded when he came to the door. So I lifted the revolver and shot him through the head. Then I dropped the gun back in my knitting bag and went back into the library with your drink.
Isabel.
Don't talk back to the thing,
There
man, or
was
you'll drive me
something else
screwy.
in my knitting bag, too. I had to use it. It was a duplicate of Jerry's army camp with a powder-burned hole already fired through it in the place I wanted.
Very clever of you, Isabel. So I've been the goat for 25 years.
I waited for some time and then slipped out to find the body. I fitted the new cap over Jerry's head in place where it ought to go. I put the old cap in my knitting bag. I took his revolver out of the holster and kept it. The gun that I'd used, I dropped on the floor beside him. So I proved it was suicide. You see?
You proved it to me.
Joe, listen, I'm very sick. They tell me I'm going to die.
You are dead.
Joe, I'm afraid. I'm going out in the dark, and I don't know what's there.
Don't go away, Isabel. Come
Joe.
on. Just for a minute.
Okay, I've had just about enough of this.
Joe, I want you to tell everybody about it. I want you to tell them how a poor, crazy woman couldn't stand that man any longer, and how...
There. It's cut off and it's going to stay cut off.
Thank you. I've heard about enough, too. But you can't arrest her now, my friend. You can't arrest her now.
After hearing that, I'm not going to arrest anybody.
Tell me, Captain. Did you know what was on the record?
No. That's why I had to hear it. I knew about it, but I wasn't sure what it had to say. But so help me, I never guessed how hard it would hit you. Man, don't you get it even yet?
Yes, I get it.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't see anything. That was how the fake suicide was managed, yes. That's just how it was all done, bar one or two little things. Only...
Only what?
Only it wasn't Isabel Kenyon who committed the murder.
Did I hear you correctly?
You did?
This is another one of your little jokes, I imagine. Can't you let me alone? Have you some kind of personal spite against me? What did I ever do?
You're going to hear the real truth now if I have to hold you down in that chair. I know Mrs. Kenyon didn't kill her husband because I've just come from talking to the real murderer up the river.
But they're all dead.
Oh, no, they're not. And I haven't got much time either. That clock's just going to strike 8.
What's the time got to do with it?
Good deal if you'll follow me. Mrs. Kenyon died less than a year after her husband, didn't she?
Yes.
But it wasn't Mrs. Kenyon's voice you just heard on that record.
What?
I'm telling you, the real murderer hated her. Hated her like poison and wanted her blamed for the crime. When Mrs. Kenyon died, the real murderer wrote a letter.
Well?
But she never mailed that letter. She made a lying record of Isabel Kenyon's voice as evidence. Now you figure it out for yourself. Who was pretty enough to take Major Kenyon's eye and strike back like fury when she got thrown over? Who wanted to go on the stage and do impersonations?
Kitty, the maid.
Ah, you're talking sense.
She shot Jerry from the dining room window.
When she couldn't borrow Mrs. Kenyon's knitting bag, she went out to the summer house with a gun and the fake cap wrapped in a napkin on a coffee tray.
She did go out, I remember.
Actually, she got there before Mrs. Kenyon did. But the summer house was dark inside, and Mrs. Kenyon never noticed her. The next day, Kitty wrote that letter, but she couldn't bring herself to send it. So she kept that letter till the day before yesterday. Then one of the boys at Sing Sing...
Wait a minute.
Thinking he was doing her a kind action, put a stamp on it and mailed it.
Did you say Sing Sing?
Yes. They're electrocuting her tonight for the murder of an Italian down at Collier's Hook. I found out about the record, all right. But the one thing I wasn't sure of was that she had done the job alone. Now, frankly, the way you acted, I thought that you might have been in on it, too. Well, that's why I had to hear it through. And it was anything but a joke. And now, here it goes to blazes forever. Eight o'clock. Now she's dead.
And so ends The Devil in the Summer House. tonight's story of suspense. The part of Mr. Parker was played by Martin Gable. Again next Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. A story dedicated to the thrill of the nighttime, the hushed voice and the prowling step. Another adventure in suspense. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Presents Jesse Arnaz and Una Merkel. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents Summer Replacement, starring Una Merkel. And now, here is your host, Jesse Arnaz.
Family Theater's only purpose is to bring to everyone's attention a practice that must become an important part of our lives if we are to win peace for ourselves, peace for our families, and peace for the world. Family Theater urges you to pray. Pray together as a family.
And now to our transcribed drama, Summer Replacement, starring Una Merkel as Alice.
And now, back to the solution of tonight's story on Defender of Justice.
Oh, Defender.
Yes, Miss Myers?
You're wanted on the phone. It's the governor.
And I'll take it in here.
But, Chief.
Yes, Regan?
How did you know McKenna was the killer and not old Loopy Louie, who all the time was really an FBI agent on the trail of an international narcotics ring?
Yes, Chief. How did you know that?
Miss Myers, I'm surprised at you.
Now you're talking in riddles, Chief.
Whoever would have suspected that McKenna, the wealthy scion of a Philadelphia family...
And a blue blood to boot.
You're a card, Regan, isn't he, Chief?
Yes, Miss Myers. And you just said it, Miss Myers. That was it. His card.
Whose card?
What card?
McKenna's card. His calling card. He left it at the scene of the crime.
You're talking in riddles, Chief.
And do you see this?
McKenna's calling card, the one he left here at the office.
Identical with the one found by the body.
Then you knew all the time.
Every step of the way, Miss Myers.
Chief, you're a regular marvel.
Oh, Defender.
Yes, Miss Myers?
The governor's waiting on the line.
Of course, I'll take it. Hello? Yes, Your Excellency. What? What? I'll be right over.
What's up, Chief?
Warm up the car, Regan.
Yes, Chief.
My hat, Miss Myers.
Another case, Defender?
Yes, another case. And I'm going to call this one the case of the last defense.
Tune in again next week for another thrilling adventure with Marvin Moody, Defender of Justice. And meantime, be sure to stop in at your corner drugstore and stock up with Reet, the cooler cola that can't be beat. Remember, it's cool, it's sweet, it's all Reet. This program has come to you from Hollywood. Okay, folks, that's the show. Thanks much.
The pleasure was all yours.
Where are we getting these scripts, Marvin?
I think tonight's script was very good.
Are you kidding?
It was a crawler. Even last week's wasn't this silly.
The agency was very happy with last week's show.
That's not the way I got it.
Well, then you got it wrong, Alice. If you all must know, I wrote this script, and I wrote the one last week, too. And when we go to TV, I'm going to have even more control of the writing.
Oh, Marv, look, you got your hands full enough just being the defender of justice.
What's the matter with Billy Jackson? He gave you some fine scripts.
Billy is not with us anymore.
You mean he quit?
He was let go.
The fog is beginning to lift.
He'd begun to think he was indispensable.
I got news for you, Marv. He was.
And I've got news for you, Harry. Neither he nor anyone else connected with Defender of Justice is indispensable. We're going into TV, and we're going in big. I don't want anyone along who's going to be unhappy or try to rock the boat. You get the message?
I got you.
Alice?
After 15 years of being Miss Myers, I would hardly start standing up for my rights at this stage of the game. Chief.
Don't mind a little innocent kidding, Alice. After all, we've been together a long time.
How true.
So I just want you to know that whatever happens isn't personal. And it's all for the good of the show.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing definite. Nothing definite at all.
That you, Ma?
Mm-hmm.
I'm out in the kitchen. Want a sandwich?
No, thanks, honey. We had a bite after the show.
You and Bob?
No, Harry Regan. I'll have a glass of milk.
Sure. He's been calling you.
Bob has?
A couple of times. You ought to break down and marry the guy, Mom.
The milk, please.
It's not every day you get proposed to by a vice president in charge of REIT.
Would you really like Bob Rayburn for a stepfather?
Oh, I think he's a great guy.
He is.
Also, he's loaded.
Pete.
Well, isn't he?
Well, that hasn't anything to do with it. We've managed very nicely.
Us and the defender of justice. Oh, front door.
Oh, I'll go, honey. You finish the sandwich.
If that's Rocky, tell him I'll be right with you.
All right.
Good evening, Alice.
Bob, come in. Pete was just saying you'd call.
Yeah. I thought about calling you at rehearsal, and then I decided I'd rather talk to you alone about this.
Very mysterious. Sit down.
Thanks.
Is anything wrong?
I think so. Or rather, I think you'll think so. It's about the show. It's going to go TV.
I know that.
No, I don't mean for next fall. It's going on live as a summer replacement for the Morton show.
This summer?
They start a week from Wednesday. Radio show's been canceled.
It's such a rush. It's nonsense.
Well, JB doesn't think so, and he's the sponsor.
Well, when do we get a script if we're going to do the show in 8 days?
That's what I came to tell you about. You won't be doing the show.
What do you mean?
Well, it's Moody. You know, he owns the property. He sold JB, and I'm just saying what he said.
Well, say it, Bob. What is it?
Well, he thinks you're wrong to play Miss Myers on television.
Wrong? I am Miss Myers.
I know it.
I've been playing her for 15 years.
Yeah, well, that's Moody's point.
What do you mean?
He says you're too old.
Too old?
He says the public imagines you as a girl in her early 20s.
Well, perhaps they do.
Well, he sold the old man that's how Miss Myers should look on television.
Hi, Bob.
Oh, hello, Pete.
What's the funeral?
It's nothing, honey.
She turned you down again, pal?
Pete.
Oh, just kidding.
Oh, forget it. As a matter of fact, I was saving that offer until after the shock wore off.
What shock?
Moody wants another actress to do Miss Myers on television.
How come?
Well, he says I'm too old.
That overblown meathead. When did this happen?
Moody signed the contracts this afternoon. The show starts a week from Wednesday.
So that's what he was talking about.
What?
After the show, he made a few oblique threats.
To you?
Oh, nothing definite. In fact, those were his words. Nothing definite at all. The usual speech about none of us being indispensable, and whatever he did was for the good of the show, you know.
That lardhead.
And all the time, he was sharpening the axe.
I sure wish I could suggest something, Alice.
There's nothing to suggest. If I'm out, I'm out, and that's that.
If everyone's so unindispensable, I'd like to know how Moody stays on.
Well, that's a little different. His is the unmistakable voice of the defender.
Well, he may be the voice, but he's not the picture. Phony, fat, and 50.
Hey, easy, pal. That shoe's beginning to fit.
You know what I mean, Bob. He's such a fake.
I know, Pete, I know. But your mother's got the answer. Moody is the voice of the defender, known to millions. Well, you got to start from there.
Well, isn't Mom the voice of Miss Myers?
Sure,
Well, then
but...
what's the difference? Her voice is as well known as his, isn't it?
You know, Pete may have something, Bob.
Yeah, now, wait. That may be an arguing point, but let's see how we can use it.
Well, is he keeping Harry on as Regan?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Well, then there it is. The public won't be fooled for for a minute, Miss Myers will be the only new voice.
And it'll stand out like a sore thumb.
Now, I just think we may have an angle here. J.B. feels very strongly about character identification. That's what surprised me most. I don't know how Moody put it through with him.
Oh, that's Rocky. I'll get it.
You going out?
Just down the movie. Be right with you, Rock. Will I be needed for the rest of this conference?
No, you go ahead, but don't be too late, son.
I won't. You want me to bring home some ice cream?
Swell. Have fun.
So long, Bob. Smash that sponsor.
I'll do the best I can. Oh, you know, Alice, there's one of the few human beings under 21 that I've ever genuinely liked.
Does it remind you of Jim?
Yeah, an awful lot.
Maybe that's the answer.
Yeah, maybe. And then again, it reminds me of you, which might also be the answer.
You're very sweet.
They don't come any sweeter, and remember, folks, this offer is limited.
Really?
No, not really. Hey, what about it, honey?
Bob.
Look, I don't think I'm kidding myself. I love you, and I understand it's mutual.
You know it is.
And I don't expect to take Jim's place. I wouldn't want even
That isn't it, Bob. I've been a widow for a long time, and it's not a case of taking anyone's place.
Well, then what is it a case of? This thing's been on dead center now for almost a year.
Well, it was Pete to begin with. I told you about that. You can't just toss a new father to boy and expect him to do handsprings about it.
Pete and I hit it off right away.
I just wanted to be sure.
All right, so now you're sure.
I've been sure for a lot longer than now. Oh, well, you probably won't believe this, but it's true. I decided to say yes, as you must know I've wanted to for a long time.
Oh, Alice.
Let me finish. I decided to a few days ago. I even put it up to Pete again just before you came in tonight to be sure how he felt.
And what'd he say?
He said you were a great guy.
Love that Pete.
He also reminded me that you were loaded.
Oh, well, I am. It's one of my finer points.
That's the trouble just at the moment.
Oh, Alice, you're not going to give me that you're rich and I'm poor.
Of course not, but if I married you right now, it could look very cold and calculating and messy.
Well, what are you talking about?
Bob, I've just been fired. I'm unemployed.
Oh, now, come on.
I have. I'm out of work. So what do? Bounce into the arms of the nearest account executive?
Alice, let's not get silly about this.
Well, how else do you think it'll look? How would it look to you?
How would what look to me? I haven't made any secret of how I feel about you.
But I have, or at least I haven't broadcast it because of Pete.
Well, so what?
So all of a sudden I'm off the show, and the next thing everyone hears, you and I are going to be married. It'll look like I was desperate and I hooked you for a meal ticket.
Oh.
It will, Bob.
Well, I don't care how it looks.
Of course you do, and you should.
I don't see why we can't leak it that you're quitting the show because we're getting married.
Because that isn't how it would leak, not with Big Mouth Moody at large.
Oh. Well, at least you're not fired yet. At least not officially.
You think Pete's idea about my voice...
No, I think it's worth trying. That's all I think.
If they aren't changing the others...
It's a good arguing point.
Uh-huh.
A very good one. Now, well, I should tell you this. I didn't put up much of a fight when I first heard that you were being replaced. If you won't need to work anyhow...
But, Bob, I enjoy working.
I know, honey, and I knew it then. Just being selfish. Now the whole thing's turned around.
You know yourself how bad it would look.
Can you come down to the office at 10:30 tomorrow morning?
I think so. Why?
I'm going to set up a meeting for then with Moody and the old man.
You think you can change their minds that quickly?
I'm going to have to. The show goes into rehearsal tomorrow afternoon.
I hope you realize, J.B., that I have 1,000,001 things to do before rehearsal.
I know, Marv, and you'll get 100% cooperation from us.
Then just what is such a burning issue that Rayburn can't wait until
He didn't give me all the details, Marv, but it has something to do with replacing Alice.
Oh, that's all been thrashed out.
Not with me, it hasn't.
J.B., I thought we had an understanding.
We have a perfect understanding, Marvin. You're the defender of justice, and I'm the sponsor. You understand that, don't you?
Yes, of course, J.B., but this borders on a usurpation of my creative authority. And it clearly states in my contract...
I'm familiar with the contract, Marvin. My lawyers prepared it, including the cancellation clause.
Oh, yeah.
Come in.
It's us, J.B.
Good morning, Bob. Alice?
Good morning, Mr. Rogers. Marv.
Morning, Alice and Rayburn. Now, what's all this about?
This is about your decision to replace Alice.
Well, I'm sure she realizes that it's nothing personal.
Oh, that's neither here nor there. It's the wisdom of the decision that I'm questioning.
On what grounds?
That Alice is indispensable to the show.
No one is indispensable to the show.
That I contest, and I think J.B. will agree with me. To begin with, you are indispensable.
That's a nice bit of flattery, Rayburn.
Oh,
but
I assure you,
get...
Moody, it's not flattery. It's fact. For all of your physical shortcomings, and let's face it, you're no matinee idol.
Now, look here.
I told you it wasn't flattery. For all of your shortcomings, you are the voice of the defender. And people will expect you to be the defender on television as you are on radio. And they'll accept you as you are because they want the real article.
I think I'm a little ahead of you, Rayburn. You're going to tell me that the same situation will apply to Alice?
Exactly. And I think J.B. will agree with me.
Do you, J.B.?
I must admit I'm leaning that way, Marv. You said yesterday you thought you could get around this problem.
Yeah, I can, and I have. Alice.
Yes?
Can I be brutally frank?
I don't think there's ever been much doubt of it.
It's your voice, is it not, that our faithful audience will expect to hear from the lips of Miss Myers on television?
Yes.
They have no knowledge of your appearance?
No.
So, if the voice is the same, we've solved the problem, have we not, J.B.?
Well, I would certainly think so.
Precisely. Now, would you all be good enough to accompany me to the studio? There's someone over there I'd like you to meet. Miss Pearson.
Yes, Miss Moody?
Ellen, I'd like you to meet some friends of mine.
I'd be glad to.
This is our sponsor, Mr. Rogers.
Pleasure, Miss Pearson.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rayburn, our account executive.
How do you do?
Mr. Rayburn.
And finally, Alice Stanley.
How do you do?
So you're Alice Stanley. It's like meeting a long-lost friend.
It is?
Oh, yes, and I must say you're just as I pictured you.
Why, thank you.
Ellen has made a very close study of you, Alice. A very close study.
She has?
Indeed, she has. Ellen, would you step over there to that microphone while we go into the control booth?
Yes, of course.
Would you follow me, please?
Marv, what's this all about?
You'll all see shortly. What do you think of her?
Miss Pearson, she's a knockout. What?
She's going to be our Miss Myers.
That kid?
She's the one.
Now, look here, Marv. The girl's not the Miss Myers type.
You mean she's not the voice type, don't you? The character of Miss Myers doesn't exist except as a voice.
Well, that's true, but this girl doesn't sound the least bit like Alice.
Now, wait and see. Hand me that talk back, will you, Rayburn?
Oh, sure, yeah.
There you go. Ellen, Miss Pearson.
Yes, Mr. Moody?
Stand by the mic for a moment. I want you to recite something for these people.
All right.
Alice, speak into the talk back here and say, my name is Alice Stanley, and I have been playing the role of Miss Myers on the Defender of Justice show for 15 years.
What?
Just go ahead and say it. I want to give J.B. something for a basis of comparison.
Well, as you wish. My name is Alice Stanley, and I have been playing the role of Miss Myers on the Defender of Justice show for 15 years.
Did you hear that, Ellen?
Yes.
Hi, Moody, what is...
You'll see in a moment. And now, Ellen, do you think you could repeat that back to us?
Word for word?
Yes. And do it as Miss Myers would.
Okay. My name is Alice Stanley, and I have been playing the role of Miss Myers on the Defender of Justice show for 15 years. Was that all right?
Yes, that was perfect. Well, gentlemen...
I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Quite a remarkable imitation, don't you think, Alice?
Remarkable.
Does this resolve any doubts you have, Rayburn?
Well, I don't think she can keep it up week after week.
No, I don't intend that she shall. As the television audience becomes gradually accustomed to Ellen, you see, in the role of Miss Myers, we will drop her imitation of Alice altogether.
Very resourceful indeed.
Nothing personal, you understand, Alice?
I understand. Mm-hmm.
It's for the good of the show.
Mom?
Yes, Petey?
Did I wake you?
No, I was just resting. Is the show over?
Yeah, just finished. Still got the headache?
Oh, a little better. Just took a couple of aspirin. How'd you like it?
The show? Yeah. Moody went up on his lines twice.
Oh?
Lost. Didn't even know what channel he was on.
How did the girl look?
Like his granddaughter.
Oh, don't work so hard at being loyal, honey. I mean, how did she sound? How did she act?
You watched the rehearsals. She sounded like you, and she acted like a chorus girl.
Well, you got anything against chorus girls?
Not in the chorus.
Well, I think I'll get up and have a cup of coffee. You expecting anyone?
No, I'll get it. Oh, hi, Bob.
Hey, how's everything?
Good. Come in.
How you doing, honey?
Pretty good, Bob. I thought you'd be at the show.
No, I left after the dress rehearsal. How'd you like it?
I didn't watch it. Pete said it looked fine.
Oh, but Moody.
And how did he look?
Like Moody.
Well, the old man seemed satisfied, or at least not dissatisfied.
I was just going to make some coffee. Have a cup?
Sure.
Petey?
You folks go ahead. I told Rocky I'd drop over after dinner.
Well, don't be out too late, honey.
Tell her I'm a big boy now, huh, Pop?
Well, after all, Mother, he is growing like a weed.
And I'll cut him down like same, and you too.
Oh, rough.
Go on, get out of here.
So long, Pete. Hey, that feels good. You know, to have him call me Pop. I mean, even kidding.
Bob.
Now, look, before you say anything...
I wasn't going to say anything. I haven't already said.
All right, Alice, then listen to me.
We've been through it 5 times in the last 5 days. No, Bob. I'm not going to do something that will make you look like a fool and me a scheming woman.
Alice, be sensible.
I'm being sensible.
Oh, some grand position this is.
Oh, don't talk nonsense.
I'm not talking nonsense.
You are. I love you, Bob, very deeply and honestly.
Sure.
I do. But it's my son who's 17, not me. I've had the moonlight. I've had the roses.
Who's talking about that?
You are. We're not kids anymore. We can't strike out for new friends, new frontiers.
I'm not suggesting we should.
Then why won't you face the fact that the people we know and the world we have to live in will treat you very cruelly if I suddenly blossom forth in the next few weeks as Bob Rayburn's unemployed bride?
Oh, I think you're absolutely crazy.
I don't care what you think.
Yes, I'm beginning to believe that.
Oh, Bob, listen.
No, I've listened long enough, and I think I've waited long enough. Because if you're more concerned with what a lot of 15-cent phonies like Moody and that gang think of you...
And of you.
Okay, then you stay noble and single.
Oh, won't you even try to understand?
I think I do. I think I understand perfectly, Alice.
Bob.
You got off the hook very smoothly. Goodbye.
Morning, Miss Atkins.
Oh, Miss Stanley, I thought you'd never get here.
What's all the excitement?
Well, didn't Mr. Rogers tell you over the phone?
Well, no, he was very brief.
They started pouring in less than an hour after the show last night.
What started pouring in?
The telegrams and phone calls. Oh, excuse me. Yes, Mr. Rogers.
Will you call Miss Stanley's home and see if she's left yet, Miss Atkins?
She just came in the office.
Well, send her in here, woman. Send her in here.
Yes, sir, right away. They're waiting for you, Miss Stanley.
Who?
J.B., Moody, and Mr. Rayburn.
Mr. Rayburn?
They've been in conference since 8:30. Please, Miss Stanley, if you don't go right in, J.B. will chew my head off.
All right.
Thanks much.
Alice, come in.
J.B., I don't think we should lose our heads over this.
Good morning, Alice.
Bob.
You worry about your own head, Marvin. Mine's on securely. Alice, sit down.
Now, you can't judge the whole picture from a few telegrams.
What's going on?
You mean a few hundred?
You'll see.
Furthermore, I have my suspicions about this spontaneous reaction to last night's show. I never heard of such a thing happening.
Well, you've heard it now. Just look at them. Wires, phone messages from all over the country. How much proof do you want?
Mr. Rogers.
Alice, it's been fantastic. You won't believe it.
I won't believe what?
The following you have, the loyal fans. I knew it in my heart. Even that Pearson girl remarked, you look just as she pictured you.
Will somebody please explain
Well, the show got an immediate reaction, Alice. Everybody wanted to know why we didn't use the real Miss Myers on television.
Just read some of these wires. Listen to this. I quote, "Who ever told that old goat he could act?" Oh, no, that one's about you, Marvin.
Old goat?
Yes. Oh, yes, here we are. "We have always imagined Miss Myers to be an attractive, intelligent woman, not a college girl. We'll swallow lots of reet." You see, they even use a product. "But we can't swallow the new Miss Myers." Signed, Edna Wilson, Indianapolis, Indiana.
And that's just a sample.
They all say the same thing. Even our butlers and distributors wired complaints.
That's what I don't like about this, J.B. It sounds like a campaign. An organized campaign.
And who do you think organized Miss Wilson of Indianapolis, Indiana, or all those other hundreds of people around the country?
I'm talking about your salespeople and the distributors.
What about them?
They aren't the people who buy your product.
No, but they sell it. And when they're not happy with a sales gimmick, I scrap the gimmick.
Well, that's different.
I've got news for you, Moody. The defender of justice is a sales gimmick.
In a broad sense, yeah.
In the narrowest sense possible. I'm not paying $14,000 a week to listen to you huff and puff.
Now, just a minute, J.B.
I want people to drink reet.
Oh, as do I, J.B., as do I.
Well, they won't drink it if they're all upset about who's playing Miss Myers.
But that will pass, J.B.
It will not. They'll get fed up with looking at a phony show, and they'll turn to another channel. And the next thing you know, they'll be drinking root.
Root?
Our competitor's drink. Now, don't act like you never heard of it.
Oh, yes, I've heard of it, yeah.
Then it's all settled. Alice,
Yes, Mr. Rogers?
you start next week as the real Miss Myers on television.
Oh, do you really mean it?
I do. And Mr. Moody is perfectly agreeable, aren't you, Marvin?
Absolutely.
Miss Atkins has probably finished typing up the contracts. Would you mind signing them on your way out, Alice?
I'd be delighted.
Alice, would you be half as delighted to have lunch with me?
I'd love to, Bob.
I'll join you.
You will not. I want to talk to you, Marvin.
Won't it keep J.B.?
No. Do you have a reducing machine?
A reducing machine?
Would you excuse us, J.B.?
Oh, yes, by all means, by all means.
Now, what would I want with a reducing machine?
I feel you're a bit paunchy for a defender of justice.
Now, J.B., I'm nothing but skin and bone.
Be that as it may, you've got too much skin.
Oh, I've got a feeling the defender of justice is in for a bad half hour.
Oh, Bob.
Well, then, how does it feel to be employed again?
I don't care about that.
I was hoping that's what you'd say.
When I think how angry you were last night.
Oh, I wasn't so angry.
I know.
What do you mean you know?
I know why all those wires from the distributors and bottlers came in. You contacted them, didn't you?
Well, why not? J.B. wanted their reaction. I didn't load the question. I just asked them what they thought of the new Miss Myers.
You faker.
No, there wasn't anything fake about it. If they liked her, they'd have said so.
I wonder.
Well, you don't have to wonder about the wire we got from Miss Wilson in Indianapolis. I couldn't drum that up.
What did you do? Phone each one of the distributors?
It was on my own bill. The firm didn't get hooked for it.
Oh, Bob, it must have cost you a fortune.
And what of it? As my future stepson says, I'm loaded.
But that was no reason, dear.
The best reason you can have in this business.
What do you mean?
It was for the good of the show.
Oh.
This is Desi Arnaz again. You know, a friend of mine went to a meeting the other night at which the topic was atomic defense. I suppose a great many of these meetings are being held right now all over the world, and many perhaps right at this very moment. We started talking about what happened in the meeting, and he told me, cities are always boasting about how self-sufficient they are until they have to prepare for some emergency. It's only then that they seem to realize how dependent they are upon outside help. In fact, it's only when you survey conditions that you realize how dependent everyone is upon things that were placed in the earth, on the earth, and around the earth long before man came. I mean such things as air, water, wood, fuel, minerals. We are so accustomed to summoning electricity out of a switch and water out of a faucet that we never really think of these things. Well, my friend's words gave me plenty to think about. And out of that thinking comes this conclusion. Man has to look outside himself too, not only for the things placed on the earth long before he came, but for someone who existed long before he did. Someone whom even the heavens cannot contain. God. And how do we call for his help? Through prayer. But prayer is not to be only thought of in terms of disaster, for it's both a preparatory and a preventive measure. In fact, a mighty good course of daily action. Now, family theater again reminds you, the family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. From Hollywood, the Mutual Broadcasting System has brought you transcribed Summer Replacement, starring Una Merkel. Desi Arnaz was your host. Others in our cast were Gene Bates, John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, Marvin Miller, Howard Culver, Jeffrey Silver. The script was written and directed for Family Theater by John T. Kelly. with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. This series of family theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who feel the need for this type program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who give so unselfishly of their time and talent to appear on our family theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is George Crowell expressing the wish of family theater that the blessing of God may be upon you and your home, and inviting you to be with us next week when Family Theater will present The Coat, starring Gene Evans. Irene Dunn will be your hostess. Join us, won't you? Family Theater is broadcast throughout the world and originates in the Hollywood studios of the world's largest network. This is Mutual, the radio network for all America.
Enjoy Best Plays. But first, they invented radio, developed color TV, and are responsible for two-dimension motion pictures for nervous people who faint from fright in three-dimension movies. Who are they? Why, Bob and Ray, of course. And every weekday night you'll enjoy their antics over these stations. The boys join such other great weekday shows as Bob Hope, Dave Garroway, One Man's Family, and NBC's award-winning News of the World. Yes, each weekday, NBC brings you the best in music, comedy, drama, and news. Now it's Best Plays on NBC.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays with John Chapman. A series of hour-length dramas selected from the outstanding successes of the New York stage. Now, John Chapman, drama critic of the New York Daily News, is here to introduce Geraldine Page and Richard Kiley in Summer and Smoke by Tennessee Williams. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you. Our play has had an interesting career. Summer and Smoke was first produced by Margot Jones in her Theater in the Round in Dallas. Then she brought it up to Broadway, where it had a moderate run of 100 performances. Later, this work by Tennessee Williams went back to another Theater in the Round in Greenwich Village, where it had an amazing run of 1 year. Much of this new success was due to the acting. An unheard-of young woman, Geraldine Page, was giving a luminous performance as the maidenly music teacher. Later this season, Miss Page came uptown into a comedy titled Midsummer, and the professional Broadwayites hailed her as a new star. This week, a poll of drama critics put her in a tie with Oscar-winning Shirley Booth as the season's best actress. So, now we're going to have what I might call a theater-in-the-ear performance of Summer and Smoke. And we're happy to have Miss Page in our company. Happy, too, to have Richard Kiley as young Dr. John Buchanan. Imagine now that we're in the fancifully named town of Glorious Hill, Mississippi. Here we first encounter a Mrs. Bassett, who is a town gossip. Mrs. Bassett, what do you know?
I'll tell you, somebody used to have a pretty voice, and that was Miss Alma Weinmiller. Of course, she doesn't sing anymore, but back before the First World War, in all of Glorious Hill, Mississippi, there was nobody could sing like Miss Alma. I remember one 4th of July, she sang at a band concert they had down at the park. Kind of nervous little thing, Miss Alma was. Remember that day after she finished singing, how scared she looked when she came off the stage and looked around for her father and that poor old mother of hers.
Here we are, Alma.
Where is the ice cream man?
Mother Hush. Alma, here we are over here.
Oh, Father,
my fingers are just frozen stiff. Oh, I don't know what came over me. Absolute panic. Oh, never, never, never again. As long as I live, it isn't worth it. The tortures that I go through.
You're having one of your nervous attacks.
Oh, my heart's beating so. It seems to be in my throat the whole time. Was it noticeable, Father?
You sang extremely well, Alma. But you know how I feel about your singing in public.
Well, I don't see how anybody could object to my singing at a patriotic occasion. Where's the ice cream man?
Mother, there isn't any ice cream man.
No, there isn't any ice cream man, Mother. But on the way home, I will stop by the drugstore and pick up a pint of ice cream.
Well, Mother, we'll run along now. Don't stay out late, daughter.
No, Father.
This way, Mother. Come along.
Strawberry. Chocolate? Chocolate and strawberry mix?
All right.
Not vanilla.
Yes, Mother. Vanilla.
Evening, Miss Alma.
Oh, good evening.
I enjoyed your singing.
Why, thank you. Are you home for the summer?
Yep.
Are you planning to stay here and take over some of your father's medical practice?
I haven't made up my mind about anything yet.
Oh, I hope so. I mean, we all hope so. You know, your father is so proud of you and so pleased over your accomplishments. The last time I was in his office, you should have heard him singing your praises, telling me how you graduated magna cum laude from Johns Hopkins. That's in Boston, isn't it?
Baltimore.
Oh, Baltimore. Well, it's such a beautiful combination of names. And I've been told that Johns Hopkins is the finest medical school in the world. Practically. Oh, it must be a great satisfaction to you to be standing on the threshold of a career in such a noble profession as I think medicine is.
I didn't know you had such a high regard for the medical profession.
Well, I am a great admirer of your father's as well as a patient. And, oh, it's such a comfort knowing that he's right next door, almost within arm's reach, as it were.
Why, do you have fits?
Fits? Well, no. But I do have attacks of a nervous heart trouble that seems so alarming that I run straight to your father, and he always reassures me.
You know the trouble with you, Miss Elm. It isn't nervous heart trouble at all.
Well, what is it then?
You have a doppelganger.
Oh, my goodness.
And the doppelganger is badly irritated.
An irritated doppelganger?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for that sound.
Well, I shouldn't have said anything. I'm not your doctor. Who's that?
Well, I'm surprised that you don't know.
I've been away quite a while.
Well, that is the Gonzalez girl.
Hmm?
Her father's the owner of the gambling casino on Moon Lake. Well, what can she be laughing about?
Maybe she thinks we're funny.
I hope that you have a strong character.
Solid rock.
The pyrotechnical display is blazing fine.
The what?
The fireworks.
Oh.
I suppose you've lost touch with most of your old friends here?
Yeah?
Well, you must make some new ones. Now, I belong to a little group that meets every Wednesday, and, I do think you would enjoy them, too. They are young people with intellectual interests.
Oh, I see.
You must come. Sometime. I'll remind you of it.
Thanks.
Goodbye, Nellie.
Bye. Oh, well, now, here comes one of my adorable little vocal pupils. She's the youngest one and the prettiest one with the least gift for music.
Oh, I know that one.
Hello there, Nellie dear.
Oh, Miss Alma, your singing was so beautiful it made me cry.
Oh, now, it's sweet of you to feel so, but I sang terribly.
You're just being modest, Miss Alma. Hello, Dr. George.
Hello.
That book you gave me is too full of long words.
Look them up in the dictionary, Nellie.
I did, but you know how dictionaries are. You look up one long word, it gives you another. You look up that one, it gives you the long word you looked up in the first place. I'm coming over tomorrow for you to explain it all to me. Good night.
Good night,
Good night, Nellie.
Well, what book was she talking about?
Oh, a book I gave her about the facts of nature.
Oh.
She came over to the office and told me her mother wouldn't tell her anything, and she had to know because she's fallen in love.
Well, this precocious little Eon.
What sort of mother has she?
Oh, Mrs. Ewell is the merry widow of Glorious Hill. They say that she goes to the depot to meet every train in order to make the acquaintance of the traveling salesman.
Why do you laugh that way?
What way?
That way.
Oh, well, now, I do declare you haven't changed in the slightest. It used to delight you to embarrass me, and it still does.
I guess I shouldn't tell you this, but
I heard an imitation of you at the party.
Well, what did they imitate?
You singing the voice that breathes o'er Eden at a wedding?
Well, how mystifying.
Oh, well, I shouldn't have told you. You're upset about it.
No, I'm not in the least upset. I'm just mystified. I'm always mystified by unprovoked malice in people. You know, I wonder if these people who do these unkind imitations of me ever stop to think that I've had certain difficulties to cope with, which may be partly the cause of these peculiarities of mine, which they find so authentic. Don't they know that my father and I have had a certain cross to bear?
You mean your mother?
Well, she had her breakdown while I was still in high school. And from that time on, I've had to manage the rectory and take over the duties that would ordinarily belong to a minister's wife, not his daughter. And well, that may have made me seem strange to some of my more critical contemporaries. Well, in a way, it may have deprived me of my youth.
Let her go out with young people.
I am not a recluse. Oh, it's true I don't go flying around here and there giving unkind imitations of other people at parties. Being a minister's daughter, I have to be more selective than most girls about the society I keep, but I do go out now and then.
Well, I've seen you out, but it's always with somebody like this Roger Doremus.
Oh, you may feel that you can speak that way. After all, you were born with surgeon's fingers. You have a chance to serve humanity, but what do you do about it? Everything you can to alienate the confidence of nice people who love and respect your father. Driving your automobile at a reckless speed from one disorderly roadhouse to another. Well, what are you thinking of, John? You behave like an overgrown schoolboy once been known as the wildest fellow in town. And I call it a desecration.
Miss Alma, you know that I really like you.
Oh, no. No, you don't.
Sure. A lot. How'd you like to go riding?
In your automobile?
Uh-huh.
Well, would you observe the speed limit?
Oh, strictly with you, Miss Alma.
Why then, I'd be glad to. John?
Golly Moses.
Oh, well, hello, Roger.
Well, how'd it go, Miss Alma?
How did what go?
My solo on the baritone horn.
Oh, I paid no attention to it.
Oh.
Oh, well, Mr. Doremus, this is Dr. John Buchanan, Jr.
How to do, I'm sure.
Well?
And Dr. Buchanan has just graduated magna cum laude from Johns Hopkins University.
That's New York, isn't it?
Baltimore.
Oh, there's that awful Gonzalez girl. Such a raucous laugh.
Yes, indeed. I think we'd better go. John, will you walk back with us to the rectory?
Oh, I think I'll just stick around here, thanks.
Oh, well, good night, then.
Good night.
Good night. Miss Alma, I would put you above that kind of thing.
What kind of thing?
Looking back to see what those two are doing. What are they doing?
He's gone over to her.
Well, maybe he knows her.
Well, he didn't. He does now. They're walking away together.
I guess if anybody really knew Miss Alma, it was old Dr. Buchanan, young John's father. He was the best doctor we ever had in this community, and everybody thought the world and all of him. People would just drop in and talk to him, whether they were sick or not, especially Miss Alma.
Doctor, I don't think I will be able to get through the summer.
Oh, you'll get through it, Alma.
How? How, Dr. John?
Well, one day will come after another, and one night will come after another, till sooner or later the summer will be all through here. And then it'll be fall, and you'll be saying, I don't see how I'm going to get through the fall.
Mm-hmm. Dr. John, there is someone who wants me to marry him.
Who is the young man, Miss Alma?
His name is Roger Doremus.
Oh.
Well, why do you say that? Now, please say what you think.
Well, I think he's a very nice young man.
Well, then what is your specific objection to him?
What are yours?
Well, I have none.
Then what are we talking about, Miss Alma?
Well, my objection to him is just that Well, I don't love him, and I cannot imagine myself...
Making love to him?
Oh, Dr. John.
Well?
Well, yes, I suppose that's it. Oh, Dr. John, suppose I get left high and dry with nobody.
Now, look here, Miss Alma. You've got to ask yourself whether or not the physical side of marriage means anything to you. A gentlemanly fella, abstemious and easygoing, is all some women look for. On the other hand, there are some women who want to love and be loved with passion. Now, which are you?
Well, I believe in the possibility of a deep love between a man and a woman.
Good. A physical love?
Well, with me, it cannot be based on a physical passion. I think the very term is somewhat unpleasant.
Forgive me for using it.
But naturally, marriage leads to contact and embraces.
Yes.
And I just don't see how I ever could with Roger. Well, it even offends me when he touches my hand, in spite of all the respect that I do have for him, and even affection.
Has anyone ever touched you, I mean your hand, without creating this distasteful feeling?
Oh, yes. I'm not a cold person.
Johnny!
Where is John? I haven't seen him lately.
The last I heard, my son was taking part in what is called a floating crap game.
Oh, dear. Well, when do you expect him back?
When he has lost his shirt, socks, and tie, and the belt to his trousers.
Well, when he comes back, I wish you would remind him of something to me. About a month ago, he said that he would take me riding some afternoon in his automobile, but he seems to have forgotten all about it.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to remind him yourself. When he comes back, he'll find his belongings moved to the Alhambra Hotel. There's no place in my house for wasters, drunkards, and lecherers.
Oh, now, why do you say lecher?
He spends his nights at the Gonzales place out on the lake. He isn't fit for you to associate with, Alma, as your father told you a long time ago.
Now, you have got to be patient with him because he is young and he's confused. Yes, we've all of us got to be patient, at least until the end of summer. And if we can go that far, well, then we can go much further. And somewhere, sometime, there must be some revelation. A visit of some angel to straighten things up for us.
How will we know this angel, Miss Alma?
John.
Hello, Dad. You will find your things at the Alhambra Hotel.
That's the way you want it.
Now, don't you be too severe with him.
Go upstairs and wash and shave and put on a clean shirt of mine.
Okay. That's the way you want it.
Infernal whelp.
Hello? Oh, John.
Miss Alma?
I have a bone to pick with you, sir.
What's that, Miss Alma?
Well, at the time of our last conversation on the 4th of July, well, you said you were going to take me riding in your automobile.
Oh, did I say that?
Oh, yes, you did, sir. And all these hot afternoons, I have been breathlessly waiting and hoping that you would remember that promise. But what I was really calling you about is, do you remember my mentioning that little club that I belong to?
Oh, yes. Those intellectual meetings.
Oh, now, don't you call it that. It's just a little informal gathering. And we talk about the new books and read things out loud to each other.
Is this an invitation?
Oh, well, didn't I promise that I would ask you? And it's going to be tonight at 8 in my house at the rectory. So all you have to do is cross the yard.
I'll try to make it, Miss Alma.
Oh, don't say try, so it requires some Herculean effort. All you have to do is cross the yard.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Alma, but Dad's got to use this phone.
No. I will not hang up until you said you will come without fail.
All right, Miss Alma. I'll be there. You can count on it.
Hello, Miss Alma. Oh, Nellie, where did you come from?
Oh, Miss Alma, something marvelous has happened.
What is that, Nellie?
Well, you know about Mother. How I was brought up so nobody nice, except you, would have anything to do with me. Mother's meeting all the trains to pick up traveling salesmen and bringing them home to drink and play poker. All of them acting like pigs. Pigs!
Oh, Nellie.
Well, thought I'd always hate men, loathe and despise them. But last night, well, I'd heard them downstairs for hours, but didn't know who it was. When all of a sudden my door banged open. We thought it was the bathroom.
Nellie, I'm not sure I want to hear any more of this story.
Guess who it was?
Well, I couldn't possibly guess.
The wonderfulest person in all the big, wide world. When he saw it was me, he came and sat down on the bed and held my hand. And we talked and talked until Mother came up to see what had happened. You should have heard him bawl her out. He said she ought to send me to a girls' school because she wasn't fit to bring up a daughter. Then she started to bawl him out. You're a fine one to talk, she said. You're not fit to call yourself a doctor.
John Buchanan was with your mother?
Oh, he wasn't her beau. He had a girl with him, and Mother had somebody else.
Who did he have?
Some loud, tacky thing with a Z in her name.
Gonzalez. Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes, that was it. But him. Oh, Miss Alma. He's a wonderful...
No, your mother was right. He is not fit to call himself a doctor. Now, I hate to disillusion you, Nellie, but this most wonderfulest person is pitiably weak.
Someone's calling him now.
Yes, these people shout his name in front of his house as such a character that the old doctor cannot permit them to come inside the door. All the gifts of the gods were showered on that young man. And all he cares about is indulging his senses.
Here he comes down the steps. Look.
Nellie, come away from that window.
Look at him jump. Over the banister.
Now, don't lean out the window and have us caught spying. Oh, Nellie, how you spy on him? Mother. Oh, she's a good one at spying.
You go back to
She stands behind the curtain and peeks around. Whenever he comes in at night, she rushes downstairs to watch him out the window. Sometimes she sits down here and waits until he comes home. Just sits and waits and watches. Alma's in love with him. Mother, be still.
Well, Nellie, will you please go? All right, Miss Alma, I'm going. Good night, Mrs. Wynella. Good night, Miss Alma.
Mother, if ever I hear you say such a thing again, if ever you dare to repeat such a thing in my presence or anyone else's, then it will just be the last straw. Oh, yes, you act like a child, but you have a devil in you. And God will punish you. Yes, and I'll punish you too. I'll take away your cigarettes from you. I'll give you no more. I'll give you no more ice cream either, because I am tired of your malice. I am tired of your malice and your self-indulgence. Oh, people wonder why I am tied down here. They pity me, thinking me as an old maid already. And I'm young. I am still young. Well, it's just you. You have taken my youth away from me. Oh, now listen here. Don't you ever dare to tell a disgusting lie about me to that girl or anybody else.
Everybody noticed the change that came over Miss Alma that summer. The first chance I had to notice it was the night we had our regular monthly literary meeting. Miss Alma had promised us a surprise visitor, and sure enough, she had one.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies, before we begin our meeting tonight, I would like to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. John Buchanan, Jr.
Hello, everybody.
Well, now, we are all completely assembled. And I believe the first item on the agenda for this evening is...
Vernon has his verse play with him tonight.
Oh, we decided to put that off till colder weather.
Yes.
Miss Alma is supposed to read us the paper tonight on William Blake.
Those dead poets can keep.
Mrs. Bassett, everybody. Now, this is the way I feel about the verse play. Now, it is much too important a thing to be read under any but most ideal circumstances. I mean, not only atmospheric, on some cool evening, with music planned to go with it. Now, why don't we just have the paper on Blake, and then we can talk...
Insane. That man was a mad fanatic.
Now, Mrs.
I
Bassett.
read up on him, and I know what I'm talking about. He traveled around with that Frenchman who fired a gun at him in a drunken stupor, and later one of them died of TB in a gutter. No. All right, I'm finished. I won't say anything more. Go on with your paper, Miss Alma.
If you...
What's the matter, John?
If you folks will excuse me, I'm afraid I'll have to leave you. I have to call on a patient.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Well, wait. I will come to the door with you.
Oh, no, that's all right, Miss Alma. I'll let myself out. Good night, everybody.
Shall we go on with the meeting?
I bet I know who the patient was. That Gonzalez girl. His father owns Moon Lake Casino and goes everywhere with a pistol strapped on his belt. Johnny Buchanan will get himself shot in that crowd.
Why, Mrs. Bassett, what gave you such an idea? I don't think John even knows that Gonzalez girl.
Those are all right, in the biblical sense of the word, if you'll excuse me.
No, I will not excuse you. A thing like that is inexcusable.
I think Miss Alma's fallen for the young doctor. They tell me he has lots of new lady patients.
Stop that! I won't have malicious talk here. You know you drove him away from this meeting after I bragged so much about how bright and interesting you all were. You put your worst foot forward, you simpered, you chattered, and carried on like idiots. Idiots! Oh, go away! All of you go home! Father, would you tell me what time it is, please?
5 of 8. I'm working on my sermon.
Why don't you work in the study?
The study is suffocating, so don't disturb me.
Father, would there be any chance of getting Mother upstairs if anyone should call?
Are you expecting a call?
No, I'm not expecting. It's just a chance of it.
That boy next door is coming to see us. That's who's coming to see us.
You can't be serious, Alma.
He asked me if he might, and I said yes if he wished to. But it's now after 8, so it doesn't look like he's coming after all.
If he does come, you will go upstairs to your room. And I will receive him.
If he does come, I will do no such thing, Father. I will receive him myself. I don't judge people by the tongues of gossip. I happen to know that he has been grossly misjudged and misrepresented by a lot of old busybodies who are envious of his youth, and his brilliance, and his charm.
You're not out of your senses. Then I'm out of mine.
I dare say we are all a bit peculiar, Father.
Well, I have had one almost insufferable cross to bear.
Insufferable cross yourself your windbag, Mother.
And perhaps I can bear another. But if you think I'm retiring to my study when this young man comes, probably with a whiskey bottle in one hand and a pair of dice in the other, you have another thing coming.
Very well, then. I'll wait outside and meet him there if he comes at all.
Alma, have you lost your mind?
Oh, no, Father. I think I just found it.
Alma, come back here. Alma. I don't understand why we have to sit out here in the arbor. Why can't we go into the casino?
I am a minister's daughter.
That's no reason.
Well, you're a doctor. There's a better reason. You can't afford to be seen in such places any more than I can. Less,
Hey, Dusty. Hey, Dusty.
Yes, sir.
Bottle of Vino Rosa.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
What you got there?
Some sleeping tablets all Father gave me. I need one.
You want to turn into a dope fiend taking that stuff?
I need one. I feel faint.
Well, stop swallowing air. You'll get over it.
Here you are, sir.
I'll put it on the tab, Dusty.
Yes, sir.
Oh, when's the cockfight start, Dusty?
Oh, about 10 o'clock, Dr. Johnny.
When does the what start?
Well, they have a cockfight here every Saturday night. That's what we came for.
I didn't think such exhibitions were legal.
This is Moon Lake Casino, where anything goes.
You are a frequent patron?
I'd say constant.
I'm afraid you must be serious about giving up your medical career.
You bet I'm serious about it. Doctor's life is walled in by sickness and misery and death.
May I be so presumptuous as to inquire what you will do when you quit?
Well, I've been thinking of South America lately. I've heard that cantinas are lots more fun than saloons. Senoritas are caviar among females.
Those Latins all dream in the sun and indulge their senses.
You know who's crowned with most of the glory on this earth? The one who uses his senses to get all he can in the way of satisfaction.
Self-satisfaction?
What other kind is it?
Oh, I will answer that question by asking you one. Have you ever seen a picture of a Gothic cathedral?
What about it?
How everything reaches up. How everything seems to be straining for something out of the reach of stone or human fingers. The immense stained glass windows and the great arched doors that bed of 5 or 6 times the height of the tallest man, and the vaulted ceiling, and all those little delicate spires. All reaching up to something beyond attainment. And to me, that is the principal fact of existence, that everlasting struggle and aspiration for more than our human limits are placed within our reach. Oh, now, who was it that said that? All of us are in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars.
Mr. Oscar Wilde.
Oh, well, regardless of who said it, it is still true. You know, I've only gone out with 3 young men at all seriously. And with each one there was a desert between us. Wide, wide stretches of uninhabitable ground. Of course, none of them ever engaged my serious feelings.
You do have serious feelings of that kind.
Well, doesn't everyone sometimes?
Some women are cold. Some women are what is called frigid.
Do I give that impression?
Under the surface, you have a lot of excitement. A great deal more than any other woman I met.
Well, of course, the soul.
Oh, the soul again. Gothic cathedrals. Your name is Alma, and Alma is Spanish for soul. You know, sometime I'd like to show you a chart of the human anatomy I have in the office. It shows what our insides are like. And maybe you can show me where the beautiful soul is located on that chart. Oh, well, come on. The clock fight started. Let's go watch.
No.
I know something else we could do.
I've had heard that you made suggestions like that to girls you go out with, but I refuse to believe that such stories were true. What made you think that I might be amenable to such a suggestion?
That you wanted all along, isn't it?
I want to go home, but I won't listen to you. I'll go home in a taxi. Boy, call a taxi.
I'll call one for you, Miss Alma.
You are not a gentleman.
Taxi!
You are not a gentleman.
In a moment, Act 2 of Summer and Smoke, starring Geraldine Page and Richard Colley. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Louisville's Radio Center. Every child a camper. This is the 1953 goal of Louisville's 14 resident camps and 7-day camps. Camping is recreation and good living in the out of doors. Call your Red Feather Health and Welfare Council, Jackson 2391, for information about Louisville's camps. Your coronation station, WAVE 970, Louisville.
Now, Act 2 of the Best Plays production of Summer and Smoke.
A while after her date with Johnny Buchanan at the Moon Lake Casino, Miss Alma seemed to act more like herself. If she had another date with him, none of us found out about it, and it was commonly thought that something might develop between her and Mr. Roger DeRemus, who came to the rectory more and more often.
And this is a photograph of Ceylon, the Pearl of the Orient.
And who is that fat young lady?
That is Mother in a hunting suit.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. What was your mother hunting?
Heaven only knows what she was hunting, but she found Papa.
Oh, she met your father on this Oriental tour.
Yes, he was returning from India with dysentery, and they met on the boat. Oh, and here she is on top of a ruined temple.
How did she get up there?
Oh, climbed up, I suppose.
What an active woman.
Oh, yes, active is no word for it. Oh, look, here. Here she is on an elephant's back in Burma.
Ah.
You're looking at it upside down, Miss Alma.
Oh, but deliberately, just to tease you. Oh, perhaps that's your mother come to fetch you home.
10:15. I'll never leave till 10:30.
The door was unhooked, so I just walked in.
Why, Mrs. Bassett.
I was just wondering who I could turn to when I saw the rectory light, and I thought to myself, Grace Bassett, you trot right over there and talk to Mr. Winemiller.
Father has retired.
Oh, Alma, we'll just have to wake him. If it isn't too late for human intervention, your father's the one right person to call up old Dr. Buchanan at the fever clinic at Lyon and let him know.
About what?
Well, not 5 minutes ago, a friend of mine called to inform me that young Dr. John and Rosa Gonzalez have taken out a license and are going to be married tomorrow.
Are you quite certain?
I'm always certain before I speak.
Why would he do such a thing?
All this madness. They say it has something to do with the fallen stars. Of course, it might also have something to do with the fact that he lost $2,000 or $3,000 at the casino, which he can't pay except by giving himself to Gonzalez's daughter.
Alma, what are you going to do?
Hello? Long distance, please. Hello. Long distance. Please get me the fever clinic at Lyons. I want to speak to Dr. John Buchanan.
Johnny, you have blood on your face.
Bit my ear. Turn that music off.
No, I like it.
Never make love without scratching and biting, Rosa. If I leave you, I have a little blood on me. Why's that?
Because I know I can't hold you.
Well, tomorrow we leave here together. We sail out of Galveston, don't we?
You say it, but I don't believe it.
I have the tickets.
2 pieces of paper that you can tear in two.
Ah, we'll go all right. Live on fat remittances from your papa. You know, not long ago, that idea would have disgusted me. But not now. Did anyone ever slide downhill as fast as I have this summer, Rosa Gonzalez? Hey, tell me, why does your papa want me for a son-in-law?
I want you. I want you.
Rosa.
In here, Papa.
I don't want him coming in this house.
Le doy la tierra y si la tierra no basta.
Sí, Papa. Aquí estoy.
Johnny. Happy yes.
Happy yes.
Papa, Johnny asked why I want him.
Listen. When my girl Rosa was little, she see a string gold bead. And I don't have money to buy string gold beads. So next day I walk in dry goods store, I say to the man, please give me string gold beads. He say, show me the money. And I say, here is the money. And I reach down to my belt and I take out, not the money, what is gone. Now I have the money, but I still have this gun. She got the gold beads. Anything that she wants, I get for her with the money. Or this gun.
You just stick a breath out of my face.
Quieto, chamaco.
Déjalo, Papa.
What's going on here? Dad, this is Mr. Gonzalez and his daughter, Rosa.
Senor.
I know who you are. What is going on in my house?
John's giving a party because we're leaving tomorrow.
What?
Yes, together. I hope you like the idea. But if you don't, it don't matter because we like the idea and my father likes the idea.
Sky's the limit.
Gonzalez, get your swine out of my house. Get your swine out, I say. Get him out. Get him into the
Papa,
What? Oh, God.
To whom all hearts are open, and from whom no secrets are hid. Help this thy servant in his hour.
That mumbo-jumbo your father's spouting.
And if it be thy will, O
Tell him
Lord,
to quit.
take him
You
unto
don't want that
thy
worn-out
sight
magic.
It is no longer a question of what you want.
of life everlasting.
You've got to go in and see him, John.
Amen.
You wouldn't want me.
It just happened because of his devotion to you.
No, it happened because some meddlesome Matty called him back here tonight.
I called him back. But you can't put the blame on anything but your own weakness.
You white-blooded spinster.
Listen, you call me whatever you want, but don't let your father hear your drunken shout.
There's something here I want you to see. This chart of anatomy. Look.
I don't want to see that. Oh, how can you behave like this with your father dying?
I want you to look at this chart and listen to a lesson in anatomy. You see?
Very well, I'm listening.
This is a picture of the human body. This upper story is the brain, which is hungry for something called truth. Doesn't get much, but keeps on being hungry. This part here is hungry for food. This part's hungry for love. Because it's sometimes lonesome. I've fed all three. You've fed none. Nothing. Well, maybe your belly a little. Water is subsistence. But love, but truth, nothing but hand-me-down notions. Attitudes, poses.
So that is your high conception of human desire. Well, I reject your opinion of where love is and the kind of truth the brain is seeking. There's something not shown on that chart.
Oh, you mean the part that Alma's Spanish
Yes,
told you?
yes, it's not shown on the anatomy chart, but it's there somewhere. Not seen, but there, and it is that I loved you with. Yes, did love you with, John. Did nearly die of when you hurt me.
I wouldn't have made love to you.
What?
That night at the casino. I wouldn't have made love to you. Even if you'd consented, I couldn't have made love to you. Isn't that funny? I'm more afraid of your soul than you're afraid of my body. Because I wouldn't feel decent enough to touch you. More easily now. He wants you, Alma. He asked if you...
Oh, I couldn't. No.
Go in and sing to him, Miss Alma.
Well, all right. I don't really...
Sir? Yes. Do you think I might? Yes, John. Go on in. I think he'll want to see you.
John.
Dad? Dad?
It's too late, John. Too late.
After his father's death, Johnny Buchanan left town, and some time passed before it was learned where he had gone off to. While he was away, a kind of strangeness came over Miss Alma. She very seldom left the house, and if anybody called at the rectory, they would come away with stories of the funny way she acted and dressed.
Is there a parade in town, Father?
Haven't you looked at the papers?
Well, no. No, not lately.
He's finished the work his father started. Stamped out the fever. And gotten all of the glory. Well, that's how it is in this world. Alma, come away from that window.
Oh, there he is. He's home.
Then why don't you rush right over? That's what you want to do, isn't it?
Oh, that's exactly what I want to do, Father, but I'm afraid someone else has already gone to welcome him home.
Oh, that Gonzalez creature.
No. Here she looked like Nellie Ewell, but you know that little girl used to be one of my music students, but I couldn't be her. Why, Nellie is just a child.
All that fall and early winter, Miss Alma was sick. Nobody knew what she had because she wouldn't see a doctor, nor anybody else for that matter. I'll never forget the first time I saw her after her sickness. It was down in the park just a few days before Christmas of that year.
Hello, Alma. Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Bassett.
Such wind. Ooh, such wind.
Yes, it nearly swept me off my feet. I had to sit down for a while to catch my breath.
It's good to see you out again after your illness.
Thank you.
Our poor little group broke up after you dropped out.
Oh, what a pity.
I think next spring we might reorganize. Well, would you look at that?
Oh, that's Nellie Ewell, isn't it?
The image of her mother. Disgusting.
Miss Alma, hello there. Oh, hello, Mrs. Bassett.
Goodbye, Alma. Come to see me.
What's the matter with that old frump?
Nellie. My, how you've grown.
I was by the rectory, just popped in for a second. The holidays are so short, but every minute is precious. They told me you'd gone to the park.
Yes, this is the first walk I've taken in quite a while.
You've been ill?
Oh, no, not exactly ill. Just not very well. Oh, how you have grown up, Nellie.
It's just my clothes. Since I went off to Sophie Newcomb, I've picked out my own clothes, Alma.
I'm sure it must be very fashionable at school.
Oh, yes. They're preparing us to be young ladies in society. What a pity there's no society here to be a young lady in.
You'll find other fields to conquer.
What's this I hear about you?
I have no idea, Nellie.
That you've quit teaching singing and gone into retirement from the world?
Well, naturally, I had to stop teaching while I was ill. But as for retiring from the world, it's more a case of the world retiring from me.
I brought you something, Alma. It's a Christmas present.
Oh, Nellie, you shouldn't have given me anything.
Go on, open it.
Oh, Nellie. What an exquisite handkerchief.
There's a card, too.
Oh, yes, so there is. Joyeuse Noël to Alma from Nellie. And John?
John of Buchanan, Dr. John. He helped me wrap presents last night. When we came to yours, we talked about you. Your ears must have burned.
You mean he spoke well of me?
Well, we raved. Simply raved. Oh, he told me the influence you'd had on him.
Influence?
He told me about the wonderful talks he'd had with you last summer when he was so mixed up, and how you inspired him. And you, more than anyone else, were responsible for his pulling himself together after his father was killed. And he told me about... Where are you going, Miss Alma?
I'm going home, Nellie. You run along and deliver the rest of your presents.
But wait, I told you the most wonderfulest thing.
No, I'm going home now, Nellie. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Alma.
Hello, John.
Well, Miss Alma, nice to see you. I called the rectory when I heard you were sick, but your father told me you wouldn't see a doctor.
Oh, well, I just needed a rest. That was all. You were out of town mostly.
Yes, I was mostly in Lyons, finishing up Dad's work in the fever clinic.
Covering yourself with sudden glory.
Redeeming myself with good work.
Well, it's rather late to tell you how happy I am, and also how proud. But no, you're right, I haven't been well. You see, I've thought many times of something you told me last summer, that I have a doppelganger. And I looked that up, and I found out that it means another person inside me, another self. And I don't know whether to thank you or not for making me conscious of it. For a while, I thought that I was dying, but that was the change I had waited for all summer long.
When did you have that feeling?
August, September. But now, the Gulf wind has blown that feeling away like a cloud of smoke, and I know now that I'm not dying. It isn't going to turn out to be quite that simple.
Have you been anxious about your heart again, Miss Alma?
Oh, you've gone back to calling me Miss Alma again.
We never really got past that point with each other.
Oh, yes, we did. We were so close, we almost breathed together.
I didn't know that.
Is it impossible now?
I think I know what you mean.
Well, you know what I mean, all right, so be honest with me. One time I said no to something. You may remember the time and all that demented howling from the cockfight. But now I have changed my mind. Oh, well, the girl who said no, she doesn't exist anymore. She died last summer, suffocated in smoke from something on fire inside of her.
Alma, I have a respect for the truth, and I have a respect for you. So I'd better speak honestly, if you want me to speak. You've won the argument that we had between us.
What argument?
The one about the anatomy chart.
Oh, the chart.
It shows that we're not a package of rose leaves, that every interior inch of us is taken up with something ugly and functional. And no room seems to be left for anything else in there.
No.
But I've come around to your way of thinking. That something else is in there. An immaterial something, thin as smoke, which all of those ugly machines combine to produce. And that's their whole reason for being. It can't be seen, so it can't be shown on the chart, but it's there just the same. And knowing it's there, within this whole thing, this unfathomable experience of ours, it takes on a whole new value, like some wildly romantic work in a laboratory. Don't you see?
Oh, yes, I see. But, you know, you needn't try to comfort me. Now, you said let's talk truthfully. Well, then let's do unsparingly, truthfully, even shamelessly, then. After all, it is no longer a secret that I love you. It never was. I have loved you as long ago. Oh, as long as I can remember. I remember the long afternoons of our childhood when I had to stay indoors, practice my music. I heard your playmates calling you, Johnny. Yo, Johnny. Oh, it went through me just to hear your name called. And I would rush to the window to see you jump the porch railing, and I stood at a distance halfway down the block, only keeping sight of that torn red sweater as you raced around that vacant lot you played in. Oh, yes. It's begun that early. This affliction of love. And it has never let go of me since, but kept on growing. I have lived next door to you all the days of my life, a weak and divided person who stood in adoring awe of your singleness, of your strength. And, well, that's my story. So, now, I wish you would tell me, why didn't it happen between us? Why did I fail? Why did you come almost close enough and no closer?
Whenever we've gotten together, it wasn't the physical you that I really wanted.
No, you said that already.
You didn't have that to give me.
Not at that time.
You had something else to give.
What did I have?
Well, you couldn't name it, and I couldn't recognize it. Oh, I thought it was just a puritanical ice that glittered like flame. But now I believe it was flame. Mistaken for ice. I still don't understand it, but I know it was there. Just as I know that your eyes and your voice are the two most beautiful things I've ever known. And also the warmest. Although they don't seem to be set in your body at all.
John, you talk as though my body had ceased to exist for you. Oh, well. The tables have turned. The tables have turned with a vengeance. Johnny. Oh. Someone is coming, John. One of my vocal people. The youngest and the prettiest one with the least gift for music. One that helped to wrap up this handkerchief for me.
Johnny. Oh, hello, Miss Alma.
Oh, hello, Nellie.
I've been all over town just shouting.
Shouting what?
Glad tidings.
Well, I thought we weren't going to tell anybody for a while.
I couldn't stop myself. Oh, Alma has he told you?
Oh, he didn't need to, Nellie. I guessed. From that Christmas card with your two names written on it.
So, Alma, you were really the first to know.
I'm proud of that, Nellie.
See on my finger? This was the present I couldn't tell you about. A solitaire.
Oh, but a solitaire is such a wrong name for it. Solitaire means single. And this means two. Well, it's just blinding, Nellie. It hurts my eyes.
Oh, Alma, I'm so happy. Alma, you know, you're going to sing at the wedding. The very first Sunday in spring, which will be Palm Sunday. The voice that breathed o'er Eden.
Young man.
You say something, miss?
A train at night makes a lonely sound, don't you think so?
Yeah, it sure does.
The water in the fountain is cool. If you're thirsty.
No, not right now.
Even in summer, it keeps cool. It comes from deep underground.
That's what keeps it cool.
Glorious Hill is famous for its artesian springs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, didn't you now? Are you a stranger in town?
I'm a traveling salesman.
Oh, you are salesmen who travel. But I should say you are younger than most of them are. And not so fat.
I'm just starting out.
Oh, I see.
I travel for Red Cross shoes.
Ah, and the Delta is your territory?
From the Peabody Lobby to Catfish Row in Vicksburg.
The life of a traveling salesman is interesting. But lonely.
You're right about that. Hotel bedrooms are lonely.
Well, all rooms are lonely when there's only one person.
You're tired, aren't you?
I can tell from your voice.
Oh, I'm tired. Well, yes, a little. But I shall rest now. I have just taken one of my sleeping tablets.
So early?
Oh, it won't put me to sleep. It'll just, quiet my nerves.
What are you nervous about?
Oh, I won an argument this afternoon.
Well, that's nothing to be nervous over. You ought to be nervous if you lost one.
It wasn't the argument that I wanted to win.
Well, I'm nervous, too.
Oh, really? What over?
It's my first job, and I'm scared of not making good.
Oh, then you must take one of my tablets.
Oh, shall I?
Please take one.
Yeah, I shall.
And you'll be surprised how infinitely merciful they are. Well, life is full of little mercies like that. No big mercies, but comfortable little mercies. And so we go on.
You're falling asleep.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm just closing my eyes. You know what I feel like? No. I feel like a water lily.
Oh, a water lily?
Yes, indeed. I feel like a water lily on a Chinese lagoon. Why don't you sit down?
I don't know. Oh, sure, yes, thanks.
My name is Alma. That is Spanish for soul. And what is yours?
Mine's Archie Kramer. Mucho gusto, as they say in Spain.
Usted habla español, señor?
Un poquito. Usted habla español, señorita?
Oh, dear. Me también un poquito.
Sometimes un poquito is plenty. See, what's there to do in this town after dark?
Well, there's not much to do in this town after dark. But there are resorts on the lake that offer all sorts of after-dark entertainment. There's one called Moon Lake Casino. It's under new management now, but I don't suppose its character has changed much.
Well, what was its character?
Oh, gay, very gay, Mr. Kramer.
Well, then what are we sitting here for? Let's go.
Why not?
I'll call a taxi.
Yes.
Hey, taxi! Hey, taxi! You coming?
Oh, in a minute.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Well, I thought someone called my name. Oh, no, that couldn't be. Nobody knows where I am.
Come on!
Yes, coming. Coming.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of Summer and Smoke, starring Geraldine Page and Richard Kiley. And here once more is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
A touching drama, don't you agree? And fine performances by Miss Page, Mr. Kiley, and their fellow players. Our thanks to them all. Next week, we're going to try one of those melodramas the English know how to make so well. This one is Barry Lyndon's The Amazing Dr. Quitterhouse. Dr. Quitterhouse is a reputable man who becomes an extremely clever criminal in a spirit of pure psychological research. I think you'll enjoy it. And we'll be pleased to learn that our Dr. Quitterhouse will be the star who created the role on Broadway, Sir Cedric Hardwicke. This is Chapman saying goodbye until next week.
Tennessee Williams' Summer and Smoke was adapted for radio by Earl Hamner. Heard in the cast were Agnes Young as Mrs. Bassett, Virginia Payne as Mrs. Weinmiller, Santos Ortega as Reverend Weinmiller, Edwin Jerome as Dr. John Sr., Jane Webb as Nellie, Louis Van Ruten as Gonzales, Raleigh Bester as Rosa, William Griffiths as Roger Doremus, and Lawson Zerby as Archie Kramer. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Your announcer is Fred Collins. Sundays, hear Theater Guild on NBC.
the Johnson Wax Program with Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. The makers of Johnson's Car New and the whole family of Johnson Protective Surface Products present for your enjoyment The Great Gildersleeve, written by Len Levinson. Your new summer radio show brought to you each Tuesday night at this time. We'll hear all about the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Right now, here's a question for you quiz lovers. What is it that does two things at the same time? You're right, it's Johnson's Car New, that both cleans and wax polishes your car at one and the same time in one easy operation. Now, if you drive a dull and dirty car around town, it's just because you haven't heard about Car New. You don't know how easy it is to give your car that showroom shine your family will admire so much. My suggestion to you for today is just this. Tie a string around your finger if necessary to remember to stop in at your regular wax dealer, auto supply store, or service station and buy yourself a can of Johnson's Car New. Don't put it off. The cost is very low and the results are amazing. You'll agree with thousands of other enthusiastic car owners that your car looks like new when you use Car New. And now for the adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Wistful Vista, coming into Wistful Vista.
Oh, conductor, excuse me for interrupting, but what town is this?
Wistful Vista, lady.
Oh. Now, you won't let me ride past Summerfield, will you?
Lady, we don't reach Summerfield till tomorrow, and we can't go past it because it's the end of the line.
Yes, you told me all that before. You say this is Wistful... Oh, Wistful Vista, where Fibber McGee and Molly live?
Yeah.
Oh, my. Do you think I'll be able to see them from the train window?
No, lady, the McGees are on their vacation.
Oh.
But there's Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, their next-door neighbor out there.
Where?
That portly gent with the mustache on the platform, the one making a speech to his employees.
How do you know they're his employees?
Because every time he takes a trip, he gives the help at the factory an hour off to come down to the station and wave goodbye.
Well, so that's Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, I never thought...
I can't tell you how touched I am to see all the employees of the Gildersleeve Girdle Works down here at the station to bid me goodbye. It's very... by the way, is there anyone left at the plant?
Well, no, TP.
Well, what if some orders come in? Who's taking the phone calls?
Mert.
Oh, Mert, eh? Well, as I was saying, while I'm away, I expect every one of you to uphold Gildersleeve Girdles to the best of your ability. And don't forget our motto. If you want the best of corsets, of course it's Gildersleeve. Just remember, put everything you've got into those girdles. Will you do that? Thank you. And though it's necessary for me to go away and attend to other enterprises, the one thing closest to my heart is the Gildersleeve Girdle. I want you all to carry on as if I was right here. And now I know I can count on each and every one of you to do your duty till the day I return.
How long will you be gone, T.P.?
At least 3 days and maybe till the end of the week.
Before you go, TP, the Gildersleeve Girdle Workers Guild wishes to present you with this handsome leather briefcase as a token of our esteem for you.
I don't know what to say. Except, by George, when I get back, I'm going to call in my lawyers and draw up a profit-sharing plan so that eventually all you folks are going to get the work. I'm going to give you the work. What I mean to say is... Yes, all aboard? Oh, no. Oh, my goodness, out of my way, everybody. Where are my bags?
On the train, T.P.
Thanks. Oh, I forgot to buy a ticket. Where do I buy a ticket?
On the train, T.P.
Oh, yes. Let go of me, boys. Where are you pushing me?
On the train, T.P.
Goodbye, children. Goodbye, children.
Here's your ticket, Mr. Gildersleeve. Sorry I haven't any berths left.
Couldn't you squeeze me in somewhere?
I'll try, though it'll probably be a tight squeeze.
Tight squeeze, eh? Side-splitting, isn't it?
Going to be in Summerfield long?
Oh, no, conductor, just 3 or 4 days. I'm taking over the administration of my brother-in-law's estate. Yes.
Oh, that's so?
Yes, they own an automobile agency that hasn't been doing so well lately, and I'm going to set it to rights.
Don't you think maybe you're biting off more than you can chew?
Not at all. Oh, that reminds me. It's dinner time. Which way is the diner?
Why, an experienced old traveler like you should know where the diner is.
Why, of course. No matter where you are, the diner's always at the other end of the train. See you later, conductor. Pretty crowded in here. I'd smile. Is it all right, Ansible? I said if this gentleman doesn't mind reading his paper on his own side of the table.
Excuse me, sir. Do you mind?
Yes, I do. I'm particular whom I eat with.
You are, eh? Well, I'm not. I'm hungry. Waiter, bring me a steak. Nice, juicy double tenderloin rare.
Waiter, where's my milk toast? I ordered it 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but milk toast takes time, you know.
And waiter, I want a big heaping plate of French fries.
Yeah, French fries, yeah.
And some pickles. And a cup of strong coffee with lots of cream.
Yeah, coffee Boston. I'll get it right away.
Yeah.
And bring me my milk toast made with gluten bread, remember?
Gluten bread. Oh, that reminds me. Some hot biscuits and a lot of butter and a little pot of jam.
Gluten bread toasted and a cup of hot water.
Yeah. And then apple pie a la mode, waiter.
Yeah, pie a la mode.
Yeah, with cheese.
Yeah, with cheese.
I can't stand this. Listening to you is giving me heartburn.
It is, waiter, don't forget mustard, beefsteak sauce, ketchup, chutney, piccalilli,
and a soda quick.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. I'll be right back.
Of course, it's none of my business, mister.
Then don't stick your nose in it.
Yeah. Well, all right, if that's the way you feel. I was just going to tell you you're getting your paper in the butter plate.
Don't make any difference. I don't use butter.
You don't, eh? I guess it's because butter wouldn't melt in your mouth. Yeah. But what I was going to say was...
Never mind.
Okay, I won't say it then. But that butter from your paper's all over your sleeve now.
I don't care. What? Oh, of all the messes.
Water won't take it out. It only spreads the grease. You see what I tell you?
I'll thank you to mind your own business.
Well, that's fine. Thanks for telling you on what side your sleeve is buttered.
You leave my sleeve out of this.
Well, leave your sleeve out of the butter, then. Furthermore, what's the idea of jumping down my throat?
What do you expect addressing a perfect stranger?
You're far from perfect, stranger. From now on, I'm going to make a career out of ignoring you.
That suits me fine. Oh, that's my foot you stepped on, you big buffalo.
Excuse me, I always put on the brakes when we go downhill.
I ever heard of them.
Ah, here comes my food. That's pretty snappy service, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Well, where's my milk toast?
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir, but the chef, he's all out of glutton bread, sir.
Yes.
He wants to know would pumpernickel do just as well.
No, pumpernickel wouldn't do just as well. What's the idea of keeping me waiting all this time while you serve this lump of lard the minute he sits down?
Oh, no, look here, mister.
I don't want to look here. I'm sick of the sight of you. The idea. An overstuffed ox like you. Guttling and gobbling and gorging yourself like an ostrich. I got a bad case of indigestion already just from looking at you.
Why, you dyspeptic little dodo. Just because you're mean to your stomach and your stomach talks back to you, you bellyache. Excuse the expression. You can't stand the sight of a healthy man sitting down to a hearty meal. You're not suffering from indigestion. You're just green with Epicurean envy.
I won't sit here.
Mister.
What?
You bicarbonated soda.
Oh, take it away. Take it away. I need something stronger than that now. I got the bills right here in my briefcase.
Just a second there. What are you doing with my briefcase?
Your briefcase? This is mine.
It is not. My employees gave it to me just this afternoon. Here, give it to me.
Take your fat paws off of my briefcase before I...
Before you what, you dried-up little crab apple?
And now, wait a minute, gentlemen, please.
Let go of my briefcase.
I will not. It's mine.
If you don't let go of this briefcase, I will...
Oh, wait a minute. Did you see anything of my briefcase? I left it... Oh, there it is. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Gildersleeve, I've located a berth for you at last.
Oh, that's fine. I was getting tired of sitting around here in my pajamas. Where is it?
It's upper 9 in the next car.
Upper 9?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness. The last time I was in an upper berth was, let me see, 50 pounds ago.
Well, that's the only thing I've got, Mr. Gildersleeve. The porter's making it up for you now.
All right, conductor, I'll have to make the best of it. Good night, and thanks. I do hope that porter gives me a wide berth. Oop. It's so dark in here. Porter! Porter!
Quiet!
Oh, excuse me. Oh, Porter,
Yes, sir.
have you got upper 9 ready?
Yes, sir. But I didn't anticipate no gentlemen with such ample proportions.
Yes, well, I guess I better take a ladder.
Yes, better take 2. They're small.
Yes. All right, come on.
Here we are right up there.
Say, that looks kind of high. You hold these ladders steady, Porter. Remember, if they tip, I won't.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now be careful, mister. Train's coming to a sharp curve pretty soon.
When?
Then. Oh! Hold on, mister, the ladder slide.
I can't hold on. I'm coming down. Look out below.
Oh, what hit me?
Oh, my back.
Here, mister, let me help you up.
I don't want to get up. I want to sleep.
Not you, mister. The man in the upper. He's now in the lower.
I'm all right. I think I can make it now.
Get off of my poor stomach.
What?
Who is it? Oh, it's you. What are you doing sneaking into my berth?
I'm not sneaking in. I'm not sneaking. I'm trying to climb into bed. I'm your upstairs neighbor.
Isn't that nice? I hope that swinging shelf snaps shut on you.
Yeah? Well, if it's going to swing, I'll see that it swings your way. And if I land on you, brother, you'll spend the rest of the night sleeping in the roadbed.
Quiet. Let me go to sleep.
Okay, Grandpop. Unpleasant dreams. All right, Porter, give me a leg up again, will you? 32,473. 32,474. 32,475. Oh, good Godfrey. 2 o'clock already. And still not a wink of sleep. 32,476. 32,477. 32,478. What's the use? There was only some way of stopping that buzzsaw down there. I can't stand it any longer. Where's that porter? I've been ringing for a half an hour.
Did you call me, sir?
Yes. Would you mind getting me a cup of ice water? I can't sleep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Here it is, mister.
Thanks for the ice water. You needn't wait. Good night.
Oh, good night, sir.
Yeah. Now, if I can hold the cup in this hand and open the lower curtain with you, I've got it. Steady now, Gildersleeve. Ready. Aim.
Oh, what was that? Porter!
Yeah, what is it, sir?
Shut this window. It's raining right in on my face.
Quiet! Can a man get any rest around here? Good morning, Porter. Had a wonderful sleep. How long before we pull into Summerfield?
In about 5 minutes, sir. You want me to brush you off?
No, I'll walk down the steps like the rest of the passengers. By the way, Porter, you've given me such good service. Here's an order for a Gildersleeve girdle for your wife.
Oh, thank you, sir. I happen to be a spinster at the moment.
Yes.
But if it's all right with you, I'll put it in my hope chair.
Yeah, that's perfectly all right.
Well, hello there, Gildersleeve.
Why, Harlow Wilcox. What are you doing on this train?
Oh, starting on my vacation.
You are, huh? Aren't you working this summer?
Oh, no, I'm off till the fall.
Well.
The Johnson Wax people said car news sales are going so well, there's no reason for me to hang around.
What do you mean?
Well, for the past 39 weeks, I've told everybody all about Johnson's car news. I've described how easy it is to use and how effective it is in giving your buggy that new car finish. And as a result, folks don't need to be reminded all the time.
They don't, huh?
No, they'll remember to go to their dealers the minute they run out of car new, because they know that it not only cleans the finish of your car, but also protects it and makes it look like new. Isn't that so?
Well, who am I to say no?
So you see, I don't have a thing to worry about this summer. I'm just going to take it easy. Just as easy as it is to apply car new. By the way, where are you going, Throckmorton?
Well, I'm going to visit my niece and nephew in Summerfield, Harlow. I haven't seen them for 4 or 5 years. They've been away at school.
Well, they must be pretty big now.
Oh, yes. Evelyn's about 19 or 20, and Leroy is 12, I think. I ought to have a lot of fun with those kids.
Yes, and vice versa, Throckmorton.
Yes.
Next up, Summerfield. Summerfield. Hey, lady, wake up. Wake up. This is Summerfield.
Why can't I call him TP like they do down at the foundry? It isn't a foundry, Leroy. It's a... Oh, never mind. It's nothing that concerns little boys. I'm sure that Uncle Throckmorton will prefer to have you call him Uncle Throckmorton. So, how about we making it Uncle Throcky? Right? How about that? I don't think that will be very respectful, Leroy. Then Uncle Gildy? That's even worse. What's the matter with Throckmorton? Oh, shucks. You can't go around calling a big, tough guy who runs a steel foundry Throckmorton. Why, it's positively derogatory. It's derogatory. Is that true? Leroy, who told you Uncle Throckmorton was in the steel business? Yeah, you thought you were so smart, always trying to hide Uncle's business from me. What's wrong with having a steel mill? A steel mill? Sure, I know all about it. I once got hold of one of his letterheads. The Gildersleeve Girder Company. Yeah, so there. Yes. Gildersleeve Girder Company. See, he should be here by now, shouldn't he, Ev? Oh, now don't you worry, Leroy. Just as soon as his train arrives, Mr. Wills will bring him here for breakfast. Yeah, I wanted to go down to the station, too. I know, but Ted has to discuss all the legal details with Uncle Throckmorton before we go to court. Say, you're getting pretty darn stuck on that Ted guy, aren't you? Why, Leroy Forrester, I am not. Ted Wills is merely our lawyer. He is not. Williamson, Williams, Willies, and Wills are our lawyers, and Ted's nothing but the tail end. Well, he's young yet. You just give him time. Ah, there you go. Oh, say, how's if I should call him Uncle Morton? Call who? Oh, Uncle Throckmorton. Well, I don't think you'd object to that. Wait, I can do better than that. How's this? Uncle Mort. Who's that? Uncle Mort. I'll answer it.
Well, I'll bet this is little Leroy. Leroy, this is your uncle.
Hi, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, hi, who?
You, Uncle Mort. You don't mind if I call you Uncle Mort, do you, Uncle Mort?
Not at all. Go right ahead. Uncle Mort, eh? I like that. And this is Evelyn, Mr. Gildersleeve. Evelyn, eh? Come here, my dear. My, how you've grown.
Hello, Uncle Throckmorton.
Yeah.
Here, let me take your hat and coat. Will you have some breakfast?
No, thanks. I've already had mine on the... Well, I'll have a cup of coffee.
Sit right here, Uncle. Ted, you sit over there.
Oh, thanks. My, this looks good. Well, did you make this coffee yourself, Evelyn?
Yes, I did. Hey, Uncle, will you take me back to Wistful Vista with you and let me work in your factory?
What? Well, I didn't think you'd be interested in that sort of thing.
But, Leroy... Here I am, Uncle Mort. That must be somewhere else. I bet you make the supports for a lot of big projects there.
Well, we don't turn out anything much in the way of supporters. We sort of confine ourselves to foundations.
Yeah, I'd like to go along sometime when you install some of those foundations.
I don't handle this. What do you think I am?
Please excuse Leroy, Uncle Mort. You see, he's been like that ever since he found out you owned the Gildersleeve Girder Company.
What? The Gildersleeve Oh, yes. Yes, I see it all. Yes, bright boy, yes.
Gee, you don't know how swell it is for me to meet a real He-Man and a real He-Man business.
Yes, it is?
Sure. All I hear around this house is dresses and hats and hairdos and women's stuff.
Oh.
But it's going to be different with you around.
Is it?
Well, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course.
Say, do you ever have to slug it out with any of them tough steel workers of yours?
No, I never do.
You don't, huh?
Oh, well, of course. There have been times when I've had to put more snap into their work. Yeah, and once I was so angry, Leroy, that I picked up a badly made foundation and bounced it right off the foreman's head.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, wait till I tell the kids at school about that. Now, Leroy, you let your uncle eat his breakfast. Have some toast, Uncle Mort?
No, thanks. Speaking of toast reminds me of gluten toast. Yeah. And boy, does that remind me. That reminds me of an amusing incident on the train last night. You'll enjoy this, Leroy. When I went into the diner, the only unoccupied chair was at a table with a sour little crab who had his newspaper spread out. Heard that little rat yell when the ice water hit him in the face.
Well, if you've finished now, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's time to leave for court.
Yes, I'm through, Ted. It was a fine breakfast, Evelyn. You're going to make some lucky man a wonderful cook. Hey, Ted.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Hey, come on, kid. Let's trot over to the courthouse. This won't take long. Once the judge sees who he's dealing with, I'll be appointed administrator faster than you can say habeas corpus. Well, all I can say is we run things better than this in Wistful Vista. 11 o'clock and the probate judge hasn't even shown up yet.
Oh, Judge Hooker's usually very prompt.
The trouble with some of these judges is they think they're little tin gods. Take those black robes away from them, what have you got? Bow legs.
That's a hot one, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it.
Everyone rise, please.
Well, I'm glad he's here. Now we'll get this thing over with quick.
Here, court, Department 25, the Honorable Henry H. Hooker, Judge presiding, sound session. Please seated.
Sit down, Uncle Mort.
Huh? Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Who's that man sitting in the judge's chair?
Well, that's Judge Hooker.
Judge Hooker? That's the man in the lower berth.
Alias?
That's him, all right.
Petition of Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve for appointment as administrator of the state of A. Forester.
Well, that's us. Come on, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'm not feeling very well, Ted. Couldn't we postpone this over to another judge?
Oh, come on, Uncle Mort. Remember what you said. This guy'll be a pushover.
Pushover, yeah.
Now, come on. Step up. Don't dawdle. I haven't got all day.
I can stop you, folks. The judge is pretty short-tempered this morning. He didn't get any sleep last night.
Oh, good Godfrey.
Your Honor, with your permission, I'll put Mr. Gildersleeve on the stand and examine his qualifications for this position.
Go ahead, Mr. Wills. Swear in the witness there.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, help you?
I do.
Well, do you or don't you? Speak up.
I do.
That voice is very familiar.
Oh.
Turn around, Mr. Oh, so it's you.
Yes. Yes. Hello, Judge. How are you this morning?
I'm loud. Witness will confine himself to the matter at hand. Mr. Wills?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll examine this man's qualifications if you don't mind.
Why don't, Your Honor?
Yeah, but I do.
Silence.
Yes, sir.
You're here to answer questions. Now then, Gildersleeve, if your name really is Gildersleeve, what do you do for a living?
I make girdles, Your Honor.
Order in the court. Order in the court. And you, Gildersleeve. Gildersleeve. One more attempt at cheap humor, I'll judge you in contempt.
But it's true, Your Honor. I'm president of the Gildersleeve Girdle Company.
Oh, Uncle Mort, tell him the truth.
Yep.
He doesn't make girdles, Judge.
What does he do?
Steel foundation.
I bet he would, too. Now, no more interruptions, my boy. Remember, this is a courtroom. You realize who I am, of course.
Sure, you're a bow-legged little tin guy.
What?
Now, Leroy.
But you just said so yourself, Uncle Mort.
Oh, you did.
Just a little joke, Your Honor. You know how I kid. No offense, I hope.
It is an offense. Contempt of court. Just one more disrespectful remark, Mr. Gilder, whatever your name is, and I'll...
Oh, don't do that, Judge. Uncle Mort will keep his opinions about you to himself. Won't you, Uncle Mort?
Yes, I know better now. I'll be careful, Your Honor.
See as you do. I hope that by now you realize the gravity of the situation, Mr.
Gildersleeve, I certainly do, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask you a simple, straightforward question. And I want a simple, straightforward answer.
Go right ahead, Judge.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve. What business are you in?
Well, do I have to answer that?
You do, and remember, you're under oath.
Well, that is, Leroy, would you mind going out in the hall and get me some ice water?
1 minute. Who's running this court, you or I?
You better not get Uncle Mort mad, Judge. Last night he threw a whole bucket of water on a guy out of a berth under him. And just because this guy was snoring.
Oh, my God, here we go again.
He did he?
Yeah, and this boy Sap woke up and thought it was raining.
Quiet.
You ought to hear Uncle Mort tell it.
Quiet.
Thanks, I will. Let's hear all about it, Uncle Mort.
But, Judge Hooker, it's after 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
This poor man's been on the witness stand all day.
All right. One more question, and I'll hand down my decision. Mr. Gildersleeve, what makes you think you have executive ability?
Well, I have a large staff of my own, and through years of experience, I know the proper relationship between employer and employee.
You bet, Your Honor. And if they don't do what Uncle Mort says, he just bops them over the skull with a steel girder.
Now, wait a minute, Leroy.
But, Uncle Mort, I'm just repeating everything you say.
Yes, and everything I've said is being used against me. I can't go on.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Wills?
Our firm has checked and double-checked Mr. Gildersleeve's references. We're satisfied as to his qualifications. We therefore petition you to name him as the new administrator of the Forrester estate.
Uh-huh. Mr. Wills, I have great respect for you and your associates. That is probably the only reason why I'm going to grant your petition.
Hooray!
However, in order to protect these children from their own misguided enthusiasm, I am going to require this Gildersleeve to report to me every single week.
But, Your Honor...
He must get an okay for every cent he spends.
But, Judge...
And